Welcome, one and all. We are here to witness some excellent Dota as we are on the road to the international for the Eastern European region, where only one team at the very end of the next 4 days will be able to claim a spot in Copenhagen and compete at the international. Of course, given that this is Eastern Europe, there's no way I can bring you all this action by myself. So to make sure it's as lit as possible, I've got the beautiful, the beefy, the Balkan boy himself. Lizard, what's happening, fam?
Let's go Eastern Europe. Let's go full Davai Dota. That's what I'm expecting. I woke up at 9 a.m. I'm sure that all of these, well, not at 9 a.m. It's 9 a.m. right now. We woke up like 2 hours ago. I've seen that these players have been playing pubs as well for a couple of hours. You know, just getting ready, probably on some boot camp, drinking some coffee with the boys, discussing what they're gonna play. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to it, man. Like TI season is around the corner. We have our first qualifier together that we're gonna cast. Of course, not the first qualifier in general, but it's gonna be a wild one. There's a lot of really good teams in Eastern Europe.
They are indeed. Like 12 teams have been assailed before us in order to try and fight it out to get that #1 spot. But like you said, there's a lot of really good teams, right? Obviously, most people are going to be coming into this one thinking to themselves, Virtus.pro is the team that's going to make it out of these qualifiers. But over the last year, since the last TI year, Liz, they've only made it a couple of times out of their groups. They failed in qualifiers 3 times this year already, and they have not necessarily looked as clean as they did in 2023. So looking at this, and given that there is only one spot available between them, between a Navi, between even a team like Yellow Submarine or DMS, who are you really putting your money on to take that all-important slot to TI?
Kind of hard, but I would still go with Virtus.pro. Just looking at the whole Eastern European region in the last couple of months and how it has developed. Look, this is basically me saying the only team besides Batboom that has been playing tournaments is gonna take it. That's what I do expect. The other teams, no Valachia, no Dream League, no maybe Elite League group or Swiss stages, and that's it. So overall, maybe there will be an upset. You know, because if you look at the Chinese qualifier for the first time ever, I know you're a big fan. I'm sure I saw you in the chat spamming a bit, but LGD, they're not true. Instead, it's Team Zero. Team Zero that really didn't look that great in tournaments before. Like, they were all okay-ish, but everything clicked in the right time for them. And they got the qualifier, so maybe something like that can happen again for 9 Pandas, because they did have a couple of nice performances at TI in the past.
Yeah, 9 Pandas in 2023 were certainly, they were looking hot, right? Not necessarily a championship contending team, but always in the mix for like top 8, top 6 finishes at the tournaments that they did attend. Sadly, it has seemed like a bit of a rebuild year for them, but kind of like what you said, right? We saw from Team Zero and even from Mounds in North America that once things start to click, you just need to have a couple of good days. You don't need to be good forever. You just have one good week, good enough to get you through the qualifier. That's probably good enough to get you to TI. And hell, I even remember a couple of years ago, Papi was mentioning that tournaments like these or qualifiers like these aren't about who's the best team overall. It's about who can find a way to min-max on the day itself. So I'm excited to see a lot of these up-and-coming teams trying to do that, especially a team like Yellow Submarine. I really want to see what they're cooking there, man. I've heard so many good things about Satanic. This is the last opportunity for him to prove that it wasn't just gas, it wasn't just hype. I actually do deserve to be considered in the upper echelon.
No, he definitely deserves to be in the upper echelon, but maybe the price on his name is a little bit too high at the moment. I think Satanic, as much as I'm aware, they're asking over $1 million for the boy. So that's kind of unheard of in Dota, at least for an upcoming player. I think the last time from Eastern Europe that I've heard someone fight over a player this hard was GPK. And GPK has done well in his career, but not as well as some players that just came out of nowhere, like the players on Spirit, right? Like you didn't know who Yatoro was, you didn't know who Collapse was before the first TI that they won. Maybe a couple of months before, they had some nice performances, they reached a couple of finals, but they were basically unknown. But we'll see for Satanic if that burden of fame that early on that's put on him, I think that can be really rough You know, especially when you're a young player, you know how these Dota players are. I mean, people in general. If you praise them a lot, they get big-headed. It can be their downfall, but I wish him all the best because from the games that I have watched, he looked really damn solid. When he was standing in, I believe, instead of 23 Savage, like he looked really damn strong.
We are going to be seeing him in action, of course, in our second matchup of the day as Yellow Submarine takes on Liga team, followed up by Night Pulse versus One Win and Nemiga going up against Navi. Navi, another contender squad we have to be aware of. But to start things off, what has recently become, in the qualifier stages at least, a little bit of an outlier here in EEU, with VP taking on Nine Pandas. That is going to be our first matchup of the day. VP, I'm very interested to see this match for two reasons. Firstly, both of these squads, of course, know each other very well. Saish they've played like between each other, right? Between Saish and Antares. But in particular, Lizard, I want to see, will Kiyotaka whip out the Tinker? He's one of the few Tinker players within this particular qualifier bracket. And right now, Tinker in the mid lane is looking hella strong, if I'm honest, man.
Was that from your like pub experience or from the qualifiers so far from the Tinker?
Pubs, I've lost a couple to Tinkers, and so far in the qualifiers, there've been 3 Tinker games. All 3 of them have won. Copy won against Rebellion, and then NTS won twice. Once against IG and then against AR.
I've had some Tinker games, and the hero is looking pretty damn solid at the moment, especially in the right hands. So we will see. Like you talked about upsets in the qualifier, like Team Zero in China as well winning, you know. Like having a good patch, having a big patch can definitely, and a fresh patch, which is very important, can definitely like push these things a little bit further, push these teams a little bit further, because if you find yourself, I don't know, like you're a Weaver spammer and suddenly this patch drops, you're like, I just became a tier 1 player, seems good, man. You know, so anything can happen. We'll see. One hero that I'm seeing right now in the draft, I'm not gonna talk about them actually, because I've seen them already. There are 2 heroes picked, but one hero that, in my opinion, is really damn busted right now. It took me, how much time we've been live? Maybe like 5 minutes. It took me 5 minutes to speak about Phoenix. Like Phoenix, even with the nerfs, which were like 25% nerf on his burn, like 25, like they took a quarter of the damage on the burn. For me, he still feels absolutely dog shit. Don't pick Phoenix. Don't nerf Phoenix. Bad hero.
Terrible hero. You know, to make sure that we maintain Lizard's MMR climb, we've got to ensure that the Phoenix stays a positive hero throughout the patch. Might see it in this game. Hasn't been banned out just yet. Of course, we will be seeing the draft in just a few moments. And, you know, Phoenix, always one of those heroes that whenever you have team fight necessary, and also it makes it difficult, right? All the good heroes against the Phoenix Supernova aren't necessally that high up in the meta at the moment, so
yeah,
you
maybe some
understand
jug,
why you want that.
you know, maybe some cores that are decent, but even them, you don't really, like, they're not great. But Witch Doctor, by the way, this first phase ban, like F that hero. He is so dumb right now. You don't even need cask. Like you literally don't skill cask. You get your voodoo damage on the restoration, whatever it's called. I haven't played Witch Doctor once, but I have played with and against him a lot. And he just runs you down, dude. Like he just has this built-in radiance. I played yesterday with the Witch Doctor. We were Phoenix plus Witch Doctor, and we were just clicking the enemy heroes. Like, you don't have to hit them. You're just dealing like some insane damage. So a really nice one. Tiny as well, I feel like, is in a really good spot. TA and Viper, of course, have been both picked, and these 2 are like probably the flavor of the meta. I think Viper as well picked a little bit into the TA, but TA overall, the changes to her refraction working as, I don't even know what it works like a shield, made her much nicer. I've seen a lot of nice tricks with TA at the moment, and the hero just looks pretty damn busted. So we'll see what VP drafts against her. Another hero that I really love at the moment is the CK. So maybe something that they can think about in this draft, because in general TA hates playing against illusions.
Yeah. Right now, the other illusion heroes aren't necessarily that fresh. So CK I could definitely see on the come up. Also, I will say how I know Viper is a busted hero right now is that I won a ranked game where I was forced to go mid, and I just played Viper. I got crushed in lane, but still won the game. That's how I know the hero's still fresh. One thing I do want to see as well, speaking of heroes that are on the come up at the moment, I think this Disruptor hero, seen a lot of good things in other regions already. And between VP and Nine Pandas, Solo and FNG are notorious for playing incredible disruptors over the years.
I'm just happy my FNG, my boy FNG is playing a new patch. I know for a fact that he was extremely upset with the last patch, you know. He visited us a little bit in Wallachia, talked to him a bit on the couch. Haven't seen him in a really long while. He got married, by the way.
Oh, congrats to FNG. Shout out to him.
Shout out to him and his wife. I know his wife as well. She frequents my streams, so that was kind of cool to
Speaking of weddings, did you see that clip from China where the couple got married and they were playing 1v1 mid SF at the wedding? It was the cutest thing ever.
If she wins, they get married. If he wins, he gets to run away.
Oh, she won, so don't worry. They're happy wherever they're at right now, and I'm happy in this game because we get the FNG tree and we get Weaver for Nine Pandas. This could be Sayush playing this. He's done it quite a few times in the past. This could be deployed in the safe lane for Dark Lord, and then the TA end up going in the mid lane. Either way, there's just very few reasons with Slaughter already being banned in the game to ignore putting Weaver, right? There's no Slaughter, there's no Clockwork, there's no Spirit Breaker. If I'm in the team, I'm like, guys, you will pick me Weaver or else I'm quitting the team right now.
Okay, I know you're like that. We'll see what Nine Pandas have cooked up with this Weaver pick. I feel like Weaver TA is a pretty decent combo because they can play together very fast, very early on. You know, like both are kinda how to put it, like half cores, you know, like semi carries that scale very well. Like they can ultimately carry the game for sure, but they also play the game really damn fast. Like with TA, you can get some D-Lance blink very early on. With Weaver, you can just itemize early on. So I like it overall. Elder Titan for me is a hero. Yo, I wanted to pick this so many times and I then just forgot all about him. Like this momentum facet that gives you movement speed, I think. Like, I think it's really undervalued.
I mean, another thing I'm looking at when I see this Elder Titan come into the game is, you know, in tandem with the Weaver and the TA, minus armor is going to be a big problem. And normally we've seen Vipers struggle a lot in games where the enemy team has overwhelming physical damage. And to make it even worse, not only do they have overwhelming physical damage, if these heroes can play around the Viper, sort of kite him around rather than vice versa. So mid-game will be interesting to see in terms of how they approach this. VP already strike back, get themselves the Pango, we've got some initiation, we've got some team fight, and more importantly, because they don't know what the lanes look like yet, we've got some flexibility for both the mid lane and the off lane between the Pango and the Viper.
Yeah, I mean, Nine Pandas, they're really mixing things up here. I guess Weaver and Elder Titan will be the sports and Wind Ranger and TA cores, but of course, you can't say for sure. You could most likely put the Wind Ranger into the Viper lane, TA into the Pango lane, and you should be kind of happy if you're Nine Pandas. Like that's the general idea. Pango, however, is played a bit differently now. Like you go with the Echo Saber build, so you don't have to get the Fusel. Rubik this game is as well really nice because you get to steal Sukuchi. One problem that Nine Pandas draft has got already, and it's very apparent, no reliable lockdown. Like Echo Stomp and Shackle Shot ain't it, man. Like they need more. This is, you know, people like to talk about big, deep stuff in Dota, and I'm all for it. I'm all for the big, deep dives into strategical, defending the triangle, pushing the waves, killing the creeps, getting info on the map. You know, I'm seeing some 9-10k coaches writing on Reddit as well their guides on how to push and why teams win. If you don't have stuns, man, you're not gonna win. It all doesn't matter. Like, if you can't catch this Pangolier rolling around, it's gonna be kind of rough for you to do anything else. So I'd like to see them complete their draft with something like that.
Looks like VP agrees with you because the offlaners that they're removing from the pool would provide that much needed lockdown. no Beast, no Beastmaster or Brewmaster. So no Masters for the side of Nine Pandas. Where do we go from here from the offlane? What's left? There's Axe in the pool. There is still a Tide Hunter around, although I haven't seen Tide in quite a while. I think Axe wouldn't be too bad in the grand scheme of things, but it definitely has to be like a very easy situation for them. Jump, kill a hero, and then move on.
They don't have the last pick as well, but they do have very versatile heroes, so you can pick whatever when it comes to the offlane and then lane it somewhere else. Maybe if the lane is really bad, but what else is there? Like you mentioned Axe, there's a Centaur left in the pool as well. Something simple with a stun, a couple of bracers, and that's it. So I won't mind seeing that one.
I mean, if it was day one of the patch, this would have been LC for sure, right?
Yeah, LC definitely did get hit by the nerve hammer. As she had to be, by the way. The hero was so damn dumb. And they get the scent. Okay, so just simple, you know? And now, if you're on the other side, the casual responses would be something like a Lifestealer or a Monkey King. Are they that great in this game? They're okay. These kind of heroes versus scent historically would do fine, but let's see what they go for. I really like... I played versus a couple of Lifestealers. I feel like that hero is still strong. Like, nothing is...
It is really strong, yeah.
Really that bad on him.
Lifestealer is really strong.
Yeah. What's happening, Snare? Right? We're on fire, man. What are these calls?
This makes sense, right? You get a hero that can also go in with the Pango. Very hard to kill in the lane. I think the big thing I like about this Lifestealer as well is Lifestealer, you know, relative to how it used to be a couple of patches ago where this wasn't a hero that scaled uber well into the late game, Lifestealer gets pretty damn scary. So you're not like completely scared that, oh my god, Wind Ranger and TA are going to take over the game before I'm ready. You know, Squadix will handle the TA, you will go deal with the Wind Ranger once you get like Nully or whatever. I like this. This is cool. The question is though, Liz, is this enough to deal with Nine Pandas? Because I'm kind of worried with the Centaur pick that VP are going to have a little bit of trouble with their initiation, that unless FNG is in a perfect position to disable them right after the Stampede happens, I mean, I can see many fights, them jumping in and then just like, cool, we press R, run away, and then we can re-engage because we have TA, Wind Ranger, Weaver, these heroes with massive amounts of mobility and elusiveness. So it feels like the execution burden on VP is a little bit high, despite the fact that they have more stuns on their draft.
With all due respect, Snare, I completely agree. I'm joking. I love you, man. I can never disagree with you, but they do have catch. Like, the Pango brings you some control in the fights. You also have this Rubik with the lift with Sukuchi to be in the right positions to, you know, help the boys out. One thing that I would say is that the other side has better scaling, maybe. You know, like, I'm not sure if I'm the biggest enjoyer of, like, when I see the Viper and Lifestealer, they are kinda slow. And not in a sense that they're just slow. That's it. They're the slow heroes. They don't have mobility. So one side has these heroes that just want to stand and hit, and that's it. And the others are basically one team is zero agi full strength, other team is full strength zero agi. You know, just ultimate speed versus ultimate beef. That's the fight here.
That's going to be a fun fight to witness. You know, spears versus shields, and we're going to be witnessing if it'll be VP or Nine Pandas taking the advantage in the first game. Very important game because you want to make your path to TI as quick as possible, as easy as possible, especially considering that here in Eastern Europe, only one slot will get you to TI. So let's find out if it's going to be VP or Nine Pandas putting themselves in the advantageous position in this opening game. No matter what, it's just going to be fun to watch. It's going to be fun to witness. At the end of the day, though, Liz, I do think that this is one of those games that, or this is one of those series, that's going to come down less to execution and more to series strategy, I think. Between Solo and FNG, it's going to be between who's the more experienced captain to guide his team through these murky waters.
Who's more experienced and who lucked out better with the patch? Like whose carries have been buffed, whose carries have been nerfed? Honestly, I think that's like 70%. When it comes to tier 1 teams, after a big, huge patch hits, it's all about who got lucky with the buffs and who didn't. Like, if your carry got really lucky with the buffs, like, of course you're gonna be winning some games, you know? Like, you just pick the standard stuff and everyone is like, how did they get so good? Like, what happened? How are they outplaying everyone. And meanwhile, this dude is just like, okay, I have 2 items and I'm broken. Like, doesn't matter. He's playing some Mark, Warden, or Meepo, or CK, or TA currently. So I really think it comes down to the patch. But right now, these 2 teams are definitely on a different level. And I'm favoriting VP a little bit, even though they lost the last couple of tournaments. They attended the last couple of tournaments, and they did, I believe, win the EWC qualifier as well. So they have some success in the last week, at least.
Well, let's witness how this game is going to shake out, as we do have game numero uno happening here. A little bit of just moving around, getting some vision out. You know, it's still early in the game. No need to do anything fancy and special. We're looking at what the lane configurations are going to look like. Notice playing in the off lane with his Pango. Him and Rubik seems pretty decent, kind of strong. How does that fare against TA, Elder Titan on that side of the map?
I think ET is busted, and because of that, like busted in the lane, that is. And because of that, they might have a little bit of an issue playing against him. But overall, Rubik and Pango, they have so much to offer, like these 2 heroes, that Pango should still find farm. TA isn't the easiest matchup for him, though, in general. We'll see. Solo, he's, veteran, and a veteran on the Elder Titan as well, so we'll see what he does.
So far, nothing too spectacular or special happening anywhere on the map just yet. Just some trading of farm. This mid lane is going to be, my gosh, this is going to be so boring. I can't imagine any of them realistically being able to kill off the other, but feels like SquadX should be able to do quite decently for himself in terms of the CS matchup.
Yeah, it should be decent for SquadX, but it shouldn't be really that hard for Kiyotaka as well, and that's what matters. That's why they picked this Wind Ranger here. It's a hero that just, he starts hitting you, you pop your Wind Run, you hit back, or you just get that mischance so he cannot use Poison Attack on you, which forces him to go Nether Toxin a little bit earlier. So overall, a matchup that, of course, Viper wins most of them, but this isn't the easiest one for him.
Slow and steady will win the race over time. Like you said, Viper's a slow hero. Let's take a quick gander down bottom, where Kiritich and FNG playing up against the Centaur as well as this Weaver. They're just putting some pressure onto Centaur, doing Lifestealer, tree things, but overall, unfortunately, 2 melee heroes when the enemy hero has a support Weaver. You're gonna get harassed whether you like it or not.
Yeah, I was gonna check if he went for the other facet, the workhorse, that you don't need your boots, you just go full bracers, but instead he went for the double edge. I think this is maybe a little bit better, especially when you're playing into a Lifestealer. Like, getting that armor from the phases early on is probably more important, so yeah, he goes for that. Weaver, like you said, not only is he playing versus 2 melee heroes, let's see bot lane actually. FNG might die.
Get the first blood here, yeah, they got the blood grenade down, all the damage that they need, and FNG will end up taking that tumble. I'm just gonna put it out here, public service announcement. If you want some free MMR, whether you play 4, 5, or 1, just play Weaver, thank me later.
Yeah, the hero is in a good spot. This facet, the Sukuchi facet with the movement speed and the slow when it connects is really damn nice. I still like this hero a bit more as a core, but I might be wrong, because I haven't played him as support that much. And the games that I have seen on support, he looked pretty damn solid. So you get Gemnet attack, so your trading is pretty good from the get-go, I guess. In this game, you're playing into a Lifestealer. You're just loving life. Like, this is... Even carry-to-carry matchup, this is really good for you. So, yeah, he's gonna love his game. Until Rubik steals Sukuchi, that.
I was about to say the same thing. The only thing he hates is Antares. As long as Antares doesn't get the Sukuchi, he'll be fine. It'll be okay. Yeah. It is a bit complicated for Antares, though, because there are a lot of good spells to steal, but you always feel bad playing Rubik and you don't get Sakuchi. He really is going to want that spell, so does give Sayush a bit of an advantage, as long as he has some kind of vision over the Rubiks to make sure the spell never goes away.
Yeah, I think I think you're hands down just constantly stealing Skuchi and that's it. Like, one other spell that's super easy to steal is Stampede, so you can steal Stampede as well in some of these fights, help your teammates out, and then steal Sukuchi again, you know, and then run around, because it just gives you too much mobility. Top lane, Antara, speaking of him,
yeah, he might actually be dead here. Does have sticks underneath the tier 1 tower. Unfortunately, the Meld Strike and the damage coming in from Solo, a little bit too much. Gotta love that movement speed buff, man. Windlace, and you already feel like you have boots. Very fast hero.
Yeah, and he went for deconstruction, by the way. He didn't go for the other. He didn't go for the other facet. I think the other facet is better if you're a core. So it does make sense that he went for this, but I really want to play some core ET. I feel like this hero, even a support, I feel like this hero is in a good spot again. Like, to win against him, you need a slow and a stun from both of your heroes in the lane. And if you can't get that, he becomes pretty damn bad in the laning stage. And if he's bad in the laning stage, your carry is suffering, because you don't really offer a lot until like level 5, when you can react to things with the stun.
Right now, game slowed down a little bit. Everyone just gotten back to farming, although Dark Lord might be in some danger here. At the same time, he's putting in the right-click damage onto FNG, and here comes Sayish, ready to render aid and get another kill onto the tree man. FNG knows he's cooked, and will end up giving up his life. Not going to get much more out of this, but that does mean that Centaur is just going to keep farming in the bottom lane. Sayish might stick around a little bit longer, but overall, 9 Pandas looking really good in their movements here in the early game.
Yeah, so far they are cooking in this laning stage. FNG cannot really find his place on the map. He refills the bottle, at least on the mid lane, helps out Squadix. Probably gonna go back down bottom, maybe secure some runes. But yeah, like you said, so far so good for 9 Pandas.
This game right now still looking like it's going to be quite a while before things really pop off. Anybody who doesn't know about Eastern Europe, yes, the Vi things happen, but later in the game. Things take a while to start getting properly heated up.
Absolutely. So, like, but when they do get heated up, they really get heated up.
Oh yeah, then it's a bloodbath.
That's usually the case, you know. Then you get some smileys, some question marks, you know.
Oh, I can't wait for the question marks, dude. That's what I'm here for this game. At least one. At least one.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we get there. But when it comes to like some strange items, I don't think anything is that crazy so far. I'm sure you all have seen the Echo Saber Pangolier. Like, this is the build. He went for the Raid Band for some extra armor as well. Nothing that crazy. Bot lane might go on Alberca here.
Will he die? Let's see. He's level 5 right now. They're gonna go on top of him. He attempts the TP out, and he's fine. But he's actually not fine. Where did he TP to?
Oh,
he was going to the tier 1 tower. Sayish just came here. That nearly got him killed, but fortunately for him, it doesn't. He gets out safely.
That was fortunate, because he was 100% dead if they hit him. Like, he wouldn't survive. Sometimes you're like, I'm not sure, maybe. No. This time around, he'd 100% die if they continued hitting. Kiritich, the Unbeliever.
Kiritich, what did you do, mate? We needed you, bro. Didn't deliver when the time was right. And you're gonna try go again. Have a Nature's Grasp going out onto Alberca. This is still prior to him activating the Stampede. He does have it though, but they're not gonna die for him underneath the tier 1 tower with 6 available.
Yeah, now that he has ultimate, now it's a completely different story. Even if you go on him, you have to worry that they might respawn on you. So a free kill isn't that free anymore, and especially now Kiyotaka.
Yeah, they're coming in from the mid lane with Kiyotaka going back onto Kiritich, but looks like the move did get scouted out a little bit. Not sure what gave him that information, but he utilizes it. Yeah. Do they have a ward? Oh, I see it.
Yeah, Solo just killed it. And they also realized that the ward is there because he just scouted it as Mindranger was rotating. But okay, mid lane Antares instead.
He lifts back, so that's his only protection away from Sayish's Weaver, so he's certainly gonna die here. Kiyotaka peppers him with the arrows from the focus fire. The one thing that does kind of suck about their draft on 9 Pandas is that until this TA shows up with better items, their tower siege isn't necessarily the best, but they can still play up-tempo and just keep skirmishing like this.
Yeah, they're doing it fine so far. Maybe the right clicks on the tower aren't amazing, but you can slowly chuck these towers down. Like, one thing that people don't realize is, like, when they say tower damage, like, you do have tower damage with any team you pick, any draft, you have the tower damage. The only problem is people aren't taking, how to put it, like, they aren't using their time on the map to hit them. Like, look at Kiyotaka right now. The creeps are under the tower, he's hitting the tower. He's not going back to farm something, no, he just hits it. Because he knows, okay, they can't really kill me, I have too much mobility, so why wouldn't I? And there you go, like the first tier 1 falls, even though, quote-unquote, they don't have the greatest tower damage.
Very well done by Kiyotaka. There was a smoke up by Antares as well as Squadix, but it ends up going to nothing. Squadix just content to finish up his farm, get to the D-Lance ASAP. Now that they have claimed this tower, is there space on the map for 9Panda to make a bigger play? Maybe try a kill off Kiritich one more time?
Was that a question, or are you just making a statement?
Yeah, I'm asking.
It's a question. I mean, it's possible. I feel like just a overall rotation on top lane, maybe even from the lifestealer, would be nice on VP. And when it comes to the other side, I don't think Kiritich is that killable here, like with the rage. FNG, however...
Yeah, he is going to need help. Notice is going to supply said help, rolling in after him. Solo does manage to find the kill onto FNG, but this might doom Sayesh to die, or maybe not. He's running himself away from Antares. Antares too low on the HP. With the shackle shot from Kiyotaka, making sure Squadix cannot help. They grant the double kill to Solo, but now here are reinforcements. Kiritich, him and Notice, they're able to kill off Kiyotaka, and now they're trying to get in, but Solo being too much damage right now. The stop comes in, Solo is still alive, and Notice, he's the one that's going to end up falling to the Melt Strike from Dark Lord.
Wait.
Solo, what a player. Elder Titan actually is broken as 9Pandas win a fight in the top lane.
Are you telling me Kiritich didn't infest this Satyr Tormentor to try and catch Solo with it? Come on, I'm disappointed. I'm so disappointed. You have this shockwave, you have so much movement speed. You could have... Of course, he's not gonna do it. It would be too crazy, but I mean, it was possible. Anyways, Solo just rescued that fight. That fight was very lost. He gets a triple kill. He had plus 300 damage. From the Astral Spirit. The team maxed out, by the way. He's maxing out the Astral Spirit. No ulti even, for now. 3 in Astral Spirit, 2 in Natural Order, and that's it. Which is interesting, like, he obviously knows something at the moment about the hero. Also, Tranquil's drums, maybe Boots of Bearing later on. Nothing crazy. But, yeah, you gotta worry. You gotta worry if this guy gets all the damage. You need to maybe even overgrowth him. You need to control him.
Might be getting him growing a little bit sooner now because they're smoked up. Sayesh and Kiyotaka coming bottom. Their eyes on the tier 1 tower. Solo, he's the one leading it a little bit first, but Kiyotaka activates the haste rune on the backlines. This could be trouble here, Liz. Kiritich trying to hide himself in the trees, but there's going to be the scouting from the Astral Spirit with some bugs as well. FNG will be the first one taken out here. And Kiritich, he needs help and he needs it now. We'll just go for the rage TP out though. Smart thing to do. Forfeit the tower, but make sure he gets himself out alive.
Yeah, they just don't have any ways of stopping that for now, so he just TPs. Or I think in general in the game it's gonna be hard for them to stop the rage TP out. None of these heroes buys Basher or anything like that, so he should be always fine to get away as long as he has that rage. FNG not having a good game. This is 0-4 minute 13. Yeah, he's having a rough one wherever he goes, but you know, sometimes you just eat those ganks, and he's sitting down bottom. He's dead again, I feel like.
He set up a little bit of vision here, so they see Sayesh, and there's going to be the first steal of Sakuchi in this game. They could try to do something, but Kiyotaka and the boys feels like they didn't think that they could take the tier 1 earlier, so that gives enough space for VP to come back, reclaim the area, and still present some decent place for farming for Kiritich.
Oh, for sure. Squadix and Kiyotaka, let's see. Diffusal is there.
Yeah, Squadix, Sus bro.
He's a bit too big,
but
like, yeah.
I think Kiyotaka could maybe, if he was completely 1v1 in like an isolated part of the map, probably goes for it. But recognizing that Antares is coming with Sakuchi, probably the right idea to leave.
Yeah. If you're somewhere like on your side of the map, you're 100% going for that, but not like that. Even though he didn't get him, that wasn't a bad play from Kiyotaka. Sometimes, like, how to put it? Like, Dota is a game in which, when you're maxed out as a team and as a player, you know you're not getting kills in most of these plays, but you have to force it. You have to force some sort of reaction from the enemy team to put them on the left leg, so that you can actually get a kill in the next move. You smoke up, you go somewhere else, and now they don't have two TPs to respond to. So.
I forget who it was. It was one of like the former players on some panel. It might have been you actually talking about how one of the most important things to do in Dota, even if you don't accomplish your own objectives, force the enemy team to be unable to accomplish theirs. So just put them under a heightened state of stress.
No, that wasn't me. That sounds too smart. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. I have to, like... What do you mean not accomplish? I accomplish my objectives to feed.
That's what Dota is all about, man. Well, 7k gold lead right now for the side of Nine Pandas. Not many kills for VP. You were mentioning earlier just how slow this VP draft can be. And we're seeing it right now that they just seem to be struggling to be doing anything proactive. They've been the one responding constantly to what Nine Pandas are doing, but we haven't seen them smoke up. We haven't seen them move really beyond the river to encroach into Nine Pandas part of the map, except for that one fight we saw top that they lost horrendously anyway.
Yeah, I mean, for me, maybe the biggest issue is, like, you're putting... I'm not sure how much faith in this Viper on Squadix, because, like, if you look at the Lifestealer, he just completed his armlet. This is minute 16. He's as poor as the Viper, maybe a little bit richer. This isn't really a great game for him. He is very far away from his Radiance. On the other side, like, the cores are farming.
Antares, stop, he's dead. How did he get here? Does have, at the very least, some time spent dragging some heroes with him. So space created. That's what I'm gonna put out. Space created, unless this gank works out for them. That's why they smoke up on the side of Nine Pandas. Try reveal the blink. Mid. Noticed is getting brought down by Kiyotaka. There will be the ultimate from FNG just to hold Kiyotaka in position. And now Kiyotaka all by his lonesome. His team is too far away. The Stampede was used, but it was used offensively. So he will end up dead. I think they thought they had more time there, Liz, but a little bit too much damage coming out from VP, bringing down the Wind Ranger.
No, that was a perfect example. Mid lane Heritage, he has rage, though.
He has rage. He's getting back. Yeah, he should be fine.
Yeah, do they have the... Of course they don't. They don't have the shard on TA. It's only minute 17. What they do have is a blink now, though. Desolator, blink TA, of course Dragonlance. Like, it's a pretty good spot to be in if you're Dark Lord. You can already maybe threaten some Roche fights or something like that, because as long as you force a fight, I think you're winning it. It's all only when it comes to these like small skirmishes where you might lose. But I'm looking at Desolator plus the bugs from Weaver maxed out. I really think this is free Roche for them.
Well, it seems like they agree. They're already going into the area. They feel so confident, they don't even feel the need to take down the tier 1 first. But this should die in a very short order. TA is en route. Kiyotaka should be able to get the scouting here done. But there was an observer ward that actually saw him, so they know that this is going down.
Or maybe he's going through the portal. That's also possible, right? So you aren't 100% sure, but I feel like you're 99% sure if you're VP that this is going down.
No way to stop it. And they did the right thing, getting it during the nighttime as well. So by the normal Roshan cycle, it should spawn on their side of the map as well. Much easier to control down the stretch. So now we think about what can VP do? Where do we dodge? And are they smoking somewhere? They don't want to dodge. They actually want to try and force a little bit of an engagement. They think Nine Pandas will be spread across the map, and they want to exploit that right now.
This isn't the craziest move, and I've seen it very often. What's bad for me maybe is the fact that they aren't connected yet, but Antares is connecting. And Kiyotaka, my friend...
Yeah. He doesn't have the Aegis. He needs to be careful. Kiyotaka, you're too close. Be careful. And he wasn't careful, so Kiyotaka will end up dead. All right, the smoke move pays off for VP. Look, let's be honest, Liz. That's not the first time we've seen such deaths from Kiyotaka. That's part and parcel of having him on the team. What can you do? They're going to try and get revenge and spin back for the boy, though, because they fight Noticed on the high ground and they eviscerate him in short order. So 9 Pandas. Yes, they end up losing Kiyotaka, but they're not going to end up losing too much on the map.
I wonder what the bug is. Have you seen any bugs recently in your games?
I had a bug the one day I was playing Weaver. I bought Diffusal.
Of course you were playing Weaver.
And for some reason it wouldn't upgrade to Disperser later. I just had like a ton of cash and it just wouldn't upgrade. It was very weird.
What do you mean?
As in I would click the button, right, to buy the item. And
Did you go to the secret shop?
But it wouldn't combine. Like it wouldn't combine at all. And I was just like,
Did you unlock it?
Here.
Was it locked?
Yes, it was unlocked. Okay. It did all the things.
I believe you. I had some weird bugs lately as well. The biggest ones are probably with the control groups for me. I feel like micro players are... I don't know what iStroke has against micro players, but I feel like he's trying to eradicate us. Let's put it as kindly, because your control groups don't work anymore. Like you have to recreate them. Squadix, nosedive maybe.
I don't think his hero works anymore because it is about to die. He's gonna put some damage out before he goes down, and Alberca is actually gonna get taken to task by Kiritich. Centaur will fall for this. FNG waiting in the wings. Look at the damage from this Nether Toxin. They were just standing in it the entire time. Dark Lord almost loses his life, but fortunately for him, FNG not strong enough, but he gets sniped. Antares with the stolen power shot gets the 360 no scope to remove the Aegis from Dark Lord.
Yep, nicely done by him. Such a good game, by the way. If you're playing Rubik in a game like this one, look at his item build. Like he went Ghost into 4-staff. Of course, you can buy Ghost into 4-staff when you know that you'll always steal Sukuchi, so you're fine. You don't need to get a Blink Dagger or Aether Lance or something like that. You're always gonna be in position close enough because of Sukuchi, and you can always get away also because of Sukuchi. So that's why the hero is picked into him constantly.
Instead of the Grand Magus, the Grand Sukuchia. He's out here doing his thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Also, the time that they've had these fights has also increased the amount of time that we've had farm for Kiritich. He's closing in on getting that Radiance. Like, it's not the fastest timing in the world, but the disparity in net worth between him and TA, minute by minute, is starting to grow smaller.
Oh, by the way, he took the lower mana cost facet on Rubik. There's the other one is, I think, the AoE. Am I correct? Or is the AoE the... I think the other one is the AoE. Yeah. The other one, you get AoE on your rule. I mean, AoE is also pretty damn nice, but this game... I mean, what are you truly stealing that has AoE? You're constantly gonna have Sukuchi. So, I guess this is... I'm not sure, maybe this is always better, like the...
Bottom? Is Dark Lord dead?
Might be.
They really want to try to go for him here. Starting him up. There's going to be FNG setting it up for the crew, and he does not have any support nearby him. Will end up dead. Kiritich claims the kill, and that's going to be the completion of the Radiance as well at the same time.
Yep. I have to say, the cores on 9 Pandas are playing like there's no Treant on the map. Like they're playing like they can do these things, solo push the tier 2s, and if you look at the tier 2, look at the traps that are around it. Down bot, he felt safe, but you're not really safe. You're playing into a tree. It's gonna catch you. That was a bit off.
It must be a very frustrating experience playing against FNG on a Vision hero, just because of how good he has it. I mean, this is a case in point. Him setting up for a kill onto Solo. And Solo is actually worth a little bit of cash if he does go down. But they're not going to go for it without the ultimate, so Solo will live.
Yeah, and he also, I think, missed. He got revealed before. And there's a Gossamer escape as well on Elder Titan. So even if he hit him, I'm not sure if he entangled him. But in any case,
notices it.
Yeah.
That was quick. Nice. Nice, 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 nice.
Very nice.
Tier 1 tower push should get started now. BKB finishing for Kiyotaka. And solo. You know, this is so frustrating about Elder Titan. The fact that, why is it fair that the enemy 5 position can solo defend a tier 1 tower, dude? How does that make sense?
Why? How does it make sense that he can solo your carry? I mean, there are just heroes like that, you know, and he has his weaknesses, of course, but no, not too many. He's a big boy with a briefcase. He slaps. There isn't really a lot of things as satisfying as hitting people with ET. So
yeah, definitely the best like hitting animation in the game.
I'm a fan. I'm a big fan.
Like that sound is so nice. Gonna have a smoke up now from the Radiant side. VP boys feel strong enough to try and go make something happen on the map. They're setting up behind Kiritich. He'll probably climb inside Notice at the correct juncture.
Yeah, he's got the Radiance. He's almost, well, not almost, but he's moving towards his Manta. He has to be careful because Dark Lord does have that Shard and the BKB now. So we've got that BKB and the Silence. Like Rubik, Antares. Will he get jumped? No.
Not yet. Notice is going for the jump. Gets the Infest inside him. They roll onto the high ground. They find Solo. So they're going to try and eliminate the ET, but the Stampede makes the escape happen. Alberca keeping his crew alive. At the same time, Notice gets shackled up on the landing on the Rolling Thunder. He's going to end up dead. Whilst Darklord was soloing down FNG's tree, they need to retreat right now from VP. Antara is trying to TP out, but the Stomp will prevent that, granting a double kill for Darklord. Sayush finding vision onto this Viper, slowed down by the Templar trap, held in place by the Shackle Shot and killed off by the TA. A triple for her, a team fight for 9 Pandas, and less hope in game 1 for VP.
Yeah, 10k advantage now. The move, like, it wasn't that bad, but the Rolling Thunder needs to connect a couple of more times, not only once. Now Kiritich as well, he didn't start TPing. Yeah, he's still fine, but okay, what can change for VP? It's very simple, the way I see it, but they're very far away from it. They need the blink on Treant. Like, when you're going in with this Rolling Thunder, you need a follow-up with someone. Their biggest issue is they have absolutely no follow-up. This Pango goes in with Blink, and he's that Blink range away from all of his teammates, because no one else can go in with him. Of course, Lifestealer if infested, but it's not enough. One Stampede and they're gone, so... I don't know, FNG, I feel like he just purchased this gem. It's good, but I think he should have greeded out for a Blink.
I'm fully with you. I mean, I knew the Stampede was going to be a problem for them in terms of the initiation, but it's proven to be a much bigger deal than I thought. They really are struggling right now. And FNG, because of how hard the game has been for him, he's very, 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 very far from actually achieving that Blink Dagger. Yeah. We'll see what they do to get there. I mean, hopefully for them, they end up taking a fight around the Roshan pit, where they are going to be, they know 9 Pandas will be clumped. That might make it a little bit easier for him to actually get off that big overgrowth that he needs.
Maybe they are 10k behind. Like, this is probably the best fight that they can take, and maybe the worst fight for 9 Pandas, because you have to fight around a certain area. You can't just juke and dive and, you know, just run away, reset, because they can take rush. So maybe an opportunity that Virtus.pro could seize.
Speaking of their lack of lockdown, going back to the Vipers world, should SquadX have maybe in this game considered going for Atos instead of this pseudo carry build that he's building up to now?
In hindsight, yeah, maybe some Gleipnir on him would have worked, but Viper is one of those heroes that when you... It's not like, I don't know, you have these Elder Titan-like heroes, or even some cores like Vano, if Vano is a core. If he's played as a core, like, you can buy anything on them. Sometimes Viper needs a specific item build for him to work, and this nosedive might allow him to scale better even. I'm really not sure. I'm just trying to justify it. Mid lane.
Kiyotaka, he is just distracting them, buying space and time, opening up the map for the rest of his team to take down the Roche. And the second Aegis is in the hands of TA. And this is a very similar move they did last time. Baiting Kiyotaka middle while the rest of the team smokes after an Aegis. This time around though, he's gonna back off. He's not gonna let himself be the bait. But the rest of the team is still coming here, Liz.
Yeah, they see them with the spirit. They have it pretty much all scouted out.
Observer on the high ground, though, does give the information. Lets them stay safe, so VP will not bleed further deaths after giving up the Aegis.
I'm not sure how you take these fights. This is... I'm just gonna sit back and look at this next fight and see what their idea is on Radiant, because I feel like if you want to win it, you need the Sagarims or you need Kiritich to just be a god mode. You know, go full god mode. With,
okay. I've got a plan, bro. Hear me out. Here's what we do. So Squad X has a Hurricane Pike, right? That's his mobility item. Or rather, no, he has Nosedive and Hurricane Pike. So he four-staffs forwards the tree. Notice goes in with the Rolling Thunder. Antares blinks forward, lifts the tree with a shard telekinesis into the team, and that's how FNG will get into the fight.
Dude, this is the best plan I've ever heard in my goddamn life, Snare. Let's go.
You gotta think outside the box sometimes, man. You know, you're trapped. Gotta do something special that they won't expect.
Damn it, let's go. I'm all for it. They can kill the TA, that's something. Like, if she gets caught, they can kill her once, but then on top of that, she has BKB and cheese, so good luck with that. But it's possible. Like, you have this Viper and Radiance on Lifestealer, you know? Like, a lot of damage from them, a lot of dots as well.
I'm about to lose the tier 2 in the top lane. That's probably gonna set up for them to just have more and more real estate taken in front of their very eyes. What items are we close to for the Lifestealer? So Kiritich is going to have to really overperform to help his team out. He has the Manta with the Radiance, going for the Aghanim Scepter now. That's going to help him deal with these right-clicking cores at least.
Yeah, I did say that this hero does too much with too little. Like, of course you have this built-in BKB, so that helps, but...
So, game continuing now, as it was prior. I'm wondering where the next engagement is actually going to end up breaking out, because Kiyotaka, he is very happy to position forward now that he has the BKB encroaching on level 20 as well. Fairly strong hero.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Nice, we're back. Basically,
back.
Yeah, my bad. I stretched my legs and plugged out my monitor. That's a new one, you know, never happened before. I'm finding new ways to you know, to ruin games, ruin pubs. By the way, you asked about Kiritich earlier, what's he gonna go for and stuff. I don't know if you discussed it. He opted not to go for Aghanims in the end, he's buying MKB. So, some extra damage into the Wind Ranger as well. Yeah, I'm not sure, but Dark Lord is right now with 30 seconds on his Aegis, spamming some psionic traps around this tier 2, living armor on it, so a little bit harder to take down, but he's not afraid. As long as he has this Aegis, he's completely fine. MKB has been completed on Lifestealer, and I feel like if you're VP, you're gonna try something with it. Like, you kinda have to at this point. Another really cool thing about this game, by the way, that we haven't discussed is this guy Antares. Like, we talked about the spells that he can steal. Stealing traps is also probably one of the best feelings on Rubik. You get these traps, you plant them across the map, you get vision. It's so good.
Radiant are scanning.
Has some precious cargo with him.
Radiant are scanning.
We will scan and find out exactly where 9 pandas are sitting. There's no way they can make it. The approach angles are just all wrong.
Yeah, so we're missing Snare for a little bit here, but let's see. Noticed. The Slavic play-by-play is taking over, my friends, for Eastern European division. Let's go. Noticed, infested. There is a smoke and he goes in. The TA, not the TA, the Kiyotaka. He is being chased. Has the BKB running away. He's running and never mind, I'm gonna stop that. But anyways, he does manage to get away. He's got that BKB used, so that's a little bit of a win for VP. But then again, when you're 10k behind, you're not happy when you just force a BKB. However, you can take a fight after that because you still have a chance to perhaps go in. Now there is no Wind Ranger. You don't have Rolling Thunder though. I guess it doesn't really matter as long as you can jump her with the blink. Infest is up in 10 seconds. Radiance is off. He's trying to be sneaky. The traps are there. You can see the way they're positioning themselves, like Elder Titan behind the Ancients, Wind Ranger on the right side, TA on the top side. Like they're just breaking any attempt to be caught by that smoke. So very nicely done. And of course they have this Weaver, Seiyuj or Seiyu. He's just farming down bot and pushing in the lane, so eventually someone has to show, someone has to defend it. Can't just let this Weaver do it, so... Yep, overall, pretty good spot still for 9 pandas. I think I hear you, Snare. Yeah, of course I can. Speak up, my man! FNG?
It's one of those mornings, man. FNG, when they find themselves getting caught out here, Saish, just gonna surround him, give the kill to Kiyotaka. Let the
I think you're the problem. Like, you show up, FNG feeds instantly. What do you have against him?
It's because he's not playing Disruptor, that's why. If he was playing Disruptor, then I just make sure he stays alive no matter what.
I see. I understand. You did call for that Disruptor, so... Yeah. I can see that you can be disappointed. I can understand
That's a buyback, if needed. Notice is really thinking about it, revving up the Rolling Thunder. Dude, can they actually defend this, or do you let the Rex go?
I think they should defend it. They just can't right now because they had the Astral Spirit on them, but the question is, do you want to push the high ground that way? Because it's kind of scary. Even without the tree, he can always buy back. By the way, FNG 1900 gold. So he is getting closer to the blink.
He certainly is. There's a fight that might brew here. Man, notice does not want to actually use this ultimate unless it's absolutely necessary. Revving it up a few times, and they just zone them back from the 9 pandas lineup. Although they have lost their triangle in the process.
He knows what has happened like 3-4 times already. They brew up his ulti, he goes in, and they just escape with the Stampede, so better to wait.
Could be worse. Oh wait, no I couldn't.
Better to wait a bit. Maybe they can steal the traps again, maybe they can get some shackles. Like, overall, I don't think it's a bad position to be in. If you're VP, you can still wait out the blink. How much? 150 gold for FNG, and he's got it with that ward.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them, though, the next time a big fight breaks out, unless they do something, it'll probably be into an Aegis. The big man comes up in another 30 seconds. He will spawn on the dire side. And VP recognize this. They know that if they give away a third Aegis, there's no way they can win this game. So, time to go on an adventure.
You're definitely not giving it away. Like, you have everything that you need right now with FNG having his blink. However, they have been scanned. Like, the spirit from Elder Titan didn't connect. They dodged it very nicely. But the scan just clipped FNG, so they know where everyone is. Or where they should be, at least.
Saish waiting in the trees, able to break one smoke. Power shot will scout out Dark Lord and Alberca as well. Now it's all about who's going to try and find that initial jump. Antares waiting in the wings with the blink dagger. And FNG,
Kiyotaka, he's going in.
Kiyotaka is going in. First one to the fight. He finds FNG. They're taking away the team fight, Blizzard. There's no treant. Oh my goodness, they need to get out. Notice with Rolling Thunder drops off Kiritage, but I think this fight is over. Kiritic going onto a burger right now, but he pops his BKB, and now with the melt strikes going back onto Squadix, the TA just melts down the Viper. Kiritic stuck around a little bit longer, but only to watch himself die. They take out 3. They lose none in return, and man, they might even get a 4th one here. Antares really trying to get himself out, getting slowed up by Kiyotaka and Solo. And here they come to finish him off, to make this a 4-hero wipe, and perhaps a tier 3 tower to boot.
They even had a creep, by the way. They could have started hitting the tier 3, because that one creep followed Antares this whole way. In the end, they do have creep wave mid lane, so it doesn't really matter. But these fights are going so badly for VP. First, of course, like you mentioned, Trian dies first. He's out of position. He's the first one that falls, and off of that, your fight is pretty much done. And it's sad that you're so dependent on your position 5. You're so dependent on your position 5 to do anything in these fights at this point. I mean, 20k behind, you can't really blame it on the tree anymore. Not any longer, at least.
They did not manage to get the full set of racks through the mid lane. Got the tier 3. They'll back off to take the Roshan as well now. And yeah, Harem, it's actually really weird, right? Because FNG, prior to him getting the Blink Dagger, his positioning was really generally quite good in the fight, right? But then after the Blink, he was a little bit too far forward. Perhaps wasn't aware of exactly where their position were.
You know why that is? Because before the Blink, you have no business being up front. So when you do get the Blink, you're kind of thinking in a different way. You're preparing and pre-positioning yourself in a bit more aggressive way, and because of that, you can get caught. They didn't lose the Raxes, at least. Bot lane, Antares, Gleipnir.
Is he gonna die? Where is he?
Yep.
Definitely did. No Sakuchi to bail you out, buddy.
Yeah, they didn't take the Raxes because noticed Creep skipped mid and top after the last fight. He's the only one that survived. Now the question is, can he do something like that again? Because this should be the high ground push. Like 27k advantage, TA with an MKB on top of everything else, level 25, 5 refraction instances on her. God, this is not an easy defense.
She's level 25, Wind Ranger's about to crack 25, Centaur is 20. Whew. And Weaver is also about to hit 20 on the support Weaver. Probably getting the swarm reduction since he's playing as 4. Nonetheless though, experience is starting to become a massive problem for VP. And sadly, you know, you weren't that much of a fan of the Viper earlier on, but one of the worst parts about Viper, when you get to this stage of the game where you're this behind, what do you even do as a hero? You pretty much just become like a very fed support rather than an actual core in the game.
Yeah, the Viper is a weird one when it comes to power spikes, and I do think that he has like a possibility to scale very nicely later on, but he's more of that beefy core, not really that beefy right now.
Oh my god, Kiyotaka just runs forward at him with the focus fire, and they end up killing him off. They bring down FNG as well. Solo dropping down the ultimate to make sure that happens, and now Kiritic.
Did you see this?
Was just coming out. Okay, Kiritic. Alright, cool. Yeah. That was interesting.
I mean, workhorse broken versus lifestealer. He infests you, you workhorse the hero that has been infested, and he's doing nothing to the hero. That's something new.
They're gonna go in right now, looking for notice. He does manage to ball up, but there's still more than enough right-click damage. They need to save him. The workhorse stolen by Antares. That'll keep Noticed alive for now, enabling this Pango to still contribute to the defense. But the rest of 9 Pandas, they are not interested in anything else but buildings right now. Tier 4 towers will fall. Exposed Ancient. And with 30 seconds to go without a Viper, 5v3, I think they might be able to put a lot of damage onto the Ancient. Notice, he's on the back end of the fight, right behind everybody. But he's getting good. Chain disabled. Right click down. Does have buyback, but it might be too late by the time he returns. Kiritic infested inside Kiyotaka, hoping to be able to do something here in this fight. But he pops out having accomplished nothing. The right click's going on to the Ancient. They pop the last fortification, but they know it is pointless. The glyph will end, as well as the game. GG, well played is called. And 9 Pandas secure themselves game 1 with a very elusive draft here, Lizzie.
Honestly, nicely drafted, but even nicely played. Like the way they executed this was on point. Nice rotations by the Weaver, Kiyotaka being maybe a little bit too eager to fight at times, a little bit too crazy here and there, pressuring the towers, sometimes even TA. But that was in total maybe 2 or 3 times. Everything was flawless from Virtus.pro. Like, I was talking about their catch, and I was saying, like, in the drafting stage that they have enough of it, but the itemization was a bit off, and there was no follow-up by FNG or Rubik or the Viper once the Pango initiated. Stampede pretty much looked like it solved every issue 9Pandas had.
Yeah, that Stampede was like a real game changer for both of these squads here in this game. Just made life completely impossible for the side of VP. I was kind of worried about their ability in general to be able to get forward and make things happen with all these elusive heroes on 9Pandas, but it turned out to be much more difficult than I thought. And sadly, we're seeing it more and more in these games, and you mentioned it in the draft, when you have not just a slow safe laner like the Lifestealer, but your mid laner is slow as well. It just felt like the tempo of the VP game was just off. Like, they couldn't necessarily, there was no time it felt like, okay guys, we are strong, we can go and do something on the map. Almost always it's them responding rather than approaching the game proactively. So, now, with this particular matchup having been concluded, Game 1, what do you think is the big lesson that they need to learn right now for VP? What do they need to change first and foremost going into the next one?
Honestly, I don't think their draft was that bad, but I would like to have one core with some mobility, something flashy from the 1 or the 2 to follow up the Pango if you're picking the Pango on the offlane. Like, if you're having this Pango, and then you're having these 2 cores that are slowpokes, like, they literally can't follow up the pace that he's setting up. Imagine if you have like a Void Spirit or an Ember Spirit mid. Like, Pango goes in, and then on top of that you have Searing Chains at least. You have someone that's going in. Even if there's Stampede, you can Searing Chains, and then that buys enough time for Antares to follow up, to lift, to... The problem was that this game was... It seemed very unplayable for them in that mid game. Like, their whole idea was, we're gonna jump one target and we're gonna blow it up before Stampede comes out, but like, it's not gonna happen if one Rolling Thunder is all you get. Kiyotaka, yeah, definitely deserved MVP here, or the standout player of the game.
Played very, very well, put a lot of pressure onto the mid lane, was always playing inside their triangle, always putting a little bit of thoughts in the head of danger into the enemy lineup. I think one of the things he did as well, which really impressed me, that last fight, where he's the one that made the call that, guys, we're actually that much stronger than them. What are they supposed to do? We have 2 BKBs on us right now. Let's just go in. And then he finds FNG first. Literally a game-winning move rather, from Kiyotaka. So shout out to him for getting the MVP in this game. Going back to the drawing board, VP though, this is FNG, man. FNG's been in this situation many times in his life, losing a game 1 off of draft and then having to reconfigure ideas for game 2 and 3. So I have almost no doubt that we'll see him being able to make the necessary adjustments for his squad.
Yeah, I'm sure. First and foremost, maybe no more 3-ent. I'm just kidding. You can go for 3-ent, but like, I would make the adjustments on the mid lane, or maybe switch up the Pangolier. I don't think that Viper is a problem. I don't think that Pango is a problem. I don't think that Lifestealer is a problem. It's the way they played it altogether. If you're going for this, maybe even a different position 4 or a 5, some clockwork, something else that goes in together with them.
That makes complete sense to me. We'll see if FNG will take these suggestions on board as we head into a quick break. But when we return, Game 2 of Virtus.pro versus 9Pandas in the TI13 qualifiers.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Eastern European qualifiers as we continue our road to the international. And right now, we are looking into Game 2 between Virtus.pro and Nine Pandas, where Nine Pandas did pull a little bit of an upset in the first game. However, it is still a full best of 3, so VP can strike back. Big Liz, what do you think here? You know, FNG is a guy, he is a lad, he's a boy. Do you think he has what it takes draft-wise? Like, let's forget execution, just on draft, on paper, can he make the upset against Solo happen again?
For sure, 100%. Like FNG overall versus Solo, that's a age-old battle of the Eastern European captains. You know, like FNG, Solo, Puppy. These FNG is kind of a he's not the newest era, but he is a newish era of well, not really anymore, but he's younger than Solo and Puppy. He's not a dinosaur, you know. He's not in Pleistocene. He's in the era after it. But definitely, he's very experienced. He's got what it takes to take down Solo and the boys. And these two teams are very evenly matched. I feel like if draft is a little bit different, there is a lot of chances for VP to go game 3. One thing that I'm worried about is that in game 1, Nine Pandas, I feel like they really read the patch nicely, and the heroes that they picked and the heroes that were given to them are the top tier patches that top tier heroes of the patch that are being played constantly. So I'm just worried in that way for VP if they let the same team go through, but of course they're not gonna. You can see some bans. There's a what is there? There's you have the Spirit Breaker on one side when it comes to the bans, like your SF. On the other side, the Dragon Knight, the TA. So Nine Pandas, they didn't have the first phase pick, so they banned out the TA. Makes sense. All good. That's the hero that these two teams value the most, it looks like.
Yeah, TI I expect to be highly valued. I imagine VP would not be remiss from banning the Undying again, given that you are playing against Solo. I do like that they go for the Spirit Breaker for 2 reasons, right? I just think the hero is actually in a pretty decent place right now, Spirit Breaker. But I think overall, from the games I've seen in other regions, that the contemporary meta works best when you're the team that can firstly make things happen, but make them happen very quickly early on in the game. And VP definitely have that in their back pocket with the Spirit Breaker, just charging across the map. creating the overloads, because I also saw in game one of the issues that they had is their speed of response relative to 9 Pandas was just way slower. You're not going to have that problem that much now that you have the Spirit Breaker involved. So I really like this as an opener, and I like Dark Willow as one of the responses to Spirit Breaker. The hero is busted overall, but it just fits so many drafts in the meta and helps to break some of these hyper aggressive lineups that could come from the enemy.
Dude, look at them behind FNG, by the way. That's I don't know. It's like FNG is this mastermind, and there are like these anime 14, 15-year-old kids. They're just like, please, master, pick something good for me.
He's learning from Puppy, man. That's what you gotta be. You gotta be the big boy in the room.
Yeah, the bigger boy is the one walking around. That's G. Like FNG and G, they have a lot of history together. They played in Virtus.pro together even, you know, and then they coached one another in recent years, and G right now entering the fray as the coach of Virtus.pro. Meanwhile, on 9 Pandas, I just realized maybe 2-3 weeks ago, they did get a new coach. The coach that coached Entity, Metrim joined them. A guy I had the pleasure of playing with a long time ago in a team, so you can see that he's adding some new stuff to 9 Pandas, giving them some fresh new ideas as well. Speaking of the draft, like you already mentioned, Spirit Breaker and Dark Willow and how they interact, I feel like it's really good for Dark Willow to be able to bramble him and stuff. You know, it's not really an easy matchup for Spirit Breaker, but Spirit Breaker looks insane at the moment. Like that facet where he retains a portion of the charge movement speed after the charge is already done. He just blasts through you. It's really dumb. I don't know how else to call it. It's really damn dumb. Like he charges you, hits you, and then he just gets away. You can't chase him. Yeah. It's not like before. He charges in, and then you can maybe react, get him. So basically what you need to do is you need to buy some Yules, and Dark Willow is definitely one of those heroes.
Yeah. Certain Yules buyer. Like what they did with this Weaver CM. So Weaver CM, they already know what the offlaner is going to be in the form of the Darkseer. Between these two heroes, Weaver will farm 100% freely. There's no harass that he has to be worried about from the Darkseer. So Dark Willow's going to have to work overtime to put pressure on that side of the map. Weaver, Ember Spirit, I like the Ember. You know, roots are always good. This is also one of those heroes I love in tandem with Dark Willow, because you get the Bedlam on top of you. And then, like, poor Crystal Maiden, bro. At some point, she's going to get jumped on. Remnant Ember with Flame God and a Bedlam. There's just no way she survives that.
Yeah, I'm seeing more Ember in the last couple of days as well. I feel like this is also a hero that's on the rise. I mentioned him in the last game. The team might have been a good pick for VP. Instead, it's 9 Pandas that snatch it. The innate having that Flame Guard around you constantly feels good. You get some Darkseer Iron Shell, like you said, Bedlam. Bye-bye Crystal Maiden, and also he's good versus Weaver, like one of those heroes that can chase him throughout the game, and you have Sleight of Fist to dodge charge, or even chains, so not too bad. They get the Treant Darkseer. This is like the biggest cookie cutter combo. If you're playing it in the same lane, you're probably not laning together, but you know, put Iron Shell on this big tree boy and just, you know, run through the trees, hit people. Always feels nice.
It's actually a crazy wombo combo on 9 Pandas, right? Vacuum into like a big terrorize, overgrowth, Bedlam everywhere, massive Sleight of Fists. It's going to be fun to watch. The question is, can they execute it reliably? But if they can, it does feel like they have the tools necessary to reliably get kills in these fights.
Yeah, it's a nice combo. It's not like your big Vombo of damage, but I feel like Darkseer is in a such position at the moment that he doesn't even need any big follow-up damage in that combo. Like Vacuum Wall, and he's doing things on his own. Maybe he has got an Aghanims to hit you a couple of times as well. So overall, Darkseer will bring his damage, and it's good enough. He just needs a bit more control. Treant brings that. Treant honestly brings a lot of control into Pango as well, so Pango is a pick for VP. I feel like they're just very stubborn with Pango. I do think that the hero is strong at the moment. This Echo Saber build looks good, but he didn't impress in the last game. This time around, he does have heroes that go in with him. So that's nice. Like you have this Weaver, you have the Spirit Breaker. They don't even need to build blinks or anything like that. They're just naturally very fast.
Yeah, definitely like he's not going to be as isolated on an island this go around. Still need to see, well, it's still potentially could be Squad X playing the Pango, but it's a little bit unlikely. Notice probably has a lock on that particular hero, which also presumably explains the troll ban as well. Not a fun time for Pango to be in the laning phase against that hero. For 9Pandas, what do you think is missing in the safe lane here? What does Dark Lord need to do? Need a hero that, I mean, some lockdown would be nice, but the rest of the team already has it. I think they just need like big damage, right? In as quick a time interval as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing into Weaver. For me, it's something like a Chaos Knight again. I feel like the hero is strong, looks solid versus him. You know, these kind of guys that don't really care about Weaver. Some illusion-based heroes are always nice. Like you said, a lot of damage as well is solid. What did they band out? They banned out Ursa, and you mentioned the Troll. And that's like this insta-lockdown, you know, hero that can jump you and just constantly keep you controlled. I think that's most likely your safest bet. If you want to go wild and crazy, something like a Bloodseeker looks insane, you know? Like it looks like a really good Bloodseeker game, but like you're one game up, I guess you can play around a bit. Go for that. Like it's a really good game for him. Even all the combos with the Dark Willow, with the Darkseer, with the Ember, with the Treant, they're all good with Bloodseeker, and then you're playing into Weaver and Pango and Spirit Breaker. Yeah. Like your Rupture has, like whoever you cast it on, it's gonna do something. You know, just don't cast it on Crystal Maiden and you're fine.
I mean, high key, the other day I played a Bloodseeker into Weaver, and the game did not seem as hard as I thought it would be. I like that idea. And you also get Bloodright to silence the CM during your ultimate. Yo, that's a fire idea. I like this. 9Pandas, solo, bro. I hope you're watching the broadcast. Please, reach into the mind of Lizard, bring us that Bloodseeker, make the game as exciting as possible. And it's also one of those heroes that can carry some of the stuff, like the Darkseer Iron Shell, as well as the Dark Willow Bedlam, very, very well into the middle of the team fight. And it gets even stronger once you get Blood Mist. Pretty much becomes impossible to kill at that point in this particular kind of game.
Yeah, I feel like if you're what do I want to say? If you're a Dota player and you have 2 brain cells, Bloodseeker is probably, you know, like in one of those is dancing around in Bloodright. They definitely see it as a possible pick. The only trick is, do they see something better? Do they see something that's a bit more stock standard, and do they have different ideas about how Virtus.pro are supposed to play? So maybe because of that they don't get it. Maybe they get something different. But when it comes to VP, I haven't really. Sorry, I went off tangent. But what do they need? They probably. I think they need a mid. Like you still pick the Pango on off, and you pick something better into Ember.
Okay, so there's no DK into the Ember. How about Huskar? That would be fun. They get Slaughter. I mean, Slaughter can go mid, right? Yeah. So this is nice because Slaughter, Pango can mix up. Slaughter does very well into the Ember in the mid lane. This also limits the available pool of heroes you want to put into the safe lane for Dark Lord, because now you have to make sure that it's a hero that, because if a hero matches up badly against Slaughter, it might do well against Pango, but then, you know, or vice versa. I really like what they've done here with this last pick.
Yeah, they put the Spirit Breaker on 4, Weaver safe lane with Crystal Maiden, Pango most likely off lane, and then Slaughter are on the mid lane. Pango Spirit Breaker doesn't strike me as the strongest lane. But okay, and you want the damage, you ask for it, and you get some damage. Like, they're gonna have Gyro to round things out for 9Pandas. It's a good Gyro game. Maybe not my favorite hero that they could have drafted, but it's still pretty damn solid considering how strong their team fight is. You know, like, this is just a really damn strong team fighting team. One thing that I'm worried about for 9Pandas is, like, Virtus.pro really have a chance to completely avenge themselves for how they played in the game 1 and what was done to them. Because this team slaps if they get a good start. Like, and they should get a good start.
To me, one of the scary things about this VP draft as well is that this draft has no breaks, fam. I'm looking at all of these heroes. Where are the cooldowns? Everything is just on and available pretty much at all times. Just go, 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 go. And in the event that you do lose a big team fight to 9Pandas, because they do have, like you said, this nice AoE combination, cool. then you know that wall is down. We know overgrowth is down. Time for us then to re-engage once we respawn on the map. So I really like I'm with you on this one. The tempo that VP can set in this one should be what gives them the W if they do get over the finish line.
Yeah, I completely think the same, and let's see what they do on Nine Pandas to alleviate that problem. You know, like how do they maybe switch up the lanes, or how do they play the game fast enough? Because I don't think you can play the game that fast. I think you just rely on some nice, good mech from Darkseer, and you play around the Ember Darkseer. I feel like they have a lot of potential early on as well, the two of them. But you have to outplay, because they will bring you the numbers on the side of VP.
Let's see if they've got what it takes to get that outplay going as we enter into the second and possibly final game of this best of 3 series. VP, they want the run back, but Nine Pandas, they want the easy road through. And if you're Nine Pandas, dude, this must feel so good. If you win this series, you were probably coming into this one being like, VP and Navi are a big competition. Well, one of them will already be gone. You guaranteed will not play them again in the upper bracket. Makes your life so much easier down the stretch.
Yep, same for both of these teams, whoever wins. But of course, for Nine Pandas, they only need one win remaining in the series to have that secured for them.
Wait, isn't one win only playing tomorrow, bro?
God damn it, Snare. I'm done. Get me out. Oh, by the way, the facet on Darkseer is Heart of the Battle. Darkseer moves faster when near other heroes. That's what he went for. What did I take? I took the attack speed, the facet, when I played. It doesn't feel that great, to be honest. I think this movement speed...
It can. You have to do like Ulu. Ulu took the attack speed talent, but he played it safely. Yeah.
I know. I still don't like it. I feel like this talent. I feel like this talent makes a lot of sense on Darkseer, because you pop that Iron Shell and you want to run after people, and you get this movement speed if you're near people. So it does, does make sense.
Yeah. Getting the game started now. Mid lane, Squadix is actually going to be there playing the Bangolia. I'm kind of surprised that they decided to make that change. I feel like Slaughter would have been crushing the Ember overall, whereas this matchup feels a little bit more even. What do you think the rationale was to make the swatchable?
I wouldn't say it's that even. I feel like in the past, at least, Ember does really well here. So we'll see if something has changed. Ember should be doing quite all right. What is the rationale? I think they just didn't like the Pango in game 1 on offlane, so they switched it up back mid. Squadix was like, okay, bro, you showed what you can do, it's my time now.
For now, Squadix is doing okay in the CS department. We'll check in on him a little bit later. Down bottom, speaking of the other hero that they could have considered to roll middle in terms of the Slaughter, he's playing with the Spirit Breaker. So the two of them, once we hit level 2, level 3, we definitely need to try get some kills out of these heroes, right?
On who? Slaughter or Spirit Breaker?
No, I'm saying the two of them should try like dive forward and make something happen.
Yeah, I think so. I think honestly there's a lot of kill potential on both sides down bot. Like Solo can get some kills with the gyro. There's a lot of damage between the two of them. Top lane, Nine Pandas are gonna lose the first blood at least. Yeah.
Bro, Weaver level 2. This hero is something else. It is something else. Bug, Sakuchi, plus you still have the Geminate double hit. Easy first blood. Nicely done. But so far, top lane, this Darkseer, definitely not going to have... we're not going to be seeing him and Sayush get as many kills as what they did in game 1. It's more just about getting yourself into the mid game at decent levels and decent form. Not really trying to upset the card too much.
Charge? Is this just for the rune? Or is it... Yeah, it's just for the rune.
Just the rune, yeah.
Secures it, takes it, goes back bot. Feels good. Slardar, I mean, he's got 9 CS. It's not that bad for him, but Gyro is completely free farming. This is a switch up that was maybe a bit out there, like you asked about it, the Pango and Slardar, because I feel like both of them suffer the same, but Pango crushes mid more. Sorry, Slardar crushes mid more, so thinking if you're not gonna crush Gyro, why switch up? Like, but maybe Starzar doesn't do as well as he did before, so maybe there is some thing that I am unaware of in this patch, in this particular matchup at least.
Fortunately, right now, Kiyotaka, or at least for VP, SquadX is actually doing quite well against Kiyotaka. So we'll see how things go as more levels start to accrue. Top lane, Kiritich. What are we building here? Just regular Falcon Blade Maelstrom. I don't think we'll have any big surprises from the Weaver. They might get the kill though onto the Darks here. Alberca forced to pop the magic stick. And then Kiritich definitely doesn't want to stick around and get killed by Dark Willow, so will instead just back off.
Yeah, that's the classic level 3 Darkseer initiation, right? Like you get level 3 on him, the level 2 Iron Shell, you instantly try and go for a kill.
Oh, they actually might try to go for a kill here onto FNG. Solo has made the trip through the top side of the map. Well, it is Solo. We should have expected this. Solo taking a twin gate pre 5 minutes. Where have I seen this movie before?
I mean, he completely zoned out bot, so he didn't have much to do down bottom because the lane is pushing anyway. He just goes top. It does make sense. And you do have this double Iron Shell now. Maybe he's gonna go again. He didn't move back, and see him just TP'd in. Spirit Breaker is around as well.
Let's see, they're gonna go onto FNG now, throwing in the Blood Grenade, and here comes Solo. He's getting charged though, but he has already thrown out the Nature's Grasp. There's gonna be a vacuum to interrupt the Antares charge. He cannot catch up to Solo, and now it's gonna be costing them all of their lives. A double kill so far for Alberca. Kiritich, he's at least gonna be able to skirt his way to safety. But nonetheless, 9 Pandas, they were able to make the move. Even though VP was prepared, 9 Pandas just outplayed them.
Yeah, 9 Pandas are playing the lanes just better. Like in game 1, they played the lanes better. In game 2, they're playing them again better. And, yeah, like, are they losing any lane? Okay, Pango mid is doing damn well against the Ember. He's doing really damn well.
Actually.
Like, 30 lasted, 10 denies. This... I am like generally this lane was easier for Ember, wasn't it?
That's what I remember, but turns out SquadX has got the update, knows what's up, playing this a lot better. And they've drawn Solo to the mid lane as well, just to give Kiyotaka some assistance.
I mean, the hero did change, and he does have the double shield crash, right, on SquadX. Double jump. Solo.
Solo's dead. Getting charged into right now. Gonna get right click down, he will lose his life. Dude, SquadX, oh my gosh, that was so close. He would have given up so much advantage. He's actually gonna almost die, SquadX! 28 HP! No, the hit though! Saish with the Dream Realm coming back from the shadows, gets the kill. That is a pretty big deal to happen in this mid lane.
What gave him vision all of the way over there? I didn't see it. Was there a war?
I think he was still in range on the high ground with this Cardi that was up here, giving a little bit of the vision on the corner.
Yeah. Oh, super unfortunate for the Pango, but it's his fault. I'm not gonna say it's unfortunate. it is what it is, man. You walked into Bramble and then you stayed in vision. Bot lane though, insta response on the Dark Lord.
Yep. Oh no! SquadX missed the swashbuckle. Dark Lord is still alive. They get the Rolling Thunder out. They should be able to kill him off nonetheless. Whew. But still, that, you know, those kind of things, it's not fun when they happen. You start to get very stressful about your prospect of execution in the later game.
No, I can hear you're stressed. I don't know if he's as stressed as you are. You definitely are. He was dead no matter what. Like, you missed that swashbuckle, he still dies. But like you said, you're not that happy. Because you just died mid, and then you missed the swashbuckle, you're feeling like, oh my god. It's like when you miss stuff with Pudge, you know? Suddenly, you're sweating a bit. This Ember is on you.
One of the things as well is because he missed the swashbuckle, he had to commit the Rolling Thunder. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like he'll be punished for it, though. Should be A-okay in the long term.
Yep.
Top Alberca, though, might not be in that good of a position as FNG. He dies first, though, so Kiritich doesn't have enough in the tank to really threaten the Darkseer.
Nah, he's fine. This Darkseer is also having a good time on top lane. So, Darkseer having a good game. Gyro, honestly, having also a good game. Ember, the laning stage itself might not have been the best, but he did get a couple of kills in the last 2 minutes, so can't really can't really be too sad. Like overall, all cores on both sides have gotten out of the laning stage unscathed. Like they have a lot. Squadix
taking quite a lot of damage just from a couple of spells here. He might need to think very carefully about his positioning here. There will be a charge. They're going on to Alberca because Weaver, Kiritich, and FNG, they want to find this kill. I think they should be able to succeed in this endeavor. Wall gets dropped, and he knows he's get vacuumed to cancel a charge, so Antares does not keep up the chase.
I feel like even if he doesn't vacuum Squadix...
Squadix? Wasn't he supposed to back after his team left the middle?
He was. He was maybe supposed to, but he didn't do it.
Uh-oh. This is definitely problematic. Pretty big death to give up there, Squadix. And now a lot of the advantage that he gained in the mid lane over Kiyotaka, it's been eroded, Lizard. They are now actually not just equivalent, but Ember Spirit is ahead of him.
Yeah, Ember and Darkseer, this is it. Like, this is what we talked about. Alberca, how far is he from the mech? Just needs the recipe. Like, I feel like you get this mech on Darkseer and you just start playing the map. You go for tier 1 top, then you go for tier 1 mid. First, FNG.
For FNG. Yeah. He actually might not die here. Kiyotaka is the one that's being charged into. Does he have a defensive remnant? I don't see one, but I think he has one on the tooltip, so he should be fine. Yeah. So should be able to get himself out of this one. Slight remnant out, he's cool.
Yeah, he doesn't manage to find the rune. I feel like... Right? Oh, the rune wasn't there anyway. It was just Squadix waiting for him. Never mind. The rune will be there in 10 seconds, so has a little bit of time to... Let's see what he goes. He goes base. Okay. Has a remnant, right? So he can move back in. Maybe fight the top rune.
Let's see. They're thinking about it. Sayish throws out the brambles. Rune spawns bottom. Squadix gonna get himself rooted up anyway. Kiyotaka happy to poke. And it looks like Notice is gonna be the one to confirm the regen rune bottom for Squadix. Kiyotaka is still thinking about putting out some harass here, but not gonna be able to do it. He's gonna remnant up and down. He should be fine.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt from him to maybe go on the remnant and snatch the rune, but he was stunned. Like, I can see what he was trying to do, but yeah, it just wasn't possible because of the Slardar. Nice little rotation by Noticed. He was farming the hard camp here, farmed it up, secured the rune, helped out his mid lane a bit.
So both of us were expecting from the draft itself that VP were going to be able to play at a much higher pace and tempo. Are they ready? When will they be ready to try and start doing that? What's still missing?
Not yet. What's missing is, I think you're leading me on a very obvious answer, is the blink on this Lardar. Like, you need that, and then the game becomes a bit easier to play. Of course, you can play with the Pango, like Pango Spirit Breaker, and that's what they have attempted, but these moves didn't really connect that well for them. Mid lane.
I'm gonna try and connect onto Antares here. Kiyotaka's on him, and there's that Bedlam combo with the Ember Spirit. They will be able to kill him off with the Sleight of Fist. And we see Solo dropping down the Overgrowth just as a route of escape. He might not be able to escape himself, though. At the same time, Kiyotaka thinking about jumping back in for FNG. So is Sayish. But now Kiyotaka walking underneath the tier 1 tower. Needs to terrorize to bail him out. He misses the slide. FNG will live. And now he gets back with the Frostbite. And Squadix finds the shield crash to get the double. FNG, what a turnaround from the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, this was after being bullied the first game for so many times. This Frostbite is just insane. It was insane in the last patch. It's still good versus these Spirit Heroes. So, you know, it's pretty solid. Like, you get it. It's a very long route. And the Ember Spirit can't really get away. But then again, Ember Spirit, if he connected with his Sleight of Fist, he wouldn't have died. So it's on him, kind of.
Definitely. Well, he's going to try to get something maybe bottom because they're making a smoke move from the side of VP. Unbeknownst to them, Ember has shown up. Maybe leading on to Noticed. They're going for the full wrap here, but they've missed their window a little bit here, Liz. Now in comes 9 Pandas, looking towards Noticed. His allies might leave him through the Twin Gate. If he shows here, he could be in a world of trouble. But they don't know where the allies are, so they don't want to make the jump just yet. Sleight of Fist scouts out Squadix in the south. But I don't think this engagement's actually going to happen.
Like, right now, these two offlaners, it's an offlane diff. So you can't really take that fight because there's a Darkseer with a mech and you don't see him. And if you go and he just runs in vacuum wall and saves the gyro with the mech, you're probably dead. But they're going top.
Okay, they actually came all of them through the twin gate. Kiricic does have the ultimate though. Time-lapse moves himself to the west. He should be okay. And they'll use the opportunity, I imagine, to finish off this tier 1 tower in the top lane.
Yeah, just a trade. Kiricic goes bot, they go top. The question is, will they actually rotate down bot through the twin gate again? Probably not.
Kiyotaka's here already.
They will, though.
They already threw out the glyph, actually, getting a lot of damage onto Notice. Our Slaughter's in danger right now. Bedlam comes out, and that's going to kill him off. We will have a freezing field from FNG, but not nearly enough damage to really threaten these Radiant heroes. He's going to end up dead himself, granting a double kill to the Ember Spirit. So it's not a trade, Lizard. They get the tier 1, they save their own, and they get 2 kills to boot.
Mid lane.
Mid lane, they lose 1. Squadix, though, he's not going to escape from the squad free, will he? Kiyotaka has 1 more remnant at the ready. Squadix shield crash doesn't get him up the hill, but Rolling Thunder does come back online. And that will enable him to roll himself to safety.
He's got double damage and he's got Iron Shell. Like, this man can just go in. Squadix?
Squadix, no! Squadix! Go home! You should have went home, my friend. Oh, no. Will he survive this, though? He does. Kiyotaka gets scared off by the TP of FNG after what happened last time. So he's like, you know what, bro, you're allowed to live today.
Yeah, he's fine. The Frostbite is too strong, and also, like, he couldn't continue chasing him without remnants. Goes back. That double damage is still pretty solid on Kiyotaka. He can maybe farm the hard camp a little bit. He's got a nice little stack there, but honestly, like, looking at these 2 games, I don't know if VP slept well, but they are looking very sleepy in the laning stage. Like, 9 Pandas are looking like they have 500, maybe 1,000 MMR more on average. Just, you know, just from these small skirmishes and movements and how they're playing the map. Then again, it is the nature of the Darkseer Ember combo. It's much easier for them to move on the map.
And also, while they've been making these movements, anytime that VP has been putting pressure on a tower, especially bottom, they have Treant Protector, just been constantly healing it up, denying VP of map space. And they eventually get the tier 1, but it cost them their own tier 1 in the mid lane to accomplish this.
2 tier 1s for 1. Greaves now completed on Darkseer.
Oh, top! Blink Dagger revealed. They're going on to solo, and Notice will get him. Alright, that's what you were saying. Blink allows them to play fast, and they do it immediately as the item is available.
Yeah, not really the best kill, unfortunately. But it is a kill, and you're gonna take it. Now you have that Blink Dagger revealed, and everyone on 9 Pandas should be a bit more careful. Should be, I'm saying, at least.
Squadix is still playing pretty far up, but then here comes Notice again! They baited the Ember Spirit. He didn't know he was being charged through by Antares. Very nicely done, and Notice wants to keep the chase going. 5 seconds until the Blink is online. The Surge will be there, though. So Alberca gets to a safe place before he can get caught up to.
Yep. Gotta be careful. Like, they have this Blink now, and I know you're an Ember, you have Sleight of Fist, you have Remnants and everything, but Spirit Breaker, in this day and age, it's very difficult to react. Nice wall.
Oh, nice back wall on the 2 in the mid lane with the Bedlam on top of it. They get eviscerated. FNG will drop the freezing field to enable Kiricic to escape, but he knows his own life is forfeit. And that's another 3 deaths. Despite the very cool kill onto Ember middle, they yet again fail to capitalize it on the map.
This looks just... I'm not sure what's going on in VP camp, but this is looking way too simple for 9 Pandas. They need to have one of those talks, you know, because this tier 1 defense and how they defended it was just... I don't know. It's too easy. It's too simple. Everyone is showing, you're just jumping them, there's no response. One simple vacuum ball and that's it.
So right now, Solo is doing the LeBron beam. That's too easy. Come on, man. Do something.
Pretty much right now, at least. Because like they could have positioned a bit differently. Maybe if the Pango is a bit further away, he can roll in, break things up at least a little bit. Like if, let's say if Kiricic is caught, if he's the only one hitting, he probably doesn't die. He's got, well, maybe he dies if he gets brambled a couple of times, but he's the hardest one to kill. He's got time lapse. They don't really have stuns. Like this should be on paper a free Weaver game, so maybe he should be the one freely hitting the towers as well.
Right now he's a little bit afraid to approach towers. He's with his team inside their jungle, just hitting creeps as much as possible, finishing the Gleipnir, and then presumably building into BKB. What do we need right now from the side of Nine Pandas? Yes, I know you mentioned that the game is somewhat easy for them at the moment, but obviously they still want to play aggressively on the other side of the map. What's missing from their complement before they can go forward again?
I think you're just waiting for cooldowns, and that's it. Like, once your cooldowns are up, you can go. When it comes to the heroes, if you click on them, answers will be given to you. Like, your Darkseer is waiting for Crimson Guard, which isn't really that far away, and you don't have to click on Jarrod to understand that he's gonna buy BKB eventually. Bot lane, FNG.
FNG wishes he had BKB right now. Sadly, that is just a pipe dream. Ends up dead at the hands of Kiyotaka.
You know what? As I was saying this about the BKB, he switches it up, and it's okay. Like, SNY, Satanic kind of a build as well works pretty damn good on Dark Lord. There's still a lot of stuns that go through BKB, so I can understand that. Smoke mid.
No, I don't think they want Antares. They would prefer some bigger prey, and they found an observer over top that slightly scouted Kiritich, so they know he's in the area. The question is, will they go catch him? No, they will not, because they happen upon Squad X instead. And looks like his life is going to be the one that is forfeit. No way out for this one.
Like, he vacuumed him from one bramble maze into another.
Yep.
And that was really nice. I really like that. That's these small little things.
You like that? No, I don't like that, dude. Now people are going to do it in my games, dude. I'm going to die so much. You remember I spam Weaver? That sucks for me.
I love it. I love it. I love when Dark Willow gets... You know, she's very annoying to a lot of people, so I love to see her owning.
Mireska has arrived. Bit too strong of a hero. Still though, despite how bad things are looking on the map, and they're not looking great, they still have some degree of map control, and they haven't fallen completely off the map in terms of their farm progression. So the items that they need will eventually emerge if the state of the game doesn't change. And it looks like Nine Pandas are aware of this, and they're starting to play a bit more aggressively to make sure that this game state changes now rather than later.
I feel like the difference here is the scaling on both sides. Like, who's got... like in the last game, you could see a clear advantage for Nine Pandas when it comes to scaling. This time around, I would say it's still Nine Pandas favored, but the margins are very slim. Like, it's nowhere nearly as favored as in that last game. So Nine Pandas, they do have to play the game a bit more carefully as well as faster.
Also, high key, bro, I am not trying to play against Spirit Breaker, Weaver, Pango in the late game.
And the Slardar as well to buff up all that damage.
Miss me with that, dude. I don't want to do that. Just like in the first game, though, Nine Pandas will claim the inaugural Roshan. And yet again, they take it on their side of the map, so it should be here next time as well on the respawn. And there's still so much real estate for them to take. They can take a tier 1 bottom, there's a triangle to take over, they can re-push top, get some wisdoms. Feels like they want to do something, but man, you know, sometimes players get greedy. There's so much nice, juicy real estate on the map that they might not actually want to go for fights just yet.
Like, just looking at both, I'm going through all the items, and I'm not seeing anything super strange when it comes to like taking these fights. Like, you're talking about these two teams duking it out right now. I feel like you'd be happier if you're Nine Pandas. VP on the other side, like, there's still a couple of things that you can hope and wish for. Like, first, you have the shard on the Slardar that he is willing to buy even on his own. I think this shard is amazing, so it makes sense to get it. Kiritich, Gleipnir giving you a bit extra catch. I don't think you lack too much catch, but it will be helpful and it buffs you up a bit. Your classic Weaver item, of course. And the Aghanims on the Pangolier. Same build like he did in the last game. Well, he noticed that last game he went for the Echo at top.
Speaking of noticed, thankfully for him, he just picked up the Aghanim shot, so he's not going to lose gold here, but still going to end up dead, it looks like. Still alive for now, though. Taking this fight, he'll get up the wand. He's not dead just yet, but the terrorize from Sayush makes sure that all the reinforcements that come in immediately get zoned back. They kill off FNG. Noticed is gone as well, and Squadix gets caught out by Solo with the ultimate, but Squadix does have a Rolling Thunder, should be able to get himself out of here.
No TP though.
Is he out? No, Sayush is here. Sayush sees him. Do they have the angle to catch him is the question. And it seems their answer is no. He gets himself to the river, swashbuckle in a moment, and he's okay.
By the way, did you see when he was using, like, am I crazy? Like, when he was using Rolling Thunder, when he used the double shield crash, there was like a little tornado underneath him. Is that usually? No, he usually just jumps, right?
You don't need just jumps, yeah.
I literally...
That is true.
Yules was not used on him. Dark Willow has her. Maybe Ember used it, I'm not sure. I don't think he did, but of course, right now when you use it on a Magic Immune or whatever target, the animation still shows, but nothing happens. But it just looked funny because he jumped and then it looked like he was used in the Rolling Thunder, but he wasn't.
You're just doing a double jump, you know, getting some video game logic out of here for us. They've lost their tier 2 tower in the top lane now. Dark Lord chilling with an Aegis, the Aghanim Scepter, SNY, Chrysalis, as well as the Reaver coming for his Satanic, and now they're gonna just go on to Notice. Heads up! No way he survives this one. He will try, but his attempt will all be for naught. Not only does he die, but Dark Lord is so strong that just his flak hits end up killing off FNG on the far side of the fight.
Yeah, this is still 2 minutes, by the way, on the Aegis. Antar is at least trying to creep skip up top, if you check it out, like we were doing the same thing mid. But this is the second game in a row in which they're resorting to creep skips to just stay alive 25 minutes in. And the Raxes will fall anyway. This time around, they're fast enough. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Dude, like,
their axe removed.
They're just playing better. It's I know it's like just play better lol, you know, but they are playing better. It's like Nine Pandas, all of their moves are connecting, the way they're moving across the map is better. Squadix.
I think the big thing for me that is a great indicator of the fact that they're playing better is they're more reliably playing around their vision. It just feels like VP, a lot of their engagements, even the ones that they've looked for, we've seen them smoke, find nothing, or they'll see like 1 or 2 heroes decide to make a jump, but not enough information on the rest of the squad. Nine Pandas don't seem to have that problem. It's like they have no FOV in this game.
It's, you know, like the vision schmizzle, I don't know, man. Like you're talking about all these fancy stuff. All I see is the one guy's clicking faster on Tara's bot lane.
Antares gets used up. This time around, we know exactly where it's coming from. And that should lead to the death of the Spirit Breaker.
That
does mean that for...
sorry, you're 100% right though, right? It's much easier to play faster when you have all the vision. And right now, it's VP that has it. Mid lane.
Okay, noticed. They do not... Yet again, they have forced to plant down an observer ward that's immediately scouted. And that's an example, right? They made this move not knowing exactly where Nine Pandas was, and now they're going to get punished for it. Notice getting caught in the middle of the lane. No way out of this one for you, buddy. Missile's going to catch up. It's got Dark Lord and Kiyotaka on top of him. They bring him down. And that's 45 seconds now in the grave for Slardar without buyback.
Yeah, Kiritich already in position, creep skipping mid lane, top lane. Antar is doing the same thing, but you know, at this point, they're so far ahead, 10k ahead. They'd like to force the high ground, but they don't have to. They can just continue farming the map. Your Gyro will have a Daedalus very soon. It's yeah, just a bit rough for VP. And when you said, by the way, that they didn't have vision, they didn't know exactly where they were. They did. Like, you're defending your high ground, you see where they are hitting it from, where they're retreating. Like, they just didn't want to commit with Slardar. They didn't want to just jump in, YOLO it. Instead, they're kind of trying to get the perfect position, you know, like the perfect ward for the perfect initiation. The game sometimes doesn't allow you to do that. You just have to YOLO it. You know, you have to go for it.
Sometimes you're not playing Dota, you're playing Assassin's Creed. Take the leap of faith, fam.
Yeah.
No other option. Gonna have a Wisdom Room coming up soon that they're definitely gonna steal from 9 Pandas, as well as taking away this tier 2 tower in the top lane.
By the way, wasn't it great the first time Assassin's Creed incorporated that? You're jumping from some 30-meter church into what is it, like a bunch of hay?
Like those bales of hay, yeah.
Bales of hay, yeah. Like you just jump into bales of hay. I'm fine. Shrug it off.
But if somebody put like a brick inside the hay, then you're screwed.
Yeah.
Well, VP might be screwed here because their game is about to get bricked, Liz. Tier 3 tower being taken. 9 Pandas feel so strong that they don't even have an Aegis, but they probably feel that Dark Lord of Satanic is equivalent to an Aegis.
Look at this. The same play. Once again, literally the same play. You know why? Because they just can't go on this gyro. They need to find Alberca.
They're gonna try and go in the background. They find Sayush. That's a great jump to start off with. No Sayush available. Now who else are we going to be able to look for here? Nice vacuum wall though coming in from Alberca on the 3. That enables this gyrocopter laying in the damage onto the Pangolier. He's just gone. FNG joins him and is forced to buy back. Weaver for Kiritich. Gonna eat a homing missile. Sakuchi's through it, so he's gonna stay alive. But noticed right now just forced to also run away to the west. Yes, not everybody dies, but the base is in shambles. It's about to be a second lane of racks in favor of 9 Pandas.
Yeah, they just want to end. Like Seiyu, he just bought back. He TP'd on the outpost and he's back in. This is it. They want to get Megas. 15 seconds for the Spirit Breaker. He could even buy back if he wanted to. 18 for the Pango without an ulti for an additional 15 after. Oof. He's got BKB and Kiritich now. He just finished it.
Kiritich should be fine. BKB in 11 1 charges and time lapse. He's A-okay. Noticed, maybe not so lucky. He doesn't have a BKB of his own. Caught inside some brambles. Dark Lord right on top of his face. But they don't want to dive the tier 4 towers just yet. Alberca will get back the drag with the vacuum, and that enables damage from Dark Lord to kill FNG, as well as Noticed yet again, neither of whom have buyback. Nice little terrorize. Stops both Antares and Squadix in their places. Squadix is dead. Kiritich trying his best to salvage the fight from the backlines, but he's not going to be able to do so. His BKB is only going to enable him to escape. No, will it? The vision from this observer ward allows Kiyotaka to just kill him off, and that will be the end of that. GG, well played is called, and 9 Pandas secure the 2-0 beatdown over Virtus.pro to progress in the upper bracket of the qualifiers.
Oh man, that ward as well. It was like 5 seconds remaining. Oh, that's a fast disconnect. If I'm looking at those cameras, they're gone already. This isn't. Oh, they're not happy with this game. Of course, they're not. Like, if I'm looking at Liquipedia, wait just a sec. I'm looking at Liquipedia and Virtus.pro. They have won the qualifier for Riyadh, right? So
yeah, they won the Riyadh one.
They shouldn't be that mad about just dropping a series to VP to 9 Pandas. I mean, they should be mad. They are mad. I'm pretty sure, considering how they lost it. But you know, it's a game. Refresh, reset, go again. They still have the lower brackets, so it shouldn't be that difficult for them to strike back. Once again, they won versus this team many times before, but this did not look great. I don't know what did they party last night? What day is it? Friday?
It's
Thursday?
Friday.
I mean,
you know, it could be Thursday, Thursday.
They're like in
Who knows?
Moscow.
That's when the
they
liquor
party
special
all the
start.
time. So maybe it was a rough night.
Yeah, the way I look at this game, I don't think they can be too sad because, like you said, they've already made Riyadh, but also they themselves know that this is not their final level. They know they have more in the tank. So if they can just get back to basics, rediscover that additional gear, they should be fine. But that is going to be the job primarily of G and FNG to marshal the troops, get his team back in the game. And if they don't, man, this 9 Panda squad is starting to look like they might be the ones at the very top. They might be the new final bosses of Eastern Europe.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time. Like, Bad Boom and 9 Pandas, in the last couple of years, they've had some really nice domination in the region, at least. Like, they've been winning, they've been taking qualifiers very often. And when they won't take qualifiers, they'd get invited to these CIS tournaments, you know. So they were always playing each other. A bit of a surprise because Virtus.pro probably have the most, how to put it, the freshest, at least, experience on a LAN. But then again, completely new patch, have to adapt it completely, and I don't think they have. but just looking at the games, they just didn't play fast enough. I really think that. Sometimes it's obvious, okay, this hero is strong, this is this, like that. There's, like the first game, it was really difficult for them to play the first game. This second game, I think they had everything that it takes to have like a standard 50-50 game. Instead, it was like 80-20, like completely in Nine Pandas' favor.
I like that you mentioned that because I was getting the same read as well, that this is a team, VP, that clearly in Game 2 adapted their draft to the contemporary meta and the contemporary patch, but not necessarily their playstyle. So it might just take a day or two for them to really get comfortable in the groove of this iteration of Dota. Of course, our standout player, our MVP for this game, I'm surprised they gave it to Dark Lord. Like, he did pop off a lot later, and he was doing really, really well in the laning phase. But I would say between Solo and Alberca, that these guys played, like, Alberca in particular just played a nonsense game of Dota. Like, this was actually ridiculous, the performance from his dogs here. So I think they're going to have to, teams in future, consider banning these things out against them. Solo's scouting and his positioning, and Alberca's just sheer lane control and team play. This is going to be a problem for other teams down the stretch as well.
Yeah, and it was a really good combo for Alberca. It wasn't like one of those games in which Darkseer is first, like, his lane is bad, and then everything that he does later on in the game is bad because he doesn't have any combos. Like, he had really good laning stage, and on top of that he had like nice combos with Iron Shaw. Solo is the standout player. That last game he had a solid Elder Titan performance. This time around he did get a lot of catches with his overgrowth. It was on point, but I believe all of them played really damn nicely. The mid laner as well. It's easy to play Dota when you have someone doing what Ember was doing for them. It's just so much easier to play. You feel like a god when there's someone just constantly poking, setting up. He's hitting them, he's making a mess. So there's never this play that catches you off guard because you see everything on the map. It's so easy to play. Like, this man made it all happen for them.
And also, to make it even better for them, he did this from a losing position in the mid lane. He was getting stomped mid in the 1v1 matchup against Squadix. They turn it around, and then 10 minutes later, you even forget that he was the one that was behind. He's like second or third in net worth or something like this. So great game from Virtus.pro, or from Nine Pandas, excuse me. Not so great game from Virtus.pro, not the best. Want to see better from you, FNG. And of course, we'll be seeing more of him in the lower bracket, which will be coming up tomorrow. For now, though, we still have other business to attend to with that series going 2-0. We have now the team of Liga team going up against Yellow Submarine. So the young up-and-comers, the academy squad of Team Spirit. You know, a lot of the guys who are on Team Spirit have played for Yellow Super in the past, so we know that that squad has some pedigree. And on the other side, of course, the team that Ramsey tried to reconfigure by himself, you know, in the wake of Nine Pandas disbanding last year. Ramsey has already left, so we'll see how Liga team will fare up against Yellow Submarine. Before we go to a break, Lizard, don't even explain what's going to be the score for the upcoming matchup.
Look, I've been casting a lot of games recently. Don't even explain. Okay, 2-0.
2-0, all right. For which team? For which team? For which team?
For Satanic team, Yellow Submarine.
Okay. 2-0 Yellow Submarine. Lizard has given us the spoiler. Let us find out if he is indeed correct as we return in just a few minutes with some more Eastern European TI qualifiers.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, one and all. We are here to continue the road to the international for the Eastern European region, where we've already seen Nine Pandas take their first tentative steps towards qualification for Copenhagen, and now we get to witness if it will be League Team or if it will be Yellow Submarine that ends up joining them in that auspicious occasion in the upper bracket. Of course, my name is Snare. I'm joined yet again by the beautiful Bosnian, It's the Man Lizard. Fam, you were mentioning before the break that Yellow Suba, this is the team that you think is going to end up winning 2-0. Now you have time to explain. Where's your mind going when you think about this team right now?
It has nothing to do with the team. One thing, they're a bit better, like on paper. I know them. And also, all the series that I have casted in the last like 4 months were 2-0. Like every game I'm casting is 2-0. It's like I'm never getting 3 games. I think I'm cursed with the 2-0. So I'm just seeing it happen again. But they do have Satanic. This boy is insane on position 1. I want to hype him up. He's the best position 1 you guys have ever seen in your life. And he's only 16. Remember Sumail and what he did? This guy is doing even... I mean, he's good. He's good. He's good. He really is. So I just want to see him... more because I only casted like a couple of games that he has standed in, so it wasn't really that much. There's also Kasane as well on that team that played in Tundra, so they have some really good players, but you guys don't see the lobby, but in the lobby on the other team, the guy's nickname is Liquid IX Mike 88. So if they're playing versus X Mike, they're winning. Only boomers remember this name. Like, I don't know if you remember him, Snare.
Oh,
but
the stash. Of course I remember the stash, bro.
The stash, exactly. I mean, it wasn't about the stash. It was like just this. I never... back then, I didn't really follow the pro scene. I just played. And he was just this random dude that played kind of poorly, but he was always there in those in-house lobbies. But he was creating the in-house lobby, right? Like
yeah. He started it back 2013, I think, around then.
Yeah, IXDL and stuff, right? So we played over that, and he was always around. And then I would see that stash, and I'd be like, "What the hell is this?" I mean, but he's mega cool, going through tournaments. And I heard he knows everyone's parents, you know. He goes and greets everyone's moms and dads. So that's nice, you know. It's cool to have such a character in the scene. Of course, I don't think this is IX Mike. Like I think this is just someone respecting him with the nickname.
I mean, it would be funny if it was IX Mike who had just made a trip into Eastern Europe and said, guys, it's my time now. I'm going to play this Dota. But sadly, it is unlikely. I will say one thing about a Liga team player having the IX Mike name is that for years, IX Mike, when playing in NA, wouldn't always necessarily make it to like all these big tournaments. It was always around in the qualifier type of scene, right? But in these particular qualifiers, Liz, for this TI, except for G2IG, almost every team that has gone through has been sort of like the quote-unquote T2 team in the region. The guys that have been floating around from teams,
what do you mean?
Not necessarily making the next step.
What do you mean then except G2IG? They're also kind of tier 2.
Yeah, but like, you know...
I'm kidding.
You know what I mean. But I'm curious about this game because like, you know, you have players like Pantomim, 1J, BBX, who've been around. If you've ever casted or just seen anything in Eastern Europe, like the tier 2, tier 3 scene, these guys, this is where they made their names. Their proving ground has been in this particular kind of situation. So I'm wondering, will they be able to follow the success of a Team Zero, of a Nouns, and upset everybody and get all the way into the finals? It would be poetic to finally see like a new TI with all the old guys that weren't able to make it to previous TIs finally getting their chance to shine on the big stage.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Are you thinking about some like how to put it? How would I name it? Let's see. Help me out. Pension fund TI. The
retirement TI.
Yeah, exactly. The washed TI.
Yeah. Okay. So here's what we do for the Wash TI, right? You play.
Give me a good name.
But if you lose, you have to retire. Like it's deathmatch TI, career TI. I don't know. There's a better name for it. But if you lose a series, that's it. You have to disband and retire. Your team is over. Your career is finished as well.
I have to be very careful pronouncing this, but the retired national.
The retired nation. Oh, I see what you did there. It's definitely not going to get mispronounced on Twitch. You know, no one's going to mess that one up. They're going to say it exactly as it's supposed to be.
Oh, of course. And we get all these old folks playing each other. Dude, like, aren't you seeing like all these superstars playing football in like KSI streams and stuff? Like you get old school Ronaldo. Let's get to old players to play in a tournament. Let's get Kuro. I'm kidding. No, let's get these guys. You know?
We need to go back even further. We need to go back and bring back who was playing offlane for Navi at TI1? It wasn't Light of Heaven. No, Funnick was TI3.
TI1.
Was it TI1 already? Yeah. We need to get back Light of Heaven. Bring back Silence.
He was playing offlane, right? Yeah. I'm not sure. Can't remember. Let's go even further back. Let's get Yafits to play some SF, you know? Let's go.
I would pay money for a Yafits lobby coming back in the middle of TI, some massive stage. Dendi versus Yafits solo mid. Let's go. That would be the most exciting thing to see in the world. Honestly, though, one thing that is, speaking of mid-lane players and SFs and stuff like this, one thing that I do think is going to be problematic for some of these teams on the come-up that aren't Nine Pandas in particular and aren't maybe Navi. I don't know if you felt this, Lizard, but it feels like the mid lane is so important right now in terms of the tempo you can actually set on the map. And you need some guy who's going to be, you need a Kiyotaka type of figure, right? Who is not afraid to constantly go in, constantly brawl, and just force things to happen for your team. And I'm not sure a lot of these mid lane players in Eastern Europe have that exact kind of playstyle, despite everybody thinking that this is the Davai region.
It is the Davai region, come on. Like, and every single mid lane player on Eastern Europe should do that, but unfortunately it doesn't. Like, the way I see it is there's a lot of players that are still stuck in a couple of heroes that they play, and that's what you see in most of these qualifiers. Sometimes in these qualifiers you just see that, right? Like, you see players that are just you know, they're lacking a couple of heroes, so they're not playing them, and because of that the whole team gets punished. But sometimes when a new patch hits, these kind of players actually shine if they get the good buffs. Like, if their heroes are buffed the hell out, they're the ones that perform the best. So you know, we'll see how it goes. But first and foremost, we have to get into the game. For everyone still in the chat, hi all, I'm in the chat spamming, by the way, with these guys. But I see you there as well, Snare. But what I wanted to say is, one of the teams is missing a player, so we're still kind of just chilling here, waiting for one of the guys from Liga team. IX Mike is here, don't worry. He is with us.
The stash will never leave your soul. Just keep the stash in your heart. You'll be okay.
Exactly.
Well, hopefully that they do end up making it. We don't want to see any situation where people have too big of a penalty in the drafting, given what we've seen in terms of the importance of having a good, solid foundation to set your game up.
Can we see the bracket maybe? Show us the bracket. Let's see the bracket. Let's see where we're at the moment. Like, I think we played. Well, we had only one series so far. It was there we go. Production value.
Shout out production.
Yeah, VP Pandas, 2-0, 4 Pandas. Kind of simple, kind of easy, honestly. And now when it goes to Liga, Team Yellow Submarine does the second game that we're casting later on. Who's taking over, Snare? It's Tiga and Nomad, right?
Yes, sir.
So they're going to be casting the one-win Night Pulse and Nemiga Natus Vincere. So a lot of good series today. Everyone is looking forward to 9 Pandas and maybe Navi or something, maybe Nemiga battling it out. One win as well could be, you know, these guys, they have some nice players. Unkushi, Sweden Strong, like there's some potential with them as well. So.
You know, looking at this bracket, which team really scares me, I'm looking at the lower bracket, and I'm seeing DMS waiting, of course, for the loser of One Win versus Night Pulse. That DMS roster is stacked, man. I looked at that team, I'm like, yeah, okay, you know, Dahaka's back, Kaori's playing some very good player for the longest time, he's back in it again. Shigetsu and Meloyo just left Navi, so they're still feeling hot about that. And of course, you know, Hakoda, who's always been a really, really good player in Eastern Europe. I feel like they're going to eliminate some big names. They're going to be like what Team Turtle did in China. I have a feeling DMS is going to end up doing in this region. I would not want to play them in an elimination game.
Yeah, they have a lot of potential there. Like definitely some ex-Navi players and stuff. You know, on DMS, they should have put X instead of S, and I'd be all for them. Ow. Yeah, that's my gym jam right there. You know, like you hit the gym, you put some DMX on. Can't get any better than that. So yeah, like DMS as well, waiting in the lower bracket, of course, but a good team, like a lot of good players, like you mentioned. So we'll see if they're gonna be able to take one of these upper dogs, one of these favorites down. But first and foremost, guys, we have a full lobby, so we might actually get to watch some Dota.
Yes, we are going to actually have a game of Dota. It's going to be entertaining and exciting. For me personally, you know, you already mentioned our boy Satanic, the young superstar, the Wonder Kid of Yellow Submarine. But I wouldn't be too sad if Liga team won the whole qualifier, because I've always felt Violent needs a showcase, right? That guy has been a good and consistent carry player for a long time. He just hasn't found the chance to like either get into a tier 1 team or be noticed at a big tournament to get maybe a team outside of the region. So I think for them as well, they'll be playing as showcases, being like, guys, with Bedboom, if you want to kick Nightfall, hey, look at me, bro, I'm out here. You know, I've been doing the same heroes like you for a long time. So I really do think Liga team, if they're able to unlock the maximum power of Violence, and if Yellow Submarine can unlock the maximum power of Satanic, then it's probably just going to be a core-to-core game, which I think are some of the most exciting games we get to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Violent played in Bait, so it, you know, it's gonna be nice to play in Liga team as well after. Let's see what they can do. Like, he played, his first team was Bait, right? Like, that's something, it's so weird for me. Like, Bait is, let's be real, like, a lot of people just laugh at their performance because it really wasn't that great. But overall, I feel like they, you know, they made an organization. Then he surrounded himself with new upcoming players. Some of them went to play in much bigger teams, you know, like, so overall, he's like, he became Cinderan, you know, like just create a team, and then Puppy comes in and he's like,
yeah,
thank you for finding this guy, man. Like, I'm gonna take over now. Nice, thank you. Bye-bye.
I will actually, you're right about that. Definitely shout out, because many times when people make new organizations in Dota and then they don't attain very early success, they end up bowing out, you know. There's a lot of organizations that are sort of legacy orgs that are around Dota, but he made the idea. I'm coming through, making this Bait, didn't quit, stuck around, gave us a lot of good content. I will say that the Dota world is better off for the existence of teams like Bait. So former pros, please, make your own teams, even if it means just a meme squad. But no more memes, Liz. No more Bait talk. We are now here to talk about Liga and Yellow Suba as we have our first draft of the day. TA is definitely not going to be allowed through again, I don't think. No Witch Doctor. What else have we seen today that seemed busted? Previous game we saw DK banned first round as well. Is that a consideration for one of them to take out?
Yeah, I think DK is also pretty good first phase pick. Like, there isn't, like, he was strong in the last patch. There's new facets where you can choose what to pick, but you choose which aspect to go for, but you always go for the poison aspect. I think it's also very nice. The Dragon Knight is solid, and he's left in the pool. Instead, Weaver, your favorite.
Yep.
Which is crazy, like the games that I have played. Okay, actually, you're right. Like, when I think about it, I want to see my win rate with him. I've been spamming Dota. I'm playing like 6 hours every day at least. Let me see what my win rate is on him, because I feel like Weaver is... It is pretty strong. Of course, like, you get all 3 spells on your level 3. If you want to, you can double Sokuchi up as well. He's in a good spot. He's in a first space spot as well, because you can put him on 4.
Yeah, can even put him on 5. Sayush technically played on 5 earlier. Well, he became a 4 later, but started in the supporting role. The other day I played Weaver. I played 5 games of him. I went 4-1. Felt pretty good. This hero's amazing, dude. Weaver. And of course, we've already seen the prowess and the power of the Dark Willow. Not much more needs to be said about her. She is doing the things. She should just be in every game. You know, I feel like every patch we get this 1-4 position hero that if it's in the pool, you just take it. Now it's Dark Willow. At previous times, it's been like Enchantress. There's just no reason to not take it. Good in the lane, good damage down the stretch, fantastic team fighting, and somewhat versatile in terms of its itemization throughout the game, which I think can be very useful depending on the situation.
Yeah. I'm 5-1 with the Weaver.
5-1?
So I beat you.
Damn it. All right, I'm playing right after this. We're going to play together.
Yeah, I beat you, but yeah, like overall, Weaver, I completely agree. Just feels good to play him right now. The slow on Sokuchi is also very nice. Dark Willow, by the way, this facet where you get extra Ring of Brambles is super annoying, and it just made the hero even worse to play against. Whenever I'm playing versus Dark Willow, I feel like I'm playing a mini game. You know, you just have to click between all the bushes, not to get clipped by them. You get clipped by them, you're like, God damn it.
You're like, this again. Or worse
This
yet, you
again.
get vacuumed back into the other one.
Or if there's a shard on her and then they spawn around
Oh my
you.
God.
And if you're some big hero, you're gonna get connection on it no matter what.
Valve, if you're listening, this is us definitely saying nerfing Dark Willow would not be two-sided. It would be fine.
But I have to tell you one thing. Like, I know there are some people from my chat in the chat right now. What I'm really happy about is that Phoenix isn't touched. Not picked, not banned. The nerf that happened to the hero scared him. Scared everyone. I really like that. Do you want to hear my stats for this month, by the way?
On Phoenix, okay, yeah.
Yeah. 40 games, 85% win rate.
85.
85, yeah.
Okay.
Look, I'm telling you, like, this hero is something else even after the nerfs. But we're not gonna get it here, at least not for now. We get Centaur on one side, Pang on the other. We have seen this matchup, by the way, sent into Pang in the last game. It feels pretty good to have this Stampede versus Pango, but I have to say one thing, though. It's much harder this time around. Like, you have Dark Willow against... Exactly. The Brambles are super annoying.
The few times I play Centaur in the offlane, I kind of cry when I see a Dark Willow. I'm like, well, everybody just be very aware of your pathing once I pop the Stampede. Sorry, bro.
God damn it!
Sorry, bro. Nerfs are coming. Unfortunately, y'all, I have to announce that Lizard is about to fall in his ranks and come right back to where I am because Phoenix has now been picked up by Liga team. They're going to get some team fight right now. Yellow Super do not have an Egg Destroyer. I doubt they're going to pick Snapfire since they already have Dark Willow. So, feels good for them.
I have to say, another hero that I'm spamming hopefully will not be picked is Ogre. I feel like Ogre is also very nice. Like, that guy is the Ignite when it catches on. I don't know, you're like some Dark Willow. You get ignited from a level 5 Ogre, level 3 Ignite. You basically lose all your HP. You're like 70% HP gone. It never stops. Like, you need to dispel the Ignite. That's how bad it is. But Yellow Submarine, they answer the Phoenix with a snap. I honestly don't think this is the most perfect answer to the Phoenix. Because as snap, you want to do so many things in the fight. And if you commit to this, I'm going to run in and just hit you with a little shredder. You're dead. Like, as snap, you know that you're dead after that. And Chaos Knight into Phoenix as well, for me, feels pretty damn bad. Like,
yeah, don't the Fire Spirits just ruin your illusions?
Yeah, they ruin the illusions. The burn from Phoenix ruins them. They all miss. One nice thing from CK, though, and why they picked... Dude, how many times did I say CK in the last game? Both games, both drafts, right? I really think this hero is strong into Weaver. He's strong into anything because of his build right now. The build is Armlet, Orchid, Blink. And that's it. Like, you just blow up targets. I don't think the build was much different in the last patch. It was almost the same. But... Okay, he does get answered by the Lash, which is a nice pick by Liga.
Honestly, I think Liga is going to pivot here and put Weaver into the 4 position, make Phoenix a 5, and then get themselves a different carry for violence at the end of the draft. I'm also with you about the Snapfire because now we have that same problem we had in the previous series. When Pango goes in by himself, CK and yes will probably have a blink, but these supports will be much further away from the team fight than they need to be. I don't know. I would have preferred like leave Dark Willow, but get another hero that can actually have presence in the middle of the fight, not just from far away.
Okay, sure, but they can do that with their last pick. Like, they can have something like that from the mid lane. So it is possible. The problem is the Lash, though. He kind of prevents you from picking whatever you want to. Like now with the Lash picked, you have to think about your mid heroes like completely. Like back in the day, something like a sniper, like in the last patch, or something like a Zeus, maybe be picked. Like both heroes that just are long range into Lash. Right now, I think maybe even an SF banned, so not gonna be picked. Lina is banned out, of course. I think Lina is stupid as well. I think this hero
she's
is
really strong.
in a good spot. Also would be really nice into Phoenix. Once you get that Hex, you're decent against the Weaver. Not that great into Centaur Weaver in general, but what would be a decent option? Let's see what they go for. If you want to go crazy with a snap combo, maybe something like a Puck on Yellow Submarine. But first and foremost, Liga. They have the last pick. And basically they're saying if this Weaver is core or support now. If they want to put it on support, they could pick something like a Troll.
Yeah.
Like you're owning Pango, you're owning Chaos. Troll has his ulti reworked, so you can use it to farm. Like, let's see. Let's see what they go for.
I really like that Troll idea. I feel like Carry Weaver, it's a very volatile game for the Carry Weaver pre-BKB. So definitely Troll feels amazing. If they get themselves that Troll wall, or there's a CK. Oh, it's already bad. I was gonna say they could go carry Dox here, you know, get the double CK illusions through the wall. That would have been hilarious, but it's not gonna be an
They
option.
could put Brew offlane if they. Whoa.
There's the
This
Blood
is some.
Seeker. Okay, we wanted this last game. It comes out now instead. All right.
Oh yeah, you're picking it into Pangolier. You're also snatching it away from Yes. If they wanted to pick it, they could pick it into the Weaver. So you're kind of stealing it. Maybe this is something between the two teams. Also keep in mind that Liga Stavok L1, they have they had a level 2 penalty because we were waiting for them for quite some time. One of their players slept through, forgot it was a rolling schedule. So they didn't have too much time to think about it. 13 seconds left on them, so they picked the Bloodseeker. I don't think their draft is bad. I think this draft is very solid, very playable on L1. And let's see what Yes answers with.
Definitely cannot be a hero that takes too much time because this Liga team is going to be coming at you. They want to skirmish, they want to brawl as much as humanly possible.
How about some Puck? Like just something run of the mill.
Hey,
I love it. I think it's just a good Puck game. You know, like you pick this Puck, you have the snap, you have the Puck into Lash, which isn't really the bad matchup for you. You have it against the Weaver as well, which you need. You have it against Bloodseeker as well. All very speedy, very fast. And you, of course, you have it against the Centaur that has his ulti. So you also needed some backline jump together with the Pango, something that you asked for. So it's kind of, you know, it just completes the draft. I like it.
I think a lot of the things I didn't like about the draft prior to this Puck get fixed now. It gives them a lot of team fight, gives them that lockdown. One thing I love about this Puck as well, I'm looking at this draft from Liga team. I see Santo, I see Phoenix, I see Weaver. I see heroes that hate being silenced and are not going to buy any items to deal with it under normal circumstances. So we might even see this Weaver, he's playing support, might have to buy a Yule Scepter now just to try and keep a hold of this. Might see Phoenix forced into a different kind of itemization. So this is going to create some issues, I think, for how Liga team wants to itemize, which I think is always good. And honestly, I'm looking at this draft. What's Puck really scared of here? Is he going to get caught by Centaur Stun? He should never be silenced by the Blood Right. If you get caught by Split Earth as Puck, you are literally playing the hero wrong. So despite the nerf to the phase shift, I think this will be one of those games where win, lose, or draw, I don't think we'll see more than like 2 deaths on the Puck the entire game.
Yeah, if he's dying, it's on him. It's on you, bro. I agree. They maybe some itemization later on, maybe some Hex on Phoenix. Like, because as Phoenix, you can literally buy anything, so maybe some dive Hex later on, you know, like you can see something like that happening. But overall, I completely agree. Good Puck game. I'm not completely sold on the CK this game and how good the game it is for him. But the way you play CK right now is you literally just blow one target up and then you don't care. If you survive, you survive with the BKB. You're a one-trick pony.
I see what you did there.
Get me out.
So unfortunately, Lizard is stuck with me over the course of this next game. Let's see how it's all going to play out. I think 1J got scouted, putting it down the ward, so they should know as soon as they scout the block. Don't think we'll have too much conflict early on here. Should just be fine for both sides.
Yep. 2 for 2. Most likely Weaver might try to snatch something. And he is playing into Brambles, but the sentry ward on Dark Willow is in her backpack, so they don't really have... Actually, Snap has it, so... Oh, that was an auto attack right there, if I've ever seen one.
Attack movie? What do you mean, bro? Why would I do that?
Do you see the ward? The one on the cliff? Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Right next to the Weaver. That ward is some next level stuff right there.
How do they that was just Snoopy's super sneaky ward.
I mean, it doesn't show anything. Like, I don't like it. I hate this word. Like, look at the vision during day. Like, look at what it shows. It's abysmal, really. Like, if you cut down some trees around this hard camp, I would understand, but like this, I really don't like it.
We'll see if they have some next level idea of how they plan to utilize this ward, as our lanes have now kicked off. Where's the action lane? Where should we be looking towards for crazy memes? Is it top with this Weaver Centaur? Is it bottom with this Phoenix Bloodseeker? Where's the madness?
Everywhere. I actually think this is one of those games where like you can have kills everywhere. On bot lane, if you make a mistake, this Bloodseeker gets some thirst charges, he can run you down. On top lane, if you're out of position, this Weaver is killing you together with the Scent. But there's skill potential on both sides. Like, you have this CK, you know, with the stun, Snap with the stun as well. Did he go for the Scatter Blast? He did go for the full bore.
Yeah.
So narrower and longer. First time I played against Snap, I was like, what in the hell is happening? I'm just dying to a solo Snap. And then I realized she deals no damage melee range, and then you just run at her, and that's it. Like, it's not as broken as it looks at first.
Yeah. One of those trade-off assets. Instead of just giving you the out-and-out buff, you gotta consider exactly how it plays out.
Yeah. It does help you, like, I don't know if we saw it right there on the camera, but it does help you with taking the range creeps. This blinding light dying light, sorry, on Phoenixes. It also blinds you because of the innate, so blinding sun helps out a lot. I think the dying light itself doesn't, but all the spells are, yeah, it doesn't, but all the other spells do. Yeah. In any case, it's just busted. It's really damn good to have.
Well, you need to be careful, bro. Don't gas up the Phoenix too much, remember?
I mean, what can I do?
We still need to climb MMR.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a Phoenix enjoyer for as long as this hero has been in the pool. Sometimes you and a hero just click, you know?
Yeah.
Like, Phoenix is just one of those. I have a couple of heroes that I just clicked with, and I continue playing them my whole life. It's the way it is.
It's like me with Weaver, Bristleback, and Viper. My top 3 forever.
I have like 10 maybe, and that's it, you know? My boys.
Your crew. Let's look at the one lane we haven't really spoken about yet, this mid lane. Should the beatdown be this substantial? Because Erase is getting kind of erased by Rebel here. Is the Puck-Lesh matchup this lopsided?
I feel like Lesh, in the last couple of patches, started winning almost against anything besides, like, maybe Lina SF. Maybe some really bad matchups for him, but he just does well against whatever. And maybe he shouldn't be this crushed, but it's not an easy lane. They did pick Puck into it, so I don't know. Lesh having as many denies as you have last hits probably isn't where you want to be.
Certainly, that was not the plan, not on the cards. But we did see in the previous game that you can get bodied middle and still have a remarkable impact on the game as a whole. So, certainly is not the last we'll be hearing out of Erase in this game.
Yeah, just wait for Erase to get online. His ulti and everything, you know, it helps out quite a lot. Oh, he doesn't get the rune, and he also used the orb. And the top lane is... Oh, okay, this is rough. So basically what happened mid lane, he tried to go for one rune. It got taken by Lesh. He wasn't fast enough.
And then top rune got snatched by 1J. So, no, not a good position to be in.
Definitely not what he wanted. Let's put some increased responsibility onto the hands of Kasane here on his Pango, who's doing decently well here in the bottom side of the map.
You know what you
Not
do
getting
now?
out CS'd.
You look at the lane where there's maybe a chance of a kill, and then you spam, go kill, go kill, go kill. You got this, guys. Why don't you kill? Because you know one of your teammates is gonna die, and then you're like, refill bottle, please.
Come middle, bro, I need you.
There you go.
Oh, that's funny. Not going to be anytime soon, though, because all of these Radiant heroes are very, very healthy and also difficult to approach, right? Violent is always going to be topped up in the CS department. You know, on the other side of the map, going onto a Centaur or Weaver, that doesn't bode well. Phoenix is hard to kill at this stage of the game. It feels like Yellow Submarine are kind of constrained in their options, despite recognizing that the lanes aren't going as they should be. I'm not sure what they can actually do to affect the outcome that much right now.
Not a lot. Just chill. Wait for a better situation. We were hunting down your couriers. Look at him, like planting the sword. He's gonna kill the courier of Puck as well. That's kind of annoying.
Feels bad, man. While he is gone, though, they are putting some pressure out onto the center in the top lane, but Baby knows he's chilled, he's cool. Doesn't actually have to worry all that much.
And the difference is this Centaur, in comparison to the last game Centaur, he went for the workhorse. So he's got 2 bracers, he's very tanky. 2 bracers and a chainmail.
Go on to King here. Satanic is gonna end up dead. First blood drawn by 1J in the top side of the map. Ran out of mana, so he can't chase Ascador down underneath the tower, but nonetheless, great way to start the game for them. Is Rue dead?
Maybe he's got Lotus.
Getting some burn damage down. Rue very close to dying, will end up dead, but throws in a blood grenade before ticking over. That might enable the Puck to find the revenge kill, but Puck runs out of mana as well. No options to actually kill the Phoenix.
I mean, Puck had absolutely nothing from the get-go. Like, he's having a really rough game, rough lane, and then he has no mana to work with, so doesn't get that kill. It all kind of spirals out, but he does get the refill at least.
Shout out to Rue for dying. Thank you, fam. I needed you.
Yeah, there you go. Overall, Yellow Submarine not looking that great at the moment. They are the academy team of Team Spirit, right?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, indeed. Part of the problem now I'm looking at the game states is that look how Liga are playing, bro. All of their cores, like both Centaur and the Bloodseeker, are alone in lane, not having to share experience or farm with their supports. Mid is completely fine. You know, it's Leshrak. He's happy to just shell there for a while, play as that anchor role. And it's not like these supports aren't getting experience either. They're getting these pulls. They're finding these creep camps. Yellow Submarine feel like they're falling behind on literally every metric in the game right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like the game kind of spiraling out a bit. At the moment, at least, they're trying a bit on violent, but should be fine. And it's not like it gets easier once this Bloodseeker gets ruptured. You'll need to bring someone in because these two have no stuns. They're trying to go on him instead.
Okay, he's underneath the tier 1 tower right now. They shield crashed on top of him, but it was a creep wave. They were just trying
Phoenix
to
is gonna go, yeah. Like, you can go in here. Maybe Darkolo is dead, actually.
Phoenix pushing forward, and a should be a kill onto Rue. One more right click is gonna be enough. And now the Rupture as well. They just got the level 6. Violent, hoping for the kill onto the Pango, but Pango does TP home. Unfortunately, this also drew support from both Erase and Ascador, who aren't gonna find the counter initiation that they were looking for.
Yeah, Yellow Submarine are just being completely outplayed. But if you look at the Phoenix and the way this hero, the way the guy is playing it, Pantomime, like, you just have to ban it next game if you're playing against them. Like, he just dove into the offlaner and position 4 as a 5. He killed the position 4. He didn't even die. It's kind of silly.
Yeah. Pantomime, he's bringing that Power Rangers energy. It's working out for them right now. They haven't even needed to do the Power Rangers CPs just yet. Nice, even better.
Yeah, everything working out. I feel like Yellow Submarine right now, if you want to make a play, you need this Puck. And
yeah.
Okay, Weaver is going in. Yo, okay, this was
a very peculiar move here. Weaver is playing a little bit greedy. Still alive at the moment, but doesn't have level 6, so will definitely end up dead. Rabel is trying to try and spin back for the boy, but he's run out of mana himself. Going back for the Lightning Storm, though, after popping the Magic Wand. And that'll give him the juice to find the revenge kill. Don't think they can bring down their race, though, but Weaver a little bit too close to the sun on that one.
Puck is fine, I think, here. He's got Orb as well.
Dude, there's no way he dies.
No way he dies, exactly. But honestly, that play from Weaver... I mean, there is no way you do that. That was so illegal, man. Like, he just sees a puck and a snap and goes into them. He knows, okay, Lash will follow, Lash mid.
They're gonna go on the Lash, but they don't have that much damage right now. They can't throw in any ultimates from their supports just yet. So Lash is able to just soak up the damage, back off. And it looks like we have 8 heroes in the mid lane, readying themselves for a skirmish. It's only Bloodseeker and the Pango that on CK at top as well. So 7 heroes here. Doesn't seem like a skirmish is actually gonna happen though.
Yeah, gotta be a bit careful about this fight and how you play it, because if you plant an egg in a bad position, Snap can just blow it the hell up instantly, and Pango as well can roll in. So can't be too cocky, and also Puck has his ultimate, so they decide to back out, go to their lanes. CK has been jungling for I swear like 3 minutes already. He's jungling from minute 7. He died once in the lane and he just went away. He's like, yeah, peace out, I'm done.
Okay, I'll see you later, boys. Don't lose the game, we'll be okay. But progressing towards his armlet, which he should have very shortly, and we'll see if he decides to make his presence known elsewhere.
No, it's just a hard game for a CK.
Are they gonna kill Dark Willow? Rue's in a little bit of trouble. The Brambles will help though. Gonna try take the Twin Gate, but Pantomime comes through first, and Rue should die. The Fire Spirits make sure that he dies before he can even sniff the Roshan. And that should lead to a tier 1 tower in the top lane.
Yeah, I like his build as well. He went for the double dive on Phoenix, and when it comes to Weaver as well, maxing out the Q, it's really good. But still no level 6, of course, on the Weaver, no ulti. It's gonna have it soon. And most importantly, I feel for Yellow Submarine, the Snap is gonna have the 6 as well. After this one Satire. It's slow, but he's getting there.
They need to do something with the Puck and the Snap as soon as possible. ASAP. Need to find something on this map. They also just got an AD rune on the Puck. If somebody could show up with a smoke, this could be a very good opportunity for them to try find something on the map.
Did you just call it AD?
Yeah.
Rune? Click on the bottle. What does it say under the bottle? It says Rune double damage. I'm calling it double damage. We all know
tooltips in this game have never worked. Game is still in beta, bro. Too many things to fix before we can work on accurate tooltips.
AD Rune. What is this? League of Legends? Go away. I'm done.
Listen, bro. I'm in the future. Anno Domini Rune, bro. The new era. We're in the future, fam.
I see.
Oh, here is the smoke that we wanted. He is rolling with the Snapfire. Unfortunately, the prey that they're going to find bottom is someone that they actually don't want to commit this much effort killing. And they're not even going to get to kill him. Pantomime's out. Reads the move. He's gone. And more wasted time from Yellow Submarine.
He's gone top. They have, by the way, this Pango, completely different build than from the last match. No Raid Band Echo. He goes
mech.
full utility. Yeah, full utility. This is some old school Pango with Arcane's mech.
Definitely not seen this build in quite a while. There's going to be a small fight here. Pantomime came back bottom. He's going to egg though. And will they be able to destroy it? They can't. They need to run. And now Violent also through the rupture out onto Kasane. The stun will come out. Can they catch Kasane before he TPs out? Yes, they can. They kill him off. They ruin the party of Yellow Submarine. And League team, man, Pantomime is just playing with them. Not only does he break their smoke, now he just breaks the entire engagement.
Yeah, Snap is gonna die as well. He's gone here. There's no rescuing the Snap. And the worst part is this is minute 14, by the way. So Puck.
Oh no.
Let's see who catches. I mean, this Weaver is going for it 100%.
Let's see who's got the better right clicking. It's gonna be Rex. Weaver stopped off for a minute just to get some right clicks out, and that will deny him the Wisdom Rune, sadly.
Oh. I feel like if you're Yellow Submarine right now, you're basically just waiting for this CK. All their plays are kind of off. Their offlaner cannot play because he gets ruptured. Your puck combo with the snap is nice, but you can't go on the Phoenix. And the little shredder really isn't doing anything because, I mean, you're never in position to use it against the Seg. If he is just playing correctly, he's going to be far enough from you.
It sort of feels like the previous game all over again, where one team has options in order of starting fights, or several of them, and the other team is just stuck in response mode right now. A very awkward place to be. Man, I really wish they had Clockwork instead of Snapfire, but what can you do? This is the game we have to live with. But I think Clock was banned first phase, to be fair.
I don't think Clock would have helped against Egg, and then Egg is a free win. That's the problem. Like with this Snap, I feel that you at least have some solution to the Egg at any single point in the game. Snap just needs to maybe get some mobility, like a 4-staff or something. But the most important player still for them is Satanic. He needs to get this Orchid, and then he can start blowing heroes up on his own.
Violent just showed middle, but he's got a lot of allies around him. They're smoked up with the Puck and the Dark Willow. They're trying again to try and make something happen. Sadly, it has failed, and 1J, not only has it failed, he scouted them out. They create the space for them to go on to Rue, but he's not dead just yet. Shadow Realm will buy space and time. The Dream Quail holds him in position for a moment. The outbound TP attempt will be there, but the attempt will fail. 1J, with some right clicks and assistance from Double Edge, kills off the Dark Willow.
Look, if they're smoking up, there's no way in hell they kill anyone. Okay. Puck, what?
Oh my gosh, Puck. Okay.
Yeah.
The stun was already expended, so he's fine.
So basically, there is no way you kill anyone without the snap at this point. You just don't have the damage. Like, maybe Weaver if you silence him and everything, but even him, I'm pretty sure doesn't die unless you have the snap with Morty's kisses. So they need Morty's kisses to get these kills.
Unfortunately, Morty has been in a standoffish mood today, not willing to kiss anybody. Might end up kissing this Leshrac and the Centaur here. They don't have the Dream Quail just yet. It's still 18 seconds away. We do find the Brambles though. Here comes the ultimate. The Stampede will come as well. Unfortunately, the Bramble Maze, the counter we spoke about, is there. And they finally managed to bring down Rabel. Does require 3 ultimates to do, but at this stage of the game, definitely well worth it.
Yeah, that was super worth it for them. They needed to get any kill on the board, and they got the Lash. So 6k advantage for L1, but a nice little kill. Rue loses the courier.
Feels bad.
I love the build on Weaver, by the way. Just saying.
Mid lane? They actually caught a race? How?
A blink sent, I guess. That's it. But he shouldn't be dying.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, mates. I don't know about that one.
He definitely shouldn't be dying as a Puck in this game, but unfortunately he does. They managed to catch him, they find the right angle, and the game isn't gonna get easier for him. Like, this Weaver is buying Orchid, and he's not too far away from it.
Do you remember... I forget which region. There was some game we were doing together where the Phoenix in that particular game went Vessel straight into the Hex. Like, stopped over for nothing else in between.
Look,
is this that kind of game where that can happen?
I mean, this is a game in which you can straight go Hex. You don't even need a Vessel. You can go Tranquil's Hex. This hero, like, the trick about some heroes, like Veno is one of them, Phoenix is one of them. Even maybe Weaver as a support is one of those. Like, you can buy, maybe Weaver not as much, but you can buy anything. You know, like, you're all about your spells, so just buy anything that benefits your team. Is a Hex gonna change the way you egg? It's not really gonna, right? Is the Vessel gonna change it? Maybe you have some more flexibility. Bot lane? Nothing special.
Going onto Kasane, he should be fine though. Has Rolling Thunder, has Mech, he's okay.
Yeah, almost the pipe. This pipe is massive for them. They need... I love that he's going for all this utility mid lane.
Oh, mid lane? They found 1J. And they actually do get the kill. They may commit the Dream Quail, but it misses onto Rabel. Oh no, that was not supposed to happen. I'm not sure they would have been able to kill him regardless, but definitely can't kill him now.
Yep, Erase not having the best game of his life, but it'll pick up, I'm sure. Just keep it up. Just keep it up. It'll happen.
Bottom lane. Do have them
How'd they
jumping
get him?
Kasane. This time, though, they have everybody around. Rebel's here, as well as Pantomim and BB. That will lead into a tier 1 tower falling. And they don't have to commit the rupture for that, so it's still available.
Yeah, you see that red item on Rebel? That nice little bloodstone is completed. They don't have a vessel or anything against it on the other side, so... And also the CK needs to buy BKB, which is kind of sad. Like he's...
Yeah.
It's not that sad, like it's a standard build on him, but... Sometimes you'd like something a bit more active. He's joined 0 fights so far, he's literally just been farming. And for the best, like this is a game in which CK, if he joins this early on, he just dies.
Right now, he just has to stick with doing his best cosplay of Anti-Mage. 1J, dude, this guy. How many engagements are you gonna break, my friend? Another smoke broken by the support Weaver. Although he still wants him. Double damage erase, goes forward. And they are able to find the kill onto 1J. The Dream Coil does go out. This time it does snap onto BB. Not gonna be killed off just yet, but we'll eat the bulk of the damage from the kisses. That will enable a double kill for Erase. Erase actually goes in, joins towards where the rest of the fight is, and this could be dangerous because CK has finally come in for his first fight of the game. There's an egg on the cliff to try and break this engagement. They could kill it off, and they do. Finally, they find a way to deal with the Pantomim Phoenix with a nice kill there, and Yellow Submarine. It took 20 minutes, but they finally find themselves winning a fight.
He went on the cliff, and I commend that. You know, like it was a nice attempt. You go on a cliff, you put that tag down, but the problem is your team was already falling back. Like the BKB was used defensively on Violent, so it wasn't really that great of a fight for you in the first place. And then you're planting that tag, even though it was in a good position, it's aggressive against the snap. It's not defensive. So your egg is gonna die. It's not even a level 2 egg, it's still level 1. A lot of gold, by the way. A nice swing for Yes.
A lot of gold gained. Also stems a lot of the bleeding that they were experiencing. So Yellow Submarine will still definitely feel like they have a shot in this game. And from that fight, look where CK is now in net worth. He's third. Well, he just got overtaken as third, but mostly because of the Tormentor going the way of the Centaur. But Satanica is not going to remain a passenger in this game forever. At some point, he's going to show up and deal a lot of damage to these heroes.
I mean, it's not great to be fourth on net worth as a carry, but, you know, it is what it is when your team is, you know, not really doing that well on the map. This is pretty solid, and you're also Chaos Knight. You don't really farm that great. Even though Armlet is really nice, you just heal up. You can keep it up constantly. You heal up from the Chaos Strike, so...
Oh, dude, I knew this was going to happen. Weaver going for the Yule Scepter. I mean, we spoke about it a little bit, but I saw this in another game where support Weaver went to Yules versus Ember. Speaking of the puck, that's going to be the target of the Yules eventually. He jumps top onto Violence, forces out a BKB charge and a Rupture, but is able to TP out just fine. I'm not so sure Rue will be as lucky though, as Shadow Realm can only defend you for so long. Eventually the Glimmer Cape ends, and so does your life. Violent picking up another kill in the top lane.
Yeah, there was Bedlam on, I believe, on that puck, right? So just BKB stay alive. It looked like it was a little bit too early or unnecessary, but it's okay. He BKBs, he stays alive. They do need the BKB on Satanic as well. Weaver, mid lane.
Oof, that was so close. Gets caught though. Dream Coil will not be able to prevent the time lapse from happening, and he dodges out a lot of the damage from the Snapfire ultimate using... Wait, wasn't his Yules? Whose Yules was that held him in position? Was the Pucks? That actually is going to keep the Weaver alive. Kind of surprising. The two globs would have actually killed him, I think.
I'm not sure if he'd survive or not. I feel like Yules wasn't that terrible, but yeah, in any case, he survives. They use Stampede to rescue him, and because of that, he now has an Orchid completed as well. So that Yules that you just used very aggressively on, or at least you, well, it was defensive, but you tried to use it aggressively. From now on, you're gonna have to use it on yourself because you're gonna get Orchided.
They're trying to actually get that Orchid into play here, smoked up as a crew. Unfortunately though, Yellow Submarine nowhere near the bottom half of the map. as they've gone on an adventure of their own. This will open up an opportunity for Liga to go into the Roshan pit. It's too difficult for Yellow Submarine to come back, especially considering you'd have to come through a twin gate onto Phoenix. So you just gotta give up this Aegis.
Yeah, just a nice read and nice move by L1. Because even if the fight breaks out here, I feel they have an advantage. There's a lot of room to play, not a lot of room for Pango to be very effective with the bounces. Just being able to plant that tag anywhere is also, of course, very nice.
So Boy Satanic has BKB, Omelette Orchid, still en route towards the Manta Star. I think this is one of those classic one more item syndrome games, man. Our boy is sick. He's gonna have to farm for a long, long time.
Yeah, I think he's ready to fight already, but
Dude, Ru is actually a god. Baits out a supernova, breaks the smoke gank that was coming in towards his CK, pays for it with his life, but hell yeah, hashtag worth, my friend. Good support play.
Absolutely. Absolutely worth it. Like now you can blow someone up going in. There's no egg. Like, you still have to worry about the Phoenix, but not as much, so you can take these next team fights much nicer when the Dark Willow is up. What's the cooldown? 85 more seconds. Dark Willow is about to be resurrected. If you want to, you can choose to fight, but you will be fighting into an Aegis.
Yeah. They also just finished a Blink Dagger for their Pangolier, so they do have that additional source of initiation, not just consigned to erase his puck. And still, at this stage of the game, despite the gold lead in favor of L1, despite how well they've been playing these fights, still a lot of map control in favor of Yellow Submarine. Places for this Chaos Knight to farm, but also it means their high ground is still going to be protected for quite some time.
1J gets wrecked.
They're actually coming in to maybe try and force a fight here. Dreamcoil onto 2, it's the Bloodseeker and the Leshrat. There is an Aegis. BKB though popped on Violent, he's not the one that has the Aegis. And with the Snapfire ult raining down, there's a lot of damage happening. Ooh. The first life is already gone. We see Satanic revealing his power, showing why he's named himself the king. As they go onto the Slash, blow him up. No more Rainbow Pony in this fight. Kasane with the Rolling Thunder also rolls right through him to get on the high ground, finding BB. Do they have the damage to kill him? No, they don't. But nonetheless, they have the damage to win the fight.
I think I talked to someone, and I've seen this matchup before as well. Like, Clash, he sounds good on paper, like AoE versus CK, but in theory, yeah, he sounds good, but realistically, this is what happens. You just get blown the hell up. You need armor. I feel like you just need armor, and he's queuing up Shivas straight up. That's what he needs on Lash. Also, this fight was a really nice read on Yes. Why? Because the two supports were eliminated out of the fight. Phoenix didn't have egg. Weaver was dead. So, factually, like, you can just go in 5 versus 3. And you know that they can't really fight that fight, even with an Aegis. Very nicely done by Yes.
The Yes movement is strong today. I hope they're fans of Daniel Bryan, doing the right things. I also wonder about this game, right, that as things start to go longer and longer, like, what's the long-term plan for dealing with the CK? Because right now, of course, I do really like their strong timing, being able to force these fights on the side of L1. But let's say once he gets, like, Heart, Bloodthorn on CK, what's the plan at that point?
How's the heart on sorry, not heart. How's the agonyms on Bloodseeker sound? How does that sound like for you?
That sounds fine. It's okay.
Some ags on Bloodseeker, then you have this Sunray percentage-based damage from Phoenix. You know, you have an AoE stun from the Lash, from Phoenix, from Centaur. I think it's still playable. Like, I think it's playable. I think that CK is probably one of the best carries at the moment, but I think it's playable against him. They got what they needed from their boys. You know, like, they got what they need to play against the CK.
The Blood Mist as well, once he does actually have it available.
Yeah,
not just more damage, but big
do you see the Weavers draft? Sorry, the build.
Hex, baby!
I mean, all he had up to a few minutes ago was Null Talisman and Orchid. Now he has double bracer. He's sick of dying, basically.
I mean, you can't buy power treads as the support weaver, right? So you have to find your strength somewhere. Both teams trying to fight right now in the bottom lane. This courier is going to give away some information. They know in which direction L1 is situated. The question is, how do they force the fight? 2 blinks misused by either side. Both offlaners don't have their key mobility items, but they still have their spells. 1J getting forward. There's going to be a Dream Coil onto 2. The puck jump is going to be there, followed up by the Snapfire ultimate with the Blood Right, but nobody's dying just yet. But here comes the king. Satanic shows up and chomps through the Centaur. This Phoenix too far away for a good position on the egg, but too dead to use it anyway. They're forced to buy back on the Centaur because they need to try and defend this Leshrac. He's fighting 1v1 versus the CK, and he will end up losing that fight. But Violence is trying to clean up house on the backline now, hoping against all hope that he can kill off these supports and turn his attention back onto the CK. The CK, though, in the meantime, is being routed from the fight by the Centaur. He's forced to TP himself away. Doesn't die, but almost does. The rest of the team, though, on Yellow Submarine, most of them can escape. Maru not so lucky. Nonetheless, it ends up being a fairly even fight, but Yellow Submarine force a buyback and managed to kill off the Leshrac yet again.
No, that was, again, a good fight for them. Nice little tip as well on the Dark Willow, because she's the main reason why CK survives. He gets glimmered and TPs away. I love that they played this basically until the bitter end on the Chaos Knight and Dark Willow. The stun on the Centaur, if it connects and the Centaur doesn't use the BKB fast enough, I think there's a chance even to kill him. This initiation from Puck was solid. Like, he jumps the backlines. The Sunray as well was solid, keeping them up and alive a little bit more. CK, however, just a little bit too strong, blowing up one target, then another. Lash and Centaur being killed. Like, that was even without the illusions, by the way, on Lash. It was just like, yeah, I have Manta and that's it. No Phantasm.
Must say, good heads-up play from Violence as well to try and get the edges of the fight first before coming back.
Yeah, I would say that maybe the fights were super clean. This last fight wasn't super clean, but very nicely done by both sides in some aspects. Yellow Submarine playing a bit better, of course.
That's also the fight that tips the gold graph back to parity, basically. It's pretty much nothing in it between these two sides. And considering that at some point we were staring down a 9/10k deficit, Yellow Submarine, this comeback must feel very, very good for them. And we're getting to the point where Erase is not that far away from having the Aghanim Scepter. You know, normally it's a meme with this Puck, but when you have Parasma as well, this Puck is going to do a lot of damage in these fights.
Yeah, it wasn't a meme in the last patch, right? Like in the last, until he got super nerfed. But I think in this game as well, it does come in handy to have another hero with some extra damage. Not only the CK, the one that's right looking, you have the Puck. Especially because Pango went full utility, right? Like, he's got Greaves. After Greaves, he got Pipe, Blink. Now he's buying Lincolns. Like, this man is basically one of those ambulance wagons, you know, just rolling around, healing everyone.
You know, every now and then when I'm like, man, I miss the meta of these utility support offlaners in every game. Then I remember TI, was it 11 with Wraith Pact, and I'm like, you know what, I don't miss it anymore, it's fine.
Wraith Pact was something else. Pipe and Greaves for me, they're just, you know, it's like this standard Dota. You want to kill me, I have some heals, you better make sure that I use all my heals. And then you go on me, or it's same like with a stick or a wand. It's like this natural state of Dota. Like, are you checking all the items? Wraith Pact was like, there's this ward on the ground and I guess I can't kill you. No way.
You know, of all the bad items we've had over the years in Dota, I really think Wraith Pact might actually be the worst. In terms of what it did to the game especially. Man, Wraith Pact sucked.
Well,
what an item.
Some teams enjoyed it.
Yeah, because they got to win millions of dollars playing with it.
Exactly.
Right now, both of these teams still in contention to find themselves gaining their first millions from Dota 2, Wraith Pact notwithstanding. And the next flashpoint I imagine in this game is going to be the Roshan, which will be happening on the Dire side. It might be the first opportunity for Yellow Subber to actually get a decisive advantage in this game.
So, what's your final verdict on the Aghanims of Bloodseeker? He's got the Blood Mist.
I think in this game, the main thing about it, honestly, for me, is not just the damage, but the protection. Just him staying alive longer in the fight, I think it's sort of like a slog in a way. Just you deal damage by not dying. So in a game like this, where they have that burst from CK, where at some point your BKB finishes and you have to worry about like Rolling Thunder, the globs from Morty, I think that's actually pretty good for this. And like you mentioned earlier, in tandem with the Phoenix behind him, makes, as long as the Phoenix can Sunray him directly, he should never actually die in a fight.
No, I agree. I would even go further and say that this item might be a core Bloodseeker pick. Oh, the initiation on an illusion.
Okay, on an illusion. Alright, and now that might give Yellow Submarine the confidence to fake back for this one. They're thinking about it. They're having that discussion right now. But it looks like the discussion will conclude with a negative. They're like, you know what, boys? No need to force this fight right now.
Yeah, no need to force it because Roche will respawn and it will respawn top. And now, if you're Yellow Submarine, you're kind of in a bad position. You have to start TPing on tier 2's top lane.
Yeah.
I really think they need to... Or you're giving up Roche, basically.
They got outplayed again. This was like their first Roche, where they went on a smoke adventure, couldn't really find the angle, and then got caught out with the Roche. Fortunately for them, this Roche is not the fastest one in the world. So if they go like now, they actually have an opportunity to respond in time.
Well, they TP'd for Puck, however, Erase, I really don't know what he's doing.
I think maybe he's gonna try TP onto Outpost. No, he's coming now, But he should have come a lot sooner, bro. I don't know about this.
This wave, basically, like, they all TP'd on time. It was only the Puck that was waited for. And because of that wait, they lose a possible Roche fight.
And they're gonna commit the Dream Coil onto Weaver. 1J does not mind dying for that one. It's like, okay, boys, it's fine.
Yeah. Like, definitely not worth it. Definitely, like, strategical mistake. Going for one extra wave that doesn't really do anything on the mid lane. When your whole team has prepared to smoke up and go into the pit. Unfortunate, but now you have to play into Aegis, into Cheese on Lash. Aegis on Bloodseeker.
Oof. Aegis on Bloodseeker with a Vindicator's Axe and BKB and the Mjolnir Static Charge. Notwithstanding the Blood Mist and Phoenix being able to protect him. Good luck! Good luck, boys.
There's a Blood Torn on Chaos Knight, so all of these things said, like, yeah, they're strong. At the same time, if you manage to jump someone and stun them before the BKB, you're killing them. It's like they have no real save. You know, there's some Stampede, but there's nothing like an Aghanims or a Weaver or something similar, so...
They're gonna go in for the Rupture onto Satanic Middle. They even pop the Stampede to try to get close to him for this. He's gonna try and man up with the BKB, but it's not gonna be good enough. Will just straight up end up dead. Violent. His BKB is over, but he can still make tracks towards Rue. Not even necessary, as he ends up dead to the burn damage of the Phoenix with the Centaur's help. What a way to get that kill. He stood by with the BKB, didn't want to pop it for the TP out, and ends up paying the price for it.
Yeah, they don't have a Basher, right, or anything like that. They don't.
No, they don't.
So sometimes you see it on a Bloodseeker, and because of that you cannot. But in this game, yeah. Now they have to fight without him.
Dream Coil with the Rolling Thunder. They go into the Bloodseeker, taking away the first life. The Aghanim Scepter of the Puck, showing its value in that situation. Nonetheless, they still have the numerical disadvantage. League 1, L1 want to still push. Will they leave here? What would you do here? Do they leave? Do they keep pushing?
Well, you don't have an Aegis and you don't have a BKB and you don't have an egg. I think this is maybe a tier 3 and you leave. I'm not sure if you can go for more. 15 seconds, that's it. Like tier 3 and you're gone. Like, you just lose this fight. If you stay there, you lose it 100%. You cannot take it. So, good call to move away.
Painful to lose a tier 3 tower and your Chaos Knight, but at the very least, did not lose the game. Not just yet, anyway.
Yeah, and keep in mind that they did manage to take down Aegis, which is also really good for them. Like, you take down an Aegis versus a team that is basically playing 5 versus 3. So, like, you're super happy. Plus, you defend the high ground.
Must bode well for them that they were like, guys, we could kill Bloodseeker even without CK. If CK is here, it'll become a lot easier of an endeavor. Yellow Suba. What does Dota Plus say right now? Dota Plus is still hanging around 16-15% for the win probability in favor of Yellow Suba, but it was lower. So the fact that they even got here does represent meaningful progress.
Damn. Based.
And the graph seems to be trending slightly in their direction. But I suppose that'll come up with the next couple of fights here.
I have to say, like, just looking at these two teams matching up right now, I feel that the outdraft is clearly on L1's side, but the execution, even with the last Roche fight not happening, that is, even with that, I feel like the execution is a little bit on Yes's side, because the game was so easy to just crumble underneath their legs, and like it was very easy for L1 to just crush them. Like, up to this point, be two sides up. But Yellow Submarine played it carefully. They were getting these small little pickoffs and just playing on CK and Puck on the side lanes. Violent. He's got to BKB and a blink.
I don't think he dies here.
He's got to blink. He's got to blink now.
He blinked forward, but he doesn't die. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
How did he read this? How the hell did he read that they're going on him? I guess no one is on the map, so...
His spidey sensors were tingling. You think his name is Violent because he's not used to being ganked? He knows what's up, man. He could feel it. But now they're being scouted. Erase is in a perfect position. Does get dusted up. He's gonna find the Dream Coil on the 2. This is a perfect time to go. There's no BKB on the left track, so he's absolutely gonna get eviscerated. 2 kills. Erase the positioning, man. What a player. And he has... Wow. What a player. Yeah. I was just gonna say he has come and recovered from his bad lane. It's okay now.
100%. And ladies and gentlemen, that's why I don't think this is 15 or 16%. They do have 2 buybacks. They're going in behind.
They're gonna try and make this wraparound. They find Ascador though, first and foremost. Violent able to pick him off, but that did cost a Rupture charge out of Violent. And now the silence did go on onto Kasane, while the CK is eviscerating Weaver on the south. Look at Violent. He jukes and jives his way away. By some miracle, this Bloodseeker will be able to survive. Yeah. But that's nicely, 3 heroes lost.
Nicely done by him, but his tier 3 is falling to the Carties. Like, it's literally just the creeps doing all the work. Who needs heroes in this game? These creeps are like, yeah, we're the true heroes. And they truly are. I want to use this minute to say thank you to all the creeps that have lost their lives in this battle of the ancients.
Oh, you've got a memorial wall in your house for every creep that's died in the game.
Is there some stat on how many creeps died in all the Dota games? There has to be, right?
I mean, I guess the information is there.
At least,
yeah, in pubs. So it wouldn't be that difficult to calculate. Bottom is at least their only refuge because there's a tier 2 tower up there. They're not going to get pushed in on that direction, but they got the Rax top. But look at Violent. He's going forward. He's looking for the Snapfire. Should be able to get him. The question is, can he get out? His BKB is about to finish. He's doing a lot of damage onto the CK, but not enough. Satanic levels up, becomes the king, and turns the fight. Now the rest of the team, will they be able to escape here? Supernova on the high ground, zoning Kasane away. He doesn't have his ultimate anymore. He's been dusted up, so the Glimmer Cape not necessarily going to protect him. Hugo helping out with the Brambles. Does still have the Guardian Greaves. Has some assistance coming back. The Bedlam is put on top of him, so there's too much damage for them to approach him. That's going to force them back. Leshrak still really thinking about going forward, but will think better of it.
In any other patch, maybe you can do that versus CK. You know, you just go in and you man fight him. I loved that play from Violent. It was fitting to his nickname. Just pop the BKB, run in and hit people. But versus the CK, you can't. Like this KO Strike, he just heals so much. Like as a Bloodseeker, you want to bring him down low, but he's just healing. He's healing more than the Bloodseeker, just from all the hits. Level 25 is on the Bloodseeker, so 2 Ruptures now. Can use it maybe on the Pango and someone else. And on the other side, do we have any 25s? Only on the Puck. He's got that Pierce's debuff immunity, Dream Coil, which is always useful.
Yep. With that in tandem with the Aghanim Scepter is always super, super nice. Also, Bloodseeker's gonna struggle. He does have the secondary Rupture, but Kasane has Lincolns already. So using it on him, not gonna be
Twice,
the
maybe.
easiest thing in the world.
Just use it twice, lol. But there's another big item, by the way, purchased right now by Rabel. He's got the Hex. That's completed.
Okay.
And one extra thing, like this Yules on Phoenix in this game, I feel like should have maybe been a Lotus. Yules is a bit too much for your own gameplay. Like you can only use it on yourself, or if you get a Wind Waker later on. Meanwhile, Lotus can be used on one of your teammates. Let's be real, if you get silenced in this game, you're not popping Yules, you're dying. Like you're dead, bro.
There ain't no coming back from that one. I mean, it happened to him in that bottom fight, right? He did pop the Yule, survived, and then the moment he came down, got blown up.
Yep. And in these other fights, it's usually just the CK blowing him up anyway. Man, this puck now has a refresher as well on top of everything else. He has had it, I should say. Like a refresher, Aghanims, Parasma, Boots of Travel. It's kind of big, kind of rich.
And he's walking around with an Ancient Guardian, bro. That's so much damage. Oh my gosh. Puck, relax, bro.
Look at Bloodseeker and look at that. They know now, but nice little blink by Violent. He's being so careful.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of crazy that run-in that he made onto the Radiant Triangle, that was his first jet this game. He's been playing on the edge the entire time. Only time he got caught out.
The plane, they're tipping. This time around, they don't want to make any mistakes when it comes to the Rush pit.
Yeah. Rush is up in 35 seconds. At the same time, though, both teams are smoked up. They are aware of the stakes of this particular Roshan. They're going to get wrapped around a little bit here on L1. If they can get a good Dream Coil from the puck, this could be huge.
Yeah, but at the same time, on the other side, double Hex will be revealed. One on Weaver, one on Lash. So this puck actually has to be way more careful now. That's why they put Lincolns on him.
Okay, puck just jumps up, just trying to get some vision for the squad. Able to get back. Very, very scary times. Both teams are now aware that they both know where the other are. It's all about the approach now.
Phoenix, unfortunately, he takes the Rush out, but it doesn't really matter that much. This could be a really good position for L1 to finally make a standoff with a nice seg, you know, nice positioning.
At the same time, though, their top lane is being pushed in. Bottom, there's a massive wave of creeps heading to their side of the map. They cannot stay here indefinitely. They have greater concerns than just winning this one fight. Puck just looking to get a D-ward, not going to succeed. And it looks like L1 is going to... okay, I thought they were going to force them to take the fight, but doesn't look like it's going to be the case.
Morty's Kisses, maybe? They need some vision in the pit. I'm surprised L1 is... This whole time, they could have been hitting Rush.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they aren't, because they can't wait. Like you said, these creeps are getting to your base. I mean, it's not that difficult, but still.
What are they going to do now? Illusion from the CK. Doing some scouting duty on the end. And now there go the Morty's Kisses, like you mentioned, for that vision. That does mean that they're not going to be available for the upcoming fight. Yellow Submarine being disciplined. They're still holding their position. And look at the base. Tier 4 towers are now under siege. Hex has gone out onto the Puck. Puck, is he going to end up dead here? No, still alive. Yule Scepter into the air. Puck will live. Throws down the Dream Coil on the floor. And they kill off 1J. Eventually, the Puck will die. Bursted away by the Phoenix. But he does have buyback. In the meantime, Satanic going in with the ultimate, with the illusions, just beating down all the foes. Looking towards taking out the Leshrac. Will be safe for now by the Centaur. But sadly, here comes back the Puck. Giving the necessary control. Creating the space. And they kill off the Centaur. Buyback was required from the Bloodseeker as well. Just to help out in this fight. He's returned now.
He's back.
Looking for somebody to rupture. Gets it out onto this young Dark Willow and then chases down the Pangolier. Violent living up to his name, searching for the Puck, finding the dieback. Erase is dead, a gem is dropped on the floor and there's 2 minutes in the grave, no Puck. The rest of the heroes do buy back though. Yellow Submarine will not let this numerical advantage sway against them, but they're in the base, they're dealing with creeps, so all of a sudden, Bloodseeker, Violent is gonna go for the Aegis.
How many buybacks? 1, 2, 3, 4 on Dire. 2 on 3 on Radiant, right? No, 2 on Radiant. No, 3 on Radiant. 3 on Radiant, 4 on the other side. Yeah, like just still a pretty big win for L1, considering they got the Aegis, they got the cheese. Even though the buybacks were committed, you had to commit them in any case. Puck committed his, you commit yours, you die back the puck. Damn, this fight went much better for them because of the buybacks than I expected. I feel that yes, the Yellow Submarine, maybe they, how to put it, maybe they put their game into autoplay after they brought back the puck and had that advantage there. Because they just allow themselves to not really use all their skills and items afterwards. Like the puck save was amazing. He didn't die instantly to the double hex. He gets like cookied, then he gets Lotus Orb. He's able to use one Dream Coil to phase shift and then buyback use another. But yeah, that's hex and everything a little bit too spooky for him. Dies again.
Man, Violent, what a guy. Came in, okay. Nice little pick off of the Phoenix in the top side of the map. Big creep wave that they have to worry about, but Satanic needs to come home. Needs to mount this defense. They do have a glyph if they want to pop it, but backdoor protection will stave off that possibility for now. CK is here. He's got Lincoln Sphere on top of him. They're throwing in some Morty's kisses, and there's the stun. CK is going in, looking for the Leshrac. Will he be able to find him? No. The salvation will be there from the center. We're just buying some space and time, and now they go back in with the Stampede. Violent. Him and the crew throw in the damage, and they kill off the CK, forcing Satanic to buy back. Leshrac, though, isolated inside of the base from the rest of his team. They force the buyback, but it will cost the life of this Leshrac, and they do not manage to get the lane of Brax down bottom. But overall, they still feel pretty good about forcing the CK into such a precarious position.
Yeah, I think you're happy with it, but this game is very simple now. It's who has the better team. Next team fight, he probably 99% wins the game, and we're back to the quote-unquote 15% from Dota Plus. I honestly, I really think this game was much closer from the get-go. It's not 15, it's like 50%. It all depends on who initiates first, who gets a better catch. These double hexes are definitely changing the state of the game. And also, one more thing, this Slash isn't as free of a kill as he used to be. So you have to take that into consideration. When you jump him, if he manages to use Shiva's Bloodstone before, you're probably not killing him with the CK anymore.
Rabel standing his ground, and they're searching. There's a Sentry Ward on the ground. They find 1J. Well, he does not have a Shiva's, so they squish the bug in the jungle.
No Shivas in this smoke now is just ruined. Actually, never mind. That was double ninja gears. But yeah, they get him. A quick pick off on the bug. He's buying the Rapier next on CK. He's also got the 25 talent plus 10 seconds of Phantasm duration. And I do think that this Rapier will come in handy for some
he changes
extra.
mind. He's buying Nali. He's gonna go Nali.
Ah, never mind. And Nully is also really good. I think he maybe I brain farted. Maybe he had Nully from the get-go. I think Nully is better anyway.
I think Nully is, especially for the Leshrac, Nullify is incredible here.
I think he had it. I think it was Nully that he queued up. I was just being dumb.
Maybe he just wanted Rapier, bro. You're allowed to say you want exciting things.
It's exciting to win as well from time to time.
We might have one more fight. Erase. He's just gonna go headlong onto this Leshrac. Here comes the rest of the squad. Kasane rolling in with the Rolling Thunder. He's gonna get himself ruptured for his troubles. So he ate the double like you said, but here comes the CK revealing the Nullifier and blowing up the Leshrac. Bloodseeker not gonna fare much better, as he will lose his first life. Yellow Suba absolutely satisfied with this turn of events. They get the Aegis, they force a buyback out of Leshrac. And all of a sudden, I think this game cannot be anything closer than 50-50, man. Anything can happen in the next few minutes.
Yeah, pretty much. What's the buyback situation? Only Weaver and Phoenix that have it. When it comes to cores, Puck 2 minutes, CK 5 minutes, Slash just bought back, so 7 minutes. So when it comes to this next Roche fight, pretty much all of these guys that are on 2 minutes are gonna have it, and maybe even some of these that are on 7 minutes, depending on how early or late Roche respawns.
We are, I think, very close to getting our first set of Tier 5 neutrals for these Eastern European qualifiers. So is there anything that you can see that will break the game wide open for either lineup if they get it for the Tier 5?
Tier 5s? I feel like you're just aiming for the what's it called? The giant string, basically. Is there anything crazier than that? I mean, if you're Puck getting that mirror shield or something that prevents you from dying in hexes would be nice. If you're CK, you just want the... If you're anyone else, you just want the giant ring. Just get it.
Well, maybe Dark Willow. Dark Willow has Hex Glimmer, so maybe you get Book of Shadows on the Dark Willow. And then you just spend your time never dying.
Or, yeah, you can also use Puck, save him. If he gets hexed, right? Well, you have these things, but the game gets just crazy. At that point, so we'll see if we get there. It's always kind of nice to watch, but... It's very stressful to get there.
Honestly, I used to love late game Dota much more before those 2 tier 5 neutrals came out. Weaver, dead again. Looks like the boys of Yellow Submarine walking around with a can of Doom, just spraying the bug whenever they see him. Another easy kill.
Buying these 3 bracers must feel so dumb right now. Like, if you're Weaver... Like, he was like, oh, I'm so smart. I have 3 bracers and a null talisman early on. I have so many stats. And then it just doesn't matter. You know, it's like you have... Having even a BKB or a Yules or whatever, Wind Waker at this point, just having something, some Force Staff, you know, some different sort of, say, Lotus Orb. At least you'd be able to use Sukuchi against CK. Maybe. But CK right now just kills you off. That's the way the hero works.
And to make matters worse, he is getting that Phantasm Aghanim Scepter next. So you get the additional illusions on the Chaos Knight. Those illusions are also party to the new Innate. So they get more illusions. And all of them are going to be strong illusions. So you could potentially have like, what, 10, 11 CKs in a fight? Just all beating on you at the same time?
Yeah, but keep in mind, it's not only about the illusions, I would say. It's about the save. Like, you can use it on Puck as well. Like, they go on Puck, you pop the ulti, you save him. It's a strong dispel. So, no, that's... Actually, is it basic or strong? With Aghanims. Whatever. In any case, Puck is gonna live. Puck will not be killed if you get that. Plus, that same Puck has Aeon Disc. Good luck dealing with him.
They smoke up right now on the side of Yellow Street. I'm sure they were hoping that the big man would be back. 10 seconds until his minimum spawn. In the meantime, L1, they're not that far away from the pit. And how long is the Roshan going to be? Is it long or short? Long or short? Long or short? Short. Yo, 40 seconds. Oof, yeah. Wow. They actually found the puck though. 1J. You know, who found who, mate? Who found who?
Yeah, pretty much. Weaver is... you know, he's doing Weaver things. This is the way you play Weaver. The problem is sometimes that I have... like, you have these players... Like, you're playing Nyx, you're playing Bounty, you're playing Weaver. At some point, running around the map like this, if you don't have a buyback, can be game losing. And I think this is one of those situations. Rosh is up in 10 seconds. As long as they stick around, which they aren't doing it. Actually, CK is coming back up. This is very unfortunate for Weaver, but sometimes you just have to stick together.
Roshan is going to be giving away a lot of goodies. We'll see if they just, since there's already Aghanim Scepter on Pango, maybe they decide to give this Ajax to CK and he buys something else. But we shall see. I mean, it's not like they really, do they really want Gobble Up? I can't think so. I don't think they care about Dark Willow.
Yeah, I think you give it to CK, definitely. If he's buying it, yeah, they give it to him, of course. Like, if he's queuing it up, they're going in.
But here's the fight. They're going without the Weaver. They're going with the Shiva's God BKB from the Leshrac. And now Violence is going 1v1 against the CK. And he's winning this fight, listen. They take away the first life. The egg is inside the Roshan pit, but just before it pops, the game is paused because someone has a problem with their key bindings. Oh, no.
I mean, this is like a yikes pause.
Oh, no, bro.
If I've ever seen a more yikes pause, I've seen some, but this is a very yikesy pause.
Yeah. Even Puppy wouldn't do this one, dude.
I mean, this is basically you caught them off guard. You're fighting the Rosh Pit fight after the Aegis. Like, you know exactly because you discussed who you're gonna go on and everything, and now you're just buying time to discuss, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting. CK has BKB. Puck has refresher. He's got everything. They're gonna fight this, and most importantly, there's no second egg, so you can maybe go Bloodseeker.
Egg pops before the CK is back. They do find Erase, but not before he gets deeper into the fight. Now Violent is yet again trying to pick off the backline, going for Rue, does succeed in killing him off, and now they're looking towards the Puck as well as the Pango. Look at the Violent damage. They've killing all these heroes off. Between him and Rabel, they also managed to take down the CK. Inside the Roshan pit is the Snapfire, but very quickly they send him right back to the fountain. And Violent, man, this Bloodseeker is just too damn strong right now. And even though Yellow Submarine, it looked like they had the positioning, Erase was in the perfect place, but Violence dealt 14,000 damage in that fight. Just way too much for Yellow Submarine.
Oh, holy hell, man. Any Aghanim's doubters in the chat now? Like, this is not only the Ags, of course, the Mjolnir, and just hitting everyone a refresher on top of everything else on Violent. So he has that double BKB to work with. Yeah, you have 2 lives, but I have 2 refreshers. Who cares? I mean, 1 refresher and 2 of everything. On top of that, what did he buy? He's got a nullifier of his own. So the boots will be relegated to the backpack, nullifier blink in the inventory. They do have all the buybacks besides the snap.
They definitely do not want to use them. And Rabel going bottom, getting the damage out onto these buildings. They took the range racks already. They're thinking about the melee. Look how far forward though Violent has gotten. He doesn't have an Aegis, remember, so this is a scary place for him to be. Terrorite is going to be on top of him, and he gets bursted down by Satanic. They need to get the hell out of here. 1J finds himself caught inside some brambles. He time-lapsed only into his death, and that is going to be 2 heroes down. And remember, he does not have buyback right now on this Bloodseeker. Short 470 gold to come back in the fray.
Yeah, because he just bought nullifier. Boys, go for hunt some bounties, because this, I've seen many throws in my life, but this is, this stops most of them. What the hell are you doing, friend? Where are you going? That's not your base.
And they found Pantomim. Pantomim, where you at, mate? What's going on, my G? Satanic gets another kill. What is happening in this game, Liz? I actually have no idea what's going on here.
What the hell are you doing? Oh no. Oh no. I mean, he sometimes, you know, you're winning, you're having a really good time, and then you're like, let's go, let's blink, let's fucking go, baby. Oh no, what did I do?
Oh no. Oh no, wait. Well, you know, sometimes you choose violence when you should have chosen peace. And in that situation, he finds out that
he's living up to his name, man. He's living up to his name. Oh, well, he will be up in 30 seconds, so maybe these are megas, but it doesn't necessarily have to mean that the game is over. 30 seconds. Like, they have a glyph as well on Radiant, so the game is definitely not over unless they die now on someone.
20 long seconds before this Bloodseeker comes back. And, you know, the Sea Dragons are beating on the tier 3 tower. But I think they've gotten enough. Buyback out of the Phoenix. We took another lane of racks. We are now not just in a winning gold position, but we probably have more experience. Somehow we do not have the win probability, but who cares? We have the relaxed advantage.
Okay, so... like, they got punished unproportionally to the badness of that play, you know, like he got unproportionally punished. It wasn't that bad. You lost one side, it's okay. You can wait it out. They don't have buybacks, you don't have buybacks. You're gonna have tier 5s, they're gonna have tier 5s. It's like the game is, you know, it evened out, because these team fights, as long as you're not jumping the fountains, are 50-50. It all depends on who jumps who first, and it looks like they'll be the ones that have found all of their... well, they haven't actually. They're just smoking up. They found only 1 tier 5. They want to fight before. It is a pretty good tier 5 though. The magic lamp. It's a nice one on Lash. I mean, I feel like it's not as good as on some other heroes, but it's still very good in this game.
Well, for the other side though, Yellow Submarine, they picked up 3 mirror shields on Puck, Dark Willow, and the Pango. And surprisingly enough, the CK opted to go for the force boots. Got rid of his own boots quite a while ago. So he has this now as a force of mobility and some, you know, kiting around in the middle of these fights.
Yeah, just look at his... What's happening with binds? In any case, if you look at the CK, he's got like full inventory, so he can't really go for a blink any longer. Like what do you even sell if you want to go for a blink? You know, just to have that mobility. Sometimes you see players go arcane blink, that short cooldown, blinking around, hitting people, but force boots are good on him. I'd rather maybe have a giant's ring, but this is also solid. Mirror shields definitely necessary. Like we discussed this. You're playing into Bloodseeker with a rupture, but most importantly, like rupture at this point doesn't even matter. It matters, but not a lot. What matters is these hexes. So you want to get that against them. And on the other side, we do have a pirate hat on Bloodseeker as well.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. With that additional, with the innates. Oh, not the innate, sorry, the facet that he chose. Hitting these heroes back when they're ruptured. It's actually going to be kind of hilarious when somebody is ruptured and getting hit down by him. How quickly their life is going to go away.
He's getting closer and closer to level 30, by the way, as well. So he's going to have that other level 25 talent, 18%. Max thirst, movement speed. Going to be a speedy boy.
Who else is close to 30? Pucker's 29 on a race. Looking for that Waning Rift talent once he gets to the top. And of course, Rebel is 29 as well, who still needs the Pulse Nova triggers Lightning Storm. Which this is not a bad game for it whatsoever. Up against the CK and how many illusions he's going to be throwing out, that definitely does make a difference.
It might save him, by the way. Like, I think that versus CK, because Lightning hits all the illusions and they get that attack speed slow. Just that attack speed slow alone might keep him alive. So I do think it's nice. At this point, the Aghanims on Chaos Knight becomes very annoying. Like, look at all these illusions just everywhere on the map. You know there are illusions, but they're just giving vision. Puck illusion running around. Pangos as well.
I actually feel kind of bad for the CK though. He's at the one place every carry player really hates to be. Completely kitted out. Has a Moonshot, Aghanim's shot, as well as the Scepter. No boots. Literally can't even have anything in the back right now. Everything is gone. Mid lane, we're gonna have a Dream Coil going out with the Terrorize. Oh my god! The damage from this puck! This is ridiculous. And now they're going on to Rabel as well. Does have BKB Shiva, turns around at the Bloodstone. As Violence,
he's coming back.
He buys back. He wants to try and re-engage in this fight. They got the Rupture out now onto the Kasane. And Kasane, does he have a way out of this one? It does not seem like it'll be that easy, but he pops the Guardian Greaves. He's still alive for now. In the meantime, Satanic, he pops his own BKB, turning towards Leshrac, who's out of BKB at the moment. But the Rupture is there. Onto Satanic. He gets hexed before he can get home. He does not have buyback. 2 minutes in the grave. They try to help him escape with the 4-stars, but it just wasn't enough, Liz.
They have a wave.
And now
they have a wave.
Do they? Okay. And Erase is already doing his best. Cutting the wave right now. Elongating the game. He has to buy 100 seconds somehow. I'm not sure how he's going to do it.
Let's see. He's going to try. They don't have Morty's Kisses. It's very difficult. Pango isn't even there. He's just TP'd back.
Oh, God. There's going to be the Hex bouncing back. Oh, no. Look at Violent. Violent losing a lot of HP. He's in a whole world of trouble. Aeon Disc will end up keeping the puck alive. Violent, he wants to get forward. Kasane Stun is going to connect onto him. And Violent's actually going to die. Baby's also in a world of trouble as well. The Centaur loses his life to the Rolling Thunder Crash. Who else is on the list? It looks like it's gonna be Rebel. Swashbuckle hits him headlong in the face. How on earth is he supposed to escape here? Has a Hex, but it gets bounced back off the Lotus. In the meantime, the rest of the lineup of L1 is getting bounced all the way back to the base. Ascador does die to 1J, but who cares? The big treat, the big prize is Rabel, who somehow is still alive though, doing the most, turning onto Erase. They're gonna kill the puck! 2 minutes in the grave for him without buyback. He could not deal with the double hexes, and somehow Rabel is still alive. Now, okay. 1J does finally die. Kasane kills him off and removes one of the hexes. Trying to chase down onto the Leshrac now. Can he actually find this kill? The Lotus Orb bounces back the hex, but the Bloodstone is back online. He's putting out the damage, but he's also out of mana. He doesn't have much more to give here. He's taking damage from the Bedlam right on top of Kasane, and he will die. No Rabel, he is forced to buy back. Centaur pops a BKB, doesn't have a Stampede.
Abyssal.
He gets bashed with the Abyssal Blade. No TP for you, sir. They're bringing back the Leshrac though. Rebel is fully topped up. He wants to try and help win this game, but 10 seconds away from a CK returning. They need to be careful. Kasane though is somehow still not dead. Sitting here, fighting it out. Elongating matters for his team, and now Rebel knows that he's all alone. He is forced to flee the base because he knows here comes big bad Satanic. The devil himself has come for his due. He is gonna take it, and that's gonna force the game as well. GG, well played is called. Yellow Submarine make the comeback and grab a game 1 victory here in the qualifiers.
Okay, NA, SCA, SA, Europe, bow down. Like, Eastern Europe is the ultimate region. I don't care what anyone says. Eastern Europe is like the best Dota, the most exciting, the stupidest at times, but that's what makes it the best. Like, this was so much fun. I just can't believe they managed to defend even in this last fight. The tower hits killed the Bloodseeker, who was caught by Puck in his Dream Coil, so the towers were hitting him. Puck wasn't even close enough. He couldn't finalize the last couple of touches, but he gets a right click here and there. He had the talents, the Aghanim's, the Shard. Oh,
What a keep.
if you're L1, you're feeling so bad after this. Like, you had this game in 3 different situations. You could have ended it. Like, you could have finalized the game in so many times. Like, violent. I mean, that blink under the fountain, just trying to
Literally lost
close
the game.
things out. That, I mean, it did. It truly did.
My gosh. The thing is that the crazy part about it is it didn't lose the game for them immediately. It still took a while. They were still boxing. They were fighting. And I mean, at this point in the game, when we're looking at the replay now, a few minutes before this, L1 was like 10k gold ahead. Very much in control of the game. But they just struggled to find and kill the CK, and when he finally shows up, he was so strong. But man, they also did a great job in delaying the game when they were the ones defending on the high ground, not allowing Yellow Suba to just completely overrun them. But man, some of these just, you mentioned it best, that it's all about their execution, and there were moments like this that Yellow Suba pulled off of just sublime execution that L1 had legitimately no answer for. But if they just not blinked, had Violet not blinked, they probably would have won the game.
It truly was very close. It truly did come all down to the execution. But like, up to maybe minute 30, 35, like, usually I form an opinion on what team is a bit stronger. You just see the way they're playing, the way they're moving on the map. And I had the opinion that Yellow Submarine are stronger, like by quite a big margin. I was looking at like 70-30 as a team. No drafts involved, because they had a really bad card dealt to them, you know, hand of cards, and they hey, look at that. That's amazing, actually. I mean, of course, after this game, who can blame him? That was so well played. In any case, right now, I'm not sure. Like, it's more like maybe 60-40, 55-45, maybe even for Yellow Submarine. Very nicely done by both of these teams. Very nicely done to entertain all of us. I mean, like, the game had a lot of flaws, but the entertainment was top notch. Like, it was 100%.
I think actually so far in the qualifiers, that's definitely the most entertaining game. I don't remember a game that was as wow, that just happened. Shout out Erase. Look, we were talking about at the beginning, Erase should not die more than twice in this game is what I said. He had that one death, which I'll be honest, when he died that one time middle, I was prepared to write him off and just be like, well, Yellow Suba, GG, well played. You need a better mid player, bro. Don't worry about it. But then Erase decided to show me. Decided to level up and put in the performance of his freaking lifetime. Hell, the double hexes that came out from L1 on the Leshrac and the Weaver was specifically forced by him. If he's not in this game, they probably itemize a little bit differently, but because he is, they're forced to have to address him by any means necessary. Well, funny enough though, because they had so many hexes, that also meant that the Lotus Orb, that the Snapfire board, became even more value and helped to actually keep this puck alive a couple times by bouncing back that hex. This was incredible performance from Erase. I also think his itemization was perfect for the situations that they were in. He really just played out of his mind.
No, for sure, for sure. Like, also getting the mirror shield in the end helping out quite a bit. They bought some Lotuses. As the core as well helped him out a couple of fights, specifically that rush fight when he cookies him, saves him so he can buy back and move back in. They do lose that fight in the end, but all these small little things, of course, help them to at least force some buybacks on the enemy side. Just a great game one, really.
Yeah.
Like, it's very hard to top a game such as this one. Whatever happens in game two, I'm sure it's not going to be even as close, but I can hope for the best. I can hope for something similar. I feel like they might already adjust some bans. Like the CK, the Phoenix, they might go like both of these heroes.
Yeah. Phoenix in particular might really need to go away from this draft. However, after a long and entertaining game, if we are the ones that are this entertained and this high strung, imagine how the players must be feeling right now. So they do need a little bit of a break before we head on over into our second game. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes to witness more exciting Dota, more challenges, and hopefully more entertainment here in the EU qualifiers to head to the international.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, one and all. We are here to witness the road to the international for the Eastern European region. And currently we are looking at a game between Yellow Submarine and L1. L1 were winning the first game, were doing so well, but unfortunately threw at the very last moment. And that is why they ended up going down against Yellow Submarine. So that gives Yellow Submarine the opportunity, the chance, the time to try and get a 2-0 win and go into the upper bracket up against 9 Pandas tomorrow. It is going to be hard work for them. It is going to be exciting, Dota, for sure. And of course, to help me bring this action, I've got the most exciting, most exhilarating man on earth. It's the Balkan Lizard. What's going on, fam? And then he has restarted. Oh, my bad. I was wrong about exactly when Lizard was coming back. Whilst Lizard is just reconnecting for a young second, let's just quickly give you a recap. If y'all do not remember what happened, Yellow Submarine losing most of the first game. First 15 minutes, completely difficult for them, but as they came back and as time went on, they were able to slowly but surely put themselves in a winning position. But a lot of it was helped out by L1 losing their nerve, in particular, Violent blinking too far forward on the Bloodseeker. So in this game, hoping to just see him play a lot more stably. And that should be enabled by him playing this Lifestealer. Certainly a hero that all around requires one to be playing with a, high tempo, yes, but you have to be very safe. You have to know what limits to play around with this particular hero. Of course, he's going to be supported in lane by the Crystal Maiden. Not the most classic combination. The classic one was Crystal Maiden Jug, but nonetheless, still very, very good to witness. And then for the other side of Yellow Suba, they have opened up with the Dark Willow. Content to keep this for Rue, given how well he played on it. They will switch things up so that Kasane plays Centaur. Nonetheless, classic lane duo of the Dark Willow Centaur, Brambles into Double Edge Stomp, or vice versa, always very, very good. And when Kasane was making his name on the come up, playing on teams like TSM, or playing on his short stint on Tundra, Centaur was certainly the hero that he would make a name for himself. Very, very good. Very, very good. Knows what's up. Then Yellow Suba, they picked up this Wind Ranger. Carry to carry matchup, I've always liked Wind Ranger into Lifestealer. Lifestealer can't actually do much to deal with Wind Ranger. You just press R onto this hero, follow him around. He just hates life. There are other heroes that they'll need to pick up from the side of L1 to make this matchup a little bit more palatable. And we don't know in advance if this is carry Wind Ranger or if it's going to be Wind Ranger in the mid lane. Either way, I anticipate a decent matchup for him. And then Yellow Suba, of course, come in with the Enchantress as well. One of the best heroes in the game at putting out lane pressure. That's probably what they saw in the previous game, that although they were able to win ultimately, the first 10-15 minutes was so difficult for them that it just set them on a very negative path. So that by the time they even got to that later portion, there was always an uphill climb. But now with Dark Willow Centaur on the one side and having Ench to support whoever's in the safe lane, there's a lot more security for them in terms of getting out of the lanes in something resembling parity. For League One, they came for this axe. Liga team come for the axe. A hero, honestly, I thought we were going to see in the previous game, but we get to see it now. Another hero that can function as a vehicle for the Lifestealer in tandem with the Weaver. You can prevent TPs from heroes like the Dark Willow, from the Wind Ranger. All of these kind of things. One of the things I also really appreciate about a game like this, or rather the approach from Liga, is that although they lost the game, they were playing high tempo and trying to play quickly in the previous game, and they haven't deviated from that particular path. So it shows that they know that, listen guys, the problem wasn't the draft, it wasn't the strategy, it was we made some errors, we made some mistakes, some things went wrong. However, if we can simply fix those up, then we can be almost certain of a better result. But now they need some reach through the mid lane. I think in the previous game, one of the things that they started to run into as well as the game scaled is that Rebel couldn't, only up until the very end, he was able to like run headlong in the fight. But prior to that, it was very difficult for them to reliably keep initiating as the game went later and later. So hope that they get a hero. Ember would have been nice. Storm would have been nice. They're both banned. So maybe I'll get Lina. Okay, so still sticking with a turret style hero. You know, Leshrac is more of an anchor in the fight. Lina can be more of a turret. But nonetheless, this person that stays a little bit further back and dishes out magic damage in that fashion. I mean, now you have Magical Burst against Enchantress and Wind Ranger. That's always nice. You have a way to hurt Dark Willow through the Shadow Realm. Okay, I'm fine with this. And it's generally a lane matchup that even if it is against Wind Ranger, you'll be fine as the Lina. So now the question is, what is the final pick for the side of Yellow Suba? What do we have going for us here? Is it safe lane? Is it mid? I think safe lane, actually. So Luna, maybe? Definitely not Slog. Maybe not Luna as well. There's already an Axe in the game. Yeah, Morphling. Morphling, you say? Okay. It would interest you all at home to know that across these qualifiers for TI, and that includes all of the Chinese games, all of the North American games, and of course, the paltry games we've done so far in Eastern Europe, there's only been 3 Morphlings. Or 2 Morphlings, sorry. This is the 3rd one, and both of the prior ones ended up losing. So, yeah, this could be interesting. This could certainly be interesting. But it is a Satanic Morphling, one of the heroes. I've seen him play this in pubs. Obviously has gone pretty well. In this game, he has great stuff to steal. You know, you take over the Lifestealer form, get back right in his face with the rage going. Sakuchi is always fun to have. Not just the Sakuchi, but the Stormbugs. Getting on top of a target. Alright. Looking at this game, I still think L1 can do this. Liga, I think they've got this. Because yes, the Morphling can be a very annoying hero, but they have answers for him. They have burst damage in the form of the Lina. They got nice consistent damage from the Lifestealer. Once this Axe gets a Blade Mail, if he catches you as Morphling, most of the time you're not a very happy camper. Alright, we can deal with this. We can see whether or not L1 will actually come back for the second game, or if Yellow Submarine will somehow just grab the 2-0, complete the upset, and continue in the upper bracket. Just to inform everybody, so you are aware of exactly what's going on, my Bosnian brother, the prettiest man in all of Dota. Actually, one of the prettiest men on earth. Lizard is very sexy. But his dulcet tones will only be gracing us in a couple of minutes. There are some gremlins in the system. So for now, you are stuck with me like it's the old days. And speaking of old days, Violent clearly remembers his training as a young Dota player in terms of how to path. Gets easily through the Bramble Maze without any concern. Everything's A-okay for him. They did not really drop behind that much vision on the way out. They just planted like a somewhat standard ward over the rune spot, so don't think we'll see massive amount of early random aggression. In the previous game, L1 was greatly benefited by not actually having to play aggressively, just letting the opponents get slowly but surely forced away from the lane and safe farming areas. But I don't think they'll be able to do that this time around. I think they'll have to play with a little bit more tempo in the laning phase. But now here we go, game 2. Okay, one of them between Pantomime and 1J is gonna have to go bottom, unless they wanna have a tri-lane in the top side of the map. It's been a while since I've seen something like that, but I imagine one of them just wants to take the twin gate and come home. They're setting up for this early kill. This top lane, Morphling needs to be careful. Satanic, be careful. Satanic! Whew. Yeah, he knows something is up. He knows. Yeah, okay. Had he walked with the creep wave the first time around, he almost certainly would have died, but that is ultimately not what ends up happening to him, so he'll be okay. So seeing how these lanes are gonna fashion out. Let's see. Normally I'd ask the pretty boy where the action lanes are, and I imagine it's gonna be bottom side with the Dark Willow Centaur. A lot of potential for kills here. Top lane could have some kills as well, but mostly onto the Morphling. I don't think this Enchantress should be positioned such that her life is threatened. But they just have to gonna try and make Satanic's life a living hell. I mean, look at this. Oh, gosh. He knows what he's in for, though. So I doubt he'll put himself in a precarious position that easily. The one thing I'm also noticing about how these lanes are panning out relative to the first game. In the first game, most of the initial, like, first 2 levels of pressure were coming out from the side of L1. But now, except for top. Top seems pretty difficult for them, but elsewhere they seem to be hanging pretty okay right now. The best part about this, though, for Yellow Submarine is going to be the mid lane. Last game, Rabel absolutely demolished Erase in the laning phase. At some point, having as many denies as Erase had CS, but that's certainly not going to happen here. Now you're playing Wind Ranger. You will find your farm, whether the enemy team likes it or not. Still, though, if I look at the 4 positions on either lineup, one side has Weaver, one side has Dark Willow. So there are possible incursions that can happen into the mid lane to assist, but I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon. Oh, yes I can. Yes I can. Can you hear me? Oh, snap. Guess who it is, y'all? Sexiest man alive. He was sitting with the Aegis, but now he has respawned. What's up, fam? Well, all of y'all at home, you won't be able to hear my boy just yet, but as you can hear, the respawn is finishing. Just a couple of seconds until the effect is complete, and we will have him in the game. All well, because this is Eastern Europe. The craziness and the madness starts to happen in the mid game, not that early, so we still have time. I'm also wondering if we're going to have any of the interesting lanes. Oh, bottom. This way I thought it was going to happen. Dark Willow Centaur, baby. Brambles into the hoof stomp, into double edge. Very, very easy kill to achieve. And every single time this CM is out of position, that can happen again. But now middle. We spoke about these supports making movements towards middle to assist, and 1J is going to be the first one to make that happen. Power shot from Erase. Misses, but they still manage to find the kill. Oh, man. Had he died there because he missed a power shot, he would have felt so bad. But he doesn't. And they do stay living. Everything's fine. And they're actually TPing somebody bottom. They're bringing in 1J, so they might want to try something again. They're going on to Pantomime. They know how squishy he is, but it's a trap. It's bait. They have set them up. 1J now coming in to get the kill onto Kasane. Will they be able to reach for more? Ru inside the Shadow Realm, but we have Sakuchi in 3 seconds. One more hit with Sakuchi and a Geminate attack should lead to his death, but no. Manages to pop the Fairy Fire just in time. The freeze will come out from Pantomime. Pantomime, though, will just die. Getting outplayed by Ru on the Dark Willow. That will enable him to escape with his life. So Yellow Submarine. It's the kind of things we need them to do. Painful that they paid with it for Kasane's life, but at the same time, them doing that move did mean that Morphling was able to free farm top alone up against the Axe, so it's all about trade-offs in the grand scheme of things. At the very least, Erase will get a bottle refill from his willing support Ru. They've also brought the other support. Enchantress is here. They may be looking for a wrap play onto Rabel. Somewhat unlikely that we'll be able to find that happening. They do ultimately have to give up the ghost. Maybe they'll just try to steal some creeps while they're in the area. Sadly for them, the Haste Rune also spawned in the bottom lane, so Rabel got that for free. Well, let's hope so. Middle lane. They're going out onto Erase. He eats a Laguna Blade, does get off the win run, but it is unfortunately not going to be good enough. Still gets bursted down. Too much magic damage on the L1 side. At the same time, though, Axe finds himself getting taken out in the top lane. Ascador finally returns top with the Centaur Conqueror, and that leads them to a kill on the Axe. I've gotten the go-ahead. Ladies and gentlemen at home, the real news has happened. The real best part of the day. Lizard is back, baby. What's up, man?
I'm not the best part. You're the best part, or at least you're the working part. I'm the part that didn't work. I don't know what the hell, dude. Like I went outside and just stood in the sun. You know that meme with what mafioso is it? Like the one of the narco cartels just standing next to his pool. That was me.
Oh, Pablo. Yeah.
Escobar. That was me after that last game. Anyway, Centaur down bottom lane. You see that Kassan? He's very alive.
I'm actually not sure why they didn't dive him.
The first thing I come back is alive from you. I come back and you lie to me immediately. How can you? How can you, man? What's happening, by the way? What's going on in this game? Like, I didn't even see the draft. Centaur does die in the end, so does Weaver.
What's happening is Yellow Submarine have turned up the pressure. They're actually leveraging the strength of this bottom lane and playing as aggressively as possible. It's forcing L1 to have to constantly make moves bottom. So that in turn is meaning that this Morphling is having a very free time in the top lane, farming very happily, and there's not that many heroes to go harass, erase middle. So it means that the early laning phase is an improvement over what we saw last game.
Okay. Like they have some really nice things as well for L1. Like you have this. What's you oofing about?
Pantomime, he's just super dead.
Yeah,
Nothing he can do about that one.
Not playing Phoenix.
Let's kill Rabel. Do they? No. Okay, power shot's still on cooldown.
Yeah. He's not playing Phoenix this time around, so he cannot just dive around. You know, as Crystal Maiden, you have to be a little bit more careful with how you position yourself. Did they ban the Phoenix, by the way, or what happened in the draft, or did they just go for CM instead?
They did ban it. I think it was second phase or something.
Because it's looking like a really good game for him this time around as well. But okay, makes sense that they ban it out after that first game. I like the Axe pick, by the way, even though the hero did get nerfed a bit. I think he's still okay, and you get this dunk into Morphling. This can come in handy as well.
Middle, I think Erase is dead. Bye, fam. Goodbye. Man, this sucks. Nothing you can do with win run. Do you just have to try and itemize for as early a BKB as possible if the game keeps going like this?
I'm not sure how the game is going. Let me see. 0-2-1. What are the last hits? 9 minutes in. Wind range. Oh, he's suffering, but it's not terrible. I mean, he can. He suffered in the last game as well. His laning stage was even worse last time around.
Yeah.
BKB, I mean, it's decent, but you're playing into an Axe as well, so they have some ways against it. I think we have to still go for the standard build. Nice snipe.
Free gold for him. Set up quite nicely by Rue. I must say, Rue's been playing actually out of his skin in this series. A very, very good support player.
Yeah. Bot lane, Kasane, he does have Stampede, so you're basically not killing him. He's fine.
Stampede, 4-1 charges and still a piggy pole. He is A-okay. There's no way they kill him.
Yeah, double damage down on bot lane now. That maybe Wind Ranger can use it. They smoke up as well. It would be nice to use this to get a pick off, get a kill on someone. Even on this Axe, it would be really solid, but you have to be careful. He has Blade Mail. So if you manage to power shot, to focus fire him and he uses Blade Mail, it could be rough.
Rue. Gonna try go through the trees though. Rue coming in, gets the vision out onto Rabel, and that's gonna lead into them getting the kill. Well done by Erase. They even popped the Stampede because they want more. Pantomime, he's gonna die on the high ground here. And baby, he sort of showed himself thinking he was gonna stop that incursion onto the CM. Sadly, he failed, but doesn't die for it at least.
Yeah, exactly. Mid lane as well, 1J. There's a double damage, remember, like he's got an Urn and a Healing Lotus, but he's caught in the brambles. Power shot.
Is he gonna die from this? He does. This Warpine Raider gets in the last right click. They kill off 1J on the Weaver. Man, that is very, very, very nicely done by Yellow Suba. Look at how much gold has been picked up by Erase. He's pretty much just back. It's almost like the last couple of minutes didn't happen.
By the way, this Enchantress talent is pretty solid. Like, I've seen talent, face it. I've seen everyone go for the Spirits talent on her. But I think this Live Wire is not Live Wire. It looks similar to Live Wire. It's Spellbound. The Spellbound is also nice. Like, you get so much attack range bonus, 200 cast range as well increased. Like, you know, Enchant suddenly becomes a Nimbus spell. Like, it becomes really, really strong. It's a nice thing to have, especially if you're going for those right clicks. You can just cast it later on as well for some extra damage. You get surprised. Basically, like, you're level 6, if you max out Impetus, like, it's a lot of damage if you go 4-4-0.
Also gives them some of that chase potential that's always nice to have, so you don't always have to rely on Stampede. You see L1 trying to make their way towards middle, but creep wave is a little bit too far forward. They just need to try to pull it away from the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, who's by the way, did you talk about the drafts? Which draft do you prefer here?
I preferred L1.
L1,
like
yeah,
L1.
same. I think it's a really good Morphling game, and Satanic is a kind of a player that carries the game on his own. But I love the Axe pick here. I think it's very good. And also, there's just so much burst versus these squishies, so with the Lina.
We yet again see a Wind Ranger just poking down a tier 1 tower middle. Erase, able to get that one. Now sitting just shy of level 10. And we'll see if the team want to make any other big moves on the map. I think they'd be happy to, even if they smoke up and get nothing out of it, just forcing the L1 side away from where this Morphling is farming. Basically the same strat they ran last game. Keep fighting elsewhere. Eventually Morphling will come online and hopefully carry us to victory.
Yeah, eventually. The only difference is, at least in this game that I'm seeing, is this eventually might become... might come a little bit earlier, because he didn't have a rough lane as much as I see. He's got 1 assist, 0 deaths. Maybe he left the lane, but he's farming. He's on top of the network. Remember, that CK was 4th. Maybe even 5th at some point early on in the game. Like, he was dumpstered in the last game and he still carried. This time around, he's having a much, much better time. Like, this Morphling almost has a Manta completed. What was that attempt, by the way? By the Weaver? Like, what exactly are you trying to do?
He's been doing this, he did this last game as well. He just kept following Satanic around and just leeching experience and trying to Sakuchi through his creeps in the jungle.
It's always funny when I see this one hero running towards the pack of smoked heroes and he's running from one to another. Who's got smoke? Who used it? Smoke me.
Well, Phantom will reveal the smoke. They actually blink forward and find 1J as well. At the same time, the Axe Core catches onto Erase. That's the premier hero, and there's no Wind Ranger for this fight. Freezing Field means the other heroes have to flee as well. 1J drop down bugs onto both Rue and Kasane. And Baby has Blink in a second. It's coming closer. Won't be able to get there. But at the same time, Kasane blinked in the opposite direction. What a mad lad. He's able to at least get 1 kill out of this. He might kill some couriers too on the way out. Yeah, he will. He will not get called either. He's fine.
I was thinking maybe he'll even go for the Wisdom Rune, but doesn't do it. Not that crazy. Instead, he's gonna TP bot.
Yeah, it comes bottom just to put some damage out onto this Life Stealer, but does have the Infest creeping right in front of him. So should be put.
Did they change anything about the enchant on the creep that he's controlling? You can't control it, right? Like, he just runs around. I don't believe so,
no. Yeah, I don't think he should be able to.
Imagine he infests and then he can't get out. You get the creep and you get the creep spell, you know, and he's just stuck. You're coming with me, boy.
You live here now.
Yeah, let's go. Send him to the fountain instantly, you know. Like the good times.
That's funny.
I think there was a patch where you could do that. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if it's still the case. It sounds too funny to be the case, but let's see. Enchantress, I do like what he's doing. He's going for Glimmer and drums. I feel like they don't really lack damage. You know, like you can go for this right click, but you can also just bot lane, go on Weaver.
Yep. They don't manage to find the kill. No time lapse available, but they do jump back in on the side of L1. Kasane is the first target. Got himself called in, and he'll get himself killed off. L1. Nice rotation with the response there.
Yeah, we mentioned how strong this Axe pick is. Like, just looking at the game, I didn't even watch the draft. I just jumped into the game and I'm looking at attacks and I'm like, yeah, this seems good. This seems nice. You don't care about the Wind Ranger early on. You know, you have this Blade Mail. He has to be very careful about how he approaches you. And you mentioned the BKB, and he is going for the BKB. Of course, it's not instant BKB. Like we talked, he needed something extra first. He gets the Maelstrom for some farm, for some damage, for those Javelin procs. And now he is opting to go for BKB. Top lane, Morphling.
Yeah, and some danger here. The dunk, though, not gonna actually do the trick. So that's gonna be an Axe all of a sudden in danger. Power shot hits him up, and this Morphling is the one that gets the kill. Satanic, man. 10k net worth lead, a tier 1 tower about to be taken, and the Water Boy much closer to being online than is comfortable for L1.
Yeah, completely online, I would... well, not completely online. He's not like this Kanda Morphling, but look at this stack of Ancients.
Oh, no.
I mean, there's no way you let him farm this. You have to...
But they don't know about it, you know? And Axe is dead, too. I'm not sure how they can contest it without the Axe. You know, Weaver just got infested into the... Other way around. Weaver got the Lifestealer inside of him, so there's nobody to actually stop this.
Why did you... I mean, you said it correctly.
Right the first time.
Yeah, he got infested. The Lifestealer is inside of him. What do you think? Where exactly is Lifestealer when he infests a hero? Where does he reside?
I mean, if he's a Lifestealer, surely it's like inside your heart, right? Slowly but surely taking away your life essence.
Okay. So it's not like from the anime or whatever, the hentai. What is it? What's it called? The parasite thing, you know, where they take over your brain. Is that the one? The manga?
Well, it's not a hentai, my friend. I think that one is called Parasite.
Yeah, I don't know the differences in these things, man. They're all the same to me.
Chat, let us know. Please teach and educate Lizard on the difference between hentai, manga, and anime.
it's all weebs to me. You know, all the same. Mid lane, 1J. He's trying to get this. Yeah, he's being sneaky.
Also, you know, in the previous game you were mentioning how these support weavers can itemize for whatever. Look at him going for Skadi, bro. First item.
What a boss. I mean, you are playing into a Morphling, so you're going Vessel Skadi. This is some boss man right here, you know?
Man.
Yeah, I mean, the good luck. Look, as a position 4 weaver, I really think that you can, if you want to farm, you can find farm. Like, this hero finds farm. The only question is, how much does your team hate you for that? Because if you are farming like this, like, what can you do? You can be behind their tier 2 around the well and just farm the wave together with the medium camp.
They're about to farm the Lifestealer. He had to pop the Infest, but they are a little bit zoned back and scared about the rest of the team coming in. And they're correct, because this squad is making its way down to bottom. But they will give up their chase when they see that Yellow Submarine are no longer going for this engagement. But now, might be the Axe who's the easier target. The Shackle Shot will not latch. Gets off the bonus armor, and here comes Lifestealer on the back edge of the fight. Freezing Field gets cancelled out by the Yule Scepter. Morphling waveforms in. Satanic wants the kill. He'll get it out onto this Axe. At the same time, Crystal Maiden also taken away by Erase. They're looking for more though. Rabel close to the tier 2 tower, trying to juke and jive his way away, but unfortunately Terrorize sends him right back into the waiting arms of the Morphling, giving the Satanic King a double kill. And man, Yellow Submarine, 5k net worth lead now at 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I feel like the huge difference between this game and the last one is now they're playing a more even matchup when it comes to the draft, and their lanes went better, so you can see it already. Okay, the mid lane didn't go that well, but the other lanes did. Bot lane, Violent.
Super dead. Sorry, mate. Super dead.
Yeah, they catch him. Nicely done. Nice little play, and the tip on the Cent who did the catchings. So,
dude,
pretty good.
Click on the Centaur quickly. Is 1J dead? I think 1J should live here.
I clicked.
Centaur has Blink Pipe at 20 minutes, dude. Oh, 1J is actually gonna die. Wow, they actually got him. Nice. How does Centaur have Blink Pipe at 20 minutes, dude? With 800 gold still in the bank. What is going on here?
I mean, I think this is a solid Centaur, normal Centaur game. Of course, like, he's got 3 more items than I would have at this point, but he's just 20-minute Centaur things, you know, you farm a lot with the pipe. Actually, what the pipe gives you, a ton of regions, so you can work around that. You know, you can go into the full double edging, the creep waves, farming faster. But if you look at the enemy offlaner, it's the same thing, right? Like the Axe, he's got the same farm.
Yeah. How you know as well that Yellow Submarine's game is going a lot better? In the previous game, they were struggling to find engagements that led to Roshan, and they were struggling with position around the pit. Now, no issue. They can put 2 heroes in here. They've got fantastic vision of the Radiant Triangle, which scouts out quite a few heroes, so they know for a fact that there's nobody coming to contest them.
Yeah. They do snatch that rush. They have Kanda. Like, I love that Satanic went full on aggro mode, you know? Like Manta Satanic, this isn't... sorry, not Manta Yeah, he is a Satanic, but there's a Manta and Kanda on him. So he will be able to blow up a Lina or even an Axe, you know, just get on top of these targets. But the game, even though it looks completely in Yellow Submarine's favor right now, I don't think that's completely true. You still have to play these fights very nicely, and you have to be precise and not get caught by the Axe. That's the most important thing.
And I'm looking at the win percentage right now, or the probability. And in game 1, when L1 had a 80% chance to win, they threw like 3 fights back to back. So Yellow Suba, maybe it's a problem that they're this far ahead. Let me see how they actually stabilize the rest of this game. They scouted Lifestealer, but he has rage, so I don't think he dies here. He's fine.
You see? Shackle. He's got the blade mail.
Axe is fine. It's got BKB as well now.
Remember, by the way, what I said about Weaver being able to find farm. Where did I say he's gonna find it? Around the tier 2. He's farming. Basically, this is what you do. You creep skip this wave, or you don't even creep skip it, and you just pressure the tier 2. You have mana region here. You're farming the enemy hard camp and the medium camp. The only problem is, if you are doing this, you're off of the map. Like, you're just not you're basically a -0 on the map for your team. You're pressuring a bit, sure, but if the other parts of the map are collapsing, it might not be the best play.
Yep. Sadly, 1J was not able to get too much pressure onto that tower. He's also changed his mind from the Skadi and instead going for the Hex after the Spirit Vessel. Okay. He's gonna need it down bottom though. He takes the Twin Gate because he knows that his crew is going to need him if they want to mount a defense, and it looks like they do. They smoked up with 3. Axe has some precious cargo. Definitely doesn't want to jump Morphling. Looking for the backlines. How do they get there, though? They need some vision, Liz. 1J finds the bugs through the trees, and that scouts out the Wind Ranger. Are we going to get the jump? Axe, where you at, bro? There it is, finally going out onto the Wind Ranger. In the meantime, they also managed to burst away the Morphling. So there is no Aegis available onto him. They didn't even Laguna for that. How did that happen? Weaver, he's chasing forward, watching these heroes flee. Can't really do much all by his lonesome. Axe is coming in closer and closer. The slow will apply from the Sakuchi. They really just want to close this gap. He's happy to eat the Bedlam damage if it means them getting a kill, but he's actually reaching for more, hoping to blink past this Dark Willow. Looking for Kasane. Rue will happily die if it means Kasane can get out though, dropping the Brambles on the way out. So that is a 3-for-0 engagement with one of those lives being in Aegis. And L1, how did they kill the Morphling? Can we get a replay? I want to see how that happened.
I don't think the Enchantress was on him, but she didn't hit him. And Wind Ranger thought that the blink was broken. I really think that they thought the blink was broken, and because of that, they fought the way they fought. Like, there is no way. I mean, you're playing into Axe. I guess Wind Ranger, all you have to do is wait for him. Just, you know, bluff him out, wait for him to jump someone else first, or just don't show. Let Morphling take the tower if they don't want to initiate. I think Enchantress or one of the teammates said that they broke the blink, and they didn't, because he kind of hid in the trees and then he blinked after the hit. And, you know what it was, man? Look at this. He has Gossamer Escape. I think the hit missed. I think the hit missed.
That explains a lot. That explains a lot. Because as I was watching the replay, I was also like, this still feels weird. What happened? Like, why was he able to blink? But that makes sense. I didn't see he had a Gossamer Cape. Okay.
I think that's the case.
Whew. Well,
this item, I'm telling you, this item is...
This item is busted, dude. I think it's crazy.
It's so damn good. Like, especially when you're playing versus some TA and heroes like Karnursa jumping you to bash you with that first hit. He still bashes me with the second hit, but, you know, at least it's not the first.
One thing we also saw in that fight is because there are heroes such as Axe. Well, Axe is one thing that Morphling knows he has to be aware of, but every now and then what happened in the previous fight can take place where this massive magic damage just comes out before you're ready and you get bursted down. So Satanic has to play in. Look what he does immediately. Click on Satanic. Look what he's building up. He going for the Lincoln Sphere. He's like, you know what? That came way too close for comfort. Let's not have that happen without me having an Aegis at least.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Like, they don't really have too many ways of breaking it that are easy and simple. And so because of that, like overall, it's a core item on Morphling regardless. He's going for Swift Blink afterwards, so just wants to be able to play this game really damn fast. No BKBs, no Satanics, nothing like that. Just jump in, blow someone up, get out with the Lincolns, maybe a Rage from the Life Stealer as well. Nicely done by them to catch Weaver, by the way, as well on that. The scan was good.
Yeah. Weaver, not that, for about 2,600 gold away from having the full Hex available for himself. But by the time he gets it, Morphling probably going to have Swift Blink as well. Satanic is so farmed. Oh my god, dude. Violence, you have your work cut out for you, buddy. That Aghanim Scepter has to come ASAP. It cannot come fast enough.
Kasani blinks. Like, Lina was TPing exactly where he was TPing to, but when he TP'd to, he blinks out to try and catch her. If he just stomped as he TPs, maybe he even catches her. Most likely not, but it would be closer.
Got a smoke. A delivery for you. Delivery. Is anybody home? Yellow Suba? Got something we want to give you. They're picking out on the Morphling, but at the same time, 1J was scouted bottom. He was inside a dust as well, so...
They know for sure that he's still around. It's like the Weaver game.
They found King. They got him. They got Satanic. Do they have enough damage to kill him is the question. I don't think they do, at least not quickly. But now they get the help, though, from Rabel, who shows off his Blink Dagger, coming in with the burst damage. That is going to be that. Morphling is gone, and that's probably going to be a tower taken somewhere as well.
Nicely, very nicely done. Also, this Weaver preventing them from pushing. He's still playing around them, but that's one thing that this Weaver is known for, and is super annoying. You know, like you can catch him, but he's just creating so much space. It's annoying. Like when you're watching the game from our perspective, it's completely different story to when you're playing the game. Dark Willow.
Finally gets it. At the very edge. He didn't want to have to BKB for it, but you do what you gotta do.
It's a 6-second BKB at this point, right? Like every time you use it, it's whatever, I guess, for the axe. As long as the cooldown is there for the next fight, you'll be all fine.
Yeah.
Lina,
so
by the way,
game, yeah.
I just wanted to ask you, have you seen a lot of Lina games? Because I've seen not too many, but in every game she just was insanely strong.
I've seen a couple, but also not really that many. I think professionally, there's only been one game that was played during the qualifiers. But every time I come across her in pubs, I get eaten.
Yeah, mid lane.
We still win the game, but we get eaten. Mid lane, gonna be a jump from Kasane. Found Pantomim. Pantomim is still alive, but not much longer. As Satanic is there with the Kanda hit on the adaptive strike, easily cleaning up the CM.
Yeah, just one single hit, and that's it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Crystal Maiden. For me, Enchantress, let's see that first. She should be fine. Yeah.
She's
not violent.
fine.
Look at that. He's going crazy mode on the other side.
For this. There's a fight in the backline here where they found the axe and killed him. Okay, this is really good for them. Rabel going to be able to TP out at the very least. All right. Okay.
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of info from the Weaver. Like, he's snatching on the other side. I think he maybe got the Wisdom Rune, I'm not sure, but he was farming in any case. And like, he's gonna have his Hex soon. He's not too far away from it. It's still, what, 1400 gold, but he's gonna get there eventually. The problem is, like, I'm not sure if this kind of a gameplay, for me at least, justifies the amount of space that they're getting on the map, you know, like... if you're next to your axe, maybe they catch you instead of the axe. Maybe he gets a better call, something like that. Maybe you're giving vision. But this is also fine. If you can justify it later on, of course, with your items.
Yeah. I think if he shows middle, Pantomime is dead. Oh, sorry, mate. Sorry. Sorry, bro. That was a proper Caster's curse, actually. That one's on me, man. I'm sorry.
Well, the curse is when you say he's not gonna die and then he dies.
Ah,
that's
no,
the
but-
Caster's curse.
But don't you remember, every time we cast, whenever I say someone's going to die, they always end up living?
That's true. You're the reverse curse.
Yeah, yeah.
Weaver is caught right now. He does have ulti, but
Has time
kinda
lapse. He's actually going to be fine. I'm not sure
Is
if he
he?
lives, but he's going to be fine for the first round. Forced off away.
that wasn't
The
forced. That was
sidekick headband, bro. That was... Okay, if not for the additional Bramble catching him, he actually might have lived there.
he lives, I think, 100% almost. Maybe
That's so
someone else
crazy.
catches him, but he was fine. There was no more damage left in store for Dark Below. Really nicely done. Like this man with the psychic headband. Yeah, it's just was too good. Way too good. We saw the vacuum into Brambles this morning. Now we're seeing headband into Brambles. There's just too many Brambles on the ground. Let's be real. So whatever happens, Axe jumps. Nice jump.
2-hero call onto both supports. They're definitely going to get viscerated. Woo! That was nice. Very nice. And a charge as well for the Axe, so some additional armor on the Coat of Blood. Always feels good.
I love how in this series, every time team gets an Aegis, they lose the next fight. Like, or a skirmish, or someone dies on their side. Look at Weaver,
That's it,
2.4k.
Dude, this Hex is almost done. I can't believe he actually got here as safely as he did. Like, without more of the map getting taken away from them.
Yeah, I mean, he was taking some creep waves around the tier 2. Like you're basically freeing up the map as well, you know, you're pushing in the waves. There are some nice things about it. The bad things are you're not next to your teammates when the fights are happening. The nice things are you're constantly giving info, you're pushing in, you're annoying. There are good and bad things to it.
Radiance can connect pretty damn flush, so they are fully aware of what Yellow Suba is up to. The question is, will they start to corral together? They sort of sent 1J to break any smokes if he can. Doesn't find anybody, so the entire Radiant lineup will just play as close together as possible and just take a Tormentor in the meantime.
Who gets it? It's the Axe. Nice little battle hunger to affected units.
Okay, look where this Wind Ranger is. Erase is trying to do another play like he did on Puck, blinking onto the high ground and triangle and getting a kill. And yet again, Liz, he's going to succeed in this endeavor. They're not done just yet, though. Waveform forward to find Pantomime. He had a freezing field for about half a second before he gets blown up.
Let it go. Yeah, didn't really happen. Can they push? By the way, they do have the Swift Blink that we talked about. He didn't opt to go for. Instead, he went for the Satanic. What's a Satanic without Satanic? It makes sense, right? Like, why did he name himself that way? But specifically when you're playing Morphling, like, it makes a lot of sense. Goes high ground. And Lifestealer, well, he's trading tier 2 for tier 3. There's a glyph at least.
Well, if Rabel can clear out this creep wave, or the tier 2 tower can, look where 1J is. 1J is pushing back. Unfortunately for them, though, there is still too much, and they're going to be able to take a bottom lane of Rax.
I think even with I think even with the glyph they could take those Raxes. They have a full wave, 2 creeps at least, 2 range creeps next to them.
They're not going to stick around for the mid, though, as Axe is back in 5 seconds. They've achieved enough, and they will be happy with their gains on the map, especially with the Aegis expiring. With 2 minutes left, you know, just play the map, get to your next round of items. It's not that big of a deal.
One big item that is coming, it's already there actually. First smoke from Violent, from Axe. They're showing the Lifestealer, nicely done. You just want to show one hero and then you can continue on with the smoke, but there's so many wards around here. One item that's really big is this Orchid on Morphling. Like, he's got it now. He replaced the boots with it. You can jump the Lifestealer. He has no save.
Will be a shackle shot thrown in. Oh, Violent? Violent? Is Violent just dead? Let's see what he got here. He's trying to man up right now, fight up against all of them. He has a BKB of his own, though, utilizing that to fight into it. And 1J, he's going to get blown up by the Kanda Morphling. Freezing field thrown in by Pantomime gets cancelled out, though, which might lead to the death of said CM. And indeed it does. Right now, Erase was sitting with the lifestealer inside of him, who was playing aggressively with the Infest, but unfortunately the Infest ends, the BKB is finished, and his life is forfeit. A triple kill for the Morphling of Satanic.
This BKB was on courier for sure. Like, I mean, before when he TP'd base, because on top lane he didn't have it. But okay, he finishes off the BKB. It still doesn't help him. He needed it against the Orchid. Maybe a Manta, something like that. Any sort of a save versus the Orchid. He already had it, but the fight was way too clean by Yellow Submarine.
Looks like the game is about to end here. Yellow Suba not in the mood to play another hour-long extravaganza. They want to put this one to bed ASAP. Morphling just picks up the full Bloodthorn, so he can just one-shot, one kill any county he comes across.
His Aegis is gone.
They've opened up the space. He still has Aegis for 5 seconds. Will they try and do something? They're gonna come to call from the Axe. Aegis expires in 1. Now what? Can they get these kills? No, they cannot. Kasane instead gets the counter initiation and kills off the Axe, who buys back instantly though. He's trying to salvage this game however way he can. Doesn't have Blink for another 2 seconds. It's gonna come back online, but Yellow Suma, the heroes are too far away. So L1, they still maintain the game. The base is not completely destroyed, but man, Lizard, what are they supposed to do right now?
That would have been the perfect call if he had BKB. But his BKB was on cooldown still on Axe. So he just gets uled and that's it. The Morphling cannot die. But if he's still down there and if he's hitting the Morphling, then maybe there's a chance to kill him off.
Oof. Game is hot. 1 lane of racks remaining for the side of L1. As Yellow Suba, they're actually gonna smoke up. Bro, I love how they're playing the second game. They just have a 0 chill, 0 breaks on this train, and now they're gonna find the Lina, who blinks away in time. Doesn't find the stun, but there is gonna be an initiation from the rest of the squad. Erase though, falling very low, dies because of the blade mail of the Axe. It is 4v5 right now, but Axe still is suffering damage from these impetus shots from Kasane, and he will eventually end up ticking out. The Morphling took quite a bit of damage from Rabel, but Rabel is certainly not strong enough to do it all by his lonesome. So this Morphling gets out. Rue as well, able to TP away. There's no Axe to cancel things, and Rabel wasn't close enough for the LSA. A 1-for-1 exchange. However, given the way that this game has been going, L1 will feel very happy by this fight.
Oh, for sure. At least you managed to delay it a little bit longer, you know, you kill off this, the Wind Ranger. The only issue is once she's up, that's 30 seconds, at least without the Axe. Maybe there is a play that's possible. Like, this game is very out of hand for them. Like, I do believe that there is a world in which they can defend high ground and maybe blow up even the Morphling with the Blink Axe combo. It's just so hard once these saving items come online, and they are coming online. Like, you can see that Centaur is queued up the Wind Waker, and Dark Willow also queued up the Wind Waker. Basically, if you are playing versus Axe, queue this item up immediately. That's the way you win against him. Like, eventually you're gonna get it, and his calls will become severely, you know, diminished. So they are buying them, and eventually, once they come online, this Wind Ranger shouldn't be that scared of him anymore.
I mean, even the Enchantress sitting with the Hurricane Pike and the Glimmer Cape. Multiple tools to save each other in these fights, which makes life very difficult. We'll see how they end up being able to try and deal with this. At some point, you need, like, eventually Lifestealer gets Nullifier, but that's after the NKB, and maybe even later than that, who knows? It's not on the horizon, that's for sure.
Yeah, what else is happening here? What do we have? Anything crazy from the Radiant side?
What is kind of crazy, I'm surprised that Rabel isn't opting for BKB on this Lina. What do you think about this?
No, I like the build. I feel like in this situation, you man up. You just go all in. Like, you don't go BKB. It's not gonna save you. You're gonna... If they get on you, you're dead. E-Blade is good. Like, it helps versus all of these heroes. Blink and Aghanims should be good enough for you to position yourself well so you don't get gone on. You know, sometimes you get caught, so what? It's like positioning problem. But this kind of a build allows you to 100-0 almost any hero on the map. Even, I would actually say even a Morphling, if they can break the Lincolns. One of the strengths of Lina, she has unmatched burst in the game, so...
It's just not
Rabel is still the one that, he's like, you know, it all comes down to execution, and because of him, I'd give them maybe 20% chance here, 20-80, something like that.
Okay. Dota Plus disagrees. It thinks it's only 4% chance for L1 at this point.
Dota Plus gave a Yellow Submarine 15% last game, so...
That's true, yeah. I mean, at some point, they were actually at 5% last game for Yellow Suba, so...
I think
as long as it's not 0.
As long as it's not 0, exactly. I think it's rougher for L1 to come back than it was for Yellow Submarine in that last game. But if they play their cards right, it's possible.
One avenue of play that they can pursue is perhaps getting themselves an Aegis. The next Roshan comes up in 45 seconds. And Yellow Suba, aware of where it's going to be, gonna try to get themselves through the Twin Gate onto the Radiant side as soon as possible. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're not set up for this whatsoever. L1 might have to forfeit this one, but that, I don't know if you can allow that to happen, mate. Another Aegis for Morphling?
Well, probably not the best idea to give it away, but can they fight it? And what are they waiting for? That's the question, right? Like, can they fight it, and what item do they get? Because my problem was in these last couple of fights, Lifestealer didn't really feel like he's doing anything.
Yeah.
And look at the raise, by the way. Where are you going, friend? What's the plan?
He's chilling, man. Hanging out, you know. He's like, guys, last time I blinked forward crazy like this, we got a lot of kills, so... Don't worry. It'll be fine.
Rabel?
No, Rabel! Rabel! Oh, no! Oh, no. And he dies without buyback. Lizard, that's it. Game's over. There's no way. They get the call out, but yet again, there's going to be the instant use. He didn't get off the BKB in time. It finally comes out, but it's too late. Morphling now is on your backline, taking down your supports with the assistance of Kasane. And he's doing his best on this axe, but it's just not good enough. Here is going to be the freezing field immediately removed. Right clicks going out onto this Lifestealer. He cannot sustain himself by himself. And he's in fact going to die inside the fountain. Ultra kill for Satanic. And he ends this game as the king of the first round here in the Eastern European qualifiers. GG, well played. Yellow Suba get the 2-0 victory.
I just love how happy they are. I just love the smiles and happiness on these faces, man. They're just like, yeah, let's go. Look, this right now, when that's happening, this qualifier for these players is like the biggest thing that can happen for them in the year. It's bigger than their birthdays, bigger than their mom's, girlfriend's, brother's birthday, their graduation from school. I don't care what. Like the qualifiers for TI, like there's nothing really that feels as, I don't know. When you're a Dota player, a professional player, this is like the peak of the year for you. You want to give it your all, and every single win, I'm telling you, they're playing with their hearts out, and you can see it in this game. And these small little plays, like what Rabel did there, going in, not Rabel, sorry, Erase did, going in there and catching Rabel, these kind of moments, like, if they work out, you're feeling like a king. So very nicely done by Yellow Submarine.
I mean, they have a king in their game, right? So of course they should feel like him. Another thing that we saw from this particular game that I'm really, really impressed by is, you know, very often when you have a very chaotic game one, even though the team can win, they come back looking a little bit rattled, right? They looked a lot more calm in this game. Like everything was going according to plan. They were making clockwork type moves across the map. I think it probably also really helped that they had somebody like Kasane in the team who could speak to them about what it means to qualify to TI, the kind of things you have to do all the way through these matches. Just don't panic, play according to the game plan, and these things can work. And really, I must say, the most impressive thing for me is just how they fixed their lanes. Compared to game one, going into game two, night and day difference. And it meant that we got to see, you know, you were mentioning how Yellow Suba is probably the stronger team on execution. In an even game, we get to see that it's not a probably. It's like, certainly, they were the better squad here.
Yeah. No, you can see it. Like, very, very often, off of the game one, you can make your conclusion on who's going to win the series, even if the game is lost. Especially if the game is lost and you think that the losing team was stronger. And I think that was the case here. In game one, Yellow Submarine, they won the game, but it was rough for them. They should have lost. They won it, but they looked stronger throughout the game. It was just like these small little things that brought them in a really bad position. Also, the draft wasn't really the best for them. I have to say though, if they want to win versus Virtus.pro, if they want to qualify versus Virtus.pro versus Navi, even versus 9 Pandas, of course, as well. Like, they might have to step it up a little bit in the early stage. Like, the lanes, they need to go better. Like, they're not going to let you recover if your laning stage go as poorly as they did in this series.
I think especially mid, side lanes, second game was very good for Kasane and Ru, but mid, both games Erased needed a lot of help in order to recover. So that is one place they can look towards. However, it also means that they can be comfortable knowing that even if he has a bad matchup, he will always perform throughout the state of the game itself. So shout out to him, but directly shout out to the standout player, King, Satanic, the young superstar. What is he, like 16 years old? Man, this guy was not playing like a 16-year-old. He was playing like some army in the middle of a TI matchup. Perfect gameplay for the most part coming in from this Morphling.
Yeah, he had that one death. I can't even remember where it was. The rest of it was all very solid, standard, stock of the mill. The way he played as well, it wasn't very defensive as well. Like, when you look at these items, they look like, okay, he had some Manta save, some Lincoln save, some Satanic as well there. But when you look at the way the game started, he went with the Manta and the Kanda first, right? Like, he went straight for these items, so they're very aggressive. You have won this spell, but he's just blowing targets up with the Kanda. Like, the poor Crystal Maiden, he just couldn't catch a break. And same goes for the rest of them. Even an Axe would die in this combo when the Morphling really goes ham. So nicely done. Realizing what he had to do, didn't go for any right-click build like some Scuddies and Butterflies and whatnot, just went to burst and blow targets up.
The only death he had was that one disastrous fight that they had bottom where the cheat that is Gossamer Cape ended up giving the second leg to L1 in that particular fight, but for the most part, it was Yellow Suba all day, every day in the second game of the series. And that means that they now go into the next round to play up against 9 Pandas in the upper bracket. Had we asked each other before the game what's going to be the next matchup, I doubt either of us would have said it's 9 Pandas versus Yellow Suba. But where do you think that particular matchup is going to go?
It's going to be an interesting one. I think that 9 Pandas definitely have the advantage of maybe some, of course, Solo, the most experienced captain in the region right now. I think he brings that advantage to any team. But when it comes to talent and like just this thirst to win, I think that maybe would sway me to Yellow Submarine. Still gonna be a rough one. Yellow Submarine, they have to really focus on the laning stage in order to win versus 9 Pandas.
Well, that's going to be a matchup that happens in the future because, of course, both of those squads are in the upper bracket. For now, though, for today, we still have more business to take care of with more games here on the upper bracket side of things. It is the end of the day for the third world talkers of Snare and Lizard. Fortunately, though, we've got some boisterous Brits that'll help you enjoy the next set of games. So stay hydrated and return in a couple of minutes for some more Dota 2 action here in the Eastern Qualifiers for the Road to the International.
Set of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version, experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Hello everybody, yes it is time for more Eastern European action here at the TI Qualifiers. My name is Nemiga, I'm joined by T Governor, and we are going to be the other duo taking you through these qualifiers along with Snare and Lizard, who did an excellent job earlier on. T Governor, are you excited to watch these guys as we kind of get into this one and have a quick look at the teams participating? You can talk us through it.
I always love when you ask that question because I just want to say no every single time. Every time you say, are you excited? It's like you always expect me to say, yeah, I'm so excited for this qualifiers, everything. But no, one day I'll just hit you with a no. But of course, this is the road to the international, the best tournament of the year. I am giddy. I am excited. Of course, we already have seen multiple teams from other regions qualify, the likes of Team Zero, kind of causing a little bit of an upset, qualifying in China. We've got Nouns, of course, you know, slapping Shopify to roster shuffle mayhem and having to put all their dollars spent into a different department. But yeah, it's going to be rough. And for Eastern Europe, we've already seen the likes of, okay, I'm getting carried away a little bit. I'm getting carried away a little bit.
Like, you're talking us around the world. Let's lock in, Tico.
No, I don't want to lock in because that's the joy of the international. It's in the name. It's about the international Dota. But yeah, this is the bracket which I'm hyped about, right? Like VP, they've been like the dominant qualifier team when they don't have to go up against Spirit or BB, right? But now they're not here, and they also faltered, right? Like, this is a rare moment for them. Like, this is their territory, and they've lost out to 9 Pandas, so already upsets are brewing in Eastern Europe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Immediately, dropping the ball a little bit of that first series. Meanwhile, Yellow Submarine did take the 2-0 over Liga, which, I think some people were expecting, but it was a very exciting series. There were some question marks for sure. Game number 1 taking quite a long time. Game number 2, Yellow Submarine able to put it together a bit more cleanly, and that's going to give them the upper bracket finals as we move into the matches we've got coming up. We've got, of course, Nemiga versus Navi coming up later, and One Win versus Night Pulse is going to be the game we're going to be casting right now. And in fact, guys, you're not going to have to wait very long at all for us to get into this one, because we've got a draft already cooking for you guys. So let's see exactly what's going to be picked up and banned out here in this first game. And we're starting things up with the first big Shadow Fiend tee.
Yeah, it's been a very strong hero, just like the Witch Doctor. And I was just trying to quickly refresh myself before we got too deep into the joys of the draft, right? And, we could talk about that for a long time. I want to talk about the fact that, Night Pulse, they're quite a little region-hopping team, aren't they? They just played in, of course, we had the Riyadh qualifiers beforehand, and they were an MENA team there. They played the same 5-stack, but in MENA, and now, guess what? Now they're in Eastern Europe, so they're bouncing around quite a different set of regions at least, but anyways, they are, of course, 5 Eastern European players, 2 Ukrainians, 2 Russians, and a lad from Kyrgyzstan, I believe, if that's pronounced correctly. But yeah, it's good to see them back in another region, I guess.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Settling down back home, I guess. We'll see what they're able to put on these qualifiers. Meanwhile, on the other side of the coin, of course, we've got One Win. This team, there's like a lot of potential in this team, like a lot of names who've been floating around for a while. Usually, you expect to see a couple of these players kind of paired up with someone like super experienced in the region, but actually there's not that many left here, because it's just a very, very young region in general for the Eastern European region. So it's fun to see all these young players, high potential. Obviously, Sweden Strong is probably the oldest one. At least in these guys when it comes to experience. So I'm expecting him to be kind of the linchpin to hold these guys together and potentially bring them through these qualifiers.
Do you want a good stat about One Win?
Would love that.
So far, in the year, they've only ever had one win. They won EPL season 18. Everything else they've not won. So they are living up to their name. And unlucky. I'm worried for them because they've already used their one win in a 10,000 winning tournament. So might be losing out on millions because of it.
Yeah, that's just bad strategy, really. But hey, who knows? Maybe they'll be able to pull it together and break the curse. But yeah, talk to me a bit about this Witch Doctor hero, because of course, very strong. I've been seeing a lot in the pubs, been seeing a lot all around the place, really. What are you expecting them to do with it?
So Witch Doctor is one of the perfect heroes for what a patch is about, right? It's like coming into the patch, no one really talked about the hero. A couple weeks pass, and suddenly we look at the Voodoo Restoration facet, and people are mesmerized by its ability. Of course, it enables the old school style of Witch Doctor where it did damage on your healing, and it just has such a laning dominance. The fact that it does, I think it was 30 damage per second, level 1, the AoE of it is egregiously big, so you can actually zone heroes out without really being in too much of a spot of bother. And I think, if anything, we are in uncharted territory for the hero, because in pubs at least, I've been seeing a lot of pros going for like 2 points Maledict, 3 points heal, no stun at all, and then you go for your ultimate, and then you don't level your stun until like level 7. I think we are going to see a development of the hero where you go for a casual point in stun early. Sure, you might put a couple points in healing, but it is really exciting to see kind of the hero kind of completely flip the script on how you're meant to play it based on previous months. And you can push lanes, you can secure lanes as well by building up position 4s and stuff, and it does a lot of damage. We'll see how they play around it, but my main note for the hero is I want to see the stun picked up. And as I've said all of that, we've somehow got 7 heroes picked, and I apologize, no man. I got excited by the Doctor, and there's a draft.
No, they've been speed drafting. You're good, dude. Like, we have not had much reserve time used so far.
What the hell is this?
I'm going to get through it. We got a Tree and Protector coming out, okay? He's a pretty cool dude, pretty slow support, but very defensive. And then you've got the Hoodwink to balance that out, very aggressive support. So balanced very nicely on the side of Night Pulse when it comes to the 4 and 5. They've just grabbed themselves an Underlord. This hero's been pretty damn popular with that Infernal Horde facet, so expect to see him moving around the map and getting some boys in play. Meanwhile, on the side of OneWin, they've got the Tiny, nice flexible core. He can go anywhere. He can do anything. He's a boss. We've got Beastmaster, of course, coming out. Probably going to be your offlaner. Probably going to be throwing some axe around. Actually, haven't seen a ton of this hero, so I'll let you talk on that a little bit more. And the Batrider coming out as well. Again, a little bit of flex there. Likely going to be a support, but can be a core now with his new facets because he does just do a ton of damage. So, inform me about Beastmaster because I haven't really seen this hero around so much.
Yeah, so Beastmaster, it's still the same hero fundamentally, right? Like you want to go for the Aghanims, you want to go BKB, be like a large damage dealer. Of course, the facets, one of them allows you to buff up yourself and also apply stacks of debuff of your wild axes. So I think that's probably the one that we'll be seeing. It's called Beast Mode. Of course, if you're buffing up wild axes on your attacks and then having the Aghanims for additional damage, it just makes everything even more obnoxious to play into. I think, if anything, my most intriguing pick so far is the Underlord. It's a hero that we haven't seen really at all, and I think this is going to be one of the potential heroes of the patch. I know it's a crazy statement to make this early, but I think the fact that with your... Again, I need to remember the name of it. It's Demon's Reach. That is the facet that I care about. You mentioned like Abyssal's Horde, but no. It's Demon's Reach is the facet that I think is
give
insane.
you that cleave.
Like, yeah, so you're an offlane hero, or maybe even carry. I've seen TI13 play at carry a couple of times in pubs, but like, you get an innate cleave. The cleave also scales by the amount of damage you've obtained. So you can start with like a Sven level cleave with, let's say, 4 or 5 CS, but then you can go to a full screen level cleave after a couple kills. Like, you could literally cleave a screen away. It's insane. And I think having that ability to also like to go Aghanims, I think that's a really undervalued item on this hero. Like, you have an extra 500 radius on your pit. You then get the 30% move slow. I think it's like 15, I think it is. It's just really obnoxious. Plus your damage reduction auras. You pair that with the likes of the Treant Living Armor, so you're reducing the damage. You're buffing up heroes of armor and heal. Then you have like the innate damage of just Shadow Fiend. Also, I can't say innate damage anymore because heroes have innates, so that might be misleading.
Oh no, yeah, I
it's
got
just like
new.
The grouping potential.
Natural damage.
The natural damage, exactly.
Organic.
But then there's natural order as well, which can be misleading. So no, I think Underlord, like that facet is really exciting to see how they play into, because any hero that naturally farms quicker based on basically just free items, free spells, is going to be better. It's like why Witch Doctor is good now, because you can just push lanes and push heroes out of lanes because you suddenly just do more damage with your healing, right? Underlord has free cleave. He's going to get to a Greaves quicker, or a Pipe, or any utility quicker, right? And I think any hero that has just quicker farming for free should kind of rise to the top if they have good laning. And yeah, it's kind of where we're at. Of course, Batrider is a really strong pick as well for OneWin. The essence of OneWin's draft is about kind of 1+1 combos to kill the map, right? Witch Doctor plus Tiny, you get kills. Beastmaster with a Batrider TPing onto any of your summons, if it's a mid Batrider, should get kills. It's a lot of aggression, a lot of laning. And that's where I think for Night Pulse, they have kind of gone for a slightly more, let's just farm an aura or two, and then we'll break our opponent. Like, it's hard to gank a Storm when he hits 6, if you're not clean on your execution. Ganking an Underlord, he should buy enough time to either throw the Twin Gate to someone to TP into, or you kind of just play around him, right? And I think we are going to see like offense versus defense a little bit, at least in the first 15 minutes before Night Pulse can truly group up together and play around all their item timings.
Yeah, for sure. Like, the Storm gives him a little bit, but he's definitely not the kind of hero who, hits a level 6 and is immediately active on the map. Mm-hmm. He's got Ball Lightning, but it's not enough to really enable you. So it does feel slow for Night Pulse, and OneWin, they can be very aggressive with these heroes, especially if they pivot here with the last pick. I'm imagining what they have in mind is Tiny 1, Beastmaster 3, Bat 4, and Witch Doctor 5, but there is potential to switch things up here. This is a very flexible draft, so they could throw a curveball here if they really want, and they also get the matchup into Storm Spirit as well, so they can try to bully here, and they go for Ursa. Okay, so Tiny mid, I guess.
I would like to... Okay, they do Batrider. Well, in this regard, I was intrigued to know if they were going to do... It was like Bat or Tiny going mid with the carry pick going later, I feel, because you want to have a bit more laning into the Underlord. I think if you go for the Tiny, you're not really killing off the Underlord, and hence why they go for this Ursa. Ursa, of course, incredibly strong hero right now. I think your laning is good. I think there's a lot of tankier off lanes getting picked that kind of like to farm up, so Ursa thrives. There isn't as much kind of break the map mentality in the first 10 minutes. So you get to Battle Fury by 11 or 12 without really losing too much. And I think when you look at Nightpulse's lineup, I think you kind of said it quite nicely. The Storm Spirit likes to react to engagements, but he doesn't like hunt the enemy jungle. He doesn't keep looking for that next move. And that will be Nightpulse's biggest issue right now, is that they don't really pressure, right? They just push out waves, farm, and then look back to the jungle. Like Underlord wants to push a wave, then hit a creep. Storm wants to push out a wave, hit a neutral camp. Same thing. So there's a lot of backwards thinking for Nightpulse. So expect OneWin to be able to get these heroes online to a point where they have like the Ags on the Beastmaster, the Battle Fury Blink on the Ursa. So what heroes could potentially be punished normally, I'm not seeing the punishment unless Nightpulse just find incredible entries to the lane.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that I'm really favoring the OneWin draft just because I like drafts which can do stuff. I like drafts which can get in and make things happen. You know, I'm looking at these guys and I'm like, it's pretty easy to just kind of group up and make things happen, you know, but someone on this Nightpulse draft needs to have like a really, really good laning phase to be able to kind of carry them, because SF from a forward kind of position, you know, if he's like really, really farmed, can be that guy running around the map, swaggering around, beating people up as we open the book and get into game number 1. He can be the guy, but he needs a really good start. Same with the Storm Spirit and same with the Underlords. So you're hoping to crush one of these lanes. Is that realistically going to happen? I don't know. We're going to find out, as both teams kind of on a collision course right now, both smoked up. Let's see. This vision here, really, really good from the Radiant, but Nightpulse also going to place down the Observer as well. Sweden Strong's going to reveal. And there is really not much initiation between either team here, so it's a little bit awkward. Oh, the 4-man blood grenade. You love to see it. Till the end, trying to get away as V-Tune comes in, trying to get cheeky stack setting up here, but it's not going to work. They're going to lose a Treant Protector most likely here. It's taking a bit of time, but he will go down. First blood goes to Respect. V-Tune on the high ground, turns around, slaps down Tira Jr. The Raze is really starting to stack up here. They'll take down Respect as well. 2 for Warwick, as V-Tune will go down eventually, but getting off so much damage as he does so. Cloud now being chased as well. He's going to get himself a wave. Kushi tries to come in for one more hit, one more Earthshock. Not going to work, as Warwick just slowly being pecked away out by Sweden Strong. Kushi comes in for that one, gets a kill, and now Sweden Strong with all of these sticky napalms just stacking up again and again and again, trying to finish the job here onto Janta. Janta going to be able to grab the bounty rune, but will be going down himself, so it's 4 kills going the way of OneWin in the end.
What the? Okay, sure. Absolute carnage. Like for Nightpulse, they were thinking, okay, this is it, right? You're hitting V-Tunes, hitting multi-hero raises. It looks pretty promising, but yeah, it's just an absolute scrap. Underlord had the Firestorm to kill off the Beastmaster, but opted to then use it on the Ursa. Yeah, quite an excitable start to the game there. It's for Nightpulse to kind of instigate all the engagement, but not to really net the positives. OneWin are going to be relatively happy with that.
Definitely. OneWin then off to a good start. I mean, I think the biggest effect of that we're probably going to see is in the middle lane, as Warwick gets the 2 kills there. He's got himself a bottle already, my god. Yeah, this is going to be a tough time for Tira Jr. to come back from.
Yeah, Tira, of course, has a little bit of a level advantage, but yeah, the early bottle or Storm Spirit will just enable him to get to the point where he just pushes waves out and doesn't really care too much about his laning partner. And I'm intrigued. So the Underlord did actually go for the Abyssal Horde facet that we were kind of talking about. You spoke about it, I spoke about the alternative, and yeah, we'll see the true effects of it. I'm yet to really see a game of it, personally. I've just been seeing Cleave non-stop because players just love farming, and I'll be excited to see how impactful it is in a pro game. Yes, you do need to read the entire Dota Bible to understand what it does, but we won't read it now. As we also lose the entire lane from it, so if you don't want to watch the laning phase, we can just read that.
So well, guys, we'll hover over it one more time. You can screenshot it, okay? And then that's it. Okay,
there
quick, everybody, screenshot.
There we go.
And done.
Yeah.
All right,
we got more important things to talk about, but TLDR, when you spawn your gate in, it also spawns in Necromonicons, old school, based on your level of your twin gate. And you can't control them, but they run around and just auto-attack stuff. So it kind of overwhelms some fights when they continuously spawn through. Also needs heroes to be close enough to the gate to do it, but...
They still get vision like they used to.
The twin gate does and the creeps do, but they need there's like certain parameters for it to spawn.
No, I mean the you know how old Necros used to give true sight.
I have no clue. I tested it like 2.5 weeks ago when the patch came out, and I forgot. So it happens. There's so much information in the patch.
That'd be pretty crazy if they did, but we'll keep an eye on it.
So far, though, laning wise, that boss, they're going to be pretty happy. Their lanes are really securing. You have in the bot lane, we've got like the Hoodwink, which is, of course, previous patch the best for in the game, because you have both aggressive capabilities with Acorn Shot, but also then you have the Bushwhack to disengage. And now that you have the Innate to also give yourself some more survivability in the trades. And then like in top lane, you have a Treant Protector with the Leech Seed, with the potential options to either go Grasp to be aggressive or Living Armor to protect. Like they have two supports that are going to make sure that their cores get through this laning stage without any major problems.
Top side, V2 taking some pretty heavy hits up here as till the end trying to hold his ground here under the tower, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to. Pops the stick and we'll just kind of force him back, but so aggressive here from OneWin. Really kind of putting the pressure onto V2 here, which is what you want to be seeing against an SF, honestly. But how much is it really doing? His CS is fine right now, and he's still got plenty of health and mana to work with.
Yeah, it's the benefit of having that Leech Seed, even with the Sapling facet as well. Like beforehand, you need to go near the wave to utilize the healing. Now with Sapling, the Treant can just smack the Leech Seed anywhere he wants, create his own tree, and then utilize that healing. So, yeah, everyone really happy so far in the game. Like all cores sitting at about to be 20 CS. Other than this 6-man death fiasco.
Oh, Tira! Oh, he got that. That's crazy. Wow.
That was good.
Jansa,
especially with Sweden Strong taking top, right? It's like you secure the bottom, Sweden Strong takes the top, and after what we were praising quite an early bottle from Warwick due to the shenanigans at this early game, that's going to help swing that back the way of Tiny. But again, I have not seen a single lane really perfectly utilize the kills that they obtained, right? There's been no more kills after the initial brawl.
This is something we've been seeing a little bit more, is the crash landing facet on the Tiny. So he's going to be able to clear waves super, super quickly with that one. It does just clear entire waves at level 4.
Yeah, so it's Tiny. I think Tiny's one of the better examples of what facets are meant to be in the game, right? So I think facets, when they were introduced, people had this perception of it being heroes will be cores, supports, or farming or fighting heroes, right? And I think of course we're in early days, so it's a little bit kind of harder for some heroes to have that same level. But for Tiny, it's very clear. You get the exterior, the status resistance option when you want to be the carry. But when you're the mid laner, being active, even 4 position, this toss, this crash landing, it is the one to go for. The bonus damage on landing, you can go for Phylactery, Kanda to even amp it up more. It just makes you very explosive. So I think Tiny is one of the heroes that just perfectly does it. They're diving a little bit top, but again, there's so much to say. He should dive
with the Maledict upon him, he's just gone. V-Tune trying to set up the stacks from the side, though. Tillian takes a long time to go down and will bring Cloud down with him. Tower takes him out. Janta in some trouble as well as OneWin. They bring in the reinforcements and they will go hard onto this tower. V-Tune, he's going to get kicked up as well. This is 3 kills up in the top side for the side of OneWin. They will happily trade their Beastmaster for this one.
Yes. You bring that twin gate, bring the numbers first, and they kind of break the trade, and yeah, it's just really nice moves from OneWin. The strengths of the Doctor, and he's doing exactly kind of what we talked about during the draft, and they're going again.
He's just not stopping. He's even got the paralyzing cask should he need it, as you wanted to see until the end. How much can he heal? In come the raises. Respect will be dying here. The double raise does connect, and he does go down. And now Warwick even coming in for this one as well. So Night Pulse, they're going to punish this. You don't dive these guys twice in a row.
Yeah, but you dive him twice in a row, but I think this is really bad for the Storm Spirit, right? Like he TP'd top to help get a kill. Shadowfiend gets both of the kills, right? As he Storm kind of arrives late. Now he has to awkwardly walk back to mid lane. Yes, it helps out, but the fact that OneWin were the aggressors here, breaking down the map early, it's still very much a positive for them as well. But this Doctor, it's so annoying. And already, look at him. He dives top, TP's mid, instantly smoke with the Tiny, create the combinations. Underlord is playing relatively defensive right now. Oh no, he's not. He's now stepped up to farm the camp. I take it back. He is not defensive.
He's
dying.
Monkey in through the trees. Chira will come in with the toss, with the damage. Wankushi here as well to follow up with a bit of fairy swipe. Sure, Janta tries to help out with a bushwhack, but not going to be nearly enough. to stop that kill going their way.
I'm really enjoying just the natural moves for one win here. It's all, I feel like respect is the key, pillar of the movements, right? Like he uses twin gate top, he takes the fight top, he TPs mid, smokes his tiny. Like this Witch Doctor is really controlling the tempo of the game right now. And for Nightpulse, this is kind of what we were hinting at, right, with their heroes. Like they should play decent lanes, but eventually they just want to farm, right? Shadow Fiend can't help each other out, Storm can rotate, and Underlord, he's a farming offlaner, and because of that, there's just there's no natural harmony of wanting to make moves, and they are going to have to face the repercussions of what they picked for now and just try and weather the storm a little bit.
Good one. Yeah, nice. They have found the Witch Doctor here at least, so be able to turn through onto that kill. But Chira Jr. coming in with the toss damage, doing a lot here. And with a Maledict upon him, it won't be enough to kill him off, but Warwick's certainly going to take heavy hits from that one and be forced out until the end. Meanwhile, not quite so lucky. He does get run down. Storm, he's got a bottle to bottle himself back up again. He just came back from base, but still, to be this low on resources after like literally just being sent back to the fountain is kind of rough.
Yeah, I think Storm often excels when, obviously, you want to have the mana battery. Keeper Light style hero is S tier. But if you have lanes that put heroes down to low HP, so when he joins in, he's not doing the full range zip into then maybe get the kill. Like, he likes the cheap kills where he just overwhelms. In this type of game right now, he's having to kind of do everything, right? Like, he has to do the damage, he has to set it up, and because of that, after an engagement, he's often running back to base. Like, this is his second time that he's had to scurry himself back to base because he's just not really too present on the map, and a 3,000 gold lead now at the 9-minute mark. We mentioned the fact there is no forward pressure for Nightpulse, and I think Ursa is the key hero here. Look at how he is happily farming up. He's got the broadsword, he's got the cornucopia. He already recipe as well if he wants to. He's a single claymore away from having Battle Fury. It's not as if it's a
happy bear.
He's a really happy bear, and it's a happy bear into pretty good matchups.
Yeah,
you can brush off the Shadow Fiend very nicely. Like in the 1v1, as soon as you get BKB and Basher, you just lock onto the Shadow Fiend. Like, there's no real defensive capabilities. Sure, you can go like Shadow Blade maybe on Shadow Fiend, but yeah, it's if you're a Nightpulse fan, be a little bit scared right now. Sure, they're smoked up, they're gonna try and go for it, but instant roar and
oh no,
Storm's
Warwick, he might just be dead here. Big zip all the way away, trying to get himself out and trying to dodge these Maledict ticks at the same time as well. This timed it a little bit, but should be okay. He's going to live for the time being. Very thoroughly ousted from that side of the map. The Sweden Strong going in for more here, trying to find Janta. Vici just going to let it go from the low ground with the Requiem, and the right click from Janta will finish the job onto Sweden Strong. So just trading it up right now. Maybe a little aggressive there from the Bow Rider.
Yeah. I think they're lucky for Storm to have that much mana, right? That he was able to dodge a Maledict tick or two, therefore he didn't go down. But once again, he goes for a move and 0 mana. I think luckily he does have the Arcane Rune, so able to at least recover his farm just a little bit. But during that, we did see Underlord farm up a triple stack, and I think that's the main query for me. When will Underlord want to enter the game now? Right, like he's a staff away from his Atos, and an Atos against the early game aggression is always quite nice to just kind of set up other people, even just isolate heroes for your Firestorm to do damage. And I'd like to see them just try and ramp up the aggression in some way, but again, it's so hard when you're having to react non-stop as Chira Jr. smoked up, hoping to find a core, but
yeah, look
just
at
sees the hoodwink. Yeah.
See if anybody's farming up here. I don't know. Seems a bit hesitant as Monkushi just going for the kill onto Cammy here on the sidelines. Cammy absolutely no mana to work with. Does pop the wand and turn around with the Pit of Malice, so will help out Monkushi for now. And now with Warwick coming through as well, Monkushi's going to pop the ulti. Maybe a little early here. Sweden Strong coming to help out as well. Warwick, he's not giving up the chase here, but maybe he should. He's running out of mana. Whoa, that is deep under the tower, and V-Tune's going to be able to scoop that one up for himself. Another soul collected for the Shadow Fiend here.
That was absolutely wild from the Tiny. Like, he saw his Ursa running away. He then opted to walk underneath the tier 1 tower. He got hit by Bushwhack. Then was like, wait, why am I here? And of course, gets comboed down. But in that brief moment, he opted to just dive deep whilst the Ursa was trying to disengage. A slightly questionable move from the Tiny there. And these are the kills that they need. Oof. You know how we were talking about Warwick having quite a difficult time in his rotations?
Yeah.
He went from 3 rotations back to base to rotate into Arcane Rune, rotate into Regen Rune.
Oh my god.
This is like the perfect recipe for getting back into a game.
So are we kind of looking at a 1-win and, you know, questioning why they're not controlling these power runes a bit better, maybe?
Yeah, they've opted to go for their own moves, which was slightly out of sync with the even minute mark to enable them to secure them, right? Like they make a move, disengage, active rune goes Night Pulse. They make a move bottom, lose Tiny, they can't protect them. So I think they're just maybe out of sync with what Storm really wants from the game. And I think that would have been the type of pressure that would have really hurt Night Pulse. If you smoke for that 12-minute rune, that 10-minute rune, kill on the rune instead, it could have been a different trajectory for their net worth, because they went from having a 3k net worth lead to a couple bits of aggression from Night Pulse, or even a poor move from themselves, and now it's even once again. So yeah, I think
Smoke up. Warwick just zipping, trying to keep that regen rune going. Gets on top off the bat rider. Tira Jr. comes in, trying to help out here, but might not be possible. Respect gonna turn around. He drops a death ward to chase him back, and actually, they might just be getting Warwick's life here. Let's see. Can he get himself away? Oh, so close inside the fountain. Maledict.
he zipped it. He dodged. Yeah, fine.
Narrowly lived through that, but Janset will be the sacrifice instead, the sacrificial squirrel over in the other side of the map as 1-win retaliate hard to the aggression shown by Night Pulse.
Yeah, so he's not too ready to play yet, but he's warning Night Pulse. He's making his moves to mid, like, guys, look at my items. I have Battle Fury going into minute 14, blinks on the horizon. Like, I'm about to tear up this game shortly if you don't shut me down, and I think that's where Warwick, at least, he's looking to try and get the Orchid on the Storm Spirit. V2's been very quiet as well. He's going for the Manta. Manta's really nice against 1-win's heroes because you can Manta to stop the lasso, so then you have to recast it when he blinks in. Same thing for Roar. If the Beastmaster gets into position of roaring, but then you Manta, it's like, wait a second, it cancels that animation, you have to go again. So a really high skill player with Manta can disrupt a Bat Rider and a Beastmaster quite nicely. We'll see if it really works out, because there's so much overwhelming fight, stun, and damage that you might just clean them up so quickly that doesn't really matter, but it's something to look out for at least.
Yeah, definitely. I'm also looking out for the snowball potential for the side of Night Pulse as well. Storm has done a really good job on staying active and not dying. Like, yeah, sure, he's losing his resources, he's having to go back to base a lot, he's not getting a ton off the map, he's poor, but he's still got the 8 galvanized stacks, and that's kind of like, I don't know how to sum that up in net worth, but we could say maybe like 800 gold or something of net worth. Just kind of chilling, so maybe I'm over-exaggerating. But either way, it can build some more. And that's something we might see. Same with the Shadow Fiend. If he's able to get a couple of kills, Necromastery can start to build up. There is a huge turnaround for the side of Night Pulse, I think, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, when you say this turnaround, I think it's still... I think they did a pretty good job stabilizing the game, but this is the window where I think 1-win is at their strongest. Like, I'm excited to see how aggressive they can be, because when you look across all their heroes, their items just reflect damage, kill, like map pressure, whilst Night Pulse doesn't really have that. Like, we're looking at a 50-minute Roshan falling, the Ursa is about to get Blink Dagger, Beastmaster has Aghanims, also a Blink Dagger, the Witch Doctor has a Mechanism, the Tiny has a Blink and an Echo soon to be on the horizon, right? Like, we're seeing pretty much every hero in 1-win has a tool to get a kill. And as I say that, using those tools to kill, tree, and protect their top. And this is the window now where this net worth lead, if 1-win don't blunder, should easily become like 10k plus net worth. Like, it is so scary how oppressive this draft can be right now if they want to use it correctly.
My favorite thing in Dota is the a pro dying and then immediately pinging the vision, because we're all the same, dude. We're all the same.
It happens.
They're no different.
Okay, now the question is, does Night Pulse have anything to really play on? And unfortunately, not really the case. I don't think V2 wants to fight right now into the Aegis. Storm just got an Orchid, and that's about it. The Hoodwink's looking for maybe a Maelstrom to greed up himself. The Underlord just got a mech, so you've got an Orchid on Storm.
Oh, he's going to have to bloody use it. Jira Jr. on top of him. Roar's going to come down as well. And with that Aghanim Scepter, they're going to be able to chop him up with ease. Jira Jr. takes down Cammy. And now they continue this dominant roll through the dire side of the map.
Yeah. I was about to say an Underlord has just the mech, right? And it's like, oh, he doesn't even have it on him. But it's like, Yeah, if you're on Night Pulse, you run away. Yeah. You skip every wave you can. You buy as much time as possible. You do not want to fight into this 5-man.
Tough situation now for Night Pulse. But they just need to play the map again, as you say. Slow it down a little bit. Ignore them. They're attention seekers on 1win. They just want to lure you in. And to be fair, you know, these kills, they're not the most valuable. A Treant, an Underlord's okay, but you really want to be getting your hands on this Shadow Fiend, on this Storm Spirit. They are making themselves slightly hard to target. Blink out from the Tiny. Very nicely done there. Again, another rune picked up from the Storm Spirit. This time it's going to be the haste rune, but doesn't result in a whole lot.
Oh, look at those.
The boys. No, Witch Doctor,
So
don't do it to him.
Oh no, I don't know if I like this facet or not yet, but Sweden Strong jumping in.
Oh my god, he's just gone! Absolutely blended. Great Requiem coming out from the Shadow Fiend, but it's not enough to turn the fight around. They've lost Sweden Strong. Monkushi might be losing his Aegis here as well. They are showing a bit of respect away of Night Pulse, but they're just looking for the reset here. Looking for another target. I mean, it's still a great trade for the side of 1win as Tiny goes in with the Avalanche and gets himself away. It's a very, very tense moment here. Till the end, just kind of lumbering himself forwards. Doesn't really mind dying if it's going to get them a return kill or force 1win's hand here. Look at how cautious they're being. They're blinking away from this. They're backing themselves out. They've used the Roar. They've used the Death Ward. They don't have a Batrider.
Even with Overgrowth on cooldown, Requiem on cooldown, like, I was expecting 1win to just turn that around. Like Tiny here, Avalanche on 2, now he turns it around.
Hoodwink, yep, Hoodwink will go down. Gets off the bushwhack before he dies, but Cloud comes in on this one. But guess what? Storm is back, jumping in onto the Tiny, but the lasso comes out once again, and the Storm just has to back himself away. Monkushi standing in the front lines here, but he's got to be careful as there is a very, very hard-hitting Shadow Fiend right now. Beautiful nut, though. Look at that paralyzing cast, bouncing through them all. V-Tune can't stand his ground. He will lose to the Ursa. Technically a draw, but with the Aegis, it is a win. A huge one at that. Night Pulse, they thought they found their timings, but they were sadly mistaken.
They were, again, trying to maybe punish 1win on a disengage, but they just don't have the damage compared to it. And it's like in mid lane, I was expecting 1win to turn it around. When Tiny hit the Avalanche, he then disengaged. He respected Night Pulse heavily, but then Night Pulse after that, I think Storm maybe forced a little bit too much. He zips onto the Tiny. He's like, guys, I can get the kill, but then they don't. And at that point, they're just, again, they're missing their key spells. There's no Requiem, there's no Overgrowth, there's no real kind of Underlord abilities to throw into the mix as well. And yeah, it's just, yeah, it's rough for Night Pulse. And that's why it's really fun to watch the 1win lineup, right? It's like at any minute, they're just one blink away from killing off a hero. And I think that's where props to Sweden Strong in that fight. If he doesn't hit the lasso onto the Storm Spirit to force out a zip to disengage, it's probably a different story for the fight, right? The Storm is going to be able to like maybe zip to a different position, get some more right clicks off, utilize his Vortex a bit better. Like there's things for him to do in the fight, but yeah. With this much jump and this much control, it is really, really hard for Warwick to enjoy this game. I wouldn't be surprised if he's looking for, like he's looking at a Shroud right now, but this could be the game where he goes like a Shroud and a Lincoln's and a BKB, like fully subscribed to the I just need to survive when I jump in without having to zip back out instantly.
You just gotta live, yeah. It's one of those things where it's like you could maybe go Lincoln's, but it's not just the Roar, you know, they've got the lasso as well, and they've got a cask which can catch you out as well. There's a whole lot of stuff here for you to worry about. I do worry that Eternal Shroud is not going to give him what he needs to live, but we'll see.
It gives him good magic resistance against, of course, the Tiny combo. We said he's got the damage facet from that for his toss. The Batrider naturally, there's Maledict, like there's a lot of ways for it. And also the return of mana. So it does naturally enable Storm Spirits to have the X Factor moment to turn around a fight. And that could be what we look at in 3-4 fights down the line. If he gets this item completed and he survives, it will be because, the clutch Shroud. So I don't mind it at all, but they need to get to a point where they can actually utilize it. Because at this current rate, if Ursa syncs up with any stun, heroes should be falling. We yet to see that perfect Roar plus Fury swipes from the Ursa or Lasso plus Ursa. It's been kind of there's been like a second or two delay between the double jump, which has kept Night Pulse alive just a little bit, but you can see the fear in Night Pulse just a little, just not even just a little bit, a lot actually. The way that they play, they're hugging each other. They're not really trying to kind of push the limits too much. They respect the fact they are just victim to whatever 1win wants to do.
Yep. That said, I do feel like 1win are playing this a little quiet, considering their draft. The moment they lost this Aegis, they've just been very, very reserved in their playmaking, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. I kind of want to see them go in and start throwing some punches.
I think we're at the stage of the game where you naturally have your cores asking for certain items, right? Like Ursa completed BKB, but then Beastmaster was a component away. So Beastmaster told his team, hey guys, don't fight yet. And now both heroes have their BKBs. Beastmaster just completed it in 22 minutes. This should be when they go again. So they're at the stage where items need to help them out. Sweet and Strong, he finds the Hoodwink and he dies very quickly. So yeah, answering your question, Nomad, why did they stop? Well, they wanted to make sure that the next fight, they don't give any chance for a turnaround. And now the aggression should be returning. Again, as they find another hero.
Yep, they certainly do. This guy's not getting out of here. The tree slowly trying to limp away. Nice force off up to the high ground here. And maybe with the living armor, he survives Maledict.
No.
Nah, he gone. Rest in peace, buddy.
It's pretty rough. If only he had like a raindrop and a shovel to then have a salve to also help him, but
there's no surviving the voodoo magics, T.
Has he eaten his Grigri yet? No, he hasn't.
No,
Or
it's chilling. He's got
how do you pronounce it
600
again?
gold. It is Grigri, but
Grigri.
it's... Okay, so it's a complicated one because it's used
I would
somewhere
say
else, I
Grigri.
think. Spanish or something where they do say gris, but it originally comes from South Africa where it's Grigri, so... I believe
when
anyhow.
I read it, I instantly said Grigri, and being British with poor pronunciation or anything, I panicked and going, that had to be wrong.
Yeah,
But
I
I've
mean,
not
we
changed
are
it yet,
likely
so-
wrong.
Okay.
We're definitely not authorities on pronunciating anything.
Because like Grigri just sounds kind of cool, you know? Like,
It does
damn, my
sound
witch
cool,
dog
yeah.
got his Grigri. But like, if you say, oh, my witch dog's got his Gris or Grise, you know, I'm just, you know, it doesn't sound as cool. But alas, he's got 628 gold to obtain at any minute that he wants to use it. I would be shocked if he was to consume it at the moment. I kind of feel that once you get to one big component level of gold, that's when you set it off.
That's right. It's not a particularly exciting thing to use, the Grigri. It's very much just a case of like, okay, like eventually you'll just realize that it's a good point to just sell it and get the gold and get your next item, so.
And just to clarify, if you aren't aware, as Janta does get killed top, we can talk about the Grigri one last time. It's basically if you have any unreliable gold, you don't lose it on Witch Doctor until you consume your Grigri and then you obtain it all back. And then you then have unreliable gold once again. So it just secures any of your cheap early game deaths that you have occur. It just secures your early game farm pretty much. But we'll see when they want to use it. It would be cool to in the future to track when certain supports use it. Like a good example of the alternate version where you have like Warlock with the XP totem. Not in this game, but like we see some supports with that facet. Drop it at level 5 to get to level 6, right? And I think with Witch Doctor, it is somewhat like an underexplored innate at least, because do you want to get it for your Glimmer Cape? Do you want to save it just for that extra little bit of help to buy it? So yeah, I'm excited to see what the future of Grigri holds. Of course, TI is on the horizon.
In some Western African countries, the Grigri is used as a method of birth control. Fascinating.
Oh.
Well,
Sure.
Read what you want into Witch Doctor players from that. Roshan going down. And there is no response from Night Pulse. They're chilling. They're relaxing. Aegis in the claws of the Ursa once again. Cheese on the Beastmaster as well. I'm excited to see this Beastmaster just rock up to a fight. Like we've been seeing it, just blinking into the middle of everyone, primal roaring someone in the face and just banging on his drums.
Interesting enough, Nightpulse, they're really opting for the high ground turnaround style of play. Like Storm Spirit's potentially looking at a Shiva's. You got your Treant going for a Vlad's, Underlord going for a Lotus. Like, I'm just sorry to jump between so many heroes, but I feel like they are really opting for the let's just win that one fight because of a clutch spell use. And they're even smoking into the Aegis. I did not expect this at all. We'll see if they can find a pick. Ursa is about to show bot lane, and maybe if they can find the 3 heroes before they connect, but it's just a little bit too late.
I think it's all on the Requiem. The Requiem needs to be huge. It needs to go silly. Can it?
How silly? Like 3 hero insta-death or 1 hero?
No.
And how silly we getting here, boss?
I'm saying, like, if he can get it off midway through the fight where heroes are already low, you know, kills 2 of them, the fear messes up and saves one of your teammate, you know, that kind of momentum shift. That's how silly.
Okay, that kind of happened in mid lane about 10 or so minutes ago when we saw that kind of little glimpse of life. But
Yeah.
you can see from the smoke, look at
They
just the
broke-
mini map, right? It's they smoke, they see the push, they instantly skip wave. They take mid, they skip bot, they take top. Like, they're really just opting for the do not fight into them. So where we saw a smoke and we were getting scared they were going to go for a fight, they used the smoke for a completely different, version of play, which is perfectly fine.
Chiro Jr. is a little bit alone here. He's got that BKB though. Makushi's coming in. Okay, not alone at all. He's got his bear friend to help him out, and together they're going to slam down Cammy. BKB now gone for Chira, and Lasso comes down onto Till the End to bring him down. Warwick feeling like he's got a bit of freedom in this fight now as a Requiem. That didn't go silly at all. That was not good.
I mean, he looked silly. It didn't go silly.
Yeah, true. Maybe we're confused about the meaning.
It's a little bit like... I'm a little bit bewildered because I just praised the fact that they used the smoke to skip waves, to play the map, to dodge the Ursa, and then seconds later, they're jumping a Tiny without any real damage. Shadow Fiend's not even there. Storm's jumping in late as well. You're trying to get a burst kill with an Underlord and a Hoodwink. Like, Hoodwink has burst damage, but Underlord doesn't. It's a lot of damage over time, and it just feels like a really poor call from Night Pulse to try and go for that kill. Especially when you're this close to your base, you're going to trade off a tier 2 additional map pressure, and there's 2 minutes left on Aegis, but I think Night Pulse, they're going to make sure their jumps are a little bit cleaner. And to be clear, their jumps aren't easy at all. Like, they don't have burst. Like, Shadow Fiend's a right-clicking hero. He doesn't have any of the spell style of damage from his Requiem. He's not itemized for it at all. Of course, you don't expect it to be from the carry roll, and Night Pulse, they need a fight to last, a minute plus to feel good.
Definitely, and that's kind of what they've itemized for as well, right? Like, Vitin, he hasn't gone for this Daedalus or, as you say, the spellcasting stuff, so Burst's not going to be there. Storm, he went for the Eternal Shroud, which again suggests elongated fighting. Underlord just kind of exists in long fights anyway. There's nothing he can do to be a kind of bursty, explosive hero, so...
Yeah, this is not a really good demonstration of Underlord, I'll be honest. I was hyping this up in the draft, but this is not the hype I was trying to bring. But this fight might bring some more hype.
on V-Tune right now. The Raw's going to be there as well. Down goes your Shadow Fiend. Down goes your carry. What are you trading for? A Bat Rider? That's not ideal. Cammy just going to try and piece himself out here. He's got himself the portal. He's going to go through it. Are they going to follow? Yes, they are. Where are they heading? To the other side of the map where Chiro Jr. was already waiting.
There's only one response to this.
Weak.
Just oofed.
Yeah. Jiro with the double damage, just trying to catch Jansa, see if anybody turns up for him to toss, but there's going to be an Ursa here regardless. Godlike now on Munkushi as well. 10, 0, and 6 on this cuddly teddy bear.
I just don't see what Night Pulse can do. There's not a single drop of hope that I see with the heroes that they have right now. They don't have the damage, they don't have that explosive pickoff when you're behind. You want to have that simple... We see a hero, we get that kill, and sure, Storm can do it with someone else, but it just isn't there. Like when they have it in absolute bucket loads, and they're thriving on it. They're taking mid-ranks, they're going to go top. Like Shadow Fiend, after having so much time to farm up, his entry to the fight was like a little Requiem, little disappear, and they go
okay, Aegis down in 10 seconds from the Ursa.
Can they time it? No, you can't. He's just dead, yeah.
He's just going to die.
No BKB though for 14.
Okay, Root. Toss out. Oh, Chiro Jr. saving Private Ursa. Get Munkushi out of there and get yourself to a degree of safety as well with that Blink Dagger. Very nicely done. Munkushi jumps back in. They go forward, but they just get counter-initiates on instantly. They'll lose Cammy in the blink of an eye. Warwick trying to fight up into the Tiny. Tiny might be going, no, he will not. It's a GG. Storm who's dead instead. Beautiful turnaround, and the GGs come out. Game number 1. It will go to 1 win.
Yeah, it was a really impressive game from 1 win. Like the way that they played the map, there was some like moments of, okay, the net worth's getting a little bit easier for Night Pulse to at least look at the future of this game. But as soon as you saw that first Roshan at minute 15, I just saw the draft, or saw not the draft, but like kind of the trajectory, and I'm really scared for Night Pulse. I feel like this is the type of game where if you don't at least threaten that first Roshan, you make explosive plays with your Storm Spirit, you are just victim to non-stop aggression in the hope that maybe you have a turnaround. But yeah, that just wasn't the case. It was just near flawless play of aggression, just constant go, go, go. The Witch Doctor looked incredible. The itemization across all of 1 win looked really good. And it was just one-sided. Like, this is not what I expected coming into an upper bracket TI closed qualifier game. It was kind of night and day difference between the two teams. I mean, if you want my hot take, maybe it's the reason why Night Pulse went to MENA to play a different qualifier. But yeah, it was rough this first game. A lot of work needs to go into Night Pulse to bounce back in the second game.
Yeah, as we get into the highlights, it's just not going to be a whole lot of good stuff coming out from Night Pulse, sadly. Like, they punished this one deep dive up in the top side, and that was probably their only win of the game, I think. When it comes down to like the true team fights, there was like another overextension where they got like a support kill out of it, and that was really it. 0 deaths on the Ursa. He's living good. He ends the game with an MKB, a Basher, BKB, Battle Fury, Blink, and Phase. Absolutely, like, just dream Ursa game. He was flying through this game, doing whatever he wanted, and you could tell that. You talked about the lack of retaliation. And sometimes we have games where it's like, okay, their comeback isn't that strong, but also it's kind of difficult for the team which is ahead to really go high ground and finish it. But with this Ursa, you absolutely can. And Monkushi took full advantage of the fact that he wasn't really threatened too much, and he was going for like really, really deep backline dives, which you love to see from like a carry player.
Yeah, no, I think it's like this is just such a refreshing style of draft from 1win where like the Ursa goes in, even if he is to maybe die, then the Tiny will pop off, or the Witch will have that ultimate. Like, there's so much layering to their aggression. But for Night Pulse, like, you look at their lineup and it's Underlord needs to be your front line, with Turret protected and maybe having a return kill with a lot of like artillery behind. Like, there isn't really that strong foundation to protect the jump. And Underlord as well, like when you go for Atos, then you get a really late mech. Like, you're not that hero that steps up, and it's why during the draft when I saw Underlord, like, okay, if he goes for the cleave facet and just doesn't care about the game, only focuses about his own farm, he will be able to enter the game with a Greaves or a Pipe or a Lotus. Like, he'll be able to farm whatever he needs, right? But when he goes for this me spawn little Necromonicon minion facet, it feels uncomfortable for me. I feel like it's maybe like he's not read his opponent's draft too well. He went for a facet that maybe in a closer game can do well, but instead he just went for the let me have one less item when the game gets important facet. And I'm not saying that's the reason why they lost, but it's at least one of the smaller things that when you throw them all together, it's like you have a tree that can't make moves, an Underlord that isn't farming effectively, compared to what we've already praised is an incredibly strong, well-rounded lineup of 1win. And yeah, again, I'd be scared if you're a Night Pulse fan going into next game, because the drafts were just a little bit too one-sided in that first game.
Yeah, it was kind of brutal, and we saw it coming as well. And when we see it coming, and then it kind of goes exactly how we say, I'm always really worried for a team, because I'm like, man, like, was this your idea? Like, I kind of feel like they had something in the tank which just didn't really work for them, or maybe they just kind of got tricked a bit in the draft. I'm not too sure, but yeah, it didn't really look like anything came together for them in this time around. Also, shout out to Swedenstrong. Somehow they were able to get 10 kills on the Batrider this game. Almost as many kills as the Ursa in the end. I don't know how you kill steal that much on a Batrider. That's just straight up impressive.
It's just having good positioning, entering the fights at the correct time, and I think he just had the Storm's number quite nicely, right? He got to see some clean opportunities where the Storm zips in, doesn't instantly then reposition to respect the Batrider, and yeah, just constantly at the forefront of every engagement. He has only Blink 4 stuff, nothing too crazy, but yeah, he utilized it really nicely. And again, I'm intrigued to know if they can keep this type of play with other drafts, because I think this is a draft where, like, if you're the underdog in a series, I would want to play 1win's draft, because it just plays itself so beautifully with getting kills. So I'm really excited to see how this team fares when they aren't in the most aggressively kind of scripted style of lineup. And hopefully maybe in game 2, Night Pulse can force them down that line to at least make them play a slightly more challenging game.
Game number 1 in the bag for 1win. Can they make it a clean 2-0 and make a statement in this opening series here? Or are we going to see a bit more life coming out from Night Pulse? We're going to find out after a short break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to the road to the International here at the Eastern European region, where we are into game number 2 of Night Pulse versus One Win. Game number 1 saw One Win taking the first game with relative ease. They went for an aggressive draft, and it paid off massively. The Ursa was massively overfarmed, and now game number 2. Robson, is there anything you've been seeing in pubs or anything, something which you think is kind of untapped in the pro scene as of yet?
Untapped in the pro scene? Oof. I'm trying to think now. I mean, I play a lot of Dark Willow, and I know people are playing Dark Willow, so that's not a very good answer. Untapped. I mean, I think Underlord is still an untapped hero if you go correct facet. So, unfortunately, it wasn't the best demonstration in the previous game. You should have probably warned me about this so I could give you some good answers.
Yeah, that would have been the nice thing to do, but I'm not a nice person.
You didn't do that, which is fine. I'm loading up my history now so I can check. Oh, Leshrac. Right. I really like Leshrac. Leshrac position 5 is my current jam. I've been playing it a lot. I played it in some 9.5 average games, some pretty decently good average MMR games, and I think it's just pretty untapped hero. Going for the Lightning Storm level 1, getting your early points in Edict, securing the lane because they can't really contest pool. I think Leshrac position 5, it could be a hero that we see kind of a dabble in the future, but alas, we are seeing another draft on our screens, and yeah, Witch Doctor returns, but now on the other team.
Indeed. We have the Witch Doctor and the Dark Seer, the Purple Friends, battling it up against each other. So, yeah, I mean, we already spoke about Witch Doctor last draft. We saw him as well in action, diving towers, using Voodoo Festeration to just be completely obnoxious. Does anybody not take the Voodoo Festeration talent anymore? Facet, sorry.
Not really. It's one of those kind of in the hype moments, right? The hero just become very popular, and now like, oh my god, we need to do it. Like if I look at the Pro Tracker win rates, it's a 34% win rate for Clef Def, which is the Def Ward splits into 2 targets, so that's pretty bad.
Oh yeah.
Headhunter, which is additional damage per cast bounce, is 50% win rate. So again, that's still pretty good. And then of course Voodoo Restoration is 56% win rate with over 3,000 matches played. So yeah, I think Voodoo Restoration is just incredibly hype right now. But I could see a world where the cask damage is also pretty good. But yeah, it's too good. The Voodoo, it's kind of swamped the other 2 facets very heavily, and I look to see how Valve wants to bring the other 2 a little bit more into viability.
Yeah, Voodoo Festeration's a very weird one, especially when we had like Witch Doctor in his previous form doing healing and damage at the same time, and then we decided we didn't want that, and now he just damages. I thought it wasn't going to be great, honestly. I thought people weren't going to mess with it because people didn't really go super hard on the old Witch Doctor who healed and damaged at the same time, which just I thought was better. But I guess the numbers are a bit wonky because yeah, he do seem to be clapping it right now.
The damage is
Darkseer of Batrider.
Sorry, go on. Sorry, I was getting carried away there. I wanted to talk about Witch Doctor again. It's like, no, we've already spoke about it enough.
it's 2 games.
It's too much.
Back into the Greek. No, Darkseer is a hero we didn't see last game. First pick material, yeah, maybe. We've been seeing a big upsurge in this guy, excuse the pun. Running around the map, punching people in the face, you know, taking that aggressive facet. It's been interesting to watch. I'm very fascinated by the rising of this hero.
Yeah, and if we see Batrider getting the position 4 role, it's going to be quite an obnoxious lane to play into. Normally you like to see melee heroes with Darkseer to be the body, but Batrider naturally likes to be on top of his enemies with Firefly, so it isn't the most uncomfortable pairing of the 2. You have a lot of repositioning with the vacuum of Darkseer, the flame break of Batrider. It's they go hand in hand. It gives so much life to the offlane to find that fight. And I think what One Win is teaching us is when Witch Doctor wants to play aggressive, yes, he has the damage on his heal. He gets 50% healing to himself, obviously not to allies. But you're kind of independent, right? You want to poke by yourself. So now if you're trying to go up into sticky napalm spam with an iron shell, then maybe a flame breaker or a firefly at level 2, like this Witch Doctor won't be able to kind of bully by himself multiple heroes. And I think I'm excited to see if this Witch Doctor can actually still have such laning domination that we've seen, but into what will be 2 aggressive heroes. And Night Pulse, they now go for some pretty classic counters to what we're seeing from One Win, right? The Disruptor to kinetic the Darkseer to prevent him running away. Even the glimpse on the Batrider, like if they engage incorrectly, you've got a nice lot of turnaround. Of course, Static Storm as well. Storm likes to find these heroes that don't have good stuns and also isn't really punished by the lack of major stuns from One Win. So yeah, I think Nightball should be very happy with their draft so far, but I think this Witch Doctor isn't going to be as brutally owning as we saw in the previous game, just because of the lane he's going to be playing into.
Yeah, it's brutally owning.
I don't know. I'm saying new words today. I'm failing, but it's fine.
I like it. No, I'm enjoying it. It's good to shake up the vocabulary every now and again.
Yeah, such big words I'm using, Nomad. Brutal and owning. Thank you. You're making me feel real smart today.
Well, hey, you can only go up, I guess.
Or down. I mean, I could use smaller words.
You could. Very good, very bad. Ember Spirit gonna come out though. Very good hero. Oh, I'm so excited to see an Ember Spirit with the Iron Shell and Flame Guard on him. My goodness, he's gonna be ticking.
I don't like the fact that he just got some really cool buffs in 7.36. Right, like you got the reduced slight early on, so rather than being 15 seconds level 1, it's now 12 seconds. Still scaling to 6 when you're level 4. And then you have the option for slight connecting on multiple heroes with like a second charge if you want double impact. Or why your Searing Chains is applied to more heroes, 3 to 4, and also on your remnants. It just is really, really obnoxious to play into. And you kind of hinted on it already, but we liked the aggression of One Win in the previous game. But when you look at this draft again, it's pretty much identical in style, right? You've got the Darkseer to push the Ember forward. Ember in this game just needs to go like Mage Slayer, Maelstrom, and then he'll have the Magic Resist to deal with the early game damage of Maledict, but also then the kind of poking to prevent Storm to feel good. You have the combos of CM Batrider for early smoke moves and kills. It's a really, really scary lineup. I'm intrigued to know what carry they go for, because of course They can go back for an Ursa if they want to. They can do any carry that wants to find kills is what I'm looking for 1 win. And Nightpoles try to secure their game with a little bit of aggression, right? A bit of lane securing, like kill the Darkseer, don't allow him to come online, and then it will kind of keep 1 win's draft from really opening up the game. So
yeah. So we saw a lot of Chaos Knight in the Esports World Cup qualifiers. Has dropped off a little bit now that we've moved on to these TI qualifiers instead. Still decent though. I mean, 40% of the time he is contested, so certainly still popular. Just not in that kind of top area like he was before, but still one of the most popular carries. So yeah, I mean, for good reason as well. He's just does so much damage, gives you so much as well. You don't need a strong initiation, you don't need a strong like tanky frontliners. He ticks a lot of boxes. I do wonder how it matches up into the Darkseer, because obviously illusion based carry versus Darkseer, you're always going to be a little bit afraid of your own illusions coming to beat you up. But does that apply to CK?
Not too much. I think it's more for the fight aspect, where if CK is not locked onto his hero, it doesn't feel very good. So if you're getting like vacuumed away, or if you're not, I don't know, CK is such an explosive hero that I don't really care too much about this whole wall counter, because if CK is entering a fight, he's going to be able to 100-0 to hero, and the fight's already pretty good. So the turnaround potential with Darkseer feels nice, but it's really kind of not too nice of a comparison, really. Darkseer isn't like the best counter.
Okay. And he'll definitely have a good lane against the Darkseer as well, so a little bit of concern there. I mean, maybe if you can snipe a couple of kills on Disruptor, Darkseer and Batrider can get rolling, but honestly, it feels like this lane is really well answered, as you would expect from a 1-2 laning duo pickup. I do feel like that's been punished appropriately, so yeah, we should see a good safe lane coming out from Nightpulse, and maybe CK will have that kind of rolling lane, which we wanted to see last game, which can give them something to play around, which they were lacking.
Lysa is a good ban from Nightpulse. Just prevent the. I'm trying to think, like, what's the carry? I mean, I said Ursa already, but Lysa also fits the bill. Like, they just want a hero that can soak up the that initial jump, and then Nightpulse feel really bad, because if they jump a core that they can't kill, Darkseer really shits. Like I mentioned, Ember then thrives, Bat gets the jump. So it's like, if CK can't kill a hero instantly, he feels bad. Going back to kind of the Darkseer conversation, so of course, Lysa can do that with Radiance, so maybe like a Radiance hero can do it. Even like a Naga Siren could be really good for 1 win, because you just play the map out, you have high armor, you constantly push waves, you see everything, you enable the fight to go your way. But again, they have last pick, so they'll be able to decide what happens.
Final ban to come out from Nightpulse. 1 win, they got rid of the Underlord, they get rid of the Night Stalker. Getting rid of those laners, which Nightpulse want here. Meanwhile, Nightpulse are going to get rid of the Ursa once again. Munkushi Ursa out of the picture, and Lifesteal taken away because they wanted to grab themselves a Morphling, which surprises me. Is this an offlane CK then?
Oh no. I've seen some pub offlane Morphling, but let's reserve any analysis until it actually gets picked up. I would think CK offlane makes more sense, but again, Morphling offlane has cropped up a couple times. Let's wait and see.
I think the guy I've got like almost 1,000 Dota games with plays majoritively offlane Morphling, so hey, I'm about to come into my own. You can take a step back, T-Gov. I got this one.
Don't worry. It's all you, King. I don't want to try and talk about this at all, so we'll wait and see.
It is going to be Cammy on the Morphling after all. So, yeah, okay.
Take it away, Nomad.
All right. Well, I mean, it depends. If it stays on Ebb, then I'm useless, because I've only seen it played as a strength offlane Morphling. But Agi offlane Morphling might be a little different. We'll see. But yeah. Anyway, before we get into the Morphling, maybe we could talk a little bit about the Naga Siren. Obviously, pick up here. Here is a little different.
Easy predict. Got him. No, it goes back to the points that I made. I like the idea, like, if you survive the jump, if you can play the map, then the rest of your heroes feel really good. You also have like Song into Vacuum as well to kind of just enable everything. And yeah, I think 1 win's lineup once again is just really, really robust, really strong. It should tick a lot of boxes. Good laning, good map play, good aggression. And now we have to look at the offlane morphling. What can it
Yeah,
bring?
we do.
What does your friend do? Let's start from what MMR
my
is he?
pleb friend.
Yeah, start with
He's
friend and go
unranked. Yeah, he's he goes for the strength morph.
Yep.
So seeing the agi morph already kind of confused me a little bit, because I would have thought the point would be nice and tanky on the morphling and still be able to get last hits with it. But I guess you can kind of do the same thing on agi. Just you realize that there's no catch and burst. But realistically, this hero is just going to survive in the offlane. It's not going to really do anything in terms of kills, in terms of aggression. You just want it to live. It's going to free up your position for a little bit. That is going to be the Witch Doctor. I mean, I don't know. This is a very cooked offlane. It either works or they're going to look a bit silly.
I mean, how silly is silly? How silly is silly? When you say it looks a little bit silly, is it going to be like, we're going to look at it and go, why did they pick this? Are they a lower bracket team? Because I'm looking at Pro Tracker for offlane games, for Morphling. Not a single pro player has touched the hero in the offlane. It has a 34% win rate in 41 matches, and only non-pro players have gone near it with varying abilities of success. There is one player who's played it 17 times, and his main primary build is rushing Octarine Core. But also he does go for the strength facet. Which is
that's what I was saying. That's why it would have made sense. I mean, Cami Morph is like a thing, right? Like Cami, for those of you that don't know, used to be named Dream. Used to be a carry player. Pretty good upcoming talent in the region. Never really found his place. Never really broke into the upper echelons of EEU. So, and now he's playing offlane for this team, as is the kind of EEU way for any carry player that stays around long enough. They eventually just drift to the offlane. So
we've seen this strategy from some teams in Eastern Europe where they have these kind of hybrid offlaners, which are like the carry / offlane players, and they do the let's just pick 2 carries and farm up and scale. And I think when you see aggressive lineups, that is often an answer to deal with it, where it's like, yes, we concede laning phase impact. Yes, we concede the first 15-20 minutes, but one mistake, we now have 2 carries, you have 1. Haha, game's won, right? But I'm looking at this draft, it's like you've picked a Morphling that wants to try and be a carry into a Darkseer, who won't really apply a lot of pressure to a Naga. I'm bewildered. It's not as if this is like a free Morphling game where I'm like, damn, look at the Morphling pick, it's going to crush everything, right? It's like you're into a Darkseer, there's a lot of map pressure. Like, sure, down the line, you are going to be really like hard to kill with CK and Morphling being double cores, Storm jumping backline. Eventually, they are really, really scary. But the journey there, we'll see if it happens. We'll see if they can get there, but
we'll see.
This
is pretty crazy. One good thing for that lane, though, is that the Voodoo Festeration does just completely annihilate these Naga Siren illusions, at least at the early levels. So that's going to be an issue for Munkushi. I imagine probably throughout the lane that's going to be a problem, but we'll see if that comes into effect. Yeah, I can't even say something like, oh, well, it's cool because he can go full agi and then Witch Doctor can just heal him on his really low HP pool with Voodoo Restoration. He can't even do that anymore, so yeah, it's a problem. Maybe. I'm just bewildered. I feel like this is such a crazy pick.
Okay.
Never did I think.
Well, again, let's just wait 20 minutes and then we'll see what happens. We'll keep an eye on like the early game, but we'll kind of reserve our judgment for the more important stage of the game. So far, again, we didn't see the 6 kills at the bounty runes. We've not really seen these crazy takeover movements, and I kind of feel like one win should be the aggressors, just a little bit in laning phase. We've already mentioned the combinations that they have, but strong in top lane, trying to secure a little bit of XP by dragging the wave back. Running at Disruptor.
Yeah.
Okay, he's
going to have to glimpse him here. Does have the glimpse to keep himself alive, but looking a little bit hairy.
Oh, the double wave. Okay.
Oh my god.
It's not too often we see the... Oh, wait, Sweden... There we go. It's a bit uncomfortable, but he gets there in the end.
He certainly does. Till the end's going to come over, and VTune thinking a bit... But he's like, I don't want to miss a whole wave just to stop this shenanigans, so...
Okay, so the reason why they're doing this, though, is they know their level 3 timing is really, really strong. So if they can just drag waves, secure level 3 on Darkseer, that's when I expect them to go aggressive. And I hope they don't keep skipping waves, because this double wave should give Darkseer his level 3, if the Bat Rider doesn't.
He wants level 2 on Bat, though.
I mean, they should get 3 and 2 from this wave, so it's perfectly fine. Cool. I just realized how close he was to 3.
Easy. All right, we'll see if there's any action down here when that takes place. There's, our mid lane, meanwhile, it's just kind of been a bit of a trade, to be perfectly honest. The Ember falling behind a little bit, as you would kind of expect. Storm got a really nice trade-off in the Facet matchup with this guy, with Ember in particular. Just the ability to kind of always catch him out. Slight. The only way he can really dodge those remnants now, so... And Morph doing pretty well at bottom, has to be said. You know, we never expect him to struggle in the lane. We're just not expecting him to pressure the Naga so much. But honestly, Janta's kind of doing a good enough job of that by himself. And now they're going aggressive. They might have actually just killed him here. Cammy just needs to get a couple of clicks on him. Waveform available. Not even going to... Yep, we'll just use it to steal the kill. Beautiful. First blood for the Morphling.
All right, which was a 2 OP. Like, he's bringing this lane into life, right? You've got the 2-point hill just walking around, just poking, and fair enough. They are applying the pressure, but less about the Morphling, more about the Witch Doctor there. And okay, first blood to the lane that we weren't really entertaining having really any kills, right? When the Morph and Naga into laning into each other, they just trade farm the entire time. But alas, a little bit of aggression has occurred, and we'll see if this leads to more. But again,
well, immediately Cammy jumping in down here. Of course, just doesn't feel a threat here. There's no instant stun. There's no way to catch him out when he's fully agi. So it's really kind of a free lane for Cammy at the very least. As respect might just be dead here. Yes, Janta's able to stay in range with a Voodoo Festeration. He just runs down the Crystal Maiden. All right.
Oh my god. I just love watching this gameplay from Witch Doctor. It's like he just awkwardly walking vacuum top 5. Anything else?
Oh, V2, he's so low. He's got the stick, though. That's going to keep him alive for the time being till the end, just trying to force them back. Oh, the electromagnetic repulsion. It does so much work there and catches Sweden strong off guard, and that's going to lead to his death without getting a single kill here. So very awkward for the side of OneWin up in this top lane.
Relatively awkward area. They're trying to get kills top. They're getting punished bot lane. It's much better start from Night Pulse. And as we see the chaos happening on the side lanes, we now want to look towards mid lane. Sweden Strong's refilling the bottle for Ember. Warwick doesn't really have resources. And last game he struggled a bit entering the game, and now he's got a big enough one to be able to zip away.
Yeah, despite gets out, there's a glimpse up in the top side. Oh, Cloud might be dropping here, and once again, the electromagnetic repulsion pushes the Darkseer away. This is such a hard counter, it feels like. Neither the Batrider nor the Darkseer can stay on top of this goddamn disruptor. He just keeps living.
Oh. It's quite a nice little refreshing change to the hero. When you think of Disrupt, it's like, how would you change it? I don't think many people would have thought of giving him like a little bit of a pushback through his innate, but it's quite a little creative addition to the hero, and yeah, helping out quite nicely. 4 kill lead, 2,000 gold. That's oof.
When I saw it, I thought it was going to be. I just kind of skim read everything, and the first time I read it, I just. Okay. I just thought it was going to be like every time you cast a spell. But it is every time you take damage, obviously. I thought that would have been cooler, in my opinion, though.
No, I think the idea of someone running at you and then getting randomly pushed back because you've done a little bit too much damage, it's kind of like a scuffed bristleback logic, right? Like, sometimes, like, cool if I get damage. No, I'll push you back if I take damage. No, it's quite cool. It's quite cool. So far, the start of this game has been quite cool as well.
Every time you cast a spell, you could like play around it a bit more. You go Blink Dagger Disruptor, go for the RRP plays.
Yeah, we'll see. If you wanna program it real quick and then show me what you mean, and looking good. This feels like as scuffed as like reverse RP or whatever it's called.
Monkushi. Oh, they've just fallen hook, line, and sinker for this one. Is he gonna get away with it?
That's a really nice juke.
And killing a Curry on the way past. Cammy's not going to be happy about that one. Yeah, they expect him to be farming the camp with his main hero and coming to the wave with his illusions, as you would usually do on the Naga Siren, but Monkushi senses danger, swaps it up, and that's going to save his life. Very high skill play there. But things certainly not looking great for the side of OneWin to start this game off. All 3 cores on the side of Night Pulse are ahead in the net worth chart. CK's had an amazing lane, as has the Morphling.
It's a little bit of a reminder to the previous game. They are trying to get Kami in the bot lane.
Never mind, he's actually
he's
dead.
yeah. And this was going to be the kind of the point I wanted to bring now. It's they've had the good start. I think in the previous game they had the same style of logic, but where's that connecting glue to their draft? And it will be the Storm Spirit, because CK and Morphling in the side lane, they only want to farm. Like Morphling probably wants a Manta, CK needs Armlet, maybe then like an Orchid or a Yasha Manta himself, and that's why I'm really looking at Warwick to continue the kind of the pressure that's being applied in this game. He is smoked up right now with the Witch Doctor looking at top lane. 2 points Maledict on Janta, so if they do find him, but a really nice TP out from Cloud, reading that move and just preventing what is, you know, the required steps for Night Pulse to continue enjoying the start of this game. There are already 4 heroes. 9 minutes in, you got 4 heroes just hugging each other in the Radiant Triangle. That really showed a lot of respect to the Storm movement on the map, and I think you're pretty lucky if you're Warwick that you didn't opt to go and invade and maybe contest stacks, because you would have found, you know, pretty much the entirety of the 1-win lineup.
Yeah, full welcoming party, fully equipped. Wouldn't have been pretty. Yeah, I'm going to come over and take the ancient, but not really a huge win here for the side of Night Pulse. Still a bit of pressure being put on, but more importantly, pressure being taken off Munkushi, who we are kind of looking at to recover this game. He's in a terrible, terrible spot right now, but as we know with Naga Sirens, you know, you take your eye off them for just 5 or 6 minutes and all of a sudden they're a real contender. As Cloud getting jumped on right now, dragged into the middle of everything with the Maledict upon him. He won't be surviving through this one. Turning around, will throw out a surge before he does drop. Helps get the kill onto Janta. In fact, gets the kill onto Janta as he goes down, but yeah, not a great trade, as once again Night Pulse getting the upper hand in these engagements. Here looking for the power rune, won't be finding it though. We're going to be able to grab it down to the bottom side, and it's a regen rune for the Storm Spirit.
Ooh. So last game he had 10-minute arcane, 12-minute regen. This time he had 10-minute regen. Are we looking at a 12-minute arcane? I didn't really pay attention to what the previous runes were, to be fair.
I'm scrolling. Haste.
He's checking.
Illusion.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen arcane yet.
Okay. It'll either be arcane or invisibility then.
Ooh. What a blessed 10 and 12 minute mark for this Storm Spirit. 2 games in a row. Didn't really help him last time, but this time, much better. Look at these two. I was about to say carries, but it's not. It's like off-lane brackets carry.
Cosplaying off-lane.
Yeah.
Ooh, aggressive here from Kami as he tries to jump forward onto Munkushi, but Munkushi's chilling. Gets the tower denied, backs himself off. This is a nice tower to kind of deny as well. Like, it's a tower you don't mind falling particularly, and if you deny it, then it's good times for a carry.
Yeah. I think for one at least.
In a behind position, that is.
Just trying to chip down the map, right? As soon as you take the safe lane tower, you then enable the next move to make, right? It's like you take the safe lane tower, now Disruptor and Storm Spirit are looking to, you know, take away some of that jungle, maybe to find a hero. They have Static Storm as well. So if they find the Naga Siren, they find the Ember Spirit, you know, they should be dying. And with the regen still in play, Storm is so desperate to find a hero here, but not to be the case. Smoke doesn't break. They know it's not there. Can they find the Naga?
They know.
She's so low, she should be dying.
Jump up. She's so low as well. What a catch from Warwick. Fantastic stuff for the Storm Spirit here as Night Pulse just continue to pressure and pressure and pressure in the mid lane. They're looking for the return kill onto Kami. They're going to kill carry number 2 here, or are they? He's still got the Strength Morph coming on through. He's got nothing left, and he will get cut down by Chira Jr. Ulti comes out from till the end. Static Storm holding Chira down. It's so much damage, but he does get off the Sleight of Fist, but with that... Okay, never mind. Vichun cuts him down in the end. The cudgel comes down, and as does Chira Jr. A trade right now, a carry for a mid laner is the situation. Warwick kind of low in mid, but he's chilling, backs himself away. There is, of course, that arcane rune, as foretold.
As predicted. Is there an oracle in the game? But alas. Yeah, it's good moves, I think, kind of from Night Pulse there. I just want to see them be the aggressors. Like, even though they got farming heroes, try and poke 1-win just a little bit, so you just keep delaying. Like, delay the Mage Slayer on the Ember, delay the Grease on the Darkseid, force them to have to react a couple times, because then when they bring these items into the fight, you're already looking at your double carriers having an equal item. And if your double carries have items compared to utility, you're going to feel quite nice as you enter the mid game. They are still trying to whittle down this tower just a bit. And yeah, see, Darkseer gets dragged to mid lane. Ember now has to overlap his farm just a little bit. And you know, Naga Siren's farming the bot jungle, Darkseer's farming the top. Like, Cherry Jr. is not going to be happy that he's not freely farming as much as he wants to. And yeah, the net worths, they reflect it, right? Nearly 7k on CK, Morphling in second. This is kind of exactly what Nightpulse wanted. Can they keep this going though? Because in the last game, again, it's like 15, 16 minutes. One win just went, all right, we stopped farming now. We bought our item and they broke the entire map. It's not as easy this time around with a Naga Siren, but you still can see that with like Ember plus Darkseer together. Once you have Mage Slayer, I expect them to want to smoke. And they're already smoking up a little bit earlier, but without the Darkseer, I guess he's in the same lane. So we'll see if they can find anyone.
Oh, good chains. Connects onto Cammy here. That might be enough to bring him down. In they go with the lasso. They'll cancel out the freezing field, but the chase is continuing here. Static Storm comes down. Cammy gonna be kept alive for the time being. He's gonna survive through it all. A Sleight of Fist will be needed to finish the job, but it won't connect. The Morphling survives. Chiro Jr. unable to get that kill. As once again, Cammy just baiting them all in, living through it all, doing exactly what you want to see from your offlaner.
It's so rough. Like, they needed one more stun and it just wasn't to be the case. Now Storm Spirit jumps in.
Chiro Jr.'s in some real trouble right now. V-Tune gets on top of him as well. Can't break out of the silence. He's going to lose his life. And now glimpse back on to Cloud, also getting brought down on the Darkseer. Absolute carnage in the top lane. One win. This is just a complete turnaround from game number one.
Yeah, they are beautifully playing around the fact that Naga Siren is so absent on the map. Like, when they go for a fight, they're bringing 4 or 5 heroes. Yeah, and that just isn't the case for one win. They cannot do that with the Naga Siren. She's close to Manta, but Manta Orchid is when she really wants to kind of at least enter the pick-off game. And yeah, Nightpulse, they're punishing it perfectly. They've identified the farm required for this carry, and I'm not feeling the repercussions of their draft now. Like, sure, at the start you might have some hesitations, but with the way that Naga naturally plays, yeah, they are leading the charge. Warwick goes for the Orchid once again on this Storm Spirit, so he enters the fight and further punishes. Yeah, well, they're going to have to really kind of just clean up some of the fights that they want to take, because they might be getting outscaled at this rate.
Yeah, moving once again onto Chiro Jr. Death Ward's going to help out as well. That Orchid, you can't just play up like that into it, Chiro Jr. You got to respect the Storm Orchid. Talking of respect, he's just kind of chilling on the middle lane on the CM. And also gonna die. All right, Voodoo switcheroo. Maybe he shouldn't have been chilling in the middle lane. I don't know.
What? Look at this build. This is the pub build that we see. So in the previous game, we saw the casual point and stun, the ability to at least assist your team. Janta's showing us why it is so dominant in the pub scene. 56% win rate in over 3,000 games. You max your heal, you max your maledict, sorry. You get your shard. You walk throughout the fight. And if you see someone, you throw Maledict. If they jump you, you go switcheroo. And that's it. It's like, it isn't the most crazy of concepts. You have good damage of your heal. You heal up a little bit. If you're about to die, you delay the fight. You're obnoxious. You're annoying. You're a pain in the ass. I don't know however many ways I can say this, but... And that sets up for a CK or a Morphling or a Storm to find the jump after. And yeah, so far they're utilizing it beautifully. Witch Doctor could be the hero of the series. Maybe even the qualifier.
Wow, Weir's another jump forward comes, and this time they got a beautiful Static Storm onto both Respect and onto Cloud, and they are both going to get taken down here. Janta does get killed off by Monkush from the backline, so the Naga Siren entering the fight. She's only got herself a Manta style, but that's enough to try and play with here. Storm, pretty low on mana here till the end, going to try and help out, but in comes the Song. That's going to allow the Timber Spirit to come back over if he wants, but no, they're going to pull the plug, TP out on the Naga, get herself back down to bottom, back into the farming area of the map. And, well, try to relieve a bit of pressure here, but I'm not entirely convinced that Nightpulse are actually going to leave this area and stop the push.
Ooh. Every time I say ooh, it's like, wait a second, no, he's not dying. What am I saying? It's... Sure, he's called Cammy, but yeah, we spoke about how this is Dream. He is one of the stronger Morphling players in the region. Should never be dying to any random... chip damage. It would have been beautiful if he just died to a slide there, if he just accidentally shifted. That would have been poetic, but not the case. Is there any real timing, though, coming out from one win? I think they just need to wait for the Orchid and Naga Siren. Like, Monkushi needs to just call his team and tell them to calm down, relax, survive some of the map movements, and once he has his item, sure, he can...
He's getting hunted again, though. He has no song this time around. And
has
he's a
no
little bit
TP
under
either.
vision. Yeah, I'm not sure he's getting out of this. I don't know, Monkushi. A very awkward situation. Here they
Manta
come.
in 2.
The Executioner's Axe coming on down. Manta is available for Monkushi, but what are you going to do? How are you going to outplay out of this one? There is no chance. And the Orchid onto the right target just to make sure. And Monkushi will go down. And they're finding a +1, maybe. Chira Jr. hanging out. Nah, he should be okay. Oh, Jesus.
Again,
Wish I'd have got no chill.
Obnoxious. That's all he is. He walks around. He throws down spells. Yeah, that's about it. A nice movement from Nightpulse. Game 1 to game 2, I said they had to make some big improvements, and yeah, they have made incredible improvements. This is the type of player I wanted to see Warwick with the Orchid picking up Swedenstrong. They're not allowing them to skip any wave, to play any part of the map, and see V2 and he's run all the way bottom. He's now run all the way to top lane. They are sweeping across the entire map to try and prevent any drop of farm that one would want to get from this position.
It's feeling very, very tricky to play back from. Chira Jr. kind of sacrificed his own game. He did have a good time at mid, but in order to enable his Naga Siren to actually have anything, he kind of had to just tank a bunch of ganks and try to be a hero.
I'm just
in the mid
surprised
game.
that they
Didn't work.
I'm surprised they just didn't sync up the 4 heroes a little bit earlier, right? Like, if you bring the CM, Bat, Darkseid, Ember to one lane, you are going to net kills. Like, you can kill Storm Spirit, you can kill CK, and we just didn't really see it to great success, and because of that, they just don't have a game plan. Is a mid hero that, sure, you can farm quickly, but his game takes off once he has like 2 or 3 kills, a couple of assists. Like, the map feels like it's his map to play, and yeah, they just were way too passive. They smoke up this time. We got Blink on Batrider. Haven't really seen it to great effect yet.
But this is the first fight the one winner taking on their terms. This isn't a reactive play. This is a proactive play. Can they pull it out the bag? Janta in a great position here, but they're going to find the Disruptor. Great target, try and grab, but no, the Sonic Storm comes down, cancelling out the lasso. Oh no, till the end, way too quick. Song comes down, not soon enough to save Swedenstrong. They are going to try and set up on this one, though. They're going to try and go for the Storm Spirit. The Orchid is out. The damage isn't enough. The pop, it might just kill him. It does, but Monkushi's dead immediately, and Cammy on the backlines takes down 2 as Respectfuls as well. Cheer on the run, but
Side
Cammy
chains.
is chasing. He's got the chains. And by Chira Jr. 3-4 heroes dead on the side of one win. Only the Darkseer narrowly makes it out. An absolute disaster from them.
I know it's only 20 minutes in, but am I allowed to start entertaining the 2 letters that sometimes go into all chat? Because that honestly could be the case. Like, this Roshan getting taken, like V2, and he rips through any hero that he looks at. Dream somewhat feels unkillable, right? Like, there's no real threat. Wow, what a change of pace from game 1 to game 2. I know I keep referencing that previous game because this doesn't feel like the team that we watched in the first one. BKB
Absolutely
complete
not,
on
no.
the Storm Spirit, and you've got Orchid complete on the CK, BKB complete on the Storm. Like, they just want to fight, but now they just completed even more items. One win quite awkwardly, just, hey guys, we lost Roshan, but let's just take our shard. All right, good job, Crystal Maiden. Like, it's okay.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
Yeah.
Damn good shot. I'd make that trade. I'd make that deal.
Roshan and 7,000 gold, but we got Tormentor. But no, it's a fine move to make, of course, for one when they don't really have any map to play. So go grab your free shard real quick, then burst back up into the game, and just rather uncomfortable. Like, I'm just not really seeing a move that one win can make that allows them to feel good. You've got double auras on the Darkseer, but no hero to utilize them.
Do you miss shotgun morph?
And isn't that what he's kind of doing now with the phylactery?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, you
It's
mean
not
like the
the
E-Blade
same,
build,
though.
or?
Yeah. The E-Blade, when it was like based off your agility, and then like you also adaptive strike them on full agi as well. It was just funny. 100 to 0ing people.
Yeah, but you're a core player. As a support player, it wasn't funny. But that was also in a timeline where supports couldn't farm items. So it was a shotgun morphling where the supports just couldn't buy a glimmer or anything. So it was a dark time for support players. A great time for morphling players. So into your answer, no, I don't miss it. Not at all.
Good. I don't either.
Good.
But it was funny that was in the game for such a long time.
Do you think we're going to be in this game for a long time, Nomad, or do you think Nightpulse have the execution to close this one out?
I mean, we might be in it for a long time just because you've got 2 carries on the side of Nightpulse, so, you know, there is no pressure for them to go high ground. They are absolutely chilling out this game. They can do what they want. They can run at them, start getting more kills. Like, they don't need to take high ground until, like, 45 minutes if they want. They'll always be stronger, I feel like. Unless they catastrophically throw a team fight.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I sit with it too.
Alrighty.
They're smoked up. They're trying to find just another kill. I thought, of course, Darkseer is a great kill to start with due to the auras that can maybe give them something. But yeah, it's just any pickoff feels pretty good for Nightpulse. They're jumping with Ember in the bot lane. Of course. No range of damage any silence. Oh, another Orchid.
Okay. That's definitely the follow-up you want to see. How about another silence?
They're still looking top. Can they find Naga?
Well, they found the Witch Doctor, so it might be the kill. Look at the heals coming out, though. It's not enough, but it's certainly impressive. All
CK,
right.
wait for the Twin Gate. He's going to surprise him. Hello.
Oh, the wraparound from behind the song. It needs to come out, and it will. Munkushi gets out the song, and now will TP out. Gives Respect enough time to get himself away. Cammy tried so hard to get off an adaptive strike there, but didn't quite work out.
I mean, it looked pretty cool. Like, his arms are nicely raised, but yeah, alas, not to connect. And yeah, that's why I think Witch Doctor is easily the hero of this qualifier. Like, he walks up, he's tanking a shit ton of damage, putting it bluntly. He eventually dies. What's the hurt for? What happened?
Oh, you just don't swear very often in cast. I spat out my tea, Governor.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes there's a time and a place for it. Witch Doctor is.
No, it was.
He's one letter patch away from getting removed from the game. You know how Sand King got absolutely slaughtered? Witch Doctor's about to get ripped to
he's
shreds.
going to get that treatment soon.
It's going to go from like 50% self-healing to like 50% self-damaging or something. It's just going to be just absolutely the most craziest bonkers change to the hero.
They made an example out of Sand King, man. They strung him up.
I'm sorry, but this is why it's stupid. Look at Janta right now in the mid lane. Whilst he's got it active. Oh, well, he doesn't have it active anymore. We'll look at him in the mid lane in a second. In 2 seconds. In 4 seconds.
Don't think we're going to get to look at him. But what was he doing?
I think we're getting absolutely toyed with, by the way. We looked at everyone but Janta. Absolute memers.
Funny haha time.
Yes. There we go.
Hooray!
Okay, now we wait and we'll be patient. And when he presses heal, this is why it's stupid. When he presses it, just hold tight, guys. He's going to go to a jungle camp and want to farm it.
Oh, look at this small camp.
Here it is.
I reckon he's going to one-shot those creeps, you know. No.
All right.
Okay.
Come on, man. Oh, my God.
Right.
Stop teasing us, man. Please. Farm a
Dude,
camp.
he's got a job to do, all right? Bro, this is a man who's
he got scanned.
on the payroll. He's a
die.
white-collar worker.
Oh, no. All right. Swing strong. Dewarding. Okay, he's not pressing heal. We've just absolutely wasted every time.
I was down at the bottom side. Chirurgigo is dead, by the way. So,
it does matter. I'm sorry.
And as is respect. All right. Everybody at T-Governor on Twitter for that one.
How does he not press heal one time? He's walked past like 3 camps.
This man, he's got his instructions. He's got his orders. All right.
Bro, he's like teasing us, actually.
One thing only.
See, press the button, man. Prove my point.
Dig.
Please. Oh, he pressed it. Look how big it is on screen. It's so big. Thank you. TED Talk's over. Like, the entire screen is the hill. This is why it's stupid.
I didn't know the point you were going to make this whole time, so I was really interested. Okay,
I was
large.
waiting. I was waiting. I was trying
You
to...
can also hover the ability for this as well, but...
we need real demonstrations. Actual active usage.
Gonna catch out the Batrider here, or maybe not, actually. Sweden Strong has a pretty nice little spot to play around here. Now going for the TP out in the tree lines, and Warwick won't be able to find him, so... Gotta say, Sweden Strong's doing a great job. So he's doing amazing things up on the top side of this map. Yeah,
I mean,
Turing
Women in general,
situation.
they are just not playing the game anymore. It's why I've kind of started speaking about the most trivial of things, because their game plan is not to play the game. It's to skip every wave, to delay as long as possible. They need a Manta style on Ember. They need the Naga Siren. She got her Shroud to tank up just a little bit more. Of course, a Butterfly would be good against all the physical damage, but we are at the state of the game where one win, they could have been aggressive, they can't, and it is just a lot of farm, wait until they can make moves. Also, do you want to know a fun fact about Darkseer?
Would love to.
The 20% wall of replica illusion damage doesn't actually work.
Oh.
It's a bug. I tested
okay.
it this morning. So,
Right.
yeah, Cloud just picked up a talent that does literally nothing.
Okay, well, Warwick's gonna have to pop his BKB here as he gets ordered up, but they've got the lasso. They might have the damage. Naga Siren pecking away at him, but it's not enough. Warwick gets away, and now Cammy's in deep, trying to finish the job here. The song comes out, but the BKB is there for the Morphling, so he's just gonna keep on smacking. Respect, tries to go for the TP, realizes it's actually happening. A beautiful glimpse, gonna grab Mancusi back into the tide of NP. He does use the illusions, just trying to peck down Janta here, but it's not gonna be enough. But now the Naga Siren, she's gonna fall. Oh no. Every fight, every single fight has just gone Night Pulse's way, and this one's no different. Sweden Strong gets blasted by Cammy. The Morphling, the pseudo carry number 2, absolutely going to town on them right now.
It's just the tankiness of the Morphling. Same thing with CK. Even the Disruptor to be positioned far enough away to then hit the glimpse on the Naga. Like, after one win tried to go for the Storm kill, they realize they can't fight. They use Song, they're trying to leave, and Disruptor just drags them back in and forces the fight. And even with the Glimmer Cape, they're trying to find Ember, and he has no BKB, so a Static Storm will be able to punish the Ember here.
No.
But nighttime.
No. Does Turin know he's being hunted? Oh,
Yes,
he does now.
he does.
He's got himself a remnant this entire time, so if he gets caught out here, then
Oh,
would have said
he's
nasty things, but he lives.
blocked.
Okay.
No, he's not blocked anymore. He was he put his remnant inside a tree, so he was kind of stuck behind the tree line. No, man, just
Any timings we're looking for at one win here, which you're gonna...
I've been trying so hard to find one. I'm just unfortunately this is just a lot more time needed. Like, Darkseer needs an Agnins, you need the Naga Siren to have Butterfly plus Heart. Right now they just have no hero that can survive. Like, we in the draft are saying, okay, if they can get a hero that can survive the CK, then you can play out the game. But with how the start of the game went, they hunted the Naga Siren so beautifully, you never have this item lead. Like, Naga Siren against CK, you always expect to have like a 1 item lead on the CK. But like, the net worth, by the way, CK has 21,000 net worth, 18,000 on the Naga Siren. But when you look at the last hits, like, there's like 130 more on the Naga Siren. But it just hasn't translated to the game because of how many kills CK's been part of. So going back to your question for one win, they need about 20 more minutes of farm for every hero to get online, to become a core in their own right, and for Night Pulse to struggle at high ground, going into all the replicas and all the damage above. So yeah, it's rough. It's not the it's also not the same high ground as before, right? Like, the fact that Glyph resets on the melee racks, you can now take tier 3 range racks, ignore the melee, go elsewhere. You can also take the melee if you really don't care about the Glyph. Like, there's a lot of other ways to kind of manipulate high ground when you're in the lead compared to before. And yeah, 14,000 gold lead. Waiting for Roshan, of course, to secure their own game. Maybe
Feels
there's a
like
Roshan contest for one win. If they blunder some spells, you get a good vac wall. And there's no AoE follow-up after the vac wall, right? Like, you can't rely on a Crystal Maiden ultimate. It doesn't really do anything in this game. There's no like Earthshaker style hero, Tide Hunter. There's nothing to go, haha, we hit the 4-man vacuum into X. It's just there. They get repositioned, and then CK drags the hero into a kill, Morphling waveforms away. Like, the cores just don't really care about vacuum. Of course, there's a whole different timeline where Darkseer just has so much pacing that he just slaughters everyone, but again, not to be the case. They are smoked up, though.
Janta is just... He's such a slave to this team, man. Like, he's now just sitting in Roche waiting for it to spawn. Okay,
he just left as it spawned.
He's
But look at the wraparound,
failed
though.
at his job. He had one job and he failed at it.
But one win, they're going so aggressive here, going for the north side. They don't have any wards out at the moment to play on. So they're doing this absolutely blind.
Chira Jr. on the high ground. A little scared though. I don't blame him. V-Tune's here. The silence is out, but he's got the mats to get himself away. Gets himself out to that remnant, and now the song comes out from Munkushi. What is the setup here? Who are you looking for? Till the end is going to be that target. Warwick though jumping in, trying to help out. Can they get off the Static Storm? No, they cannot, but they're going to kill the Crystal Maiden in response. It's a trade of supports right now. Janta also in a little bit of trouble. Cloud's going to back himself away. The wall is down, but it's a bit of an awkward place. Still going to allow the CK Illusions cause a bit of trouble here. Till the end, right back into the fight with the buyback, comes through the portal and is already back with his team to try and help out and fighting with himself.
Yeah, it's just such an empty move from OneWin. I don't think they were ready to fight. Of course, if they give up the Aegis for free, then they will lose some racks. If they also contest the Roshan and die, they'll give up the Aegis and probably lose racks. Like, it's lose-lose no matter whatever call they make. And they try to set up the song into Vac Wall. It would have been really cool if the positioning allowed for maybe the supports to be next to the cores. In this type of game, the Darkseid needs to wall off the Morphling or the CK, use that illusion to run at the Witch Doctor or Disruptor to at least force some type of positioning issues for Night Pulse, but it just didn't happen. The Darkseid illusions only hit the cores, so it wasn't as explosive, and again, no follow-up. Just no damage. Every single fight is just awkward for OneWin. They can't do anything. They are just victim to Night Pulse making some incredibly, large blunders, and it just really isn't occurring. They now walk up to the high ground, 34 minutes, 15,000 gold lead. Aegis on the Morphling to simplify that high ground siege with the banner as well to keep the creeps alive with the invulnerability. They are respecting OneWin in every choice they make, and it is just inevitable that rack should be falling here.
Seems that way. Banner does get taken down by the Naga Illusions at the very least, but Kami's got absolutely no shortage of damage here to tear through these buildings. He's got the Aegis as well on the Morphling, so really feel like he is to carry this game. He's not wrong. Highest net worth in the game, probably highest damage as well, to be honest. He's just been doing so much in these fights. This ain't no offlane Morphling. You've been lied to, folks. In the backlines, Makuchi, he's been found. What are you doing here? This is not the place for you, Naga Siren, but she is gonna get killed. V-Tune on a godlike streak right now. Static Storm used to try and catch up the Ember Spirit, doesn't quite connect, so Chira Jr. is gonna be able to get himself away at the very least, but you've got a problem. Night Pulse are coming for your high ground. You no longer have a Naga Siren to try and cut waves, to try and mess with them, which I imagine is what she was doing there, so things are about to get very awkward indeed.
What we're saying here, probably one Rax should fall. I'd say 2 is on the side of ambitious due to the respawn time of Naga Siren. Punch onto Morphling again.
Yeah, but he's just going to trade his life for this. I don't think that's worth it, T-Governor.
No,
it's actually
it's
2 lives, maybe even 3, maybe. Ember jumping around in the backlines here, trying to keep himself alive. Thankfully, he's got loads of illusions to bounce around, but respect is gone as well. They really don't respect. Diving him under his own ancient. Bottom barracks to full. Mid lane is next. Just kind of feels like we're waiting for the G's at this point.
It's been about 18, 19 minutes of that.
We're patient.
I'm trying. I really am. I've been playing a lot more ranked recently. The patience level has had to go up incredibly high to play out that. Trying to get to 9-10k is not the nicest of feats.
I feel like whenever in my life I have to start preparing for parenthood, I'm just going to start playing loads of solo ranked. I'm basically dealing with crying babies there anyway, so
it's really good. Really morphs you into
Battle
a
of the
solid
Illusions.
man.
Song. Yeah, they OneWin just really delaying the inevitable here, gotta be honest. But here we go. Cloud comes in with the vacuum, with the wall. Holy moly, is this gonna be the play right now? Turning it around, and they're just not really doing any damage, unfortunately. V-Tune turning around, kills off the Ember Spirit. Munkushi has to back himself away. I mean, it might have looked nice if they weren't 27k gold behind, but unfortunately, they're 27k gold behind. Aegis still up, damage still in, still trying to just defend this Ancient at all costs, but ultimately, it is going to be falling, and it will be game number 2, going to Night Pulse.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Make them work for it.
I mean, they did for sure, but this is a intriguing series now, because in game 1, I was really lost by how Night Pulse approached their draft and then the play. Game 2, they gave us this very kind of quirky Morphling pick, but after about like 5-6 minutes of laning phase, it instantly kind of came to light what they were trying to do, right? It's just, you punish the Naga Siren with the Morphling free farm, then you have just the damage potential of the heroes, and I think Witch Doctor just super annoying as well. Like CK secures top lane to some degree, Witch Doctor brought Morphling to life in the off lane, then you have the Storm Thrower going for the Orchid to threaten the Ember the entire time, and there was never a cohesive moment for one to play on, and it was really uncomfortable to watch. So now 2 games in a row, we've just seen 2 stomps. We're yet to see kind of a really close game where teams have kind of gone back and forth, and maybe this is what Game 3 brings to us, but yeah, I think this is a much, much better game from Nightpulse, and the highlights already, 40 minutes into the game, they're the ones bringing 4 or 5 heroes to a fight, destroying one win, because again, Naga Siren, she can't fight in the first 15-20 minutes of the game. Like, she needs Manta, she needs Orchid, Shroud after the fact, and just that discrepancy in lineups just destroyed them. Witch Doctor OP maybe.
Maybe it has been whispered about, it has been said, and I think it might be true. Hero's pretty ridiculous right now, as Nightpulse able to just kind of run around in the early game, secure this lane, which they had no business securing. It's a Morphling off lane, it's an Agi Morphling off lane nonetheless. I feel like there is a world you can punish that, or at the very least secure your carry's game with that, but no, Witch Doctor by himself, able to do it. Absolutely ridiculous. And these highlights are just going to be now, like, from 20 minutes onwards, pretty much just smackdowns. Every single fight was just brutal. I'm surprised that OneWin had the mentality. Just, yeah, there you go. Thank you, production. Just going to save us from going through all that again. Bless up.
Yeah, so like after the draft concluded, I was saying how against aggressive lineups like Ember, Darkseid, CM Bat, you have 2 options. You either fight into their aggression, out team fight them, win the game, or you outscale them so their initial hurdle or initial kind of power spike falls off a little bit quicker, right? And yeah, I think Nightpulse, they went for the greedy option, but showed us that they played it really well. Like, you have also like V-Tune on, like a specialty CK. Warwick clearly, loves playing his Stones for 2 games in a row now. Dream or Cammy on his Morphling. Like, there was just so much specialties on Nightpulse that they knew what they needed to do to win the game. I don't think they'll be able to replicate this type of game too often against some of the really strong teams in the qualifier. Like, going for this much greed, it takes like the perfect draft to do it, and now, like, using hindsight, this kind of is the draft to do it due to stuff that we've already mentioned. And I just want, from Game 3, I just want to see both teams have the ability to take the early fights, to take those kind of 15-20 minute skirmishes, because it's just a little bit too volatile right now. It's too much back and forth in this series, and maybe, again, like I said, that's where Game 3 really brings it together. But I respect the standout player going towards Disruptor. Like, his positioning to threaten the Naga Siren constantly, the 1-1-21 scoreline is very good looking. And yeah, of course,
that point booster. Oof, it's a beautiful looking point booster in that inventory as well, a sign of things to come.
I mean, he had dreams, he had aspirations, right? He wanted that Aghanims, but alas,
damn
game
straight.
ended too quick.
I wouldn't say that. But nevertheless. Nice win from Nightpulse, reminding everybody that this is an even series. Anybody can take it. Will the third game be another absolute slaughter, or are we going to have a close one here as both teams get into their zone and put together a decent strategy? That's what we're going to find out here on the Red Sea International, guys. We're going to throw it over to break, after which we shall be back with game number 3 of this series. We'll see you in a bit.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
One game is all that matters now between OneWin and Night Pulse as they both battle it out to remain in the upper bracket. The losing team goes down to the Sharks, to the Piranhas in the deep waters, ready to nip away at them if they do go down to those lowest brackets. The unsuspecting open qualifier team, not a situation you want to be in. Who is going to come out ahead in this best of 3 series? That is what we're here to find out. T. Governor, are they going to ban the Witch Doctor?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it's a hero that's won both games so far. I think the main thing with Witch Doctor is just respect what it brings to the lane. And when we spoke about Game 2 Witch Doctor, it was the idea of it will be punished by Darkseid Batrider. It then just left the lane. It went to a different lane. So all the hype that I brought of, oh, maybe OneWin's found this answer to Witch Doctor, it didn't come into play because the lane just never really came to life. And it is banned out. Yeah. Night Pulse just banned it out. So, oh well. We can finally... Oh, God, I'm kind of happy. We just spent maybe like 2 hours talking about Witch Doctor. It's now, gone. And also, someone in Twitch chat, I think they worded it beautifully. They said, like, you just... you have to ban Witch Doctor in June 2024. It's like, it's going to be here for a month, and then we're going to see it nerfed. Again, like, Valve, they operate under a... If hero is good, it will get destroyed, logic at least, using Sand King as a reference. So, yeah, if you want to gain some MMR, play Witch whilst you can, because we're maybe, like, a week away from, just getting, not removed from the game, but, nerfed into oblivion.
Yeah, no, I beat a stack which was probably collectively about 3k MMR above us in total. Across all roles yesterday with Witch Doctor, so the hero is obviously busted because I'm bad, but we do get it banned out here, thank goodness. I mean, considering there are 7 bans to start off the game, it does feel like those really OP heroes will get taken out the pool. I'm still surprised that TA didn't get touched in the last ladder patch, but that's a discussion for another day because she's banned out as well. And we're going to see Clockwork and Dark Willow be our openings. I'll do Clockwork because I've seen a lot of the as well.
Are you a big
the expanded
fan,
cogs are very, very cool. Yeah. I'm a big clog fan. I'm a enjoyer of the cogs as well.
Nice.
The ice hockey, curling, if you will, blasting, ping pong. There's so many analogies you can make with this hero now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, just it brings what I want to see from both teams already with the opening picks. Clockwork naturally wants to be a little bit more aggressive. You seek a lot of fight. If you don't get your level 6 at a good timing, then it can hurt your game a lot. So thinking about wisdom runes, thinking about kind of your laning setups is important. But for Night Pulse leads, Dark Willow, a hero that I have thoroughly enjoyed in the patch. I think the facet in which you get the extra ring of Bramble Maze, Thorny Thicket, is somewhat ludicrous when you think about it, because already your Bramble Maze fills up quite a lot of the screen. Then you throw in an extra, 4 rings or something. It's just too... It's not hard to... It's not about how do you phrase this? It's like, it just takes up so much space on your screen. Even if you don't hit a bramble, you have to kind of like stutter step around them. You have to think about where you're moving. It's not as simple as just disengage from an area. It takes over too much of a fight. You have to now like subconsciously think about other things rather than just click stun, do this, right? So I think it was really annoying in early fights, and it really allows you to set a good pace. Use Twin Gate really nicely as well. So I think, Dark Willow will become one of the strongest supports in the patch just because this facet, it doesn't even scale. It's just there. Like level 1, you press it and you now just have all your brambles. I expect a nerf probably to come into play where maybe based on levels it does a certain amount of rings or something, or it starts weaker and gets stronger, but at the moment it is way too good.
Now Oracle comes out. Interesting. I don't see that being a particularly decent answer to Clockwork, so clearly just something that they're comfortable playing around.
Yeah, you're now going to have a lot of teamfight control. Right? The hero that gets jumped will have for Oracle to protect them through either the debuff immunity or the False Promise, and then you'll have Dark Willow with the Terrorize. It means if your jumps aren't clean, you're going to get punished for it. And Clockwork, of course, he likes to rally his team to follow wherever he goes, right? If he hits a hook shot, it's like, guys, I found the hero, get the kill. You might argue that Clockwork naturally likes playing into the supports that you want to find, but if you're not finding them, jumping someone else, then it's going to hurt you. So I'd like to see OneWin just have a couple more forms of let's get the backline. This easily could become like a Night Stalker type of game for a closing pick for OneWin. just because how valuable it is to execute the backline at the moment.
Let's see what will be picked next. A picking going on. 1 minute left on the clock. I don't know. Yeah, just double down it. I mean, I feel like a tiny here feels like it makes sense, but they don't agree. They'll go for the Rubik. All right, not what we wanted, but
no, I like the idea of tiny, where you go tiny Rubik here because you can keep the tiny flex between mid and carry. You then preserve the offlane pick, because if you pick offlane here, you probably aren't going to be able to hit them with like the Night Stalker pick, which is like the real gotcha pick. Of course, I think Nightpaws are very ready for that and should probably pick some cores to protect themselves, but I do like the idea of having a little bit of flexibility with the pick that you go for here. But okay, they go for Pangolier, so when we're talking about flexibility, they just go for stability instead, where Pangolier, even though he's had some nerfs throughout time, he still plays the same game.
One patch without him. That's all I want. Just, oh man, how many times am I gonna have to watch Rolling Thunder just roll through a fight? How many times am I gonna have to watch just this hero play the game?
Yeah, it's just fundamentally the skill set of the hero just does everything you want for a hero. You push out waves with Swash. You've got tankiness through Shield Crash, or even your Rolling Thunder for the debuff immunity. You find backlines. It's what we were describing is what they want to find, and I'm still really afraid if one would pick a weak safe lane and what they can go Night Stalker in 1-1, like that is a really scary lineup. Oracle, yes, you do a lot of damage with levels, like level 3 when you can dispel your heal to then do bonus damage. Like you have the ability to be annoying, but you need levels. You need a little bit of time in lane, and whoa, intrigued to know. Seeky's already banned out in the first phase from 1-1 as well. Like that was the V-Tune hero that kind of really popped off in the previous game.
Yeah, and I feel like it played into Dream's hands really well as well, because you can then, as I mentioned when they picked it, it gives you frontline, it gives you initiation, it gives you, basically everything you're usually looking for an offlaner. So then Dream can get a little bit, zesty with it in the offlane and go off the beaten path, grab a morphling, grab something crazy, and free up his game a bit, unlock his potential. So I'm glad to see this CK not
go
in the pool.
Like Lifestealer +1 here if they don't really care about revealing their carry.
Lifestealer with Oracle is kind of weird though, isn't it?
It's just a safe, when I say safe lane, it's just a really don't get pushed out of lane type lane. Like Lifestealer will always farm, you can never gank him, Pango rotate in, you've now got like the jump potential with the Ember where you jump inside. It's a cool hero for giving someone else presence in the game, but instead they pick up the Windrunner for now. So maybe holding the Windrunner just a little bit in regards to where it's going to be going, but yeah, we'll see for now. This is pretty much what I was hoping for in this third game. Like, look at both teams, right? There's no innate insane tower damage. There's no kind of we're going to own this specific lane. It's just a lot of everyone should go even. Some people might outplay each other, and the fights and the map play should really come to light for this. It's like one team's got sustainability through Oracle Willow, even Windrun, the Flame Guard, the jumps from Ember, like 4 heroes that can survive a fight, whilst one win it's like Pango wants to get a hero and get a kill, Clock wants to find a hero and get a kill. They go for the Clock Shadow Fiend combination. Will he level Cogs and do the whole old school thing, or will he just start with Razors? I'd expect him to go Razors, but you never know. Some nostalgia might come into play here for a game 3.
The good old days of watching people kill their cogs in the fountain. Of course, Clockwork can't help anymore, so you're going to have to employ somebody else to come and help you kill those cogs. But I doubt they'll do that. We'll see. Maybe there's some fruitiness going to take place, but we shall see. Do you still view this draft as pretty open for 1 win, or is SF locked in on the safe lane and Pango mid?
Technically it's open because Pango could go to offlane, Shadow Fiend can then go to mid or carry, so everyone can still shuffle around because of Pango being open to 2 lanes, Shadow Fiend being open to 2 lanes, and they don't have ultimate last pick in the draft though, but yeah, we'll see where it goes. My one, not concern, but one query is picking Shadow Fiend into high single target burst heroes is always a little bit scary, because if you do go for the right click build, you're not the tankiest of heroes until you have multiple items. So like when we saw the game 1 where Ursa jumped Shadow Fiend never could play his game. Even with 20k net worth, it was just awkward. Windrunner can do the same thing as well. Like you go for Gleipnir, for early game pressure, you get BKB to not care about Requiem, Daedalus down the line, like you just rip through the Shadow Fiend. That now it forces Clockwork to have to hookshot the Windrunner, or the Rubik to have to lift the Shadow Fiend to disengage. It is always a little bit uncomfortable when you think about that, because the later the game goes, Shadow Fiend will fall off. And the bans from Night Pulse, they expect the Pango to offlane Shadow Fiend to mid, because they just ban out 2 really big carries with Sven and Troll. And I think I like those bans. Because of what I mentioned about Shadow Fiend, I would prefer to see this SF be the mid lane against the Ember. Like you're a laning dominating hero there, you destroy the Ember, you then go for the blink into Kaya Yasha for the cast point reduction, so your Requiem's quicker. If you see an Oracle, it's just blink, boom, Requiem. Oracle's dead, go take the fight. So I really hope they can put SF mid, Pango off lane, and I think I've sold myself on that being the set foundation for the draft now. So I'm expecting a carry for 1 win, now that I've kind of just verbally stumbled my way into understanding their draft. Sorry, I took you on that journey, but
it's clicking.
Yeah, like, because, you know, like, because this is not like a draft panel where you can do it, like, where you go quiet and someone else talks and you come back. Like, you kind of have to, like, monologue a little bit to get to your points. So, I don't mind it. You know, you can see in
just thinking out loud, isn't it?
The inner workings of my brain. And I'd like to think it was a pretty logical process to get there. But, yeah, alas. This is where they now pick up a mid lane and everything goes to poop.
And in my brain, it's just like, and I wonder if they take the Wind Ranger facet, the Whirlwind. I want to see the Whirlwind.
Focus up, no we got more important things in play.
Bad. Yeah, I know. All right, 1 win. What are you going to do? Carry? Is it like what we're expecting? What Night Pulse are expecting? Yes, it is. It'll be the Lifestealer coming out for 1 win to finish off this draft. And a scary looking draft that is. They've got cash. They've got damage. They've got control. Little light on the control though, maybe. You know, you don't have that kind of classic initiation, so I can definitely see some awkward scenarios taking place here. And I think it looks like a great Wind Ranger game.
Yeah, it's a very cool Wind Ranger game for the ability to get a kill, but I like the Lifestealer because you protect your safe lane really nicely. And the lack of tower damage from Night Pulse, they had 3 seconds to pick and they go for the Slardar. This will bring their draft to life, so you got Slardar to lane up into Lifestealer. It's also kind of a funny matchup because you expect Slardar to be the lane dominator against any melee hero, but Lifestealer, you know, you can play the lane. You also buy Armlet, which is armor. You then buy Radiance, which is evasion against the right-clicking hero of Slardar. So it's like, sure, lane can get a little bit dicey. Sometimes it actually goes okay for Lifestealer, but your natural progression into the game is anti-Slardar once you get there. You can go Manta, you have Radiance, you go Armlet, like there's Dispels, there's Evasion, there's Armor. It's like everything you want to have against Slardar you play into, which also plays nicely into both the Windrunner and the Ember. But I think for Night Pulse, they're pretty happy with how they round out this draft. It gives them purpose once they get to the items. Like Slardar can go for maybe like the Orchid Rush to pressure heroes early on, then go for Blink. Ember can go for the Mage Slayer, and then the key thing here from Night Pulse is I want to see them take their first item and bring it into the game. If they farm to keep farming, 1 win I think are going to be really happy, because eventually like SF will have the BKB, the Yashakaya, Lifestealer will have all the items I just mentioned, Pango will have everything he wants. So I really want Night Pulse to break down the game at minute 15. Like let them be the team that farms up into a point where they break the map.
It's if they're allowed to do that, you know. I feel like this game kind of reminds me of game 1, but this time it's Night Pulse, which has kind of like that aggressive catch-out draft, which I like to see. So I definitely feel like I'm looking at Night Pulse this game and thinking that they can be the playmakers, they can find the aggression, and yeah, their draft could come together. And I still really like this Wind Ranger pick.
They're doing the
God, it looks so good. Oh, damn. Oh, let's get live. Let's see some COD killing action.
Oh, one more for the boys. Go, go, go. Wait, it's 5 seconds away. 4, 3, 2, 1. A wave of nostalgia sweeps across Twitch chat. How many years has it been?
Look at it. It's so good. They're so in sync with it as well. Damn, they're doing tricks. All right, you love to see it. Chira Jr. rocking up to lane with 9 bonus damage.
Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again.
Oh, crazy. No, to be fair, this is what they do. I mean, why would you not do it again?
They're not going to do it another time. He's got 12 bonus damage now.
They're smoked as well. Come on, simmer down.
And then just break the smoke to do it again. Chira Jr. does get popped here.
We have to remind you that
Effect.
Shadow Fiend is a better matchup to Ember because of the razors. For the magic damage, you eat through the Flame Guard. And on top of that, he now has 12 souls going into lane. So rather than hitting for 46, he's hitting for 60. Like, this should be a very one-sided lane. And he also doesn't even need to, because it's an innate as well, don't forget.
Yeah, we missed that one, didn't we?
So it's an innate, so he doesn't even need to level it. He just straight up goes for raise anyway. The joys of
this is
innates.
even more OP than it used to be, huh?
Yeah. It's
This is silly.
pretty silly, yeah. Well, I think we should look at mid lane because 12 denies already. Crazy advantage.
Yeah, Warwick has no XP at all, my god.
He has negative XP. He's actually still in the draft.
How do you feel about Shadow Fiend? How do you feel about Razors slowing? Oh, that was a really nice dodge from Warwick. Like, I mean, I know it's been around for ages now, but...
I don't mind it. I think it's fine. I think Shadow Fiend's not really been a popular hero in recent time, and I think Shadow Fiend's a really beautiful example of how items can actually influence a hero being strong rather than the skill set of what your spells bring to the game. Because like this hero, Cast Point got introduced to Kaya Yasha, and now suddenly he's, you know, flavor of the month, flavor of the patch, right? And I think that's really just cool to see that heroes aren't always just locked into themselves. But Warwick's doing insanely well at pressuring Chira
he's got the Fairy Fire. He'll be okay.
The fact that he's dodged multiple razors with Slight, and oh, that was a max range cogs. That's really cool.
Still bouncing him. Janta, not having fun with that one.
Very lucky that the cog just timed out there.
Yeah. Could have finished the job, but it wasn't quite able to. Yeah, no, it is nice to see Shadow Fiend back in a viable position. He's always a really fun hero to watch in pro games in all situations. Do you miss my magic SF though? We don't really see him much in Pro Dota. You know, he's all over the place on like every level of pub. Even like the pros are playing it magic in.
It better be this game. I really want to see magic SF in this game.
Against Oracle, it's kind of a risky one, right?
It's more like the speed in which you do it, right? Like because I mentioned Cast Point, Janta though should be maybe dying.
2 melee heroes, not catching
Even
this guy.
Blood grenades to 1 HP.
Is he on like 1 HP?
Yeah.
Literally, I think he was. Cammy might have taken a step too far forward here. Going to get bounced around by those cogs and chooses to go down to them regardless. And I'll be a dead dream in the off lane.
And Warwick, he did so well with some of the slight dodges in the early levels, but once Shadow Fiend gets to level 3, 2 points in raids, the lane only gets harder. The damage of raids will inevitably force the Ember to have to look towards the jungle just a little bit, or even make moves on the map.
Yeah. Another issue as well is that you can't just save Sleight of Fist for only getting dodging razors. You have to be able to CS with it as well, otherwise you're just going to fall behind.
Yeah, one win, their lane's going very well. Like Lifestealer's muscling up into Slada, even getting the kill. Shadow Fiend, as expected, is destroying mid lane, and as I say that, Lifestealer,
Monkushi's going to get bashed here. The damage coming through thick and fast. Does he have anything? Oh, no respect. He comes through once again with those cogs, bounces it around on them as well. Monkushi, Jesus, takes the volley. It steps into vision, and Janta does almost catch him out there with his Shadow Realm, but only level 1. Not going to do the damage to bring him down. Monkushi can approach the lane once more.
really, really good cogs from Respect this entire laning phase. Max range, catching the Dark Willow, containing the Slada, multiple bounces.
Well, that's
very useful. Ooh.
Open wounds leveled up by Monkushi there to try and steal a bit of HP from the Dark Willow.
He needs something. His Kura's coming out with a... Ooh. His Kura's only bringing a
salve?
blade. No.
Ooh.
Yeah. He's not bringing
Tankiness?
any regen to himself.
No.
Well, expect Lifestealer to maybe die in the upcoming minutes to get his regen.
Hey, if he gets off that open wounds with that blade of attack, he's going to be full health in 2 hits.
All right, Respect actually has a salve on his courier. Will he salve himself or salve his carry?
Jesus.
Or die.
Janta's got no
Option
chill
two.
at all. Yeah, that is a mystery third option, as Respect is going to get hammered down inside the cogs. Does throw it across to Janta to try and save Munkushi's life here, and, well, at the very least going to allow him to get across the creep. But they fortified. Is that their fortify? I think it is. This is so aggressive. Night Pulse just looking to just bully Munkushi off this lane, and they're kind of doing so successfully.
Yeah.
You don't see fortifies used on the side lanes very often.
Why not, right? Like the... Okay, he actually... After dying, he now salves the life stealer. Oh, no! Instant... Pretty much instant cancel. Only went for about a third of its duration.
What a guy.
Remember when salve actually did something for the carry? And you got demanded to buy them relentlessly?
Yeah, I didn't enjoy that.
Yeah. No, of course, does a little bit less. I mean, like half, but alas.
Oh, Cammy is playing up once again. I mean, Respect and Munkushi trying to turn this around, but I'm not sure it's going to work out in their favor. Janta just trying to finish the job onto Respect here. Respect trying to make his way through the tree line to get away from the Willow. And with the cogs coming off cooldown, that'll keep him alive for now.
Now he wishes he had the salve.
Yeah, true. Munkushi trying to get what he can from the lane whilst they've used all their resources, but he really can't stand his ground against the Slaughter. And now, another Willow maze comes down. Munkushi stunned up, being beaten down, tries to turn around with the open wounds, but the right click comes in from Janta, and Munkushi's going to go down.
His top lane is so volatile.
Bullying. Swedenstrong in the river, meanwhile. Illusion Rune taken by Swedenstrong, and actually he's going to be okay. Cherry Jr. is too big of a threat, with no mana in the tank where it can't chase that kill any further. So Swedenstrong will get away and steals the rune successfully.
Yeah, his top lane is so critical that Clockwork has resources. If Clock at any minute cannot back up his life stealer, then of course Slardar, with the ability to just right click through him, bash him through rage, etc., will thrive in the lane. And I think for Night Pulse, they're very happy they have one lane going their way, because mid lane's not going very well. Bot lane is going exceptional for V2 in regards to farm, but also they're not shutting down the Pangolin. So it will just kind of potentially overwhelm with the map play when Cloud hits his level 6 and wants to go to any lane to find kill. Maybe Cloud could fix top lane if he hits 6 and helps the life stealer with a nice rotation. But 7-minute wisdoms are coming up, and again, we don't really see crazy contests happening too often. Both of them get taken, and
Kushi and Cammy just fighting it up, but Chira's coming in for this. He makes the rotation, and he's going to be able to bring down the Slardar. There we go. TP rotation in from the Shadow Fiend. Unexpected, and he's got so much damage to give to this top side.
You have to be so respectful of the ability to TP in.
Oh no, Janta. That's an early tip, my friend. Oh, he's going to get away with it.
Yeah,
He's so good with these Respect. I mean, a lot of these Clockwork players have been getting better and better.
It's a little bit
Respect's
of an art
one of the
form.
best I've seen.
Yeah, nice. The aggression that you bring. If there's a Shadow Fiend with Raze, he's going to want to TP. Especially like the movement slow facet. You hit a Raze, you hit 2. Like, they're not going to really be able to get away from you. Same thing like I was saying about the Pangolier. Like, you get too close to a tower, he'll happily TP and swash and you're dead. And I think Cammy just didn't really respect it too much. And like a death like that just gives Oneman just a little bit more life into the game.
It actually puts the Lifestealer ahead on, or at least equal on net worth.
Ooh. It's pretty rough.
Bramble Maze, of course, no longer a maze, now Bramble Forest. Well, as Respect will have to walk his way out of that one eventually. Yeah, TP's coming down. Cloud looking to get jumped here. V2, no, sees the toe rotation coming and decides not to commit to the kill. So Focus Fire, not going to give him the kill onto the Pangolier.
I think that's why maybe Slacks hates his hero, because he just remembers like the 8-minute Focus Fire and how little damage it does. And kind of forgets, obviously, how much damage it does at 30 minutes. But yeah, that was very underwhelming. Maybe if V2 had a Javelin, that would have netted a kill, but yeah, not to be the case.
I mean, I'm just saying, dude, if he had Whirlwind there, he never tries to go for the kill, because he's never going to get his... whoa, okay, they find the kill onto the Shadow Fiend. Shut the hell up, Nomad. There's a dead mid laner on my screen right now.
Yeah, supports really helping out there. Without the supports, there is no way you get a kill on the Shadow Fiend. And yeah, Oracle, Dark Willow, making sure they make the early moves, and they're kind of getting levels as well. Like Oracle sitting mid to sap level 6, Dark Willow's making stacks. And
Chains out in the bottom side. Power shot doesn't do a lot due to the raindrop. And Shackle's not connecting somehow. And now Cloud, he's looking for the turnaround. Rolling Thunder comes through. Doesn't really have a target. Jansen will be spotted on the side, and that's who they're going to go for here. They'll take the cancellation prize, and Chiro Jr. is going to scoop that one up with a couple of raises.
He's very, very tanky on Cloud.
Until the end. Oh, respect! Oh my goodness, that was some beautiful Cogs action. I just praised it from a minute ago, but that was even better. Holy.
I mean, that was when you go 3 points in Cogs, you start getting those bounce backs. It's a nutty amount of damage. 200 per bounce. You hit 2, you hit 3. That's a silly amount of damage this early on. Unfortunately, the death summary isn't working. It'll be fixed by TI, I'm sure.
Click it enough times and it'll come up, don't worry. You just got to spam click it. 464 damage with Cogs. Yup.
Okay, so we asked a question. We got him.
We have the technology, boys.
That is advanced tech. We went back in time. That is very good. 3 stuns from Cogs. Oh no! I just clicked on Shadow Fiend. Look at the build he's going. Oh, absolute despair.
Boo.
No, he's going right click. Replay time. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, here we go. Look at it
summary.
under the tower as well. Getting absolutely pummeled.
Look at this
Messi
production.
in the middle lane. As we have Sweden Strong dropping down. Who cares? It's just some support. Support's lives mean nothing.
It'd been really cool if you made a Ronaldo reference after the Messi one to like show that you cared more about
how
Messi.
much I know about football.
Yeah, because of this age-old debate. It does prove that clearly Messi is more popular because everyone I spoke to about Clockwork has referenced Messi being the reference point to kicking a football.
Yeah, I was gonna go around and make a list of all the footballers from like every region, so I always had one to go to. I haven't got around to it yet, but I'll let you know if I ever.
I mean, there's not a lot of regions. You know, if you want to really generalize it to, the
we'll do
continents.
country. We'll do country.
Oh wow, country to country. Okay, I see.
Yeah,
it's a little bit harder.
It will require some research, that's for sure. Just thank God it's not Cammy playing the Clockwork, because I don't think I know many Kyrgyzstani football players.
I'm sure there's a lot. There's probably an absolute belter of a footballer that like some diehard football fan already instantly knows, and we're just too, distance from it anyway. Mid lane, Shadow Fiend.
He goes for it, but doesn't get it off. The interrupt comes through with the terrorize. Hook shots there, but it's not enough. Duragini is going to go down. Respect in some trouble as well. Tries to save his mid laner's life, but might have just given up his own. He is going to get away. It's Cloud bouncing around on Janta here, and there comes the heals from till the end. It might be enough just to keep this Willow alive, but no, there's too much damage coming on through and not enough heals coming back the other way. It will be a kill, but the Shadow Fiend dies again. I mean, this is critical for the SF. This is the point in the game where he wants to be getting souls, killing creeps, and getting large. He's just nothing right now, as we do see an infested Lifestealer up on the top side.
Yeah, you have to respect the net worth. Like, yes, you're getting these kills in Shadow Fiend, but he's still second in net worth. The Ember, who's playing with the supports, trying to at least punch back into Shadow Fiend. The lane was so disastrous that he, even after all these kills, he's like down, 1,600 gold? Smoking up again with the Ember and the Oracle. They want to be so aggressive on the map, trying to get back into the game through kills rather than farm. Slardar as well, looking for the Blink Dagger rush. And at least in the patch at the moment, we've been seeing Orchid rushes, we've been seeing like Echo Sabers, we've seen like a little bit more greed from the offlane, but yeah, this time just going straight for the Blink Dagger. And that will enable him. I expect Roshan to be on the cards very early on. Like Maelstrom on the Windrunner with the Corrosive Haze or Slardar, like you could take this tower and go for a pre-15-minute Roshan if they want to. 15-minute Roshan, obviously it going nighttime top. But around that window mark if they want to. But I expect to see them try and ramp up the fight a little bit more, especially when you click on the Shadow Fiend and see him go Dragon Lance. It's like, okay guys, he is not going to be he's not like a backline threat anymore. We don't have to worry about Oracle dying to some Requiem. It's a very different story.
Yeah, that's true. There's very little threats. Sure you're going to have a Pango rolling around, sure you're going to have a Clockwork jumping in, but these aren't things which are just going to 100 to 0 you. You're not going to be stopped from getting off these false promises, so I expect to see more good false promises coming out from till the end. Which is what you need when you've got a Wind Ranger carry. Like, I hate seeing Wind Ranger carries without any form of save or amp.
Oh, it tilts me when just to clarify, do you mean like save ends in regards to like the Windrunner buying it for herself or her team not having it?
I mean, kind of both, right? But I meant for the team in that situation.
Because you just hit like a little part of me where I see Windrunner core players seem to forgo any defensive item. Like no BKB, no Manta, no Ag, nothing. They just go like Daedalus into me right click very strong. You know that?
Man. Focus fire, go brute.
Yeah, I know it go bad. Exactly. So I'm very happy that V-Tune is going for the second item BKB.
Corrosive Haze stolen by the Rubik. Oh, look at the stinky cloud above Warwick. Oh, stay away.
It's actually really nice. Like cosmetic, it's just so beautiful.
You like the stink cloud, noted. Yeah, 5-5 on the scoreline this game. Very low kills compared to either of the previous games. Looks like we are going to get that close game we wanted.
It's perfect.
When did it break?
I think it breaks when Roshan is on the cards for Night Pulse. And I kind of expect it to be relatively soon. The call could be wait for BKB on Windrunner to then make the play. Because of course, they're never running to Roshan with this draft. Like, until they have multiple items, they don't care about it at all. So it really is on Night Pulse to kind of set the pace for that. And maybe they respect the clockwork a little bit to not want to go too early. If you die at Roshan, give away Roshan too early, like it complicates the game, right? So they're in that kind of fine balance of game is good, wait for the cause to be happy, then enter the game, and they're smoked up. Warwick, very sacrificial in his play. Like non-stop smoking, non-stop playing with supports, keep trying to break the farming patterns of one win, but respect. If you want to just think about how to play support, guys, you need to do these type of moves. When the lanes break and you're just farming, as a support, don't hit a jungle camp. Hit a jungle camp and read the next movement. Go to the areas that you expect the smokes to be. Because if you tank the smoke and die, cool, your core's now farm. If you don't tank a smoke, you farmed a camp. You're going to be scaling either way for your team. So yeah, respect, really nice positioning there.
I'm talking about scaling. Cammy on the Slardar, going deep. But is he going to find anything here? I mean, this would be a very, very deep dive. Oh, look at that sentry placement from Sweden Strong.
They don't... I mean, they kind of see it, but it's also tucked behind, so they have to walk around to then...
Just get rid of that real quick. Oh, no, my Cammy's the one immediately trying to take him down. But Cammy's the one taking all the damage here, but in comes a false promise from till the end. But he needs to start healing him because he's taking damage from every single direction right now, and the rest of the team are just letting him die. They can't keep him alive. Till the end also going to fall here as well for his sins. Pigpole is out, but Pig Out's not going to get him out of this situation. Sweden Strong is just going to throw in the root onto his teammate to allow the kill to come through. Big dive there from Night Pulse. I can't condone that play at all. That was crazy.
It felt a little bit uncomfortable, and the fighting is still occurring with the shield rune in play.
Somewhat. I mean, Warwick has managed to get through the shield rune, but he himself is trading a lot of health. If Ichu comes in, immediately going to get lifted, thrown back, but he might just have the damage. Oh, Sleight of Fist is not enough. Chira Jr. Oh, God, the power shot as well.
Makes sounds, no matter.
Eek!
They did everything to keep the Shadow Fiend alive there. The lift back, the cogs just to prevent the Windrunner getting the extra, click or two to get a Maelstrom proc. And whew. But going back to the initiation, right? You get the ward behind the tower. Cammy then jumps in, but doesn't respect the turnaround potential. You're in between two towers, so multiple TP options, and it wasn't the engagement I expected from Night Pulse. A lot of their kills have come from poking out in the jungle, playing the wider areas of the map, but they go to a really big choke point, allowing Clock and Pango to thrive, and that's not the type of move you want to make when you're slowly taking over this game. And I think one where they're going to be pretty content with what they saw there. They themselves even smoke up straight away after that engagement. They see V-Tune farming bottom, has the BKB available once the courier comes out, but trying to get a kill beforehand.
Courier might not get here in time. Windrun comes through, but look at the damage coming on down there. More than enough to deal with the Windrunner. I mean, again, not the most HP to work with. He could be now delivered, but yeah.
All right, I'm screaming for Roshan after this. That death is now the go Roshan. Cool. You've got like a minute 10 left on nighttime. You're already positioned top lane. Your tier 1 tower's alive. I kind of expect that to be the call, or to make that big play where you smoke for a kill on bot side of the map, get a pick off, and then do the daytime Roshan. But I think if you're Night Pulse, you need to think about this objective in the next 2 minutes.
you'd expect it, right? I mean, if you're forcing these crazy fights between the tier 1 and 2, I get it, you want the tier 1 tower at mid, right? But surely you could just force Roche and then they have to come to you and the fight looks better anyway, but I don't know. Then again, there's a lot of ways for one win to approach a Roche fight, which is kind of scary. And let's not forget the rocket flares, which aren't leveled. So, phew. Glad I didn't say too much on that one.
Oof, yeah, we're safe. We're safe. Okay, they're taking mid tier 1 tower. Yeah, it feels like, of course, they are looking for the daytime Roshan. If that is good to be their play, it will be moving down in 20 seconds.
Man,
they are smoked up behind.
right now. They are friendly with each other.
They got the BKB on Shadow Fiend. That is going to be the reveal.
That was the circle they were in. Aww.
Oh yeah, we could. I forgot we could draw on the map. I've never drawn whilst casting a game.
No, it came back. It was gone for a little bit, but it's back.
Okay,
there.
quickly. Tormentor North and crosses, go. Quickly.
Oh wait, we're both crosses. Oh.
Ah, I win! Yeah! Okay, that's the new minigame. Okay, back out.
All right, noted.
We got siege happening at tier 1.
Sort of. I mean, Warwick's killing off some creep waves here. They're setting themselves up in the area.
There's
Everybody
the
knows
Roshan.
what's going on here. Yeah, it's all about the Roshan. It's already taken place. Focus fire has been used. I mean, if you want to turn up to a fight, one win, now is your time, but they don't have the information. Why is that? Because Rocket Flares is not leveled. I'm just saying, guys.
It's always the last part of Roshan that gets awkward, right? It's like you do all the damage early on, you convince yourself you've taken it, then everyone just leaves the pit, and you're like, oh, we've not done it yet, so can we? I know, Roshan falls. And it's still a little bit of a farming Aegis. You're one component away from BKB on both Slardar and Ember Spirit, and that's when they're really going to ramp up the aggression. So I kind of expect the Aegis to be really utilized in the final minute or two. And that's for one win, it is just still farm. You don't really have any crazy damage item as of yet. Coming out on any of your cores, it's still like Night Pulse are farming, to bring the fight. Whilst one win, they're kind of farming to scale a little bit further. Like, we're not really talking about Pangler's itemization at all, but he's gone for Echo Saber, a Manta, like really leaning on the old school build from Pangler. The fact that you are a universal hero, you can do a lot of damage, be a tanky hero.
Do you know about the Echo Saber Ags interaction?
No, please tell me. Does it proc on every person?
No, I just heard people smiling at me mention it, but didn't look into it myself. But I know there's something going on there, so I believe it procs, basically. I mean, what else is it going to be? Let's be real. Yeah,
weirdly enough, I've played like 100 rate games, maybe less, probably like 50, 60 recently. And I've not really played against a single Pangler, it feels like, which is very, very strange. There's been a lot of Shadow Fiends, a lot of Witch Doctor, a lot of Ursa, Zeus, but Pangler hasn't really come to mind, at least.
He's good, and this Echo Saber thing is the hotness right now.
You know what else is pretty hot? You have one guess. Just say any item, it's fine. If you're wrong, it's fine.
Me?
Yeah. Quickly guess. Hot item right now, the patch that we're not seeing as much, but it's pretty hot.
No, never mind. Let's go drums.
Ooh.
Drums are always good.
So close. Crimson Guard. This item... It got quite a weird change. Right, Clockwork's currently going for it, hence why we've entertained it to the masses, but now it's based on your your max HP rather than strength, and it really helps. Some of these tanky heroes that can buy it, you can block 100, 120, even more damage. Against Windrunner, which is a lot of cheap damage, it's like physical damage is a key aspect of all three cores on Nightpole, so a casual Crimson Guard, throw in a tanky hero that might buy a Bracer as well, and Respect could be providing quite a lot from this position 5.
Indeed.
It'll be exciting to see how helpful
no
it
damage
is.
from the wind, because he'll have the Crimson buff on him, and then he'll also have the Fortune Favors the Bold. So Maelstrom procs aren't really going to happen on him. Sounds hype.
Yeah, it sounds hype. I've seen Centaurs go it, like second item. I think I was against... Maybe I was a Windrunner as well, and I just went Crimson Guard, sorry. I press it, and it's like, okay, you do no damage to me now. Like, you might proc and do like 80, but at like minute 25, 30... You expect to be doing hundreds of damage, and it really just hurts those clutch moments. And there's a lot of clutch plays available.
Gonna get caught here in the bottom side. The lift is there, but he's got the BKB. Gonna be forced to use it though, and back himself away. Hookshot though. Oh no, they might have actually found him. Warwick, he's got no remnants left. He's actually, oh, he needs to be saved. Cammy's gonna come in with the Slitherine Crush, trying to keep him alive until the end is there as well. False Promise comes through. This Oracle on point every time.
The shackle
keeps him alive. And oh, what a shackle coming out as well from VTune. But sure, Requiem is there, but the BKB's out, but it doesn't matter. The Wind's already dead, and now she's gonna be coming back to life for the second time with no BKB. This might get awkward. VTune trying to stand his ground here, but he just can't do so, and now just being ripped apart by Chira Jr. The right clicks, they're going to land. Now the wind run is up, and the damage will be there. No wind run. It comes off at the very last second. Oh, he's going to live. And the Shadow Fiend's going to die. Warwick back from the grave. He never really died thanks to the false promise. And now he's back to take down Clouder, though struggling with that assignment, actually. He's going to have to back himself away. And actually, nope, never mind. Cloud's just going to bring him down with a swashbuckle. Awkward. What? A mess.
God. That entire fight is like you're jumping an Ember who has to use his BKB defensively, then Respect hits some beautiful hookshot to keep the fight going, and the BKBs are all online for Nightfall, so they jump on in. A great shackle shot to then hit with the crush after the kill the life. So like, it was such a great fight back and forth, and then Shadow Fiend, he's a second away from killing the Windrunner. Like, that is the type of moment, like, you go back into the replay and you see like a certain thing that he did wrong, or someone made a slight different change in play, that the Windrunner was able to clutch up and hit a Windrun as soon as it comes off cooldown to dodge the incoming projectile. Maybe if Faceless Void time zone was any good, that's the type of things we'd be seeing more often, but that facet is absolutely useless. But anyway, moving on. That was, very cool type of fight there. But yeah, one win, they got a little bit excited, and they have to respect the BKBs. They were, incredible usage of them from Nightpulse.
It was good, yeah, and just enough to kind of eke out the fight for them, I would say. Yeah, crazy that Cloud was able to get a kill off there in the end. He just wasn't taking damage. Pretty insane.
Yeah, it's rather annoying. This double jump shield crash, you get your bonus shield, and he's itemized to have what, 3,000 HP when he's in strength treads. It's
it's an issue.
It's a bit of an issue.
So Aghanim's on the card. We've got Blink, Echo Saber, Manta into Ag. So he's very much kind of playing up as a core at the moment, and we saw that in the last fight.
Scan.
They want to get the survivor. They want to get the one survivor from the last fight. VTune is their target. The assassination attempt.
Is
that
just
in range?
Out of range? It's just it's just in range. Ooh, that was really close. It looked like it was out of range.
Crazy. Yeah, I did.
No, we didn't really sit too much on camera, but Oracle's positioning was really nice there. Like, he was distanced very far away from the Windrunner, had the ultimate in play. They used the scan as well to read the smoke. So just the kind of the supporting aspect of Nightpulse, preventing any aggression there. He has a remnant out, and
I know
he'd have to egregiously misclick to die here, or get surprised by a Shadow Fiend.
If he went and found the remnant and did it on there, I would have. That would have been quite something. But
that's the pub play where he just blindly runs into a sentry to try and predict it and just dies to a slaughter.
Correction, that's a nomad play. I feel like no shard on Slardar is a little bit illegal. What do you think?
It's very good for farm, but unfortunately there are games where you are too victim to the fight that spending 1,400 gold on a farming tool that delays your tankiness can hurt you. And I think it's the type of game where if they weren't ready with the BKB at that time, they wouldn't have won that fight. And yeah, he could have maybe farmed it with a shard, but no, I think this is with the state of the game, now he can go back for it if he really wants to. But I can respect not going for it just because of the...
Yeah, you get into the blind space of like, well, both my supports have a shard, so, I'm a candidate for the next tournament, so I'm just going to wait. We've all been there. Aghanim's then soon on the way for Cammy. Not long, just sitting at the secret shop, ready for him. And I imagine they want to make a play around that one. That feels like a pretty big timing for them to hit. Radiance Manta on the Lifestealer going for the AC next. Shadow Fiend, he's looking for the MKB, so he doesn't want a repeat of the last fight where he's running around trying to swap that fly. He wants to just get out one of those electrical baton things and
they have the ward.
Nuke that fly.
Okay, so I got a bit excited for no reason. My bad.
That's all right, you love wards. I get it.
It happens. I saw it, I got giddy, and luckily it didn't mean much. It's pretty cool to see the logic though of 1-win. Like we just saw the items on screen, but like we got Lotus coming from Rubik in the future, the Crimson, the Clockwork. You then have like the Manta, the double 4 stuff. Like you got so many defensive tools. Like Dispel is
4 Ogre Seal totems as well. Incredible. On one team.
And that's where it's like for Nightpulse, like they do live in the moment, right? It's like you jump with the Slardar, you win run, you focus fire, like everything is in that like, certain position. So if you have 4 Ogre Seals, if you have Lotuses and Mantas and stuff, you should be able to turn the fight in your favor. Just depends if they can set up the vision to utilize all this repositioning and
all right, everybody's now realized it's going to be a bottom side Roshan.
Yep.
They portaled down here on 1-win. Nightpulse, they TP'd down, smoked up. Want to try and take the area slow. Warwick has a shield rune, so more than happy to be on the front lines. BKB available as well. They see the Pango, but they know it's an illusion. Very well and disciplined here. Now,
Smoke breaks.
Smoke's going to pop from the Shadow Fiend. They thought they were in the trees, but they weren't.
Yeah.
Almost unlucky there as the Shackle Shot does connect. I mean, this is a big commitment here from the Wind Ranger, jumping into the front lines, but has to be careful. Dragonlance to get itself away, but this is the BKB use and the Focus Fire. And comes the False Promise as well. Another key spell being used here from the side of Nightpulse. They might just want to get themselves away. Nice Terrorize, but not really nice enough to get a whole lot done. I think Monkushi actually dodged that with the Manta, which is kind of sick. Till the end does eventually go down. Warwick on the run here, trying to get himself away. He's running out of remnants. He's running out of health as well. Running out of mana. He doesn't have enough. No, he's got one more in him. And then he's just going to have to get out. 1-win, though, should be happy enough with this one to start the Roshan themselves. But, of course, it's still not quite up yet. Still 20 seconds to go. If they commit fully to it, they might be able to take it. But they don't know when it's respawning.
Yeah, very, very uncomfortable. Like the 50-50, the smoke breaks. It's such a difficult position to be in when you're next to a tree line and your smoke breaks, because you've got multiple options within the tree line to blink to. If you blink to the wrong part of the tree, you'll get fogged. If you blink to like the top side, it's like everything in the moment just went wrong for the Nightpulse and their smoke.
Yeah.
And because of that, 1-win was able to drag the fight apart. V-Tune very ambitiously went to go by himself to get a kill. He didn't BKB in time, so the Panga was able to turn it around, force V-Tune to run away. And yeah, now Roshan, you'd expect it to go to 1-win unless Nightpulse want to do some absolute crazy play here. Yeah.
In retrospect, do you feel like it just makes more sense once that smoke gets popped? You realize they're not in the area you thought they were in. Is it better just to go back to the Roche pit, try and set up around it, and hold the area rather than trying to go aggressive?
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the type of move where when you don't execute on that stun, we've already spoke about how 1-win wants to soak the engagement, reposition, then destroy you. So if Nightpulse don't connect, it's like, well, you know Roshan's the key objective here, not the kills. Buybacks could be in play, so getting a kill doesn't feel too great if Roshan isn't getting pressured. So you blink, you don't get killed, the team should make the call, relax, reset, and then you get back to your vision. You can quickly deward the high ground whilst they're, running away from that, oh god, they're jumping us moment, and yeah, then you can just go for another fight. And yeah, just unfortunately in the moment, someone made the call to go, and it was their undoing, and we'll see if they can kind of tone that down a little bit in the next jump, or at least be cleaner in the future. But yeah, 100% agree that should have been a missed jump into reset.
A little too ambitious there. And you can feel it from the wind as well, like 1-1-4 on V-Tune's Wind Ranger here. This isn't what you're expecting or what you're wanting from this hero in this point in the game. You want to be going out, getting kills, getting those focus fires off. Maelstrom plus Chrysalis, like so much damage potential, yet none of it achieved. Pings are coming out though. They want V-Tune. AD on V-Tune though, so not the easiest target. And if it goes wrong, then you're fighting a hard fight.
It's also a very hard fight for V-Tune because you've got the MKB on Shadow Fiend. Like if you win run up, you are just going to get right click down. Respect, throwing out the rocket flare, getting jumped though.
Yes, interesting. Whoa, that was a lot of damage. Okay, I didn't think they were going to have enough there, but they do finish the job. V-Tune catches him out, but now they got to be a little bit careful. This Pangolin with the Aghanim's just ripping through the supports. My goodness. V-Tune and Cammy resetting together. They want to just hold this high ground, kill anybody that comes up, but it might be a little bit hard without their supports. Buyback on the Oracle, actually. As Chira Jr. is just running at your towers now with this Aegis in hand.
I think Respect might queue up a Ghost Scepter after that one.
I think so.
Yeah. I was hyped for the Crimson Guard, but I think it didn't really do much.
No. I mean, it wasn't amplified damage wind in that situation, so maybe not best to read too much into it.
Sure, yeah, okay. In that case, yeah, Crimson Guard's still fine, guys. It's fine. The amp damage with Corrosive, it wasn't the most fun, but 1 win with the Aegis, sweeping through the map, taking Cells of Tormentor, getting the Shard onto the Shadow Fiend. Yeah, it's quite a nice Shard. It's kind of like, when you get it, you get it, but oh god. But it also helps when you get a crit on the Windrunner, that's quite nice.
Yeah, certainly.
And now you have the Aghanims on Windrunner, so reduces the physical damage taken, which would be pretty useful against, well, we've already noted that the Shadow Fiend has itemized to bully her when she wants to step up. Of course, as the game goes later, it's really hard to manage with high damage invisible heroes because your supports have too much economy to also carry detection, the cores. Like, there's no way this Pangolier, like, he has 1 slot left to carry Dust. But once he buys Basher, it's impossible for him to do it. Same thing for like a Shadow Fiend. He's like 1 item away from not carrying detection. That's why invisibility scales quite nicely into the late game. But 1 win, they are smoked up. First they took Tormentor, then to the Wisdom, and now they take the Ember's life.
Absolutely. Auric getting caught out there pretty badly. Rolling Thunder.
Of course, the
very hard to
Harpoon's
play into.
pretty cool as well, right? Like, whilst you're rolling, you
Yeah.
can Harpoon someone into the stun. That's pretty nice. Crush
Cammy,
Terrorize.
though, commitment is there. Look at the Lifestealer. He's just getting turned inside out right now. The lift back, though, is there from Swedenstrong, and that's going to keep him alive. Huge plays from the Rubik, and they come out with nobody. Nobody drops on the side of 1 win. Oh, my.
Yeah, Lifestealer was able to quickly Manta, Infest, jump back out again instantly, and have a a lease of life. And if only the Ember was alive, right? That high ground defense would have been so much scarier. Nice
they need
high
to deal with
range here
this,
to kill the banner.
Yeah, that's good. They need to deal with the banner. They do. So many cogs being thrown at them as well. Jira Jr. I mean, he's strong, but still, if you get the corrosive on him, you get a couple of clicks on the wind, he can't stand his ground against that. But man, so frustrating for V-Team, just really struggling to complete on these kills every single time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He just needs a friend, right? He's just a little lonely Windrunner, so alone in the fight. Because I think like Slardo's having to be the noisy hero on the team. It's like, hey, look at me, and then Windrunner wants to kind of wrap around at the same time whilst the chaos are getting created. Ember's just a little bit too squishy to really be that hero, and because of that, you're not getting these simple jumps of Shackle Shot with Slardo get the kill. Now, if we rewind like 20 minutes into the game, 60 minutes into the game, we'd have seen like the Windrunner Shackle Shot into double crush. They got the kill. It looked perfect, but they've just not been able to replicate that. When they start a fight, they are all over you. You've got the Lifestealer in the middle of the fight. You've got the Clockwork, Pangolier. It's not easy to hold a good position for Nightpulse.
Aesthetics cap now grabbed from the Lifestealer as well, so that'll help him out in situations like that for sure. That's a really nice item for him to pick up in this kind of game. Aghanim's also coming out for him as well. That's so hard for the Wind to deal with. If she tries to engage on these fights now, it could go horrifically wrong.
They could just give a gem to the Lifestealer as well. So then the gem Lifestealer can walk around next to the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend now becomes your core because you are the AC Aghanim's Lifestealer who's amping up your Shadow Fiend to take the towers. You've got the 15 talent to hit the buildings as well. And it would be pretty cool if they do have a gem coming up, but I don't see one on a... Oh, they do. Oh, Clockwork's got one on his courier. So, yeah,
beautiful.
Nice. Making the plays.
Yep, switch out that Bracer. He's actually jumped inside Cloud, so... Interesting to pick up the Ags, then use the Infest aggressively.
Yeah, it's got a reduced cooldown, so if the fight lasts long enough, it'll be able to use it. They're just hoping to find that one kill.
Absolutely.
Radiance was turned off as well, just to make sure they don't get seen on a
Very
quick wave.
efficient, and they see Cammy. It's a great target, but he's got a shield room, which means he'll have to blink himself away, but doesn't matter. BKB's out, it doesn't. A crit is there from Chira, and down goes Cammy.
He just died so quickly.
Everybody does. There's so much damage from these cores.
It was like 900 damage in a single hit from the Shadow Fiend. MKB Crystallis. Whew. Of course, with the armor reduction on Lucky Shot as well. It is rough.
Gotta be so careful. Also, Rubik keeps stealing Corrosive Haze, which is a problem.
Also helps. Also doesn't really help that Pangolier takes away 13 armor. a Slardar takes away 20. So like Pangolier is kind of like a scuffed Slardar when you think about it in regards to armor reduction. They jumped on
Hook shot in. They found a great target here. V2 being bounced around. Not going to be safe until the end. Just no false promise coming out. He needs it for himself and stolen by the Rubik as well. So Sweden Strong's got it available, but I'm not sure how much is left in the tank. Till the end, just going to get killed off on the steps of the fountain. Pangolier tearing through them, looking like an amazing hero in this game. Tower starting to fall. Buyback comes out from V-Tune. What can you do though? Oracle, he's dead, no buyback. 20 seconds on the Dark Willow.
I mean, Ember just took a rack,
did
so
get a
that's
rack
something.
from the top side, by the way, yeah. Woo. That's pretty crazy.
It's a sign of not wanting to fight at all when your Ember just dips out of everything. I think that's the story of the game, right? Look at the item just picked up, right? Shadow Fiend, Satanic, Clockwork Vlad's, Ember Spirit. I got my Veil.
Veil's online, boss.
I'm ready to do more damage. Yeah, Hero just died in a second. This is both teams high physical damage, high minus armor, and you get jumped, you're dead. Whoa, the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, it's an interesting play. It's not really seeming to work out for them. Cammy trying to stand his ground against the Shadow Fiend, but all by himself. He doesn't stand a chance. Trying to slither away into the backlines, but that's not going to happen. The right click finds it. Focus fire being unleashed, but the Shadow Fiend stands his ground, forces back V2. V2 will come back to deal with the Pangolier. They will do that, but it's going to cost them dearly. Mega creeps are out. Auric inside those cogs. He's got to be careful. He gets caught by the fear. He's just gone. Chiro Jr. with the fake back once again, just like game one. Catches out till the end as well. He's strapped straight into the grave. Auric trying to hold his ground. That's not going to happen though. Chiro Jr. just doing way too much damage. The Shadow Fiend is tearing through them all. Fear the Lord of Darkness. Cammy trying to get himself away. Will survive for the time being. V-Tune's back in the mix as well. Focus fire available. Maybe gets one more chance to blow somebody up, but it kind of has to be the SF. Like nobody else is going to cause them any issues. As then comes a Lifestealer once again. They'll find the Willow. Willow going to die to a cog on the sidelines. Cammy as well, an equal amount of trouble, and there it is. The GG comes out, and game number 3, it goes the way of one win.
Just the spell casting in these fights was so cool to see from one win. Like the aggression from the Pangolier, Sweden Strong on the Rubik, stealing multiple spells. He killed off the Willow with the Crush. He stole the False Promise from the Oracle. Just so many cool little plays coming out from the Rubik, and yeah, it felt somewhat inevitable around 30 minutes when you started seeing these fights. There was just no real fight construct for Night Pulse to lean on, because other than that one kind of BKB reveal in their own jungle, they never were able to use them again in that capacity. There wasn't that clean jump plus winner and get kill. There's a lot of mess. There's a lot of not finding the Shadow Fiend, always being victim to one win making every single move. And yeah, for Night Pulse, it just wasn't to be their series. And yeah, it was kind of cool. I think like the way one win plays is really fun when they have the heroes to be aggressive. Like there's, of course, with some of these teams that aren't the international attending teams, I don't mean international as in the international, but the international tournaments we've had in the year to get to the point where we're now qualifying for the international. If you listen to your weeks, it's fine. But for this type of team, it's like they are obviously victim to drafts, but when they get their drafts, they're really fun to watch.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, there's good ideas as well. Like it's not just kind of throwing down random like heroes trying to play like the meta. Like they are playing the meta very well, but you know, like everything's making sense, everything's slowing together. Like this was a fun series to watch. Some cool ideas being presented. Some offlane morphling even coming into play as well. But just in general, yeah, really enjoyed that one. I think Night Pulse, you know, they put up a good fight as well. We saw them being able to kind of bring something to every engagement, which was cool to see as well. Even at the end there, you know, the Ember Spirit going for the split push instead, almost putting them in a position where they could kind of keep playing into the game. But in the end, just not quite enough, and they did come out with a win there. I mean, again, there were some small moments which could have gone in Night Pulse's favor, particularly that jump down to the bottom side at the Roshan, where they just mistimed like the blink and then overextended a little bit on the follow-up, and then all of a sudden you're out of position and you lose a fight, and then Roche goes to the enemy team. Moments like that, it's a matter of instances. It's a matter of like split-second decision-making, which decides the whole next like 20 minutes of the game until the end, pretty much. Like it starts the downfall, which is really depressing if you're V-Team in that situation. You kind of got to mentally recover and just be like, take it on the chin and be like, sorry guys, like yeah, that was an overextension, mubby.
I mean, what you're describing is like the issues for up-and-coming teams, right? I think if this was like a more polished team that had more experience, like that is the type of play where they would reset, they would play for Roche. And like I think with the lineup that they had, with the inevitable scaling that we were seeing from the side of OneWin, like that is the mistake of the game. And it's like it's not very easy in Dota to really pinpoint a single error. Of course, it kind of compounds over multiple like blunders or map movements. But for me, at least, when I see that Roshan play where they make the jump, they extend, like you're talking about, like that is like the game-losing play. And for Nightpulse, they're gonna have to identify that in their replay analysis, make sure that they can be on the same page. Because if they were the team to take Roshan there, to get the Aegis advantage, to maybe find Shadowfiend. Like, they shut down Shadowfiend quite nicely in regards to killing him off. They didn't stop his net worth, but they at least threatened his farm to not really take off. But then they didn't go Roshan until like minute 20. Second Roshan, they blunder. So I think there is a lot of room for improvement for Nightpulse. They showed signs of life, but I think OneWin, they are going to be a favorite for at least, I would argue, like a top 3 position in this qualifier. I think Respect, the standout player, is a key player for me. I think just the way he plays on the map positions his hero to tank up early engagements. Like, there was a lot of opportunities maybe for big smokes or big kills, but he was always ready to break the smoke or to be in the right place at the right time. And of course, getting some really cool solo kills with the cogs. And yeah, I think Respect is going to be a support to look out for in this qualifier. And yeah, we'll see how well they do. It is going to be a tough journey. They got the likes of 9 Pandas, maybe VP in the lower bracket, Navi as well. If Navi had to beat Nemiga, it's not an easy qualifier here in Eastern Europe.
It's not. It's certainly not. Yeah, and as you say, Navi, you know, one of the big teams which people are looking at coming into this as well. Nemiga, you know, they've been able to pull out some upsets here and there. They've got some interesting players, but yeah, Navi definitely looking to be one of the big hitters. And in fact, one of the teams playing up next in the next series. So yeah, the winner of that one will be the ones that go on to face OneWin in that next round off the upper bracket. So yeah, that's going to do it. 2-1 win for OneWin over Nightpulse. Nightpulse now down to the lower bracket, and we'll see what OneWin can do in the upper. Guys, we've got one more series coming up today here in the Eastern European Road to the International. It is going to be Navi versus Nemiga. Stick with us. We'll be back in a bit for the final series of the day. See you then.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
It's time for Navi versus Nemiga here in the upper bracket. That's right. We're here for the opening games on day number 1 of the Eastern European region on the road to the International. Robson, I mean, what are your thoughts on these two teams coming into it?
Of course, this is going to be quite an important series for Navi. You know, this is, they've, I mean, putting it bluntly, just struggled the entire year. They've had a really rough time. They only qualified for Dream League Season 23, in which they come 11th to 12th. Every other qualifier, they've either lost the grand finals to VP or just fallen short. And I think, as obviously, the Ukrainian fans, they want to see a team, at the international, because Navi is like so important for the region, and we'll see if it does come through or not. But it's again, it's going to be a hard road for them. They've struggled in so many qualifiers, so as much as it would be cool to see Navi at TI, just because of the prestige of the name, the region, etc., it is going to be an uphill battle the entire time. But Nemiga used to be a powerhouse in the qualifiers, but with a lot of roster shuffles, not the same Nemiga that we used to be a little bit more excited to see. Yeah, I feel like they don't have the funding to kind of keep hold of players, so we've seen like a lot of up-and-comers coming in through the team, and then they kind of leave and go to other teams. They go to Navi, or they go to Nine Pandas, or one of these other kind of better funded teams. I don't know if that's true for what the actual financial situation of Nemiga is, but that's what it feels like. Like we have a lot of these kind of really cool players coming up. I think one of those might be Mixer. I really rate Mixer as an offlaner. Yeah, he's up-and-coming. And just to reference, by the who we're talking about, Maureen is the key example that we're talking about here. Like, he used to play on the Nemiga. He then got picked up by Falcons, which you could argue probably has the deepest pockets out of any team at the moment. The way that Falcons are moving in esports, they're picking up, the best Apex team, the best COD team. They've got the best Dota team now. It's like they are, So you can see why little old Nemiga couldn't really compete with the likes of other teams like this. But anyways, it's I think going back to Mixer.
Imagine if they did, though. Imagine if they were like, we want to buy out Maureen, and Nemiga just turn around and it's like,
no.
3 million, we keep him. Like, damn.
That's unfortunately the reality for some players, where there are some. I mean, maybe back in the day, there used to be contracts that would hurt younger players because they would just have incredible buyouts. I don't know if it's still the case nowadays, but anyways, going back to your Mixer point, it's I don't mind the idea of Mixer being your kind of up-and-comer, because for me, I've seen him a lot in Western European DPC, sorry. He played on Ancient Tribe, which was like a middling Division 2 team. He played on Ivy, a middling Div 2 team. Now he's on Nemiga, so it's like, for me, I've never really seen him in a team or a playstyle that has been like, damn, this is him. But maybe moving back to Eastern Europe, maybe a little bit, I'm not going to say easier of a region, but it's a region where you can shine a bit brighter than the likes of Western Europe, and this could be his time to really shine. And this could be a good series as well, going up against the likes of Navi. That sure, they don't qualify for things, but they are such a strong team to go up against.
Yeah, absolutely. And to shine light on some of the other players, I think Nicky Cool's probably a good one to focus on as well, not less due to the epic name, but also because he did have a short stint in Navi, actually. He did play for them for a few months, so a little bit of respect there.
What's your the most picked, the most banned on the screen here? Are you happy that TA's got 6 bans? I know in the previous draft you were talking about it. You're also talking about Nicky Cool just a little bit. Are you hoping to see some TA potentially in the mid lane in this series, or not so much? Will it get through the bans? Is basically what I'm saying.
I mean, you can let it through if you want to like absolutely destroy it. But what's your idea to absolutely destroy it? There's not much you can do. This hero just doesn't get countered by anything anymore. I think that's a problem. Like, Refraction is just too much of just like a do everything ability, which I think is its problem. Like, you need rapid instances of medium damage hits, which there's not a lot of. Death Ward is the answer. So yes, let through the Templar, get the Witch Doctor and Witch Doctor mid. That's what I want to see. But they're both banned out. Literally both of them. Witch Doctor and TA banned out, which is for the best, everybody. Now we can talk about real Dota 2. Damn, the respect from Navi, the Visage ban on Mixer.
Yeah, pretty good ban. I think when you said Mixer, I just had like a wave of nostalgia where it's like, I'm pretty sure he's like the Zoo offlaner. Like, he was like the Visage player, the Lycan player, the Beast player. He was In the time that these heroes were insanely good, like he would thrive, and they're at least Visage and Beastmaster have strong points of play at the moment. I think Lycan is underexplored. There is some novelty about the right-click aspect of him with the non-micro walls.
I will cry. That's just the most boring.
From a carry perspective, I can see it maybe working.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to see it from offlane because it's about tempo, but just as I uttered the name of Lycan, it's like I can see a draft where a carry wants to play Lycan and just get like 70 damage for free out of nowhere with the Howl. It's a really cool hero, but unfortunately it was, oversimplified, I think, as a hero to get to that stage of being a right clicker in that degree, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, another mix of speciality as of recent has been the Underlord. Been playing a lot of that in the pub games. 16 matches over the past 8 days, which is quite a lot, to be honest. That's a lot of Dota. And you'll be sad to hear going for the Abyssal Horde every time. Not a single cleave in there as far as I can see. So, yeah, unluck.
No. That is unfortunate. Oh, well. We'll get there eventually.
Hey, it means it might get buffed, so more cleave in the future, maybe.
I don't want to see more cleavage, man. It's like Underlord has so much, and it's.
Keeper of the Light gonna be the pickup from Nemiga. Where do you reckon this guy's going? Is he still a mid laner? Is he a support?
Yeah, still a mid laner. He tried to get nerfed in 7.36 because they removed the teleport aspect and kind of ripped him into two, but unfortunately the hero is still just stupid with solo bind because you push out your wave, you farm your medium camp next to mid lane, boots of travel, you can go Vessel, you can go Orchid, maybe an Aghanims, like any item you need for the game you can buy, but also you just take over the game with the high move speed you have, the pressure, the magic damage. I kind of like the idea of the second pick response though, because if it's mid Shadow Fiend, you put mid Kotal, and now where Shadow Fiend pushes out mid to farm, Kotal pushes out mid to then go kill. And Shadow Fiend can never mirror that movement. And then if Shadow Fiend goes to carry role, you can put Kotal into the 4 position with a really aggressive offlaner to now kill him and threaten him there. So I like the fact that this Kotal feels like a really powerful flex to just make sure Shadow Fiend, wherever he goes, will have a bad lane.
It's a lot of pressure to put on him. We'll see if that does come to fruition as well. I mean, most Kotal mid players didn't like the recall in the first place either. They were like, man, I don't want to have to do something for my team. I just want to kill people. I don't want to have to worry about that, think about that. So, yeah, it's now split in twain. And Solar Bind still strong as ever. Hell of an ability.
I think for people to want to take the teleport facet, I think they'd need to somehow find a way to also buff like Blinding Light or another capacity to make him more supporty. Because at the moment, it's like if you take the Solar Bind, you do damage from support or core, and you will get items. But if you take teleport, you never have that punchy entry to the game, where maybe if you had more utility through your skill set, it could make you a little bit better. Either changing the teleport and just removing it completely and just give him like an overwhelmingly defensive spell. But I think there's like this will be a facet for change or improvement. And you spoke about Mixer being the underdog player, and this is going to be quite a cool lane if it is a laning combination. You've got the Illuminate plus Firestorm. You just never have a creep wave to play on. You're always just under threat. And yeah, it's just the no-play lane. Just kill every wave and farm up.
You can kind of answer it though. You just grab something which is kind of self-sufficient, can last hit reasonably well under tower, and then maybe you just grab a 5 who can go play the map a bit better and deal with it that way. I can see that working, but then there is the potential of dives. Kotal's a really good diving hero just due to his cast range. He can be super annoying with Illuminate under tower. He doesn't even have to dive you, he just has to cast his Illuminates under tower and you've got issues, so...
It feels like you're setting up for
functions.
Potentially a Juggernaut carry could be an option for Navi to close out the phase. Not at the moment, but down the line. And yeah, they're responding quite nicely to the flex of Nemiga, right? You've got the Nyx to deal with the mid Kotal. When you go to Illuminate, you can Carapace, get the stun, you can hunt him down. You've got Venge swap as well. When Underlord wants to put a root, you can swap away from that. The damage amp, we saw how important minus armor was in that previous series. We had the Pangolier with the SF, now we're going to have SF with the Venge. The Venge swap as well into Kotal. If he shows himself and Venge has levels, you can drag the Kotal into a bad position. Kotal loves playing on high range, and Yeah, it's pretty exciting. They are keeping the SF Flex alive until the closing pick of this phase. And I honestly wouldn't be opposed to Juggernaut and then putting Shadow Fiend mid, but maybe not so much with the Weaver carry. Could sway that away a little bit. But actually, say Weaver carry, it's Weaver Flex, right? You can put Clock 5,
Flex,
Weaver 4, and Nemiga are doing some really cool flexes, actually. Like keeping the Cotton Flex alive, keeping the Weaver Flex here. They're really trying to make sure that their draft isn't just fully scripted. It does hurt Navi just a little bit.
I'm also just not sure this draft makes sense from them, though, honestly.
Isn't this just a Faces Void pick, though, for Navi? Like,
There's
don't
a
pick
lot
time
they
zone.
can do.
Just
right?
pick Chrono. Yeah, exactly.
Obviously.
Just to be clear. Thank you.
Let's
Just
not
in
get
case
fruity with it. No, Chrono into Weaver is obviously really good. I mean, I despise this Weaver pick with every fiber of my being. If it does well, I will eat a shoe. I think it's susceptible to Shadow Fiends. Venge is kind of like, I mean, she has a stunned 3 away, pretty easy to dodge, is whatever. Nyx is a huge problem for you. You've got Carapace, which is annoying against Sakuchi. You've got Nyx's Sense, the best named ability in the game, and also a huge problem for Weaver, who kind of wants to be playing up in your face as well. Not to mention, a whole other host of burst and stun abilities. And I do think Shadow Fiend is a bigger problem against Weaver than some people realize, because you've got that fear, which, any sort of lockdown like that casual lockdown, which is just a huge AoE, is enough to get you caught out in some situations. So,
Okay.
run over. Sorry, guys.
No, I think your run is it's warranted, but also counterpoint. It could just be a support Weaver. So who cares?
It still suffers from the same thing, but who cares if you're support speeding? I guess nothing new there.
remaining.
But no, so
Making space, guys.
pretty much
Shut up and place my wards.
pain. Navi, they continue to go down the amp each other up route. So next we'll go find a kill. Venge will amp up the damage of the Slight from the Ember, the right click from the Shadow Fiend. I kind of like the aggression from what Navi can bring. I guess the argument will be, if Ember has a bad game, there is no real speed in which they play on, because Shadow Fiend wants to farm, Ember will recover, and Nyx doesn't really kill with Avenge, right? So they could be one bad pick away from struggling to get online. But we'll see how they go with that. Nemiga, they are banning out some incredibly strong position 5s, because they're opting for the Venge to be the offlaner with the Nyx. And then the Shadow Fiend and Ember technically could interchange between carry and mid. Both can easily play either lane depending on what they see. But Nemiga are respecting the Venge offlane. And for Navi, banning out some high armor heroes. So we are going to be seeing the Sven go into carry, which means we got some a little bit of funk potentially.
Huh.
Because we've got an Ember and a Shadow Fiend and a Sven.
Yeah.
So it's Venge Nyx supports, Sven carry, Ember and Shadow Fiend. One of them's going to go to the offlane.
I'm guessing Ember offlane. I think Shadow Fiend offlane is too cooked for me. And Jericho will be the carry pick here for Nemiga, I suppose. Yeah, there you go. Locus on the gyro. And, okay.
It's Venge offlane. We got a little bit too excited. So it's Venge offlane, but with the position 4 Nyx. Then you get the position 5 Sven to play with the Shadow Fiend.
The Sven is...
I feel like we've really had to kind of like weave our way through the heroes to get to this point, but all right, fair enough. I mean, Sven's pretty cool because you have the heavy plate facet to just absorb any physical damage. So it's pretty cool. It's another buff up, so you can send your team forward. Overall, not opposed to it. It's not the craziest pickup, and eventually when they get online, like 20 minutes, when you have Venge Ags with Ember, Mage Slayer, Shadow Fiend having one item, they ball up really nicely. So yeah, again, not opposed to it. Their lanes look good. Their ability to go aggressive is pretty good. I think for Nemiga, their best thing is the fact that Keeper of Light, if you're not next to Nyx, should blow up the game. If you're near a Nyx assassin, you get carapaced, game can get rough. So I'm really looking at Nikki Cool to be the kind of the main factor for Nemiga to have life in the early game.
Yeah, very interesting stuff coming out. I'll see if this Sven can kind of buff up the Shadow Fiend enough to make him feel confident in the lane and be able to kind of like play up, because Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this Sven's going to do. I'm excited to find out, though. Very, very interesting pickup here for Navi to finish off their draft. Position 5 Sven coming out, which does, of course, move the Venge to the off lane, which is also kind of weird. And he's gone for the Soul Strike as well, so we're going to see some melee Venge action. That was pretty interesting. Yeah, some crazy stuff coming out across the board, really. Meanwhile, side of Nemiga, everything's kind of straightforward for them. You know, just got the Underlord off lane, you've got the Weaver being the 4 as we wanted. So, yeah, I don't know. I think the carry matchup's kind of a weird one. Gyrocopter versus Shadow Fiend is very much a case of, like, if you're snowboarding the game, the Shadow Fiend's going to feel amazing, but if you get late enough, this Gyrocopter should just kind of be the raid boss at the end of the game, in the late game, so yeah, we'll see if they've got the tools.
I don't know too much with that, just because of the amount of tools Navi have to help out. Like, I think heavy plate is going to be a really important note. At max level, you're going to have 200 physical barrier with the armor, and then you have Venge Swap as well for another barrier. With a Nyx, with Carapace to potentially stun it during the flag. Like, there's a lot of ways to just be a nuisance towards Nemiga, and yeah, it's gonna be really exciting, because if Nemiga win this, it's going to be on Keeper Light aggression with Underlord teleporting in to disrupt the farming patterns of Navi. But for Navi, when they get online, there's so many ways for them to enable each other that they could just jump Gyrocopter one time and it's too much, or swap back and Shadow Fiend right clicks you down. And
that's true.
Because Avenging Core, you always have to respect the levels. Like Avenge Support, you don't really see swap too aggressively because you just don't have the levels to use the cast range. In a core role with Aghanims, swap suddenly becomes like a Batrider Lasso with Blink 4 stuff. It's so crazy to deal with. But Nemiga, they are smoked up at the moment. They are looking to hopefully find a nice little pick off to start that momentum that we are anticipating from them with the heroes that they have in play.
Yeah, spread themselves a little thin, though. Don't think there's going to be much going on here, but they might just be able to grab themselves some bounties. Let's see, Zayat's coming up forwards here. That is brave movement here from the Scorpion, and he will lose his life appropriately.
I think it's the kind of cool developments of how people approach bounty runs. Like Nemiga just showed us the very late smoke to keep the smoke alive during the bounty spawn. So rather than smoking for a kill in a deep position, they're smoking just to hide which rune they're going for. So they just bait the Nyx. Hey, they're not top, they have to be bot. They're just shown by now, right? And it's just a nice little bit of additional smoke tech to think about the ways in which teams smoke.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a lot of variations nowadays.
Being the operative there to bait them in. As yeah, so it's going to be the Gyrocopter starts up with the Blades of Attack, which is coming out to him very shortly. Good, I guess. Helps you last hit, helps you be annoying in lane, helps you trade.
Not what you expected?
I'm very interested to see how this offlane Vengeful Spirit works out for them.
It's arguably quite a hit or miss laner. Depending on what matchup you're into, it can fall flat a little bit, but with a Gyrocopter who currently has Barrage, then maybe there's some hope to go aggressive. But no, I expect Nefrit to be able to fully free farm up in the top lane. As Nicky Cool actually goes down to like half HP in the mid lane on Coddle. He did dive just a little bit deep into the Sanctity here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird matchup. I mean, it should just be Coddle farming up, but there's a chance he gets caught out like this. Body blocks, not going to be enough to finish him off. Still has the stick available as well. I don't see anybody ever dying in this middle lane. He gets a kill, makes it down the bottom lane. Will change his trade his life for it though. The health not quite enough from Maldi to keep him alive, but getting the kill first, you feel pretty good about that, I reckon, for Yuragi, even if you do lose the souls.
I mean, it always helps. I think this why Sven can, in theory, be pretty cool to help the Shadow Fiend. You got extra move speed to position for the rage. You got the stun to set up for multiple raises. And when Yuragi hits level 3, then again, 2 points in raising against melee heroes is always obnoxious. I want to note though, I do like the fact that Navi thought about Keeper Light really heavily when they started this game out. They got the sentry at the camp, which is to the north of the mid lane. It's already preventing the instant stack making from Keeper Light. They also have the ward to the left hand side, so if stacks are getting made, Nyx can walk over and use his Mind Flare because for some reason like one hit's a creep. So not only have they blocked the camp to stack, they've given vision to know when other stacks are occurring, and they have the Nyx to kill off any of the big creeps. So So jungle efficiency from Kotal has been fully removed.
Yuragi.
Yuragi.
Is he good? Is he good? He's going to kill off the bug, but Queasy's not chilling out here. And he is going to regret that. Getting a little bit too aggressive on that play, and will be punished appropriately.
What a name, by the way, Queasy.
Yeah, I will be dropping the too easy for Queasy at some point. Yeah, I get one, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's a banger of a name. The Zayat's getting bounced around like a football up here on the top side. Got to be careful against those cogs, and with the fuck coming on in, they're going to be able to bring him down.
It's a important kill for Nemiga, but at the end of the day, Nifrit's like, all right, boss, you died. I continue farming. It's one of those deaths that happen but don't really offset the lane too much.
Indubitably. Just
Bottom
a
lane
support
again.
kill.
I feel like this is the script of the game. It's look at another lane, something happens, bot lane,
One more raise
someone's
is
about to die.
available,
Yep.
and they'll bring him down, yeah. Very nicely done by Yuragi there, honestly. Stacking up the raises perfectly, getting them ranges right. Assisted a little bit by the aggressiveness of the Weaver, can't lie. Uh-oh. Out. Nicky Cool. Jesus. Sticks
Actually, he's
available,
owning
but-
him. Like, I don't think I've seen an Ember destroy a Coddle like this hard, because normally Coddles are able to play like on the distance, and now Nicky Cool, he's going to run to the jungle and realize, wait a second, I don't really have anything to farm, so he's going to have to farm up his single camp. It's also a centaur,
stack it. Yeah.
and it's got the cloak aura, so then he has to like kill the small creep because they still give magic resistance to all camps. And
Yeah, it was just...
this is probably the most starved Kotal that I've seen. On this patch, Navi have done an exceptional job.
I'm very surprised they didn't do the D-ward though. Like, every time I've seen this happen before, like they'll just D-ward it. So not seeing that's surprising for me.
That was also really rough. Like Nico, he just illuminated the wave.
Yeah, I couldn't get
to
the
lose
second
3
one.
melee creeps. Yeah.
Not at all as Queasy. Ooh, stun will connect, but not in range for the raises. Zayats once again being blasted up in the top side. Ike going under the tower to follow up on this one. They will bring him down. Nefrit looking for the return kill here, but has to be a little bit careful. Gyrocopter with that rocket barrage, level 3 is a threat.
I'm surprised he didn't go for a little bit more aggressive there. Like he had the 16 wand, one stun and a wave, he'd have been able to kill the clockwork, but he's opting to keep his resources, make sure he can keep playing the lane. And again, look another lane, go bottom. They're going for a kill.
Oh, the Stormhammer, it'll finish the job. Malady is there. The Sven Shadow Fiend lane. Working out. Guys, if you're just tuning in, no, this isn't a pub where they both pick carry and are too stubborn to leave each other alone. It is the Sven Pop 5, and it's working.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
This is such a... Okay, putting it bluntly, just mid-diff. That's basically what's happening here. Sanctity has just fully destroyed the Keeper of Light, and draft, like, Keeper Light is going to be the key pillar to their aggression. He has to TP to the side lanes, he has to set the pace, Underlord can't do it, Gyrocopter needs to farm, and if Kotal has just been, beaten in the 1v1, jungle disrupted, great laning from Sanctity, then Nemiga are going to have to be answering some questions soon, whereas, like, what map play can they bring? Whilst Navi, they're poking in every single lane.
Very aggressive down here as they try to find Yuragi, but Yuragi's on the run. He's also got the physical shield on him still, just a little bit longer. Queasy's going to close the gap. Ike's on him as well. Cogs are available. Yuragi likely going to fall. 12 one-star charges available, but it's not going to keep him alive. He knows it, and he just accepts the death. As Malady, he's going for the Wisdom Rune. Do they have any stuns to stop him going for this? Ike is here, and with the Cogs, might just be able to push him back. Let's see. Cogs come in. There comes a Weaver. Wisdom Rune secured, and Malady will just have to TP himself away, but he can't because there's battery assault, so he's dead.
He might deny.
Oh. Yeah, they just saved the right click.
Yeah. Okay, good support rotations though from the Nemiga. They could see their cores were struggling to make the statements that we were expecting, and they're having to pick up the pieces a little bit. Nicky Cool has that level 6. Solar Bind in play. Rotates. 4 heroes to bot lane just to take the tower. That's something Navi doesn't really do. They don't defend towers at all. That is the repercussion of the
Clockwork
Venge in the
might
offlane. And
just drop here. Sleight of Fist available in 1 second. Not enough. Gonna have to follow up with the Remnant. But that will get the kill as Yuragi found again. Oh no! Same time as before. Same place. Same death. Yuragi, he's gone. He pings a ward, but this time there is no ward. That's a bit awkward. Top side, Nefrit being hunted a little bit here. If Nicky Cool can connect on this one as well, this is going to be absolutely massive, and it looks like he will. Swap comes out, buying Nefrit a little bit of time. Wander's there as well. He's moving himself into the tree line, but with the Solar Bind upon him, along with the Rocket Barrage, it's going to be another kill going to the Kotl. He's back online as in the middle lane. It's just kind of feeding Sanctity at this point, has to be said. Let's see. In comes the Weaver, but it's a little bit too late. The Clockwork's going to die. Now, the Weaver might be going down with him as well. Level 6 does just get hit from killing that creep. That was pretty nice of Kuchi just to secure that one. So time lapse will now be available. Sanctity won't be finding himself yet another kill, but still getting crazy in the middle lane. He's massive. 5k gold at 8 minutes 50.
yeah, Yuragi has to be so careful. He's just getting run at whilst the rest of the fights are happening. He is kind of like the weak link in regards to what his hero can do at this moment. Like, there's survivability on Venge to some degree, on Ember, Sven, but Shadow Fiend, when isolated, will easily fall to the aggression of Nemiga. So you have to be careful. Everything's going so well elsewhere on the map. I mean, specifically Ember. Like, Venge is farming, but also, you know, dying and under a little bit of pressure. But yeah, Shadow Fiend having 2 deaths like that after such a strong start, he's going to have to maybe reposition just a little bit in where he wants to farm. With Sanctity, he's doing everything right now for Navi, it seems, just drawing so much attention to this mid lane.
That's even just spamming the bottle charges to just do damage to this tower. He really wants to be able to bring it down whilst Nemiga are too scattered to be able to come defend it and punish him. They don't have the tools to take him down, not without a hookshot, that's for sure. He feels very free. Cool. Shadow Fiend, meanwhile, just keeps coming to the bottom side and is once again a team met with like 4 heroes, but yeah, this time the boys are here. And Zayats comes in from behind onto Nicky Cool as well, and with the help of Sanctity, they'll just cut through the Kotl as Ake in the middle of everything, also just going to get killed off here. A little bit too predictable on the side of Nemiga, read nicely by the side of Navi.
You kill Yuragi twice for that move, and surely the third time Navi's going to be ready. And ready they were. They had the levels on Nyx to set up with Vendetta. There was a sentry down from the Nemiga to play on, but it just was too far on the high ground to actually catch the Nyx. It was a matter of units difference to maybe not die to that one. And with the amp damage rune as well on Sanctity, easily able to rip through them. 4-0 now on the Ember Spirit. Mage Slayer complete, and
good lord,
point, you need to ask,
Mage Slayer.
Yeah, you have to ask, like, what is the real play? Like, when you have just a mech. When you have mech on Underlord and like a drum on Gyrocopter, like, you're itemizing quite cheaply on your side lanes. So I do expect them to want to sync up at least once or twice.
The next one into the Sanctity blender. Making a lovely little smoothie out of this guy, though he has got the mech. He's a little bit tankier than his previous subjects, but with Zayats coming in from the sidelines, he's just going to make sure this snail does get cooked up. Talking about bugs, down on the bottom side there is still a Weaver hanging about, but Queasy's just going to be annoying. Well, you know that the Vendetta was used to catch the Underlord, so he feels kind of safe.
I think this type of gameplay, though, is like the perfect recipe to getting Venge through the awkward parts of her game, right? Like, the journey to Ags is always the most uncomfortable thing for her, because she buys, like, a Wraith Band and a Treads, and it's like 2 components deep. Like, she never really buys an item that gives her fighting potential, and then she gets Ags and she rips open the game, right? She's like swapping heroes and going aggressive. And the fact that Sanctity, Zayat, even Yuragi to some degree with his laning pressure, sure, he's died a couple of times, but it's like there's so much mid to bot lane emphasis that Venge has ignored everything. Like, we've not even had to utter Nifrit's name at all, because he's just quietly doing his job. And that is going to complicate things for Nemiga, because Venge coming to the fight with an Ags will be far more impactful than Mix of maybe having a Greaves. Right? It's just like the disparity in what the offlanes will come to light soon. And Nicky Cool's even stealing the farm from his Gyrocopter. Like, this is not the overlap of farm you want to see at 12 minutes. It's Nemiga are a little bit struggling to find themselves on the map right now.
Yeah, definitely. Their early game aggression looked good. You know, their lanes were pretty stable. Obviously, mid was a bit of a...
It was
well,
a wash. A
bit of a wash, yeah. Sanctity doing what he does best. But Nicky Cool got himself back into the game with some plays, but then got killed off again, and it's just back to being awkward as they find Queasy deep. Nyx being the answer to the Weaver.
Clock wants to tank it.
Oh, yeah. He's just taking this one for the team. Nice movement from Saxy there, just killing off the cogs, getting in nicely. He blocks the hook shot as he tries to get across to the wave as well. Like, he's not escaping this one. He's dead with no hook shot as well. It's getting tricky as Yuragi just really safely farming up down here in the bottom side. He's giving it all for the Venge as well, you know, like typically you'd see a Shadow Fiend player maybe move to the safe area of the map, but he's like, nah, if I give Nefrit the space now, then he's going to pay it back twofold when he gets his Ags.
Yeah, and 1,000 gold now for Venge to complete the Aghanins.
Wowee.
And, ooh, okay, Sven's just rushing the shard. Now, he's not even mucking around trying to go for like a drama on a cheap item. When that clock hits 15, if he has the gold, he's locking in that Warcry upgrade. Undispellable, an additional 6 armor, even more move speed is...
Whoa, 3%.
That's going to help a lot. It is, it's going to help a lot. And the Sanctity will not be opposed to having double shield. Physical barrier plus magic barrier. Even has the shield rune at the moment. Like that is a lot of shields
you got some
to get
pure
through.
damage on your team.
They wish.
Let's see, just being a little bit annoying. Threatening the stacks. Very, very comfortable to rock around the enemy side of the map. It's a sentry at mid, so has to be a little bit careful here. Could find his own demise if he's not careful.
He's hunting.
He tries to go in with the Spike Carapace play. Almost good, almost good. And actually with Sanctity following up as well, it will be good. So nicely done from Zayats. How dare I doubt him, the master. But he might be in some trouble now. He's been left behind by his team. He will be going down. As Mixer comes in from this one as well with the Underlord, but there's no one really to follow up on. Sanctity's already gone. Naldi out as well. Shard not long coming for this Sven either. As Sanctity's got his Maelstrom on the way, so he's going to be able to farm up even quicker, do a bit more damage as well. Has got the double impact shard facet, which is very nice. As Mixer will not die here, actually. He's going to get himself away. Nobody to catch him on the far side, so they do keep him alive. But look at the resource they spent just to try and keep their Underlord alive. Like, it's so brutal to just have so many heroes hanging around mid and getting nothing done like this.
I mean, you'd argue it's becoming like the perfect Ember game. Like this is exactly what you see. Like everything's happening towards mid. Meanwhile, Zayats just keeps looking for the kills, and they're just farming up. Zayats, he's waiting.
He really wanted him to Sakuchi through him there. That's what he wanted.
If he sees Sakuchi, instant stun, get the kill. But then he runs into Malady. There's a sentry here. He might time lapse back in to the Nyx. Oh,
he will. Great call, T-Governor. And the fact you never doubted yourself made that even more impressive.
It's more like I was waiting for him to just accept his death or time lapse.
Not waste the cooldown, yeah.
Also, something that we haven't pointed out, by the way, but I was reminded. You know the innate for Keeper Light?
Huh?
Where you gain more mana. And then if we look at Nyx and how he does his damage real quick.
Huh, yeah.
Where it's based on his mana. So basically, if you're getting picked off by a Nyx assassin and Nicky Cool decides to come and help you out, he's not really helping you out. He's actually just making you die quicker because your mana go up, Nyx damage go up. So, yeah. Nicky Cool. Don't be too close to your team, alright? Just pick and choose when you want to help out your buddies. Something that we didn't really think about, but maybe it comes into play when you get those burst moves, yeah.
Bloody mana magnifier. Jesus.
That was a tongue twister, Jesus Christ. You okay there, boss?
Yeah,
put your dentures back in. Thanks.
Melody farming a dangerous wave down in the bottom lane here. With the stun being used, they may see this as a kill opportunity, and they may well be right. They're going to kill him, but what will the cost be? TP's coming. Little awkward. Sanctity trying to follow up with this, but he's been awkwarded up. He's not ready for the Orchid. He's got no dispel. He's just dead. Oh, Nemiga. They're making some plays right now. Okay, hook shot miss. Let's calm down, everybody. Victor getting on top of Nefrit now. Nefrit, he's in some trouble as well. I mean, Aghanims is available, but they might just be killing him twice. In they go. Nefrit, dead the once. Swap comes out, dead the twice. What just happened? 2 calls dead. Sven lying dead. Tower taking damage. Oh, dear.
Nicky Cool finally punched his ticket into the game after a very, very quiet game from the Keeper of Light. He gets the Orchid, he reveals it onto the Ember Spirit, he just completely shuts down that move, and it starts by jumping the Sven. Sven also, if he dies first, you have to respect the armor he provides to his team, surviving through the flak damage, but he dies first. Ember then gets hit by the Orchid, the Venge TP's in, Nyx isn't ready, Yuragi's looking to TP in after multiple heroes have died, and yeah, for Navi, I think they accepted the fact that they were just owning the game, that Sanctity was the raid boss, and Orchid reveal, and that's going to completely change. That is going to stop all of Navi's aggression now, because in the back of their mind, it's maybe I can't step up that far. If there's going to be a solo bind Orchid at any minute, they need to have the vision to set it up, and he has the Dagon, misses the Carapace, but is able to survive now. He also look at his items. He went straight for the Gleipnir as well. Like he's not even itemized for a potential Orchid from Kotal. He went for the I am owning this game. This is my game. But you're right. He does have the Manta, so at least there is one Dispel in play. Very cool sign of life though from Nemiga.
Yeah, really good timing. And the Gyrocopter's been doing great this whole game. You know, we talked about how his lane was good enough. Follow that into just kind of farming up all over the place, and you know, he's always been in a good position. I guess we were kind of sleeping on him. Sanjin Yasha going to be the next item call. Then back into the Satanic, at least that's what's on the shopping list at the moment. Has left his team down here though, so Zayat's going to be able to find a kill here onto Ake most likely. Ake will not escape. Sanctity comes through to help out with that kill. So a very even game at the moment. Just a 1k gold advantage for Nemiga. Yuragi, though, really wants to get this Roshan. I mean, he'd love to be a factor in this game. He has just been shut out for the first 20 minutes. But an Aegis in hand would certainly improve his ability to kind of play this. So they still might give it to Sanctity here, just because he's got nothing to do with that Orchid. We'll see. Yuragi moves in close. He wants it. He'll get it. Aegis SF.
Oh, okay, sorry. I muted myself by accident. I was drinking. But no, I was agreeing with you. I was disagreeing with you. I think it should have gone... No. I floundered. Don't worry. I went on a little mental trip there. I agreed with you. I think it should have gone to Sanctity. Because I don't think Navi are in the position of really caring about like towers as their main focus of pressure. While Sanctity with the Gleipnir going in, he can tank the Orchid, die, but then win the fight after. So I think second Roshan, that's when Shadow Fiend wants Aegis. First one, I would argue Ember needs it.
Oh, science! It's just not enough. Oh, he runs out of rope, and the Weaver's going to get himself away. Goodness me, that was close.
Yeah, we'll see how they utilize this Aegis. They are going to just barrel it down lanes, and yeah, we wanted to see Yuragi enter the game, and of course, Aegis will give him that confidence to enter for sure. Hard fight complete as well.
They're stronger when they lump up than we're giving them credit for, you know? Like this.
No, they're really strong together, 100%. Yeah. Like they should be as 5. I don't want to see them play the entire map now.
Weaver finally getting caught out. No life time lapse, sorry, this time available. Little tower going to be the next one. And I don't believe that Nemiga's going to be doing anything about this one. Just wait for the reset, wait for Aegis to run out. I mean, to be fair, Yuragi's not actually coming for this middle tower. All right, he's moved up top side.
Yeah, doing a bit of everything, right? It's like push top, push mid, you take one tower, then you'll probably go for the one soon after. And then when we talk about the grouping timings, this is when you expect Navi to want to group. Like, your Venge went for the Vlads after the Aghanims. You got a gem pickup on the Sven. Like, they are at 23 minutes. You'd argue they are completely online to want to fight. Gyrocopter, you haven't really touched on his build too much. Like, he went for the early jump to farm. He's got Aghanims as well. He's then got the Sanji Asher for the status resistance, a crit as well. Like, there's a lot of cheap, tanky items to also farm to fight. There's no BKB in sight. Of course, with the amount of physical damage in play, it's not too imperative. But pre-Satanic, he can go down, and Navi, they take the top tier 2. Now moving towards mid. I think Navi can feel a little bit of pressure and then wanting to find that fight.
Have you seen this drum sing on Jaro before?
It comes in and out of favor. I think at least recently, no, but at least this is my first time on this patch seeing it from Lucas.
He is slamming down on them bongos, dude. Like he's playing them drums. He keeps using the active to farm up quicker. It's really interesting. Just bought a recipe to refresh the charges.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure he just bought a recipe, right? There's no way he has 8 charges at 23 minutes to buy drum.
He's just been slamming his hands on those bongos, man. He's been jamming out.
Yeah, 500 gold, off he goes again. TPing back. The game got a little bit awkward for me, right? It's like I'm looking at Navi, they've got the timings, but they don't really have the confidence to. Like, there's no way they're going for tier 3. Like trying to take a Rax in the first stages, it kind of feels like an illegal play nowadays in the meta. Second stage is when you do that. So Navi, they're kind of pushing the limits on what they can take over, but they don't want to overextend. And like Nemiga, they see this kind of space in which they're not getting pressured, and they themselves are smoking up. I think the Crimson Guard on Mixer could assist quite a lot there, right? 2,000 HP on him is going to provide quite a healthy damage block. And
Nefrit has been found. Everything coming his way. Mixer's going to come across as well with the Fiend's Gate. Nefrit, well, dies the once, turns into a vengeful spirit for realsies, and that will also be killed off as well. I'll be honest, Robson, I'm not sold on this Aghanim Scepter.
Oh no, I think it's less about the axe. I think just I'm not sold on Navi at the moment. Like after just a great start to the game, it's really uncomfortable watching them play this mid game. Honestly, it boils down. I think if Ember has Aegis, they are going to make this game completely different. Sanctity will be rallying his team to make moves. He won't be pressuring his team to wait for his BKB. It's quite a lot of indecision occurring here. That's even going for the Blink Dagger.
Spotted Yuragi here. Queasy gave them the vision.
Yeah, they have Fox Shot.
Alright, I'll go for Mali instead. They silence him up so he can't get off this war cry, which is going to mean that he's pretty squishy fishy. But there's something in the damage from Yuragi on the sidelines here, just trying to claim the Clockwork Life as a response, and they will get that. Mixer turns around, but there's a swap coming out from Nefrit, happy to swap himself in, put himself in danger with that Aghanim Scepter. Right click's coming through. Queasy cannot hold his ground. Nefrit's trying to finish the job here, can't quite do so. So Gyrocopter gets in on the front lines. Can he hold his ground against his heroes though? I don't think so. He's got to back himself away. Nefrit will eventually tick away to that Illuminate, and I'll turn into the illusion. I mean, once again, I feel like Nemiga inching ahead in these fights. This one was very, very close. Couldn't really call it, but no, gotta get a tower from it. Gonna continue to stick onto the Radiant side of the map. Like it's very awkward.
Difference now is Navi just picked up 2 BKBs after that fight. Both Ember and Shadowfiend now have the ability to enter the fight with a little bit more confidence. Keeper Light does no damage anymore. The control from Clockwork is out of there. Firestorm, the root from Underlord, nothing. It's only Gyrocopter and the right-click damage he brings is what will scare these 2 heroes. So now with that confidence, sure, the fight was a little bit awkward, but they are looking, they are hunting. They're going to find Mixer.
This needs to work. It's a little awkward, but they will eventually bring. They will eventually bring him down. They won't eventually bring him down. Mixer runs away on the sidelines. They'll turn around.
There it is.
And, well, they'll kill off the supports instead. Mixer will eventually fall. Sanctity sticks on him and kills off that Underlord. Tower, tier 2, gonna be falling as well. V find themselves a win, and they want to capitalize upon it. Yuragi, he's looking at the high ground right now, and he is licking his demon lips.
It's just the... If it fails once, you try again, and you keep trying again, and that's what kind of Navi are doing, right? It's go forward, die, reset, go again. Die, reset, go again. And it is going to eventually whittle down Nemiga. What is the next big pickup. Of course, the BKBs was very refreshing for Navi to feel comfortable in the fight, and now I think it shifts back to Nemiga having to be careful. I don't know if they can be as crazy with their smoke moves. They were really enjoying the pick-off potential with the Orchid from Keeper Light, and of course the atomization from him brought the game to a little bit more of an even state, but that power spike has disappeared from the game, and Nicky Cool, he's not looking to go for a Hex or Aghanims or anything to maybe control up the backlines. He's just straight up going for the BKB, going for his own survivability, and it does put a bit more pressure on Lucas to bring him a bit more. And yes, Satanic, he can stand his ground.
He can stand his ground. Is he a big enough threat? That's my concern, but that's always what you're weighing up as a gyrocopter, isn't it? Do I go for that Daedalus or that Butterfly? Do I grab the Satanic?
Yeah, I'd argue at the moment he probably needs... I think Butterfly is high value due to the amount of right-click damage in play. But we'll see which one he goes for. I think if the game gets a little bit closer, he might just quickly go back and complete the Daedalus just for that one fight damage, hope for the positioning, but in an ideal world, he would go for Butterfly.
I think I want to see him with the Daedalus, honestly. Like, Daedalus Satanic is it's just nice. Also, he'll have to get rid of his drums if he goes for the Butterfly. And
oh no, what a shame.
Lucas is the bongo man this game.
Roshan gonna respawn in 23 seconds, and Navi, they're hitting on mid. They're potentially looking just to force them back real quick. They see a couple TPs. They see the gyrocopter TP. No, they don't. Yes, they do actually.
Charles already gone, dude.
Him. Yeah.
Knock knocks. Everybody home.
Nemiga's very split.
Roshan is respawning, but they've already lost their range barracks. Everybody just running back home, but they've actually caught a couple of in the triangle. The Ake is gone. Lucas in a very awkward position on the backlines. Don't forget, no BKB on this gyrocopter here. He's going to be able to come in and blow up Zayas, but with a fear ripping through, it's going to tear the fight in half. Allows them to kill off Mixer. Uragino on the run. He's in some trouble. Doesn't have... Oh, the swap comes through. It puts him in a great position to decide what he wants to do here. Nicky Cool tries to step up, but he's got to be careful. Turn their attention towards the gyrocopter. Satanic. It's not doing enough. Nicky needs to run, but he's not going to get out. Sanctity's on the chase and brings him down. It's another kill going the way. Another gyrocopter being dropped. Navi. Oh, they held on a long time this game. They made us doubt. They made us wonder if they had what it takes, or if Nemiga could mount a comeback, but in the end, they just look crispy in these fights.
Yeah, that death pool, their ability to enable each other is exceptionally strong. Mentioned during the draft, mentioned during the early game, but it was some of their faltering moves that kind of gave Nemiga a little bit of hope, and didn't really come into play now. Midrax falls, top tower has been taken. Glyph is in play if they want to throw it down, but they're not even using it. I mean, like, in that fight, it's all like, it just wasn't a fight for Nemiga, right? Like, you're TPing top, the ward sees the TP, even though there's smoke, they see the TP to know that there's like kind of that swooping motion from Nemiga. They rip the positioning in half. Underdog TP's in just to try and start a fight. He dies. It's like, it just wasn't a fight at all. Like, for Nemiga to fight, they need to poke out the BKBs, play on the roots, play on their positioning, get Gyrocopter into a right-clicking position. Uragi, he went for the Shadow Blade to help reposition. He's got the Man to dispel. Like, Navi are unkillable when they're 5. When they play together, it is their time to shine. And this is now the Aegis that you want Uragi to be taking. It's the Aegis to take the towers. It's the Aegis to win you the game. Like I said earlier, you do not win Dota games on the first Roshan. Second Roshan and more, sure, that's when you can do it. And oh, Zayas, you pesky little Nyx assassin.
Yeah, he's getting up in there right now. Might be regretting it. Does still have Yules to use to get himself out of danger. With the swap coming through, he's absolutely safe. Ike's the one that goes down. Be a little bit careful here on the M Spirit. BKB still available should he really need to use it, but won't. The team behind him, the tier 2 tower, it's a full here. Necronomicon Warrior running in, trying to do what it can to stop this, but I don't think anything is stopping Navi anymore. Not having a creep wave, maybe that'll be enough, but they've got a little Carty still alive.
For now, there is a glyph. Oh, but there's a banner.
Oh, the banner. It lives.
Such chess moves coming out in the final minutes of the game.
Truly, truly. Oh, still just inside. What an excellent placement of the banner as well. The Cardi's on the high ground. It's still just inside the radius, getting that immunity, and it just wanted to die.
No.
Swap those, keeping it alive. Oh, it does go down, and as does Mixer as well. But is that a trade you want to make? I don't know. Hookshot comes through, though. Nice cocks coming out, but with Yuragi following up with a Fear, they can't follow up on it. That's the problem. Yuragi forcing them out time and time again. Of course, Aegis still up on the Shadow Fiend. It's a blow up Ike. Lucas trying to stay on the front lines, caught out by the next assassin, but the Satanic is popped from the gyro as he turns around, tries to deal with them, but he just can't. Mixer's just dead. They're keeping the distance from this gyro so damn well, not letting him get the damage off, not letting him heal up from the Satanic. He just can't play the game. And now they get the buyback. Buybacks, plural. And that'll be enough to get themselves away.
I think I've come to the conclusion that I don't enjoy Underlord with these item builds. But we'll cover that point probably in the post game. But anyways, Navi, they walk up to the high ground once again. They want to get the Mega Creeps. There should be no contest available from Nemiga.
Oh no, Nikki, cool. Oh, he's Nikki dead now. Lucas trying to get himself away, but gonna get swapped into the middle of everybody. Gyrocopter's dead as well. Buyback is available, but we're running out of reasons to do it. The game might just be over. Ike trying to make his way back into the fountain, gets killed off. Lucas with the buyback, tries to set up for something here. The cooldown's coming through, the damage, if he can get it off, might be decent here, but no, Yuragi just turns around, lynching him down with the right clicks. Jesus Christ. Lucas dead again. And there it is. The GGs come out. Game number 1. Navi, they do take it in the end in 34 minutes.
Yeah, just, I'm not going to say a clean game from Navi, but conceptually, they did utilize the strengths of their drafts very nicely eventually. Again, it's that slight indecision in the mid game concerns me a little bit when they go up against some of the stronger teams in this qualifier. But outside of that, their draft was good. The way they played the early game around Sanctity was really good. And it was just like they just didn't respect the Orchid timing. And on top of that, I think giving away the Aegis to the Shadow Fiend did hinder their ability to really play out the mid game, which gave Nemiga a little bit too much of like a false sense of security that they were as close in the game. Because once they overcame that, had BKBs, it felt near impossible for Nemiga to even touch a single fight. And I wanted to go into it, but the game kind of ended. This Underlord, I think the strengths of Underlord is 1 aura, Aghanims, with the additional AoE to your root, playing on the speed in which you farm, having the kind of the move slow on your 15 talent. But the way that I'm seeing Underlords being played so far in Eastern Europe, it's multiple auras, it's playing on the Necromonicon style of spawning. I'm uncomfortable seeing it because like look at these fights. You got like one offlaner who's like swapping in, doing damage, and the other offlaner who's like, look at my Firestorm, look at my root. So I'm not really convinced right now that the itemization path for Underlord is enabling them to really enter some of these fights. Like, look at this fight as well. It's 29 minutes into the game. Sure, he's by himself into 5 periods. It's probably a bad example, but it's like, he's entered the fight. There's no stun, there's nothing, there's no slow. It's just like, he's an Underlord. He just exists. So I think teams maybe are misreading how to bring Underlord into the game. And because of that, they are falling flat in some of these more, important team fights that Underlord cannot thrive as much in if you don't itemize correctly.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think so. I mean, I'd love to see something like maybe a Shiva's or some sort of like, just a different way to approach it, because I don't know, man. It felt very underwhelming for Mixer here. It didn't feel like, and he loves to play these high impact offlaners, these guys which can kind of get kills on the sidelines or, cause issues in the fights, but no issues were raised here. None at all. Like, it was a very easy hero to deal with, it felt like. The issues came from the Gyrocopter and from the Kotl. Eventually, just had enough catch to get on the Kotl, enough damage to take down the Gyrocopter. And that's the thing, like, sometimes Gyro just feels like he's a measure of how much damage you can do. Can you outdamage his Satanic? If yes, proceed. And I think that was a bit of an issue as well in the end, that I don't know. I'm in two minds about this Gyro build. Like, I need to see it a few more times in a few more situations. Like, the drum, okay, fine, yeah, but then, like, the Sanjin Yasha is kind of like, meh. And then, like, going into the Satanic after all of that, it just didn't feel like he packed enough of a punch. But then I guess there was just way too much for him to actually get done this game.
No, I think, honestly, the Gyro build is I think quite an exciting Gyro build. It really shows a respect towards the buff, towards Sanjin Yasha, the tankiness. And I think that is something that we will probably praise in the future once the mid and off lane complement it. I think there's too many problems for them to solve, so Gyrocopter really isn't the thing there. For standout player, of course, I think after the early game, Sanctity had to be the standout player. His one death in this game was the Orchid reveal, which made the game uncomfortable for the brief mid game. But outside of that, they then found BKB, and then he won the game. So I think Sanctity destroyed mid lane. He had one bad death, which, again, like I said, slightly uncomfortable. But other than that, an incredible game from him. Because of his plays, his confidence, there was no real crazy pressures. Because even like when the things started going poorly, you just look at their quick buys, and then you know, okay, guys, there is a timing to play on again. Do not fear. And yeah, I think it is really cool to see mid laners just pop off like this. And yeah, especially on Emma Spirit here that we didn't see too much in the previous patch. It is yeah, standout player, standout game from him, and be cool to see if he can do it again in a second game, because yeah, him and Zayats in tandem, they just dismantled the map. It was really hard to play on early, and because of that, we didn't see Keeper Light make any good moves. We saw him shut down. The Weaver couldn't really be too aggressive. So yeah, really cool stuff from Navi. Again, improvements are needed to be made. It wasn't the cleanest victory in regards to their overall play, like what we saw from previous teams, but again, it's a game 1 win, and there's a long qualifier to go.
Yeah, I also want to give a shout out to Zayats as well. I think he played an excellent game. Even when they were behind, he was still finding opportunities and setting up, I feel like 50% or so of their kills, which they got on the map. Like, that was all him. He was being able to find the heroes deep, and you know, even sometimes he wasn't getting kills, but he's still bringing heroes down to like 10% HP and forcing them off the map. So that alone is enough to give your team so much information and so much space that yeah, super valuable players coming out. Zayat's next assassin, you know, never doubt it. It's so strong. So really good performance from him. Really good performance from Sanctity. Once again, I mean, we see like a lot of these Navi games kind of falling onto Sanctity's shoulders because he's just so damn good. Really fun to watch him play from this mid lane as well. So yeah, see what happens in game number 2. We're going to have a break coming up, and then we're going to be back for the second match here in Navi versus Nemiga. So I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Now, with a wireless version, experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
It's time for game number 2. Can Navi pull off the back-to-back, or are we going to see Nemiga pulling something out the bag? That's what we're going to find out. So you gotta give me a percentage. What percentage chance does Nemiga have here in game number 2?
Calculating, crunching the numbers. I'm gonna go with 32% chance.
Okay, all right. A 1 in 3 shot here for them to pull it out the bag. I mean,
it is a best of 3.
Maybe it's like, is that a best of 3? Make it 1-2 to 2-1. I don't know. Either way, let's find out who's going to be able to do what, as we do have the draft below us right now. We'll see these lovely players' faces as well. Meantime, Yuragi's lovely bald head, beautiful. Yeah, we once again have the Visitor Respect band out here. SF going to get taken out of the pool. No TA, no Witch Doctor. People are sick of this Witch Doctor grief in their games. They're going to get it out of here.
It's, let me think about...
Here's a question for you.
Okay.
What's your... You have first pick, okay?
Yeah.
What's your 3 bans?
What, if I'm Navi?
Sure. Why not?
Sure. Okay. In general, if I'm trying to ban right now, I think I respect Witch Doctor highly. I think Storm Spirit potentially, depending on the team, because the first pick Storm Spirit is also hard to punish. I'd argue Dark Willow is pretty good up there, and outside of that, it would just be more respect to the team I'm playing. But I'd argue like Witch Doctor, Storm are probably at least the 2 that I'm thinking about most at the moment. Like,
okay.
When we first started the patch, of course, it was like Axe and Legion when they're bonkers broken, Sanking as well. They've also been nerfed, but I think...
So you're letting TA through then?
Again, I'm expecting the enemy team to probably...
No, they don't ban anything.
it.
They're chatting you out, just running out of reserve time and leaving bans blank.
Ah, I see. They're doing like the ISIS level of drafting where it's just don't ban anything, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that case, then we've lost. They're too smart.
they're too scary. You're mentally defeated by the first pick comes. Yeah, that's fair. I think I'm going
10 seconds.
TA, Witch Doctor, and controversially
5
Clockwork.
seconds remaining.
I think Clockwork just it feels too good, simplifies your game too much, and being bounced around in cogs like someone who's in a car crash without a seatbelt on just feels like a horrible experience. So that's where I'm sitting. But either way, we got some heroes picked up. We got a Vengeful Spirit first pick. Wow, Navi, they like this hero. I thought it looked kind of mid last game. Like, I respect what it does. I respect the game. Swapping people in, being annoying, getting a bit of anti-armor. You know, sure, like the hero's impact isn't measured in KDA or damage, which I think why a lot of people like Venge offlane, lol. But I also felt like it kind of took up a lot of space and didn't pay that space back, crucially.
Yeah, it depends on what you're drafting and how you get there, because in this position, when you first pick it, you close the second phase by unflexing the Venge. They could, technically flex it between 3 and 5 the entire way if they wanted to. And fundamentally, it gives you this 15 to 20 minute timing where you can ball up and take fights, you can look towards Roshan, and yeah, I think it's one of those like generic heroes that you look at it and go, it could go off lane, it could also just be the position 5. It ticks the box on pushing waves to help others. Like, you don't push it yourself, but you wave so at least offsets it so your creeps do it. And it's quite a non-punishing hero to draft early on, and that's where I think a lot of heroes rise to the top of meta, because when you pick them, you're not like, damn it, I gotta get countered, right? It's like Hoodwink, you pick it previous patch, it does everything, right? Venge could easily become that hero if you're able to slot it into multiple positions. And yeah, Navi are just always pairing it with a big hero, right? It's Shadow Fiend to right click in the first
Heavy
game,
hitter. Now
Gyrocopter with the flak in the second game. It's quite classic partnerships that they are picking up.
Yeah. You wanna make use out of this anti-armor. Gyrocopter definitely going to do that. AoE anti-armor and Gyrocopter are BFFs, so making a lot of sense right now, taking a lot of boxes. But they are looking in their strategy pretty heavily really early on in the draft. So I feel like better teams could take advantage of this. Nemiga, challenge is on, boys. The gauntlet has been thrown down. You got to answer it. Oh, monkey. Cool.
Ooh, okay, I kind of hope to see this position 4. That's what I'm ideally looking at, but a very quick draft. Like, I go to tab out to see some notes, I tab back in, I'm like, okay, there's like 7 heroes picked up, but
Yeah, we're almost done.
So Monkey King, if it is support, you can go for Vessel to deal with some of the tanky heroes. You can, of course, scale to become a kind of a pseudo core if you get the correct pickoffs in play. But you hunt couriers down. You have the tree spring to have 0 cooldown if you are full HP. So fundamentally, it's a super map pressuring hero due to the kind of vision you can place, the courage you can kill. As long as your offlane is a little bit more self-sufficient. I guess also in tandem with Avenge, if you play together, if this is your 3-4 partnership, it could be pretty good. But Navi, they're kind of disguising it a little bit because technically Enigma could be 5 with Gyro for carry. It could also be the Gyro Monkey King lane together where Monkey doesn't need to help Enigma out too much, so Enigma can solo whilst he's off killing couriers. There's some cool options for Navi to play on, but less about that. For Nemiga, it is a very clean looking draft. The Darkseer, the clock, it's a very classic lane. It pushes out waves together. You can skip waves. You have initiation tools to give Darkseer nice entries to the fight. Dragon Knight, if he goes for the corrosive facet, the green facet, he'll be able to chip down towers really nicely. Again, minus armor is so key from the games we've seen today. The Swarm from Weaver as well, more minus armor, and it's a lot of quick map play. It can come tumbling down when you run into a black hole, Avenge Swap, and a gyrocopter, but at least I can see the motions in play.
You have options at least. I mean, there's a hook shot in play to be able to mess with him. Maybe a Dragon Tail, pre-PKB. It's a little sketchy. Vacuum as well. You have options. It's not a free Enigma game. Even if he gets BKB, it's not a free Enigma game, but it's still good, and it's still going to be strong in lane as well. I feel like DK is like, if you're off lane, I think pretty much every time I've seen Corrosive, if it's mid, you go Corrosive or sometimes Frost if you need it. And then carry is like usually fire, but we don't really see it carry in competitive anyways, so that's not really relevant. But I mean, the farm potential from fire is pretty fire, I guess. Final bans now as we get deep into this draft. And finally, Nemiga have used a bit of their reserve time. Hadn't used any before this ban, by the way, so they were speed drafting. Which means only one thing. Navi was playing directly into their hands.
Maybe. I think both teams are pretty happy with what they got. What is the play here, though? So Navi ban out Naga Siren, which kind of screams it's Enigma offlane, at least, which doesn't go too crazy. Some cool Sanctity bans as well from Nemiga there, the Spirit and the Zeus.
Yeah.
When I see Enigma Gyrocopter, I kind of but I can foresee the scripted play where Enigma pressures lane, Gyrocopter uses Twin Gate, you quickly take a tier 1 tower, Gyrocopter then goes back to farming, eventually he takes over triangle whilst you sweep towards mid. I expect to see a lot of, quick movements together, whilst Darkseer is trying to farm up a mech and some other items, DK's farming mid. It's, overwhelm the objectives with the pressure, and when I say overwhelm, then they also pick up a Timber Saw to, further that overwhelming abilities, and Nemiga don't really have a flex to get out of this, right? Your DK, I don't think the age of DK carry is too strong at the moment.
Nah. I mean,
it could happen, but the trade is there a mid that you see that goes, DK carry, pick this mid, will fix our Timber potential issue, right? And I just don't see that being the case. So I think DK just has to go mid, except that he is going to be into a Timber, and you just need to find the carry that answers all the problems.
Chaos Knight. No, not good against Timber.
No. You buy Armlet, you halfway to Orchid, and your map disappears.
Yeah, you cry big time.
Yeah,
I just want something which hits this Gyrocopter in the face, which is obviously Rubik. Yes, the Rubik carry is what it will be.
Okay, so they go Weaver carry, and they hope to play on just permanent tempo. Of course, Rubik into Enigma, age-old combination, into Timbersaw as well. You can be a thorn in his side a little bit by stealing some of his spells, return the pure damage towards him. But I think Nemiga have drafted themselves a lineup where it's very execution-focused. It's the win lane, or try to win lane with the Weaver, get some early levels on DK, group up together. But I think Navi, they should be the ones grouping earlier, right? It's you can find into a Darkseer. You've got the Venge wave with the flak of Gyrocopter, so Darkseid can't pressure the lane. He's going to have to play behind the lane. If Monkey King brings sentries to this off lane and you have detection to see Weaver, you then have Malefice stun with the stun from Monkey King and the jumps to prevent Weaver from going aggressive. Timber doing well into DK. Like, I expect Navi, on paper, to probably win 3 lanes or at least go even. So that alone, I think, makes me think Navi's going to have a nicer time. And yeah, we'll see if Nemiga can create some magic from the lanes to get some tempo. But it is going to be an uphill battle, I feel, after seeing these 2 drafts.
I think I would agree with that. I mean, Weaver can do like monstrous damage, and you know, he can be that guy in the fights which you need him to be. But yeah, it's feeling like it's going to be a little bit awkward. Like, where's your linchpin? You know, it has to kind of be the DK, which is a little bit worrying against the Timbersaw mid. You know, we saw how the last mid matchup went, and it was awful, and he got to answer again. So.
He also didn't go for. I was thinking maybe he changes from corrosive to go for the blue facet, which is like the regen reduction play.
Frost, yes, I would have liked that. I actually would have preferred it.
Like, he could have punished the timber tankiness. Gyrocopter through the early fights could have been annoying to deal with. Of course, it fully removes your tower taking, which is maybe an aspect that the Nemiga want, because you want to take towers after kills, but it could have been like that's. Again, I think DK's in a nice spot where you have options. Like, if you want to farm, you go for the red facet. If you want to take towers, you go for the green facet. If you want to punish tankiness, you go for the blue. Like, again, DK fits the bill of facets looking good for him, but early on, Monkey King is getting some deep vision out under the cover of his mischief.
Indeed. Also took the Simian Stride talent, which I've seen around a lot. The facet, very, very fun. Bouncing from tree to tree, 1 full HP. It's pretty cool. You hit level 20 and get the 0 cooldown Primal Spring. Admittedly, we don't see that ever picked up on a core Monkey King. But you can then literally have like a 0 cooldown ability, which is sort of weird. As long as you don't take damage. A little bit of shots being fired here. Malady trying to give the information with the Wave of Terror. Uri shows himself. Nemiga not wanting to take that bait though. They just want to grab themselves a pair of bounty runes and chill out. Mixer and Queasy going to go for a little bit of shenanigans on the bottom side.
Going to kill the range creep. Fade ball into... Yeah, there it is.
The whole wave?
Yeah, they can.
Damn, not just going for the range creep. They want it all. Uragi gets 1 deny, gets 2 denies. Okay, that's pretty hype. But now, how do you deal with these guys under your tower? This is becoming less hype by the second.
Yeah, he needs his support. Malady is not in position to help him. Oh,
my God. Wave. Can I get back to the wave, please, friends?
Body block.
Malady can't even do any. Okay, he has got a blood grade. That does help, actually.
That was incredibly awkward.
Oh, no, he missed the range creep. All right, 0 CS Gyrocopter. 0 and 2, actually. Apologies.
But he did get 4 creeps of XP, right? Because did Nemiga get a deny? I don't think so.
He didn't.
No, yeah, that was really, really tough for Navi.
Yeah, great plays. Great plays from Nemiga. Very good usage. Mardy actually went for Soul Strike on the passive. That's cool. It is good. What about you? Support, Venge? Are you a Soul Striker? Are you a last hit magic missiler?
No, I think you just pretty much always go Soul Strike. Yet to really see the effectiveness of the other facet compared to just having the strength of your base attack time and just the melee aspect, right? Is just nicer.
Yeah, if we get to 60 minutes, you'll change your tune.
Sure, that's true.
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen Avenger with that facet in one of those like uber long games.
It's also like, for supports, if the magic missile one doesn't feel good, you'd rather go for the facet there. You can maybe use it in the future of the game. Because like, if you take the melee one, it's like at some point you'll probably utilize it in some capacity. But if you don't take it and the game does go long, like you kind of wish you had that. Just the toolkit in play.
Nice catch on the cogs there. Just being annoying, and Zayad's able to also cancel out the salve as well. So, Ake Be a little bit bummed about that one. Meanwhile, over in the middle lane, it is, of course, Sanctity versus Nicky Cool once again. Nicky Cool having a slightly better time than last game, where he was getting absolutely shoved out of it. Bottle on the Timber, no bottle on the DK as expected. Yeah, Stick going to be very helpful in this lane versus the Timber as well. I think Worm's Rough kind of starting to stack up on Sanctity a bit, doing a little bit. I mean, it is a Timber store at the end of the day. Like, he's a bit of a beast. Always going to be getting back his health and mana if you do click him, but...
Yeah, this matchup is going to be... like, DK doesn't get pushed out of the wave or the lane. It's more... if Timber goes to make an aggressive move, DK can take your tower. If DK makes an aggressive move, Timber will take the wave and chip down your tower. So it's kind of like a nice little balance between two heroes that will both farm quite nicely and kind of both get to the same point. But yeah, so far it's... again, as expected, Navi are going to be enjoying lanes just a little bit more. And we'll see if they're able to utilize that in any real capacity.
Man, they are bodying them up here on the top side.
Yeah,
Navi.
it's a lot. Yeah. I was waiting for you to comment. I was like, yeah, I'm looking at the top, and it's rough, right? You've got the sentry down to prevent Weaver from Sakuchiing through the wave. You've obviously got the double stun, so if you do step up, you can. You've got the idols to tank the battery assault, and yeah, it's not very comfortable for them. Meanwhile, bot lane, Mixer, he's already dipping away from the wave, right? He's trying to get as much as he can from the waves. Yeah, both sides are really strong for Navi.
It's a really good start for... I think this Enigma as well is... there's nothing to kill off his Eidolons. You know, the Clockwork's going to try here, but he's just taking so much damage. Zaya's going to come and defend them as well. And it's just such consistent damage. Weaver hates that. Like, he likes to be able to dodge out the hits. He wants to dodge the spells. Can't play like this.
Bot lane is not enjoyable to watch.
No, bottom Mixer.
No,
oh, he's going to get
go
out.
for it. Yeah. If Malady had a windlace or any source of movement, then that would have been a dead Darkseid. But yeah, this is why Darkseid does not enjoy playing into Venge Gyrocopter. Like, this was the counter to Darkseid in previous patches. Like, you see this hero, you pick Venge, you pick Gyro, you flak wave the creep wave, and it's over. He doesn't get to play Dota, and it's reflected in the net worth. 15 CS to Darkseid, and Weaver as well in top lane. We saw the aggression that they're bringing, only 15 CS as well. Compare that to the 46 of Enigma, 31 to Gyrocopter is crazy different. Like, Darkseid had to run to base, or TP to base and run back. Look at Weaver as well in the top lane. When was the last time you saw a pro game that two side lanes by minute 5 were running back to base? Darkseid's back to base, Clock's back to base. It's like League of Legends. You know, they're running back or porting back and then running. This is Nemiga having an absolute blunder of a start to this game. I don't know the mechanics of League, so I couldn't further that point, but you get the idea. They have weird mechanics where you have to run back to get your items and no couriers and stuff, so Nemiga are role-playing a little bit.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to overcomplicate things with couriers or denies or anything.
That's too hard.
Lucas shows himself here, but might be in trouble. He immediately comes back to the lane and immediately getting chases. Malady makes a rotation. Magic Missile comes down. They're stacking up the damage, and they're going to bring him down. That's going to be first blood to Nefrit, and a death for Lucas, who just ran home, TP to lane, and he's just dead again. That is the saddest death in a carry I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was... I don't need to say anything. I think everyone in chat knows exactly what they've just witnessed. If this was a pub game, the Weaver would be doing, the unspeakable.
4 reports.
Top tower falls. It's 7 minutes in. Are they going to be able to steal the wisdom? Oh no, if they steal the wisdom as well. No, Navi, don't do it to them. Show them some mercy.
Queasy's like, wait a sec, why didn't that... What's going... Oh no, not just going to take the wisdom. They won't be getting a kill, I don't think. In fact, Zayats might be going down. Yeah. He hasn't got anywhere to run. We've seen people run to this spot before. You know when they start running that direction, it's over.
There's 4 heroes from Nemiga contesting a 7-minute wisdom, by the way.
Makes us got to be a little careful, but Flight Cannon will run out.
Ooh,
yeah, I mean, 2 kills for a wisdom. I think in this position they take it.
Yeah, no. We got to see the change up, right? In the previous game, we saw Jyrkov to take the movement facet based on Barrage, and this time Yuragi just going all out for the damage. The secondary strikes, it's not one to joke about. If you actually clip some with the ultimate, it's like an extra like 150, 200 damage when you start seeing it throughout the fights. And it's cool to see Yuragi kind of showcasing a different look to what has become quite a normal facet to take on Gyrocopter.
Yeah.
A 3,000 gold lead. Different 5,000 gold. Kill him off, you're going to have to bring multiple heroes.
Yeah, this is the other thing about a late first blood as well, is that it can kind of, if you're already having a good time, just push you so far ahead.
The supports are double jungling in the hope to get farm, and
oh my god.
This is yeah, go on.
Yeah, what you were going to say. This is a tough one. I mean, at least Nicky Cool is looking all right. He's having himself a game and actually lands a stun onto Zayats here. Yeah, very good. Bring him down onto the low ground. Turns around. Nefrit's here. He's got a black hole. Not quite sure he does want to use it. My goodness. Okay, they're going to try and go for the DK. It's a big kill, but they've got the damage. The Timbersaw has enough, and Nicky Cool will fall. The one hero having a good time gets quickly slain. The Dragon's Blood running down the middle lane right now as the tower's looking to fall as well.
Yeah, why would he not black hole there? He sees the Rubik and Clockwork both level 4. So there's no hookshot, there's no spell still, there's nothing. And the expected Enigma moves happen. He takes top tower, he farms up, he moves mid, takes mid tower. 5,000 gold lead at the 9-minute mark, and this is going to be a... Don't want to jinx it or anything, but this should be a hard game for Navi to really throw after such an exceptional start. Yeah, and this is one of those games where if we're talking about teams who play at the lands, then you can already feel the moves being made, and Yuragi
bottom side
making moves.
Oh, the swap to finish the job. Nice bit of damage coming out from that one. Ike also trying to run himself away. Cooldown's not quite going to connect here, so Ike will live. I need to read secondary strikes 1 second.
I can simplify it real easy. If hit by cooldown, second cooldown hit.
Oh.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Oh, God,
what's
DK.
not awesome is Nicky Cool being dead again. Twisted Chakram catches them out. Queasy under tower, still being bullied right now. This is a level 4 Rubik. Give the guy a break. Well, he might just get... Oh, he survives.
Very close.
Yikes. Good lord. All right, who's got an... I mean, I was about to say who's got an item timing coming in. It's 10 minutes into the game. No one has any items yet.
No, there's no timings to talk about. It's just a matter of Navi sweeping across the entire map. Cancelling the stun of the darks. They're trying to go again, but with the magic. Sorry, the homing missile.
No, they've got so many stars.
Oh! So clutch.
Giant Wolf clutching up. Huge play from Mixer there.
There we go. Yeah. Sell it like that was a big play. Yeah, that helps the cast, I think, then, man.
I know what they pay me for. Don't you worry.
Very unfortunate for Navi not to get the Darkseid kill, of course. I think the way that they're playing the map, it's really nice. You got Timbersaw throwing himself down mid lane. Enigma just chilling top. You could argue maybe he could die, but because of the lack of levels on Nemiga, it's going to take so many heroes to get there that it's probably not worth even trying to kill him compared to just getting whatever you can on the map. And now the final tier 1 tower will be falling at the 11-minute mark. There is no game on Darkseid, there is no game on Weaver, and DK, when you think about him from the mid lane, he's like a playmaker style mid. He wants to get the Blink Dagger quite early on, look towards his side lanes, overwhelm them, and take towers. But when there's no side lane to play on, do you really want to go Blink? This could be the game where you kind of greed it up. Like, this could be like the Midas, I don't see anything happening in the game, let me just scale up type game. Because I don't know if he actually wants to blink onto anyone. Like, when he mixes up, who's he going to kill? I don't think he's going to kill anyone. There's a swap in play. It's a difficult position to be in for this DK. The only one with any real sense of a game, and a difficult one to itemize.
Naldi. Looking around, looking to set something up here. As always, stun is there. Swap available. Not even needed. the fact that this is the one guy that had a lane and he is still being just gunned down under tier 2 towers at 12 minutes.
Nomad, sorry, I just realized there's an absolutely illegal play that I have completely missed.
Hit me up. Once Black Hole coming down, but it's just a dead Darkseer. What do you want from me, guys?
So I was looking at other stuff, trying to understand when Nemiga was going to come back into the game, and unfortunately, the 27 1 charges on DK isn't going to be the comeback factor, I don't think. Oh, he sold it. We caught it on cam before proof. I'm pretty sure our observers probably highlighted it and we didn't catch it, but we caught it just before it faded, and you cheeky devil, he just wasted 10 charges.
He did a little bit. Could have kept it. Wanted the blink. Now they're going to try and make a play with it. No Black Hole available.
If you call your team like, guys, I got blink, and then they click him and see he's got 2 1s, it's not the most inspirational blink call to make, right? And
it ain't.
Queasy's dead.
Queasy did get his level 6, but that's about all that can be said as Zayat is getting bullied here. Swap comes out, but with Mixer coming in on the sidelines, they'll run him down. Nemiga getting their 3rd kill of the game here, and maybe another one as well as Maldi also gets run down. Now they're looking for more. Sanctity on the run here. A good fight for Nemiga at last. But Navi, what are they going to do?
For 15.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. Nefrit blinking across, trying to help out, just keeping Sanctity alive. Sanctity actually coming right through it now with the Timber Chain. Down goes Nikki Cool. They extend too far and they get punished. I just felt that one coming the whole time as well. One of those...
You chase too far plays? Yeah. I mean, Nikki got cooked there, and that was rough. And I think they just had a small sense of, we can do it, guys. We punished them. I mean, Navi, they were very aggressive, right? You got the supports diving the tower. There's no real core to back them up cleanly. Sure, maybe Timbersaur's there, but you don't have the Enigma, you don't have the Gyrocopter, and with the blink to capitalize on that, it felt good for a brief moment. But I think everyone's experienced this in Dodo, where it's like you get that one kill or that one moment, but you keep chasing into the fog, thinking you're ahead, and then or at least you have momentum, but it just gets swept away because they turn it around in some, blind engagement. And yeah, DK, of course, blinking by himself. There's no one behind him to help him, so they have to be careful. They really do. And for Navi, a little bit, it's those types of deaths. They might sound comical and be like, we're winning the game anyway, but when you look at the net worth, Weaver just went from being like bottom of the cores to now, somewhat middling.
He's threatening the lowest net worth core on Navi, and yeah, Navi shouldn't stand for it. He's got his power treads online, my goodness. Fear him, for he is Weaver. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's never a point where Navi aren't able to just kind of slow the game down, wait for that blink and Black Hole combo, and kind of just go again. Like, sure, there's stuff to cancel it, but often, if you're just going for a pick-off, like, you can kind of just be pretty free with these Black Hole usages and just use it to secure a DK kill or something.
I mean, I'll give props to Nikki Cool. I was kind of questioning the blink a little bit, and he did showcase because I got the blink, I found a way to punish. If he didn't go blink, there probably would never be a punishment, and it would just be a kind of everyone farm and pray type moment. So, respect to trying to give some hope to his team, and wondering what the move will be now for Navi. Yuragi has gone for the old school build for Gyrocopter, the Treads, the Falcon, the Crystallis, then going for the Aghanims. So he's about a BKB +1 away from I am the carry of this game.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way. Didn't get caught out in the last fight either, so he's still on a very successful trajectory.
I think this is one of the reasons why Gyrocopter always falls in and out in favor, because the fact that after such a commanding start to the game, his first 10,000 gold is to farm another 10,000 gold. And that does complicate certain games where you wish you had a hero that can be a little bit more punchy.
Yeah, but he's also really good at farming that next 10k as well.
No, for sure. The difference is he farms it where some fights can be delicate based on if he performs poorly, whilst other carries with 10,000 gold can farm still and contribute to the fight without as many problems. And it does take the first stages again. Yeah, that should fix all the insecurities that I'm at least thinking about. But yeah, it's just something to note with Gyrocopter. That's why you do see him. Oh, they've got a Yules. They found the DK.
They certainly do, and he's now in a ton of difficulty. The double cooldown causing him a lot of issues, as Queasy also getting caught out by it as well. Damn, that looked good. Sanctity getting the double kill there, and suddenly 2 heroes dead. Very, very deep into Nemiga's side of the base, but, you know, what's stopping them? 8k gold advantage, 17 minutes in. Navi are flying through this game too. They want to continue their road to TI smoothly. They want a nice, well-tarmacked road to TI. No potholes, no bumps, no flaming debris, no speed bumps.
And that's with the Yules. Well, this facet's actually kind of comedic, because why he went for the Tranquils to always make sure he's full HP, but he got the Dust, got the Yule set up onto the Weaver. Anything else?
It's pretty nice. Oh my goodness. Ike comes hookshotting in, but hookshot's onto his teammate and just ends up feeding as well. But maybe it's enough to save Lucas. Actually, I may have overestimated it. I think he might have done enough. Lucas on the run. Chakram won't connect. All right, fair enough. Salutes for Ike.
Oh, it's a nice play there, but the aggression isn't going to stop. They've drawn the lines on the minimap. They keep looking to find more. Enigma very close to his BKB. Yuragi pushing in bottom as well. They are just not allowing any map to feel comfortable. And at what point do we really entertain Weaver being able to stand his ground in the fight? Sure, he's about to at least catch up with the Enigma and Timbersaw in regards to net worth, but he's invested everything into a Gleipnir, right? It's a tempo-based item where when you're behind, you don't often feel the full effect of it. This is going to be a Gleipnir into BKB of Gyrocopter, BKB of the Enigma. You got a Yules on the Monkey King. So many defensive tools to kind of brush off what sometimes can be an absolute game-winning item if picked up early enough. Lucas has a long road ahead of him before he feels comfortable in this game. And 20-minute mark is coming up soon, so you'd expect Navi to stay in the area, maybe poke the tier 3, take
Get
the
that Tormentor
if possible.
Yes, sir. But it's not going to the high ground at this point. No cares being given. Can they do it on Nemiga? I mean, if DK comes, they might be able to steal the enemy Tormentor, but they might have to deal with their base, which has been fortified on exactly 1 HP. Very cool.
Very nice, very nice. And Tower Falls.
Illusion gets it. That feels bad.
They're going to try and take Tormentor top between Rubik and Weaver.
At least Queasy dies for it. Blink away. That means they don't get it. Oh, time lapse. I'm wrong. Lucas. Oh, very nicely done. Meanwhile, Ike's dead. Don't ask.
Okay, so just to gather what just happened. Rubik nearly died top blinked. Weaver nearly died top time lapsed. Take Tormentor. Clock dies. Doubson nearly dies bottom but TPs. There's a lot of stuff happening across the map, but also nothing really happening at the same time.
Yeah, nothing of note. Just Tormentors have been taken, and I mean, honestly, nice play from Nemiga. I think maybe you're underplaying it. They did steal the enemy Tormentor and kind of clutched it up as well with the Blink Rubik and the.
I kind of come to the position where
Weaver.
I kind of think Tormentors just, in my mind, they just exist in the game now. Like rather than it being this like, the pinnacle of strategic masterclass, it's just there.
Rubik's dead. That guy's dead.
Yeah.
See you later, Queasy. Didn't even get a chance to see who it was before he got pummeled.
Like, as they look to take this siege, to quickly conclude that point, it's inevitable that they get taken. Heroes now know exactly their timings on how to take them. We're not seeing like the blunders of before. And if you're in the area, you just kind of swipe it away.
I don't know. We still see a lot of Tormentor.
Sure, if Toronto Tokyo is playing, yeah.
There's a few culprits.
Yeah.
Ike, bye-bye. You're dead. Step down. You cannot leave those steps. In fact, I'm not even sure you can leave those trees.
They're going to try and jump in, maybe. But again, BKBs are available. Nefra has his. Yuragi has his.
Like, I feel like if this game was even, we'd still be like, oh, these BKB timings is going to be really big from Navi. But the fact they're so far ahead just makes the BKB timings, like, unplayable. Yuragi knows it. He feels it. What are you going to do? Huh? You jump me, you get black hold. Good luck.
You also have Solar Crest and Malady to help with the attack speed, the siege. You've got the swap as well. Like, This is close to just perfect aggression and map movement from Navi. I questioned it a little bit in that previous game for a slight blunder, but that was just me being hypercritical to try and keep Navi grounded. This time around, this is potentially perfect. We'll see if they maybe get picked off by this wraparound from Nemiga.
Zayat is a potential target here as Ike just comes flying through the fight with the jetpack, but in comes the damage from Uragi, trying to just threaten around Lucas and bring down Zayat. And there's a black hole coming on through onto the two of them. Holy, that is going to be one way to seal the game, and it might have done enough to just get them the win. Oh my goodness, the Weaver and the DK caught inside that one. Nefrit landing it big. And there it is. GG's come out. Game number 2, an absolutely brutal smackdown here from Navi. We said we wanted to see them make a statement in this series, and I think they just did.
Whew, yeah, that was an absolute smackdown. When you look at the 4 upper bracket games played today, that was the quickest victory that we've had so far. Before that, I believe it was at 30 minutes and 17 seconds. This game concluded at 23 minutes and 23 seconds. So, yeah, Navi, after that first game, decided to not make any mistakes, to completely, obliterate their opponent. And I gotta say, this second game draft, it was really cool to see. I think I like the fact that they put a lot of respect on Venge, be it offlane, be it support. We're looking at the highlights here, and at 12 minutes, they're just sweeping across the map, breaking down the map, not allowing any real plays. Minutes later, you're killing off the Dark Sib. This is just the entire story of the game, with just non-stop aggression. And we don't really do MVPs of the series, but I think Sanctity at least showed us how strong he is at a playmaking mid lane. He played Ember in game 1 to take over the game. In game 2, he plays Timber to do the same thing. And yeah, this was just a really cool game from Navi. I think, not to get too carried away, I am looking at them to at least be contenders for a strong top 3 finish. Of course, only one team qualifies, but I think for Navi at least, if they can play like this in game 2, easily grand finals worthy performance.
Of TI, right?
Please, of the qualifiers, brother. But no, it's like like when
hold on, Navi fans. Well, it's a road, but every road starts somewhere. But
just to clarify, of this qualifiers, just in case.
No, he said it. He said it.
No,
take it, Navi fans. Go.
Stop. But yeah, they are. I had my doubts on how strong Navi looked because of the year, but I think this game at least showed that if they can play like this, then they should be able to muscle up against the likes of VP, the 9 Pandas, etc. So yeah, we'll see if they can do it. But again, incredibly good game 2.
Very nice stuff indeed. Yeah, big win. 0 deaths across any of the cores on the side of Navi. That is cleanliness in a nutshell. Zayat as well, if you put Zayat in these positions, this feels to be the best way to enable him as a player, where he can scout, where he can mess people up, where he can set up for you. If he dies a couple of times, so what? He's getting the value out of his hero so well that a couple of deaths is absolutely fine. It's often giving you information and creating space anyway, so yeah, I think Zayat could also be a series MVP for me as well. But we'll have a look at Uragi in the spotlight for this game at least, which is absolutely fair considering 2 back-to-back performances from him, which were just pretty damn solid. Sure, he struggled at the start of the last game, but he came through in the end. In this game, just playing a very standard but very strong gyrocopter. I like the talent choice as well, the facet choice.
Yeah, again, I think this is. I really like bringing up heroes that have good options for their facets. Like I've entertained Tiny earlier. We've had DK. I think Gyrocopter also kind of fits the bill because if you want the damage, you go for the secondary strikes facet. If you want to go for a bit more kind of poke in and out of the fights, you go for Afterburner. You go for the barrage move speed. So I think Gyrocopter's in a pretty good place for the facets he has to entertain. And in this game, it's the quicker your team goes aggressive, the better Gyrocopter feels. If Gyrocopter plays in a stagnant game, he always feels like he's lacking to help his team out because he's just, guys, just wait. I've got my Ags, I need my BKB. I got my BKB, guys, I need my Satanic, right? But in this game where his team's doing all the work for him, he doesn't feel bad joining fights because the game just plays itself. He has the ultimate, he throws that in, he can help his team out. So yeah, overall, again, very impressive game 2. It's early days, of course, in this qualifier. Eastern Europe is an absolute brutal region because there is a single slot, which of course we could debate if they might have maybe had 2, but anyways, they have 1 slot. There are probably 3 strong teams vying for it, and yeah, we'll see. The future days of this qualifier are going to be very, very good.
Yeah, very exciting, especially with Nine Pandas being able to turn up today as well, putting Virtus.pro down. It's going to put Virtus.pro on a very, very difficult path. And yeah, we get to see Nine Pandas finally playing some, you know, at least from this series, felt like that they're going to be playing up a little bit. So a new kind of contender who's been struggling a lot this year and not really much of a factor in the region. So that kind of brings an X factor to things, which is going to be cool. So yeah, that's going to settle things, which means our upper bracket semi-final matchups are going to be Nine Pandas versus Yellow Submarine, One Win versus Navi. Those are the teams that are going to be battling out there in the upper bracket to get through the easy route. Meanwhile, down in the shark piranha infested waters, Virtus.pro got thrown down there. They'll be playing against One Move. Liga team got thrown down there. They'll be playing against Sibo. And we've got Might Pulse versus DMS. DMS, of course, the very exciting looking stack for the Hack, Hakoda, Kaori, Shigetsu, Melojulson. Some very big names there. So I'm expecting good things from DMS, but super difficult to qualify from that lower bracket start. And then we're going to have Nemiga versus Kalmichata as the final matchup down there. So yeah, anything you want to talk about in the bracket, T-Gov?
Just a little bit of an L for One Move. They got invited to the qualifier, but they were the 9th seed. Therefore, their invite was to lower bracket, which is, you know, a little bit bittersweet. But yeah, other than that, it's of course just looking at the bracket, the fact that this is TI, you know, it is the event of the year, and if you want to get there, you now have to play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 best of 3s in lower bracket to then play a best of 5 in the grand final. Like, if there ever was a team that, you know, if you actually qualify from that position, it is incredibly strong and commendable. So it's unlikely, doesn't happen often, but if it was to happen, I think probably VP is the favorite due to them being the, you know, qualified team for the year at least. But again, we'll see. Early days. Tomorrow will be, yeah, very brutal for the matchups, because we are, guess what? We are going to have all those series that you mentioned. All 4 series will be, you know, one team progressing and one team get eliminated. So 4 teams will have all their hopes and dreams taken away from them tomorrow.
Yep, it is lower bracket time tomorrow. It's the lower bracket day. It's a slaughter, guys. 4 of those teams getting eliminated in one day. Oh, there will be tears, there will be drama, there will be emotion, but most of all, there'll be some good Dota 2. So join us tomorrow at the same time for more Eastern European Dota 2 action here at the road to the International. But from today, we're all done. Guys, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.